Princess of Death, Curse of the Pirate, Book 1. Written by Cortney Pearson. Narrated by Ophelia D'Armis. Chapter 1. This was the first time Cali had seen death. She stood in the corridor outside the castle infirmary, reliving Hannah's final moments with a shudder. Hannah wasn't just someone who'd fallen victim to the necrosis, and neither was she just another kitchen maid. She'd been Cali's friend. As children, they'd giggled together and romped the castle grounds. Time had passed as childhood had faded, and their friendship had taken on a different hue, made of delicious gossip and heart-kept dreams. It'd been only days since their last bout of gossip as Hannah had delivered Cali's breakfast tray, and now she lay lifeless beneath a sheet. An entire realm of sadness burrowed deeply within Cali. The tremor in her limbs wasn't only from witnessing her maid's passing, however. The infirmary was crammed with the sick. People lay on pallets from corner to corner, uncontrollable convulsions ravaging their invalid bodies. The necrosis plague swept its way through like a storm, leaving damage and disaster in its wake. She'd been tempting fate even being in the same room as the inflicted. But when she heard Hannah was nearing the end, Cali couldn't stay away. Dr. Bauer closed the door to the infirmary behind her and dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief. "I'm sorry you had to see that, Princess," he said. "Can nothing be done?" Cali asked, wiping a tear from her cheek and wondering where Darren was. Darren had been Hannah's friend, too. He would want to know of her passing. "The necrosis acts quickly," Dr. Bauer said, with weary apology in his tone. Torches flickered on the walls, casting shadows on the rough stone. Inhaling deeply, Cali sucked in a clean breath that did nothing to suppress the quivering in her stomach. Hannah was dead. How many more would it take before a cure could be found? In his last secret letter to her, Darren had told her how busy he'd been in the infirmary, how sleepless his nights were, how diligent they'd been in testing different combinations of herbs and remedies to find something that might quash the effects. Yet, nothing had been working. "How long do the others have?" she asked. "Has this spread to the rest of the kingdom?" After Cali's ceremony on her birthday tomorrow, she would officially be crowned Princess of Zara. Not only would battling this plague become her responsibility, but she cared about her people. So many of them struggled as it was. It was difficult enough to farm and keep their families fed and clothed. But to fare with this unfightable plague that was tearing them apart? "I'm afraid so," Dr. Bauer said. "Several cases have been reported beyond Wild Rose, and even as far as the Wheaton sector of the kingdom." "So far out?" Wheaton was closest to the ocean, the farthest place from where the castle stood in the center of Wild Rose near the mountain ranges. Tiredness dragged below Dr. Bauer's eyes. "I'm afraid no one stands much of a chance unless a cure is found." "And you don't have one." She already knew as much. Perhaps there was a way to appeal to the Sea Witch. Papa had recently paid the homage at the Boundary, but Cali had yet to actually see Undeen DeRay, the author of all ruined things. Undeen's presence was always spoken of, though. A decimated crop, plagued by hailstones. An ink blot on parchment. Unrequited love. Whether the sea witch was personally responsible for the mishaps or not, it was her name people cursed. They needed someone to blame. Cali thought of Undeen's bedazzling boundary, an expansive borderline of an impenetrable metallic substance that diverted light and blasted it across the radiant sky like shooting stars. She'd only ever seen the boundary once, during her voyage almost exactly 4 years before. The structure had hummed with sheer, untouchable power. It had stretched as far as the eye could see, and it reflected the sailors' images back to them the closer they got. She glanced around once more. "Where is Darren?" she asked. "Is he resting?" Dr. Bauer's weary gaze turned piteous. It carved inside of her, nodding at the worry she'd had from the moment she'd entered the infirmary and hadn't found him here. "Where is he?" she asked again. "Princess," the doctor pleaded. Why wouldn't he give her a straight answer? Either Darren was there, or he wasn't. The chances of him leaving now, when things were at their worst, were unlikely. Had he gone in search of more herbs? Callie's eyes locked with the doctor's. His expression said what he refused to speak aloud. Her tongue swelled to the roof of her mouth, trapping in the fear attempting to escape. It couldn't be. Darren couldn't have it too. "You shouldn't be down here at all," the doctor said, his voice too placating. "You're the princess. Why don't you return to your rooms?" "Undeen's wrath I will," she cursed, as though being a princess meant she should look out for her well-being above others. Dr. Bauer had tried warning her away when she'd first arrived to see Hannah. But it hadn't worked then. What made him think it would now? Turning away from him, Callie broke for the servants' sleeping quarters. Most of the servants inhabited rooms in a narrow passageway lined with stone. Because of the lack of windows, flickering wall sconces that gave off traces of heat and the scent of burning oil lit the way. "Princess!" Dr. Bauer called, but she allowed the sound of her footfalls to drown him out. Her footsteps continued echoing, clopping on the smooth stone beneath her. 1, 2, 3, 4 doors down, and she didn't bother knocking. She rammed her way through the feeble wooden door, skimming the familiar room. His amenities were so much simpler than the extravagant spread of furniture, fine fabrics, and unrestrained trimmings in her chamber floors above. Wash basin below the square of a window cut into the stone. Thin, frail rug woven by Darren's mother. A brass bed, with the barest white bedding, and a single occupant. He laid beneath the sheet, still in the lightweight russet-colored clothing of his trade, his body writhing like an uneasy mound. A stream of coughing broke from him, and the sound cranked her heartbeat to a gallop. "Darren!" He flopped to his back and stared at her. Gone was his jaunty manner, the easy smile, and the eager glint in his gaze. Spots speckled up his throat and infested the edge of his jaw. They prowled down the brown skin of his forearms, though they hadn't yet reached his wrists. A sheen of sweat hung near his hairline, matting the tawny locks to his forehead, and the sight of his condition tore a cry from her throat and sent her blood racing. "Princess, what are you doing in here?" "Not you too," she said, rushing to his bedside. Her hands hovered over him, shaking. "Don't." More haggard coughing erupted, and he turned away. get too close, Princess. I was down to see Hannah. She's dead, Darren. And you. Callie's voice broke. She hadn't spoken to him in days. She'd been so ensconced in her upcoming birthday, in coronation preparations, she hadn't had time to sneak away. He hadn't written her as much lately. He'd seemed so distant, and she wasn't quite sure what to do about that either. Her mother had forbidden him from attending the ceremony. After that, they would rarely see each other again. When his coughing fit expired, he rolled with effort to face her instead of the wall. His lids were barely open. "You shouldn't be down here," he said, clearing his throat. "You should return to your own rooms." Clenching her jaw, Callie sank onto the bed, taking his hand in hers. It was clammy and cool, unlike his usually confident warmth. Clammy. Disbelief scoured her throat, making her words labored. "Like a pampered princess? I don't think so." A frightening gleam lit his eyes, as though he were taking her in for the last time. She squeezed his hand. This would not be their final meeting. She refused to allow it. "Like the woman about to rule in her parents' places," he corrected. "You know I wouldn't abandon you." He coughed again. "Yes, but apprentices can be easily replaced." His tender tone contradicted the harshness of his words. "You can't." A rush of emotions beat through her. The bitterness of change collided with the fresh newness of it in her chest, banging like drums. She was a Bromvere, set to inherit the royal line. That had always been a fact. And tomorrow, on her 18th birthday, her crowning would become a reality. Callie both longed for the coronation and dreaded it. Her father had been guiding her for years now about the more serious affairs of the kingdom, from handling taxes to providing for the poor to confronting whatever tough decisions might arise. She felt ready and eager, the way she imagined a well-practiced musician did before a performance. But crowned princess was one step away from queen. The breathtaking crown waiting in Callie's chamber, with its glistening blood-red rubies, sparkling silver diamonds, and polished gold, didn't care one whit about her carefree summers spent in his company, the hopes they'd exchanged, or the burning in her veins just being near Darren Markov. That crown demanded rank, propriety, and a specific breeding, all of which were sizes he could never tailor himself to, no matter how badly they both wanted it. He'd been pulling away from her lately, and she suspected this was the reason why. Every time she'd tried to make him see her feelings, every time she tried to convince him a relationship between them could work, he denied it. "Neither can you," she said, bringing his damp hand to her lips. "Don't," he cried again, slipping free of her grasp. He turned away from her. "I can't do this to you. You have to leave." "I won't." "Now, princess. Go, please, before it's too late." His words carried an edge she'd never heard from him before, the final plea of a dying man. Callie's heart nearly gave out at the thought, at the sound of another bout of ragged coughing. Before it was too late for him, or for her. Even in his dying moments, he was concerned for her well-being. Tears stung her eyes while the image of Hannah's dead body beneath the sheet resurfaced. She refused to allow death to take Darren, too. Days ago, Hannah had been the one to deliver Callie's breakfast tray and ready her for the day. That meant Darren only had a handful of time left as well. A thought struck her then, and she turned that notion on its head. Darren wasn't gone yet. He still had a number of days left. That meant there was still time to help not only him, but thousands of others suffering in the kingdom. Callie pulled his blanket free and secured it over him. "You're not going to die. I'm going to find help," she said. "I'll figure this out. Do you hear me? Lie down and don't even think about leaving me." She pressed a kiss to his forehead. His lids fluttered and he murmured, "Anything for you, princess." "Stand aside," Callie ordered the guard, manning Mama's bedchamber. He inclined his head and obeyed, and Callie all but rammed him away to enter. Papa stood before the lofty fireplace, hands linked behind his back, while his wife was being tended to by Vera Grove. Vera was a laundress who must have stepped into the role of chambermaid. Orange flames in the fireplace snapped their fingers, as if vying for the king and queen's attention. Callie stole it first. "Calliana," Mama said, with a note of displeasure, scanning the skirts bunched in Callie's hand. Vera, who'd been tending to Mama's hair, lowered her hands to rest them on her bulged abdomen. Not for the first time, Callie wondered how long before Vera's baby would make his or her appearance. Her belly grew in size every time Callie saw her. Surely the woman would bear the child soon. "What is the matter?" "Hannah died, and Darren is sick, Mama." Callie attempted to catch her breath. Who knew dashing from the castle's lower levels to the upper in a short amount of time would take so much out of her? She hadn't run like that since she was a child. "We must help him. We must help the others. Why are we doing nothing?"
"Markov is sick?"
Papa turned from the fireplace, his voice booming.
"How do you know this?"
He said it like an order. Behind him, Vera winced. "I was just with him, Papa. You told me the plague wasn't serious, that it wasn't anywhere near the castle." "You were in the infirmary?" Mama shrieked. She shared a panicked glance with Papa, and then staggered back toward her bed and lifted her shawl over her nose and mouth, as if warding off a foul smell. Callie was hurt by the reaction. Hurt and bothered and struck. If she had been the one on a sickbed now, would Mama even come see her?
"Return to your room this instant," Papa commanded. "See no one, speak to no one."
"But," Callie blinked, "but you said the necrosis wasn't that terrible. You told me there were treatments, and we had no reason to fear." It was almost as though Papa were trying to ignore this disease. Though to what end? Did he imagine the devastation would vanish eventually? Perhaps it might, once there were no other living souls for the symptoms to prey upon. The despair that had overtaken her in the infirmary gusted through her. Hannah's face flashed through her mind once more, as well as the speckles on Darren's arms. So much suffering. So many had succumbed. "The people need us," Callie went on. "We cannot sit by and do nothing while they suffer." Vera cleared her throat, almost as if she wanted to speak, but Papa ignored her.
"Our scholars and doctors have been doing all they can to find a way to stop its effects, but nothing is working," Papa said. "Our best chance is to keep ourselves from those who might be sick. We're royalty. We need to be protected. There is nothing we can do. That is why I told you it was nothing to worry about."
I won't abandon Darren, Cali said. She could hardly believe her parents were such cowards. This was their solution? Hide in their rooms while people in their kingdom deteriorated? If he is sick, then there is nothing we can do for him. Mama's voice had the nerve to sound sympathetic.
We can only hope you weren't exposed long enough to get it, Papa added.
Hope? Only hope? There were no consoling gestures to accompany the words of comfort. She eyed the distance between them. They had backed up several feet, all but standing behind Mama's dressing shield between her washroom and the window. Nothing can be done, Mama said from behind her shawl. You must go to your room and pray you didn't contract the disease yourself. This was madness. Vera was in here serving Mama because Mama's usual chambermaid had probably caught the illness too. If the staff were sick, it was only a matter of time until it reached the family wing. Hiding away would do no good. Cali worked to maintain a level of both calm and sanity. Are you sure you've exhausted every resource, Papa?
If there was a way to reverse this, we would already be doing it, he said.
There must be something. Cali's words faded, taken over by a new thought. What about... Papa, what about magic? Papa stared at her as though she'd unzipped her skin to allow a demon to crawl inside.
Don't even mention such a thing. Magic is an atrocity. Using it can only bring more ruin upon us.
But surely, in circumstances like these...
You would dare tempt evil?
His voice escalated.
There is no magic in Zara. Even if any who worship the sea witch in her darkness remained, they would only make things worse than they already are.
People are dying, Papa, Cali said, simmering with frustration. How can things get any worse? Stop this nonsense, Caliana. Mama's voice was soft but firm from behind her shawl. Go to your rooms this instant and do not leave. Things are already underway for your coronation. It would be wasteful. I don't care about my coronation, Cali spat through her teeth. I don't care. Not when so many are hurting.
I forbid you to seek a magical solution, Papa said.
Cali slid him the most scornful, distasteful look she could manage. It wasn't hard, not with betrayal mingling with the disgust inside of her. Try to stop me, sir. She whirled toward the door, but before she quitted from the room, she didn't fail to notice Papa's reddened skin that signaled his fury at her defiance. There was, however, something else in his expression. Helplessness. An inkling struck her as her momentary insolence waned. Papa didn't know what he was doing. He didn't have an answer for the question she couldn't stop asking. He felt as lost as she did and was only trying to protect her, in a bizarre, ignorant way. Then why hide away? Why not try to help? Papa had been adamantly against magic. Even the mention of it had earned swift recompense. Undeen had purposefully separated Zara from the magical lands of the world. The king didn't want anything existing under his watch that might upset her, or the balance the sea witch had established. But recently, rumors of magic had occurred in their land. A few weeks ago, word had spread of a young woman, Lyric, who'd fled her homeland. She'd been captured for suspicion of using magic, but had mysteriously disappeared from Papa's prisons. Was she still in one of the sectors? I'm going, Papa, Cali said, softer this time.
We must do something." He said nothing as she fled from the room, weighed down by heavy skirts and hopeless despair. Her parents weren't going to do anything. They were cowards only caring about their own protection. Cali seethed with every step to her bedchamber. She stayed only long enough to retrieve her traveling cloak before storming out again. If Mama and Papa thought doing nothing was a solution, they were gravely wrong. Cali considered what she knew of Lyric and how she'd escaped the castle prison. According to rumor, Lyric could concoct potions and perform rituals, the likes of which not many had seen. The mourning guards had gone to collect her for her execution. Lyric's cell had been empty. Wonder and unease had spread afterward. None of the guards on duty that night recollected having her there at all, let alone witnessing her escape. There was only one way Lyric could not only have escaped, but tampered with the guards' memories as well. And Cali could only pray she could find her in time. Chapter 2. A full day had passed, and Cali could never unsee the despair. In some places, bodies lay in troughs and gutters on the side of the street. People stooped and coughed with blackened hands to their mouths as they sat on thresholds of tumble-down homes. Those who were yet unaffected were few, their expressions filled with sorrow as they watched Cali pass through their narrow, downtrodden streets. She rode from town to town, dirt kicking beneath the horses' hooves, as images haunted her mind. The haggard expressions, the sorrow and outright disgust she experienced, the infestation of spots and blackened, withered limbs. So many were sick in every one of Zara's sectors. There was hardly anyone to care for the sick and the dying. How could her parents have let the necrosis get this bad? Each time she came across another suffering village, all-encompassing regret and compassion urged her to remain with her people, to help if she could. But her best chance of helping anyone would be to keep going. She told herself that as her muscles ached from the long ride. At least one good thing had come from seeing so much devastation. Cali had managed to stumble across the magical woman's whereabouts. Cali bent low against the wind, letting her horse race to the outskirts of the wheaten sector. Exhaustion overtook her, though she suspected traveling so hard in such a short amount of time would do that to a person. She scratched the horse's mane and urged the mare on. As she passed through the sector, Cali observed more poverty than she'd ever seen firsthand. Homes were starved of everything but the barest frames, topped with thin slabs. Debris, discarded garbage, and the smell of decline and despair filled the air. Her hope deflated. Was the sector always this way, or was it only this destitute because of the plague? Why had she ever thought she was ready to be crowned a princess? The age of 18 was no qualifier. She wasn't fit to help her kingdom, not when she had no real idea how bad conditions were for the poor. If those in the castle stood no chance for recovery, how much worse were the odds for people who were already suffering for want of food and suitable clothing? Cali followed the instructions she'd been given from a townsperson, direction she'd paid handsomely for. Soon enough, her horse slowed near a string of shells marking the shambled edge of a crumbling wood fence. The air itself was soiled, a hazy, downhearted shade of muted gold. Foreboding filled Cali, but she was so warm with worry, warm with thoughts of Darren and the others in the infirmary. She persisted. The horse's hooves slowed, crunching against the ground. At the sound,
A young woman appeared in the doorway of a tumble-down hut, which appeared to be nothing more than sticks and mortar. The woman was probably around Cali's own 18 years. She had bronze skin and hair as black as coal pulled tight beneath a dirt-worn kerchief. Her face could only be called interesting. She wasn't beautiful, but she wasn't ugly either. And she analyzed Cali with the disgruntled humor of someone who just found a raccoon in their food stores. "What do you want?" the girl asked. "Please." Cali held out a hand, but then regretted it instantly. The pain of such a sudden movement was as sharp as a knife blade, and she jerked her arm to her chest. Where had that come from? "I'm looking for Lyric Reeves." Desperation and the tired, juddering ache in her bones drove her to blatant honesty. The woman tapered her eyes. "Dangerous thing to admit in this kingdom, especially from the likes of you. If I'm not mistaken, that's the Bromvir seal on your ring." Cali dismounted and clenched her fist around the insignia. She should have taken the ring off. "I know who you are, so don't try to hide it. What makes you think Lyric has any interest in a princess who only weeks ago wanted her dead?" She lifted her brows. "King Merrick is the one with a grudge against magic, not me. I believe Lyric can help me find a cure my people desperately need. Please, I was told she lived here. Do you know where she is?" The woman said nothing. Cali went on. "My father asked me not to come. He doesn't know I'm here. I assure you I mean Lyric no harm, but my people need help, and I don't know who else to turn to." Cali breathed hard, praying the words were enough. Would this person help her? The woman analyzed her a few minutes, her face scrunched, before nodding. "Very well. I will help, but for your people, mind you, not your father." "Your Lyric?" A cough scraped up her throat and she swallowed. She wasn't sure what she expected of this outcast magician, but it wasn't the plain woman before her. She shook her head. There wasn't any point focusing on that now. She didn't have any more time to waste. "I heard you have methods. That you aren't from here, and that you might know of a way we can find a cure." "Someone you care for is dying." Lyric folded her arms. A smirk tarried on her mouth. "Many people are dying." "What are you willing to give to save them? Your life? Your status as princess?" Lyric swung her dark curls behind her shoulders. A look of intrigue continued to play on her features. "My status as princess? How could whatever this woman did rid her of that? I don't understand. This isn't about me." Cali gestured around her. "You see what is becoming of my kingdom." "Then you will sacrifice your life as you know it? Working magic that will please the goddess Undeen will require a sacrifice of you." "The goddess Undeen?" "Your sea witch, my goddess. She is a source of magic, so if I use it, I must appeal to her." Cali was besieged for a moment. "What do you mean, your goddess?" Lyric gripped the doorway of her broken hut. "Not everyone in the world sees things as you do. To you, she is an evil troublemaker. To many other countries and kingdoms, she is a savior." Her eyes darkened. "A savior of what?" Cali couldn't believe what she was hearing. Why hadn't Papa ever told her any of this? She'd studied kingdoms and cultures, the exotic beauty of Lumin with their fishing harbor and cache of diamonds, the sedate kingdom of Isha and its coal mines, the dangerous land of Rune, where fierce creatures with coveted furs were said to stalk the forests. But each of these lands was locked away behind a magical barrier. She'd never be able to see them firsthand. Of life, of course, Lyric said, taking a methodical step toward her. She slowly reached a hand forward. What do you say? Are you ready to appeal to Undeen? That's what my use of magic to help will require. Cali stared at Lyric's hand. Appeal to the sea witch? Use her magic? At what cost? Cali had to admit the thought had crossed her mind earlier. She didn't know what Lyric meant by saying Undeen was the savior of life. But what other choice did she have? Time was running out. This wasn't just about Darren or Hannah. People's strength-drained bodies were riddling Zara's streets. Cali stood tall, doing her best to remain upright and keep eye contact with this mysterious woman. I will do whatever it takes to save my kingdom. Lyric's lips cracked into a satisfied smile as she lowered her hand, brightening her face more than Cali would have expected. Beauty dwelt in that smile, yet Cali couldn't shake the poisonous feeling she just made a deal with the devil. Cali followed Lyric inside, settling into a chair in the meager one-roomed home. A thin rug ran along the bumpy stone floor. Bits of straw escaped from thatches along the ceiling. A wooden table occupied the middle of the room where Cali sat, facing the uneven cupboard stretching across the opposite wall. They appeared more like building block towers crafted by children than something a carpenter put effort into designing. Cali slumped over, resting her head on her folded arms on the rough tabletop. She couldn't figure out what this pull of exhaustion meant. She'd traveled before, sometimes by carriage, sometimes by sea, to witness Papa carry out the homage to Undeen's boundary, dividing their lands. But never before had a journey taken this much out of her. Lyric dug in her stores and retrieved a glass vial, opening it and pouring a small amount of liquid into a pot, hanging from a spit on the open fire. Cali's mind lagged. She couldn't figure out what Lyric was up to. Is that the cure? She asked. If Lyric had it all this time, why hadn't she tried to distribute it? Was she that frightened of Cali's father? So far, Lyric hadn't mentioned the king's treatment of her since pointing out Cali's ring. No, it's not the cure. We'll have to brew that, but I don't have the herbs I need and I can't go myself to get them, which means you'll have to go. Cali straightened. Travel where? Lumin. It's the only place firethorn grows and we'll need it, along with a few other ingredients for me to brew your cure. But Lumin is on the other side of the boundary, Cali said. So it is. Lyric continued focusing on her work as though talking of crossing the boundary were an ordinary thing. Undine de Ray's boundary was said to be a forest right there on the sea, entrapped like a caged dream of branches and leaves and magic. Entrance in or out was impossible. The boundary wasn't an island but a marker, signifying where one half of the world ended and where the other half began. Lyric couldn't be serious about this. Then what are you preparing in your pot if not the cure? Lyric corked the jar and placed it on the counter, flashing Cali a smile. We'll need a spell to get you across. So many times Cali had wondered about the magical lands beyond. Did Undeen's hold extend there as well? That had to have been where Lyric was from. If so, why was she here? You're saying you can transport me there? Lyric broke a few more plants, then crumbled their leaves into the pot. Her mixture stewed and bubbled under the addition. She bent for a spoonful of powder from a fat avocado green dish on a low-hanging shelf, and added it as well. Getting you there? Yes.
Helping you return, however, there are no guarantees," Lyric said. The steam from the pot was making her black hair curl even more. "I will do what I can to get you there, because you've already vowed your sacrifice and are willing to carry it out. But the conditions of your return will be somewhat different." The warmth racking Callie's body tacked up her temperature a few more degrees. The prospect of seeing the magic land sent a thrill through her, but she quickly tamped it down. Traveling across the formidable boundary to a land she knew practically nothing about, with no guarantee of return, seemed pointless at best if she couldn't come back. "Why won't I be able to return?" "Oh, you may be able to," Lyric said. She rested against the leaning counter, folding her arms. "But only when the terms of your sacrifice have been met." The sacrifice of Callie's life as she knew it. Lyric had said that was required for the magic to work. It sounded similar to the communal homage paid at the boundary every solstice. Callie wasn't sure she liked the sound of this at all. "What kind of sacrifice will I have to make once I'm there?" "What will be required of you? I don't know, but it will become evident. You'll feel it because of the potion I'm brewing." A potion. A sacrifice. Undeen's wrath, what was Callie doing? What she had to. An itch prickled on both of Callie's arms and she stilled. More than an itch. This twinge burned from the inside out, almost like her arms were suddenly on fire. She scrubbed them up and down, but the feeling wouldn't leave. Slowly extending a hand, Callie simultaneously tugged up her sleeve. Tiny spots crawled along her skin, starting on her forearms, just as Darren's had. She stared at the sight, her heart pounding. No, not her. Not now. She shoved her sleeve down. Not only had she spent time in the infirmary to mourn Hannah, there was the kiss she'd planted on Darren's forehead. Callie groaned inwardly. She should have been more careful. Of course she had caught it. How much time did she have? Soon the spots would make their way down to blacken her hands, and then what would she do? She fought the quivering in her limbs. She'd meant to come to Lyric for help, not bring the plague to Lyric. Then again, at the rate it was going, the plague may have already touched Lyric's home. She stared at the young woman, adding more ingredients to the potion. Had she sentenced her to death? All the more reason to see this through. "You said I need to find ingredients," Callie said, her heart still racing. "How can I do that when this is spreading so rapidly?" Her eyes darted between Lyric and her arms. Maybe she shouldn't keep this from her. Swallowing, she slowly lifted up her sleeves and held out her arms. A few more hours, and would she be like Darren, writhing on a bed, unable to do anything? Lyric eyed her arms, but she pressed her lips together. The slightest trace of dismay blazed over her face before she tempered it down to something like resolution. Was she not afraid? Callie shook her head. "Won't I be doing more harm than good by bringing this necrosis to Lunae Lumin? And how would she function with its severity increasing?" Lyric glanced out her glassless window, lost in ponderous thought. A single line between her brows was the only sign of distress, but it was enough. "It will not spread there," she said. "Magic will be in the very air you breathe there because of the plants I'm sending you after." "So going there will save my life because of the magic?" She was going to save the kingdom, yet suddenly she feared for her own life. Her own mortality was on the line. Lyric inhaled, answering only after several seconds ticked past. "Once you return to Zara, you'll no longer be breathing near those plants.
You'll become physically as you are now, in every way. The disease will resume its presence. It will take full force as if you'd never left. What little strength she had drained from Cali, and she slumped against the table. Flashes began to blur in her vision, but not enough to hide the new marks dappling down to her hands. She had to do this. Going there would save her life, long enough so she could save others. "It's a shame," Cali said, and her voice croaked. "What is?" "That we can't just transfer everyone there. The cure we need would be nothing more than a change of scenery." The words faded. Her energy sapped, giving way, refusing to keep her upright any longer. She was only aware of the floor moving closer, slapping the side of her body. Dirt fluttered, landing in her nostrils. Lyric didn't rush to her side. In fact, she didn't seem to notice Cali had fallen at all. She was lifting the pot from the flames with a thick glove, tilting it toward a wooden, age-worn goblet. Steam rose from it in curly tendrils. Still using the glove, Lyric lifted the goblet and knelt to where Cali lay, weak and helpless on the dirt floor. "You'll be healed, princess. You'll be in a land drenched with magic, where you'll experience dazzling sights not even dreams can compete with. The air itself is spiced with luxury and intrigue. Staying will be easy for you." Lyric spoke with a pang of longing, as if the words themselves made her homesick, again making Cali wonder not only if she was from these magic lands. Why did she leave? Cali's tongue tangled at the description. "But time passes there as it does here. Within days, most of your people in Zara, including this person you care about, will be dead." "I won't," cough, "get sidetracked." "Be sure you don't, or this will have been for nothing." Cali heard the unspoken implication. Lyric was making a sacrifice herself, allowing Cali into her home now. The woman was doing it because she had faith in her, Cali realized. Lyric slid a hand behind Cali's head. She was finding it harder and harder to breathe. "I'm sorry. I hope you don't come down with this, because you're helping me." "Don't worry about me," Lyric said. "Now listen carefully, princess. The necrosis progresses quickly. You may only have a matter of days if you want to save this friend of yours. How long has he been sick?" "I don't know exactly. He only just began the spots." Lyric's lips thinned. "I'd say you'll have 5 days to return with the firethorn, deathwort, and glitz foil plants. I've written them here for you." Lyric pressed a piece of paper into Cali's palm. "You will find them in the Luné Lumin Palace Gardens. Only in the Palace Gardens, do you understand?" How many will I need to bring back with me?" They needed enough of these plants to cure everyone, and the kingdom had well over 100,000 people. 100,000 cures. "One swallow will be enough," Lyric said, "and a single leaf from each can contribute much. The firethorn plant will be your biggest challenge because I need the thorn itself, and those are not as plentiful as leaves from the others will be. Bring as many plants back with you as you can manage, even if it means emptying their stores. They will grow more." Cali clutched Lyric's paper and registered the names, each so foreign to her. Firethorn, deathwort, glitzfoil, firethorn, deathwort, glitzfoil. "And I will return how?" Cali was fairly certain they'd covered this part, but her mind was smoky, blurred over as if with layers of fog. "A sacrifice will call its due. Your sacrifice now is why I'm even able to send you at all. Now drink." Lyric tightened her fingers into Cali's hair, forcing her to still her jerking movements. Cali didn't realize how badly her body was twitching until Lyric tried holding her steady. Here she was, trusting a woman she'd only met a few moments ago, a woman she knew nothing about, a woman who spoke of a land too magical to be real. For all Cali knew, Lyric was administering poison for payback against the Crown's imprisonment weeks before. No matter. If this potion took her life, it was already nearing its end now that Cali had the plague. But if her attempt worked, if there was a chance at all of saving her people, at saving Darren, she meant what she'd said. She would do whatever it required. Cali opened her lips and drank. Chapter 3. Cali landed hard on her palms on the grassy ground. The impact stung and rattled clear to her elbows. She shook away the hazy streaks of pain, but the more she moved, the more her mind filled with sharp edges. Squinting her eyes closed against the invasive sunlight, she waited for the stabbing pains inside of her to cease. Soon enough, the pain ebbed, and strength stitched itself back into her limbs. Her breathing slowed, and even the smallest movements now came with ease. Mouth dry, Cali released a few coughs and shook her head, working to clear the haze and the potion's acrid residue from her tongue, and pushed to her feet. The potion had not only enabled her to cross the boundary, it had transported her. Cali worked to orient herself with her new surroundings. She'd arrived beside a wide cobblestoned street bordered by thin trees that speared into the sky and exploded with green fronds at the top. Fragrant flowers bloomed, their colors contrasting the bone-white color of the flat-roofed villas climbing the hillside in every direction. She circled in place with a gasp and an inhale of the humid, perfumed air that smelled of citrus and lemongrass. The breath was full and clean and expanded her lungs in a way they hadn't been capable of since she saw Darren collapse. This land was so different from Zara. A great bird with gold and magenta wings flew lazily from a tree overhead to perch on one of the villa's rooftops. The towering trees spearing to greet the sky, the buttercream sunlight pooling heat over every inch of her, the grasping view of the ocean's endless blue stretch at the hill's base were such a contrast from the flat, bleak decay that reeked of death and rotting flesh she'd left behind. The difference was starker than the frigid bite of winter. "She did it," Cali breathed, drinking in the scenery around her. Scenery she didn't recognize one bit, and yet felt more relieved to be in than she could ever recall. "She got me across." The agonizing ache that had made her wilt like a parched tulip ceased chewing at her bones. Her body remained still, controlled, no longer writhing. Cali wasn't sure how Lyric had managed it, and at this point, she didn't much care. All that mattered was that she was here. She immediately glanced down at her arms, tracing her fingertips up and down her smooth skin. Her spots were gone. Vigor and stamina coursed through her as she pumped her fists in and out. The spots were gone. She was healed. "Incredible," Cali whispered. Several women scurried across the street, casting perplexed glances in Cali's direction. Colorful embroidered veils covered the lower halves of their faces. In the other direction, Cali noticed another woman with a black veil covering everything but her eyes as well. Did all the women keep their faces covered here? She brushed a few errant blades of grass from her skirt, grimacing at the streaks of dirt along the brocade, fabric much too heavy for heat like this, and shucked off her traveling cloak, lifting the shawl from her shoulders to cover her hair. Carefully, she tucked one end across her face and secured it behind her ear to give herself the semblance of a veil as well, thinking of Mama covering her nose and mouth when she'd heard Cali had been in the infirmary. Her gaze was drawn to the marvelous palace situated at the end of a wide paved stone avenue. The structure was made of the purest white marble, its exotic roof lined with gold. Its varying heights and columns tipped with teardrop-shaped points made it gleam brighter beneath the sun's raging heat. Cali longed for a horse to get her there faster, but as it was, she'd have to walk to the palace. Steeling herself, she made her way toward the white stone. Its teardrop towers seemed more like beacons to guide her way. A strange tension in the air accompanied her every step. Aside from the few women she'd noticed before, the streets were oddly barren. She peeked along the cobblestones, down the narrow alleyways that stretched between the stone buildings, but no one was out. Even the women seemed to scurry away quickly. Where was everyone? Fear clacked up her ribs with cold, sharp fingers. It splintered through her lungs, making her struggle for breath. The impossibility of this entire situation began to bare its teeth as she gazed once more out at the ocean looming in the distance beyond the palace. What had she done? How could she ever find these plants in just 5 days? Cali pressed the heels of her hands to her face. Undeen's wrath, she cursed to herself. She would have to describe the plague in detail to this other royal family, get them to understand the seriousness of the necrosis. The least she could do was try. One step at a time. She forcibly relaxed her shoulders and straightened her spine. She was a princess, slated to be coronated the instant this plague's effects were nullified. She'd been bred to help her people wade through all kinds of disastrous scenarios. She could handle a little snatch of the unknown. The gates were impressive, gold and far-reaching, and a pair of guards with swords at their belts stood at the cusp. Cali marched straight toward them. The guard on the left, a man with graying hair and sun-spotted skin, cast a confused glance down to her heavy skirt and back to her covered face. "Good day, gentlemen," she said, sounding braver than she felt. "My name is Princess Caliana Bromvere of Zara, and I would like an audience with your king." Only seconds passed before both men broke into laughter. The graying guard on the left elbowed his comrade. "You are a princess. Could have fooled me." "If she's a princess," the other joined in, still laughing, "then I'm an eel." More laughter. Cali couldn't understand this. Ignoring the humiliation blasting her cheeks, she lowered her shoulders, not dropping the veil from her face. "I am who I say." The graying guard inched from his post, closer to her. She caught the smell of onion on his breath. His gaze trailed over her again. "You're filthy," he said, in a low, degrading tone. "Your dress is ridiculous, and there is no such place as Zara." "But there is." Cali brandished her signet ring. Surely they would recognize a royal crest when they saw one. Not to mention the blood-red garnet adorning it was extremely valuable. "The princess wishes to come to the feast," the younger guard mocked. The graying guard slapped her hand away. "That stone is so common it's not even a trinket." "This ring represents the crest of Bromvere," she insisted, growing more incensed by the minute. If she were home, the guards would never have treated her this way. She clenched her fists, wishing there was some way to get them to take her seriously. "Get out of here, girl.
Unless you're here to serve at the real princess's coronation banquet, you have no place here." "Yeah, I heard the staff is short," the other guard laughed. "Go to the back of the palace, where you belong." Cali stared, heat rising up the sides of her neck. No one had ever dared speak to her this way. But what more could she do? Their mocking words cut her. She never imagined her reception would be so heartless. Defenses empty, she admitted defeat. Cali slunk away, the cajoles of their laughter smacking her back with every step. "The nerve of them," she said, fighting down the indignation. Was her dress really so off here? This was a fine quality gown, sewn by the greatest seamstresses Zara could provide. What fashions did Luminian noblewomen wear here in this humidity? The air itself was sticky. Movement along a nearby pathway caught her attention. A woman wearing stark black attire and carrying a basket of leafy greens trundled along the gravel at a quick pace. She wove her way through the avenue, veering toward a line of trimmed hedges along the palace's side lawn. At the sight of her, a new thought dawned. She couldn't approach the palace as a visiting dignitary. She could, however, blend in as a servant might. The guards mocking aside, it wasn't a bad idea. She could stay low, find what she needed, and return without anyone being the wiser. Perhaps this way was better, after all. Cali scurried along in the woman's wake. The loose fabric of her shawl masked her face, leaving only her eyes visible. For a moment, she lost sight of the woman carrying the basket, but she quickened her pace, skirting around to the opening at the back of the palace, hoping to find the servants' entrance as a snarky guard had suggested. The woman in black livery paused a few paces ahead, cradling the basket against one hip as she raised her free hand to pound against a thick mahogany door that stood out against the palace's stark white exterior. Cali ducked into an alcove and watched, steeling herself, preparing to do the same. She had nothing to carry in with her, and despite the unkempt state of her gown, was admittedly dressed finer than a servant would be. Would they even grant her entrance? "You look like you're up to no good," Cali shrieked in spite of herself at the low voice. Placing a hand to her suddenly racing heart, she peered to find its owner. A tall young man smirked at her without shame. His dark hair was pulled into a ponytail at the base of his neck, and his blue eyes sparked with a gleam of amusement. He wore a brown leather vest over a cream shirt whose sleeves were rolled to his elbows, displaying a series of tattoos inking his tanned skin. Worn black boots climbed to the knees of his equally dark breeches. "Excuse me?" Was he referring to the covering on her face? Perhaps she'd gone too far. Perhaps the young ladies on this side of the world never covered their faces, and it was only the older married women who did so. The man gave a casual grin that hinted at all the teasing things he wanted to say, but didn't. Coolly, he tucked a hand into his sash at his waist and leaned a shoulder against the palace's white marble, as if to show how careless he was. "Why should a young lady such as yourself be sneaking around the palace lawns?" Cali sniffed and straightened her shoulders. "Why are you here, then?" she asked, with every intention of deflecting his attention away from her. He released a heavy sigh filled with boredom and trouble. "Waiting. I detest waiting." "Waiting for what?" she asked. "For my heart's desire." His grin stretched in a devastating way that made her heart hiccup, and he directed his gaze to the tip of the palace's teardrop tower. She cursed herself for finding him handsome. This man talked nonsense. Was he speaking of some kind of tryst?
If so, she wasn't going to linger long enough to find out whom he was meeting. Cali attempted to slip past him, but the lackwit kept talking. "I've descended on many a port, but the view here is the best I've seen," he said. "Wouldn't you agree?" She wished he would go away. The whole idea had been for her to scamper in unnoticed, and he was thoroughly ruining it. Not to mention the havoc being near him was suddenly wreaking on her bloodstream. She wasn't here to ogle handsome men. She was here for Darren. Would he not step away from the entrance? Was he a stranger here just like her? "The view?" she asked. He took another several steps and rested a boot on the white stone edging the walkway that led to the servants' entrance, and blocked her access to that entrance completely. "The sea," he said, turning his gaze in its direction now. "She's filled with all kinds of wonder. If he chose, a man could sail and live by the stars on her endless bounds." He must be a sailor, she surmised. Someone who only just arrived from a sea voyage. What was he really doing out here? "Stars are fickle," Cali said, hoping to shake him off the best she could. She didn't have time to stand around talking about oceans and stars. The waves are a danger, and anyone who wanted to be on the sea longer than 2 weeks is a fool. Reaching in the space behind him, she knocked on the servant's door. Let him think what he wished of her callous words. The sooner she was rid of his company, the better. "I see." Darksome delight struck his features. "It's power you don't like." "Power?" He moved his body with a sort of flow and lilt, like he was on the water and adjusting his weight to the crashing of this latest wave. "No one has more power than the sea, but a sailor can tame her well enough, like a woman." He leaned in closer with this last statement, as if knowing how much it would bother her. Cali bristled. "Women aren't that easily tamed, sir, and to contradict you completely, again, the sea witch who owns the waves upon which you sail has more power than any of those waves." He cast this argument aside as he'd done her others. "The sea witch is a pestilence, nothing more." At least they could agree on that. Cali wasn't going to dwell on the sea witch's fearsome traits. Lyric had alleged that Undeen was no witch, but a goddess, a concept Cali was certain she could never accept. Ugh, would no one answer this door? She tried the handle, but to no avail. She was tempted to begin banging against the wood, when he had the audacity to lean a shoulder against it and sneer at her. "You don't like me?" Much as she wanted to, Cali was too well bred to answer in the affirmative. "I don't even know you." "All I can see is your lovely eyes," he said, "and in them lies the deepest shade of detest I've ever seen from a woman I've just met." Again, this seemed to amuse him. "Your eyes are irritating, and you are in my way." His grin extended. "Am I now?" "Yes, so if you will please move." "Irritating," he repeated with a laugh rumbling in his chest. He then swept his body into a surprisingly graceful bow. "Very well, then, my lady who happens to be entering the back of the palace instead of the front. I will step aside for you, as you request. See what a gentleman I can be." He moved, adding another heavy knock on the door and never taking his eyes from her as he did so. The force of his direct attention sent heat into her stomach. Soon after, the door opened. "Well?" said the young woman, dressed all in black, who answered. Cali tore her gaze from the young man. Whoever he was misfortune robed in a handsome exterior, and she'd been taught to avoid scoundrels like him, the way she might the plague she'd just left. No man had ever spoken to her the way he had. Then again, no man had ever dared. She was the princess of Zara. Even Darren had enough sense to cease his banter when he could tell he'd gone too far. "I came to see if I could help," Cali told the girl. No, she wouldn't give the young man a second thought, Cali decided, as she stepped through the open door ready to play whatever part she needed to until she could return home. Forget roguish young men whose eyes could unravel her with a single glance. She had a cure to find. Chapter 4. "What's your face veiled for?" the girl who opened the door asked. She yanked Cali's scarf from its place. Cali startled as if she'd been slapped. While she appreciated the ability to breathe without any kind of covering, the girl was forward. "Oh, You're a servant, not a lady," the girl said, rolling her eyes. "And no one here is impressed by you putting on airs." She pointed down a long hallway. "If you're here to help with the feast, you can change in there. I'd suggest doing so before Ayat catches you." "Who is Ayat?" Cali asked, but the serving girl had already rejoined the tumultuous bustle in the servants' ward. The sound of clinging metal chimed from somewhere down the hall. Men and women hurried past, speaking under their breath and carrying trays laden with decadent, thickly sliced meat, garnished with leaves and ruby-red cherry tomatoes. The aromas wafted to Cali and pricked her empty stomach. She hadn't eaten since the night before, since she'd pushed her way through the death smothering her countryside to find Lyric. Cali attempted to tread along the uncarpeted floor in the direction the girl had pointed, but she was stopped by passing men in dark suits and white gloves, following after the ladies. Each of them carried more trays and chattered among themselves in quiet tones. She couldn't take in their words, but suspicion began creeping in. The guards at the gate had mocked Cali for wanting to join a feast. Were they preparing for some kind of celebration? Did whatever this event was have something to do with the young man she'd left outside? "And get that message delivered before I get back. Had to send for more staff on such short notice. What were they thinking?" A stern, plump woman with white hair and a tight bun backed into the room Cali stood in. She wore a black, high-necked dress hidden by a dirtied apron. Her eyes widened with ferocity in Cali's direction. You must be among the new staff they've sent. What are you standing around for?" "Oh, Cali was at a loss for words. Before she could come up with an answer, the woman herded her and several other young ladies through the heady rush of servants and into a separate room bare of anything much aside from its white stone walls and several stacked barrels. "Hurry now!" the woman snarled, indicating the row of what looked like black cloaks hanging from hooks on the opposite wall. "Get into your uniforms and get back out here." She left them as quickly as she'd come, closing the door behind her. Wordlessly, the young ladies slipped from their simple dresses, sliding them over the skirts of their underclothes. Cali wasn't sure whether to look away or pretend she was one of them. She decided on the latter, moving in close enough to speak low to the young woman nearest her. "Are we in Lumin?" Cali asked. The girl's dark brows snapped down. Her gaze questioned Cali's sanity. "Where'd you think we were? The moon?" The other girls laughed, so the first young lady rolled her eyes at them and went on. "Are we in Lumin? Honestly, we're only working in the Ruddy Palace." More laughter followed. Cali fought the burning in her cheeks. She couldn't care that this laughter was at her expense. "Then please, can you tell me where I can find the gardens?" The request sounded ludicrous even to her own ears, but she didn't care. Once she got the plants she needed, she'd never have to see any of these young ladies again. At that thought, she removed the list Lyric had given her from her pocket and held it in her fist. "You're mad!" The thick-browed girl gaped mockingly at the others.
Who does she think she is? A visiting dignitary? Certainly, darling. We'll escort you to the gardens right after we seat you at the table with the king.
She burst into snorting laughter, clearly enjoying being the center of attention at Callie's expense. Callie ignored the girl's ridicule, her heart sinking. Lyric had made the task of locating the garden sound simple. She was starting to realize it was anything but. The plump woman bustled in once more and snapped harshly behind them, clapping her hands loudly.
"Come, come, the banquet will wait for no one," she barked.
Her attention flicked to Callie, and the fury in her wide eyes increased.
"Why is it you haven't dressed? Are you daft, girl? Get in uniform or the king will have your head as well as mine."
Callie couldn't walk away now, not when this woman had her in her sights. A lump rose in her throat. She wasn't inclined to leave her dress here the way the other girls had exchanged their shabby dresses for pristine black serving attire. But what did a fine dress matter? You have a matter of days, she told herself. She would do what she had to find what she needed.
"Move along, or this feast will be in ruins."
"Take this one here," said a girl with a pleasant face, thin cheeks, dainty eyes, and a rosebud mouth. She pointed to a dress on its hook. Kindness that had been vacant from the other girls lingered in her eyes. "It won't be missed." "Thank you," Callie said. Perfect. Making a friend here could only help her cause. Perhaps this girl could at least tell Callie where the gardens were located. Callie seized the dress and changed, lost in a whirl of thought. So much had happened in such a short amount of time. Her body had healed instantly in this place, whose very air was magic, just as Lyric said it would. Did that mean no one got sick here? How would that be? She paused at the realization while a chorus of chills sang across her skin. She had healed. Instantly. The scent of cooking food, the bustling servants very much alive and in peak health as her people had once been. A banquet being held. Callie had crossed the boundary. She was in Lunae Lumin, and there was no necrosis here, which meant there was still hope. Undeen take it, there was still hope. Callie fastened the dress's buttons hastily, brushing away stray hairs from her face and stuffing Lyric's list of plants into the pocket once more. The rest of her hair remained in its braid. "You must be new here," the kind girl said, giving Callie a pleasant smile and reaching out in a comforting way. "My name is Lenora." "I'm Anna. It's Anna," Callie said, correcting herself. She didn't want anyone else mocking her the way the guards outside had. Lenora smiled. "The trays you'll need to retrieve are in the kitchen, just down the hall there." She pointed in its direction. "Speak to no one, either as you enter or as you leave, or if something is asked of you. Set the trays on the rear table in the dining hall, and then stand by to refill goblets, retrieve fallen napkins, or to see to other minor mishaps." Callie's nerves raced with tense agitation, but she was grateful for the girl's suggestions. She'd interacted with servants often enough, but hadn't given much thought to their comings and goings. She gave herself a mental note to give her staff more credit once she returned home. She followed Lenora out the door and into another room. Large, simple wooden counters angled on the room's longest side. Silver trays of food were piled high on the counter's every surface, some stacked with gelatins and vegetable salads, others offering roasted pheasants garnished with potatoes. A series of rotund bowls held pools of mouth-watering soups, while serving dishes of finest porcelain waited on the side, ready to be used. Uncertain of which to choose, Cali selected a tray beset with bowls of potatoes. Heat collected in her palms beneath the tray, and above, the divine smell of butter, onions, and herbs blended in a perfect concoction. Again her stomach rumbled. Lenora and the other young lady scurried up a set of stairs. Cali did her best to keep pace, grateful when they emerged into a lavish banquet hall filled with people. Instrumentalists were collected in one corner. They held stringed guitars with long necks, and the tinkling music drifting from them teased Cali to slow down a bit more and enjoy the sounds. Where her palace back home had been square and circumspect, adorned with red carpets and white flowers, this palace was all bulging curves that narrowed to sleek angles at the tips of columns and along the ceilings. Shutters were cast open high overhead to allow sunlight to join the festivities. And the colors! Vibrant, luscious colors painted the drapes of fabric swooping from the columns. Purples and teals and pinks, the shade of blushing cheeks and secret admirations. Open balconies yawned behind the guests, offering glimpses of the restless sea outside. She hurried to place her tray alongside the others on a buffet table behind the line of draperied columns, before joining the other servants along the wall. It wasn't long ago when Cali's parents had announced her coronation at such a banquet, where she had been seated beside her father and mother at the head of the room, while noblemen and women gathered to celebrate and enjoy a fine meal. And now, she was on the sidelines, carrying the food instead of waiting to be served. At every banquet she'd attended for all of her 18 years, she'd never considered how difficult it was for her staff to stand by, while everyone else indulged themselves. The notion was difficult, but she was here for a reason. She was a princess. This wasn't her true role. She had to keep reminding herself of that. The king sat at the head of the assembly, his crown glinting in the sunlight as though he'd chosen that spot for that exact reason. Cali's heart took flight. Even if the peasants in this kingdom didn't believe Zara was real, their king would be educated enough to know of her kingdom and recognize her seal, wouldn't he? She had only to figure out how to present herself to him. He was dark both in hair and demeanor, glaring at his guests, as though wondering why they were there. A beautiful young woman sat on his right, her hair similar to Cali's raven-black locks and set off by a glistening tiara. She wore an enchanting indigo gown, with translucent opals decorating her throat, and a thin gossamer veil covered the lower half of her face. Behind the king, another set of doors overlooked a glorious view of the ocean. Cali paused for a moment, her breath catching. 4 years before, she'd sworn never to set foot near the sea again, but their ocean back in Zara had never been this blue. From this vantage point, she remembered the scoundrel's words about the sea being as easy to tame as a woman. The arrogance. Even still, when not being goaded by him, she found she had a sudden longing to escape, to be swallowed by the ocean's proximity, to feel its spray on her skin as she had when she had sailed to the boundary with her father years before. Other servants moved about, serving food and waiting tables, all while urgency tapped its feet within her. Servants not being allowed in the gardens meant she needed a way to approach the king and speak to him herself. She bent her head toward Lenora, ready to ask about the possibility, when a gentle pinging captured the room's attention. The king rose from his place, lowering his goblet and the fork he used to tinkle against it.
Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to our home this remarkable day. It is fitting for the sun to shine as it does, for no other weather would be so perfect to announce the ascension of my daughter, Soraya Kalani Cressida, as crowned princess of Lunae Lumin."
Cali exhaled with a gust of relief as applause broke out among the guests. If she'd still been looking for confirmation, she was in the right place. The young woman beside her father beamed. His expression lifted into a pleasant smile as though the thoughts that had been troubling him vanished, taking his surly demeanor with them. He offered the Princess Soraya a hand, inviting her to her feet. Color flooded the top of the girl's pallid cheeks, her skin almost too pale, like Callie's. Yet she stood, eyes wide in light of the attention. Had Callie appeared as innocent and deserving of her position as this girl did? Callie had felt nothing but pride mingled with fear during her banquet. This princess faced her people's attention with a sense of gratitude.
"And, of course, you are all welcome to attend the ceremony. The coronation will take place on the eve of Soraya's 18th birthday, in 4 days' time."
The reminder banged like a gong. 4 days, and Callie only had 5 days herself to retrieve the plants and figure out her way home. The affairs of this kingdom were none of her concern. What was she thinking, playing the role of a servant? She needed to get moving. More cheering broke out. Callie racked her brain, waiting for a distraction that would give her the chance to approach the king. She prepared to take advantage of the crowd's distraction and stand before him, perhaps show her ring. Callie wove through the collection of tables, boldly marching toward the head table. The king's dark gaze locked with hers. His brows drew together, and the look they exchanged was more than a passing glance between king and servant. He examined her, almost as though he'd seen her before, but was trying to place where or how. Unnerved, her steps stilled. Callie felt as though she were in some kind of dream, as if she were standing somewhere fully exposed without knowing how she'd gotten there. Within moments, Callie found herself shelved by a new commotion. Rustling clothing and scuffling boots sounded behind her, and she turned without thinking, losing her lock on the king. Men and women, newcomers, unkempt and unruly with distrust in their gazes and no good in their grins, stood along the banquet hall's walls. Uneasy at the new arrivals, Callie moved out of the room's center and back to the sidelines beside Lenora. With their dirty, ragged clothes, these intruders certainly didn't fit in with the rest of the nobles and their finery. They looked more scoundrel than safeguard. Their attire didn't match the black-hued fabric worn by the palace staff either. She caught Lenora's eye, and the tension in the other girl's expression told Callie just enough. These people were trespassers. Their arrival wasn't part of the meal's entertainment. Chapter 5. While the guests in the banquet hall had ceased their applause, one pair of hands kept right on clapping. Callie stilled in place at the sound ricocheting through the dining hall in slow, echoing mockery. The clapping man swaggered through the opening in the tables, continuing his ovation with ungloved hands. He was short and wearing a suit with long tails and cropped pants, his hair tied at the nape of his neck. Several other men in ragged attire created a formation behind him and stood to either side to create their own aisle in the center of the tables. The king scowled, his expression turning rancid.
"Begging your pardon, your majesty," the man began, "but we interrupt your festivities to announce the arrival of the gentleman pirate king, Captain Edward Kelsey."
The new friction in the room was thick enough to swim in. The king's eye twitched, his expression livid. Callie waited for him to rise, to call for his guards to throw the infidels out. The veiled princess at his side glanced at her father as if expecting the same, but the king kept to his seat and said nothing. Another man proceeded through the sailor's formation in response to the introduction. His hair was graying at the temples, but aside from that, he'd aged dangerously well. His white shirt was open at the collar and hugged by a leather vest. Boots climbed to his knees, and he wore rings and bracelets over the tattoo scaling his skin. Cali had never seen so many tattoos, nor had she seen a man wear jewelry before. The king glowered, his face disgruntled and suspicious. His skin began taking on a maroon color to rival the curtains behind him. "What's going on?" Cali asked Lenora. "What are pirates doing here?" "They've been in our port for days, but our navy is out to sea," Lenora whispered. "There's only a handful of Lumin ships in the port." "And the pirates are taking advantage of that fact," Cali said, filling in the missing pieces. "Last I heard, the pirates are King Amir's allies," Lenora said. "But they're not acting like allies now." "Captain Kelsey," the king said, in distaste. Princess Soraya's brow knitted, but she didn't move. She kept to her seat beside her father. "What is the meaning of this?" The pirate king stared down his nose at the gathered crowd. Forks had stilled in people's hands. Upon finding themselves the object of Captain Kelsey's attention, several people lowered their utensils altogether and stared in frightened curiosity at the intruder and his blatant rudeness. The king reddened further. Whether from shame or rage, Cali couldn't tell. His eyes dashed from side to side at their audience before returning to the intruder. "Perhaps we can take this conversation to a more private venue," he offered. Captain Kelsey chuckled, tucking a ringed hand into his belt. "Come now, Emir. I wish to propose an alliance." "What kind of alliance?" King Emir asked. "My son, Prince Baylor Kelsey, would like your permission to court the princess, Soraya." Gasps swept across the room, adding gooseflesh to Cali's arms. Unwittingly, she'd inched forward again. But as Lenore and the other serving girls had also done the same, no one called her out on it. Not only had this man addressed the king so informally in front of his guests, but he also lashed out the proposition like a brandished knife. "You must be joking," Emir said. "My prince son wishes to court your princess daughter. Where is the joke? I would think after our long relationship together we are owed more courtesy than this." As he spoke, one hand rested on the sword tucked into his belt, and he raised his chin just enough to indicate the windows behind the royal family. "A glance out your window will show my armada at bay. They're ready to attack on my command, Emir. When you see this, coward that you are, it will coerce you to offer an alternative to war. And so, I accept your invitation for my son and me to stay as guests in your palace while our children get to know one another better." Cali tried to peek outside the windows, inching up on her toes, but couldn't see much. She hadn't seen an armada when she'd glanced last, but that didn't mean there wasn't one. That armada must have been why the king had such a sour look on his face. He knew the pirate captain had his shores surrounded. Then why continue with the banquet? "A peaceful alliance," Captain Kelsey said, in response to a question Cali hadn't heard the king pose. "My son and I will live as guests in your palace, while you and I discuss the other terms of my peace treaty." He cast his bedeviled smile in Soraya's direction. Soraya's eyes widened. Pink painted her cheeks. She lowered her head, though Cali got the impression it wasn't from being bashfully flattered. It was more like a desire to hide in plain sight.
"What peace treaty is that?"
King Emir asked. Cali wondered the same thing. And what did it have to do with Princess Soraya?
"The one keeping me from sending my men attacking. You may not have noticed, but they do a rather good job standing guard while your guards failed to defend you."
He had a point. Had his guards killed those commissioned by the king? Captain Kelsey strode to the table's edge and took the king's goblet, insolently putting it to his lips. Though Cali saw only the side of him, she could imagine him smirking, as though barging in and demanding a place at the palace in whatever alliance he'd referred to were rights already entitled to him. The king peered out the open doors leading to the balcony behind him. Many of the other nobles tipped upward from their seats enough to do the same. He glanced down at Soraya, then out at his people. Cali cringed, reeling from the tension. She tried to think of what her father would do in this situation. Papa would have already had guards positioned inside the banquet hall. He would have had the blackguards escorted out and prepared Zara's navy for the confrontation at the shore. Or was that what she would do? The thought caught her by surprise. Whatever she did, she would never hand over her kingdom because some scallywag impostor barged in and made demands. The king's face fell. His shoulders slumped. But almost as quickly he recovered and secured a smile that only went as far as his cheeks.
"You're welcome to stay."
"What?" Cali mumbled.
"And if the prince is so eager to meet with my Soraya, who am I to stand in the way of young love? Please, sit and feast with us to celebrate the occasion."
Soraya pushed so hard away from the table, her chair crashed to the floor. She fled from the room, leaving an uneasy quiet in her wake. "Why not fight?" Cali muttered under her breath. She didn't know much about Lumin's customs, but the king shouldn't allow an intruder to barge in and make demands this way, especially not when it involved his daughter. Lenora raised an eyebrow at her. "As if you know anything of such matters." As a matter of fact, she did. Her father had been guiding her for years concerning the more serious affairs of the kingdom, from handling taxes to providing for the poor, to confronting whatever tough decisions might arise. She'd left home to save her people for Star's sake. "I know a king should defend his kingdom at all costs," Cali said. "Even if the king isn't willing to do anything, what about Princess Soraya? Why does he care nothing for her opinion, especially when the pirates were demanding an alliance? A marriage between the pirate king's son and the princess." Cali shivered with disgust. As if the king had heard her low musings, he glanced Cali's way once more, eyes shrewd. The directness of his look sent chills up Cali's spine, but the pirate sat, and immediately her tasks tripled. Between bringing additional seating, dinnerware, and delivering food to the new guests, she had no more time to think what the king meant by singling her out. Cali was tired. So tired. Traveling to find Lyric, being magically whisked across an impenetrable boundary to a land blazing with beauty, working as a servant to clear an entire banquet hall. The dinner had continued in a much more solemn fashion once Captain Kelsey and his men were seated. Laughter was lighter and more careful, as though the sound itself tiptoed around the king's good graces. Cali had tried several more times to approach King Emir, but she was never allowed close enough. She'd been tempted to shout her identity to him, but after the way the guards in front of the palace had treated her, and how angry Emir was in the pirate's presence, it hadn't seemed wise. Cali hung close to an older man who was pushing a cart with a wide tub for the soiled dishes. She stole glances out the window whenever she passed, and sure enough, across the ocean and positioned at every angle, a fleet of imposing ships filled the bay with their wide, dark masts, the color of wine and shadows. Anchored near the coast, the fleet painted a picture of devastation. Who was Captain Kelsey that he had this many ships at his command? Now the banquet hall was cleared of all guests, and even though she'd stood on weary feet to serve the gathered nobles, Cali was expected to clear tables and sweep floors? Never again would she lose her temper with the servant who moved slowly, and she certainly wasn't going to continue in her current position. She'd never encountered people who didn't defer to her every whim. Cali thought of how upset Darren used to get with her for ordering him around, though in her defense, she never thought she had. Darren. How was he doing? Though he had grown up a servant in her palace, they'd been friends nearly all their lives, and recently, that friendship had deepened into something Cali wasn't sure she understood. She blanked away the memory of him writhing on his bed, covered in spots, and shook her head. She was being wrapped up in the troubles of this kingdom, but her kingdom had its fair share. There was nothing for it. She had to get those plants. Approaching the king was no longer wise, not with all the fuss he'd been suddenly wrapped up in. She'd have to find the gardens on her own. Would anyone notice if she slipped away? Now was the perfect time, with everyone so busy and distracted. Cali snuck toward the exit when a hand hooked her elbow. "Going somewhere?" Ayat's grip was sharper than a lion's teeth. Cali wrenched her arm free. She was unaccustomed to being manhandled or to following any other directions than her own. "I'm finished, and now I'm leaving." "Oh, no, you're not," the plump white-haired housekeeper boomed. Cali pricked. No one had ever addressed her in such a way. Then again, no one in this palace knew she was also a princess. She wondered if any of them knew Zara existed at all. The guards out front hadn't seemed to. She faced Ayat, ready to voice her fury to anyone who would listen, but Ayat spoke over her. "The king requests your presence, girl." This stopped her short. The king? Why? "No questions." Her mouth dropped. She turned to the others in the dining hall, but every other servant focused on his or her task with their heads bent low. She couldn't forget the pointed way King Amir had stared at her during the banquet, and hope sprang inside of her. Had he spoken with his guards? Perhaps he realized the mistake they made, and the king had recognized her after all. Perhaps now she would have the chance to ask him for his help. This couldn't have come at a better time. She was through acting like a servant. She would explain who she was and why she was here. The king would hear her plight, take her to the gardens. She could be back to Darren by this time tomorrow. The housekeeper led Cali through a series of winding halls and stairs until they landed upon what she thought was the third floor. Sapphire blue carpets edged with gold lined the center of the halls. Squat columns topped with curved-tailed mermaids marked every few feet, and the very ocean was in the walls. Glorious blue tanks were chiseled into round-topped openings in the stone, each displaying miniature worlds of colored rocks, tiny castles, and schools of fish. Tropical fish in shades of sunny yellow with feathered fins, along with blue and magenta fish with fins like palm fronds, and even orange fish with puffing cheeks. "Where are we going?" Cali asked, tearing her gaze away from the glowing tanks. "Hush!" The housekeeper followed the circular curve of the hallway before stopping at the sixth door on the left. A built-in shelf housed a lovely spray of blue and yellow flowers. Cali was beginning to assume these were the colors of the kingdom. When the housekeeper pounded a swift knock on the polished wooden door, it opened immediately. Cali swallowed the lump in her throat. The antechamber was spacious. The air was incensed with sandalwood and saffron. Whitewashed walls were decorated with golden frames depicting scenes from exotic fairylands, and benches sprinkled with colorful pillows were situated around a star-shaped table, topped with orange flowers resembling puffs of stained cotton. The sight was so different from what she was used to, it made her long for home with unexpected wistfulness. And Darren, how was he faring? Cali shook away the memories his name brought on. She needed to be as alert and in the moment as she could, if she was going to convince the king of Zara's plight. "Stand there," the housekeeper commanded. Cali pulled in a deep breath, not sure how much longer she could endure these direct commands. Gritting her teeth, she fell in line as ordered. She'd removed her signet ring during the banquet. It kept getting pinched by the heavy trays she continually had to lift. She retrieved the ring from her pocket now and slid it back onto her finger. The door to the left opened. The king entered, a luxurious chamber flashing behind him before the door closed. Cali stepped forward, ready to make her case known. She was no servant. She'd traveled here from Zara. Her people needed their assistance, and she refused to allow anyone to dominate her any longer. "Your Majesty," she began, "my name is Caliana Bramvir, and I—" King Emir held a hand to silence her while at the same time he waved a yacht from the room. The moment the housekeeper left, he said, "I know who you are." Chapter 6. "You do?" The shock was evident in Cali's voice. The king bent forward, making her think he was going to smell her. He captured her gaze and studied her the way one would a map. His eyes moved ever so slightly from her hairline to her ears, roaming over her features. She had the stifling feeling he was taking in every detail he could. "I know you are from Zara," he said. Relief flooded her. She didn't have time to wonder how he knew, but pressed on. "Your Majesty, a dreadful plague is destroying my homeland. Your gardens contain the herbs I need to formulate a cure, and I was hoping—" "I also know why you're here." His tone was a knell, ringing to silence her. It filled Cali with unforeseen dread. "Then, will you help me? My people are dying, my friends." King Emir said nothing. Instead, he began circling her, stalking slowly, taking her in from all sides. Cali's skin prickled. "It's uncanny how much you look like her," he said. Cali wasn't sure what to do. A barrage of questions ribboned through her mind. "Look like whom?" "You were at the feast," King Emir said. "You heard the pirates announce their intentions for their prince to court my daughter. It will not happen." "But you said—" Having circled her completely, Emir stopped directly in front of her. His tanned skin was lined with more than just signs of age. He wore traces of hardness like chiseled stone that had been excavated from a mountainside and was none too pleased about it. "Veil your face." He handed her a slip of exquisite fabric the color of cloudy skies, thin and embroidered with flowers. "Our noblewomen here veil their faces in the presence of commoners, or even on the chance their faces could be seen by commoners." Confused, Cali took the veil and secured it behind her ears. It was loose and flowy, much airier than the heavy scarf she'd used to cover her face earlier. Emir smiled with terrible satisfaction. "Side by side, you could never pass as twins,
But your blue eyes, those eyes are unnaturally similar, and your hair could have been cut from the same cloth."
"The same cloth as whose? What are you saying?"
She removed the veil, watching him warily. Hands clasped behind his back, Emir paced a few steps away and faced her again. "You will act as Princess Soraya for the duration of Baylor Kelsey's courtship." Callie's lips parted in astonishment. Stand surrogate as the Princess of Lumin? Undeen's wrath! She knew nothing about this land, their customs, their habits, or their history. Besides, she didn't have time to dally with pirates. At this very moment, Darren was writhing on his hospital bed. Peasants whom Cali had passed on her way to Lyric's hut were dying in the streets. She couldn't gallivant as another princess when her kingdom was in jeopardy. "I think not. I'm a princess in my own right, and the only reason I'm here in Lumin.
Here you are nothing and no one," Emir belted, his voice roaring over her protest. "As far as my people know, the country of Zara is nothing more than a fairy tale." He was threatening her. The rotter was threatening her.
"You can't do this," Cali said, furious. "I came to you for help."
"I know. You are, of course, free to leave, but the gardens will be off limits to you. If you want my help, my herbs, you will act this part."
Cali fisted her hand so hard her nails bit into her palms. She felt helpless.
"You said it yourself. I could never pass as your daughter were we to stand side by side. The pirates will find out what's going on eventually."
Emir waved a careless hand at her.
"By the time the Kelseys discover the truth, my navy will have returned from Isha. They will defend our shores and send the pirates to the deep where they belong. I need to keep my people safe until then, Princess. A full-fledged pirate assault on an unarmed city would be devastating."
The concern in his voice was almost believable. And in that moment, Cali both loathed him and understood him. No wonder he had succumbed to the Pirate King's request so easily. Cali herself had vowed to Lyric she would do whatever it took to save her people. Emir was doing no less. She sought for a different argument, for another way out of this, but no solution presented itself. She was well and truly at his mercy. Her shoulders sagged, her earlier tiredness giving way. "I can give you 5 days, no more," she said. Any longer than that, and Darren would be dead by the time she returned.
"More than I need. My fleet is on their return journey even now."
"When will I be allowed to your gardens?" she asked.
"I'll do you one better. If you do as I ask and pretend to be my daughter, I will send you back to your kingdom with enough herbs to brew 100,000 cures."
Cali absorbed this promise, letting it add fuel to her veins like a log stacked onto a dying fire. Apprehension kept her from savoring this almost victory. She knew by agreeing she was treading dangerous ground.
"You are not to seek the gardens on your own."
"But, sir—"
"And you're to tell nothing of your true identity to Soraya. You will remain as you introduced yourself to the servants. You will remain as Anna."
How could she agree to that? How could he keep her from the garden should she happen across them? Cali considered accepting and then using her time to do just that. The king spoke as if sensing the direction of her thoughts.
"Should you break your part in any of this, I will call you out myself. I will declare you an impostor to the pirates, blame the entire scheme on you, and send you to prison."
No smile, no softening gesture to the statement. King Emir was all exactness in rigid lines. He had her right where he wanted her, and they both knew it. She didn't want to agree.
She wanted to escape, to find the gardens and get home. But this was clearly her only way to do that. Adrenaline spiked her breathing. In her pulse, she felt the very fear of what she was about to say. Pirates were treacherous. They answered to no one but themselves. That in and of itself was a wiry menace, more perilous than one who did wrong to avoid a greater evil. Pirates were not scrupulous villains. They had no morals. But this was for Darren. "Very well," Cali said, lifting her chin, attempting to regain what remained of her pride. "I agree." She fought against the race of her heartbeat and the dizzy weakness in her legs. She'd just bought herself the freedom she needed to explore, even if it did mean pretending to be a princess with a bounty on her head. King Emir gave her the same shrewd glance he'd given her in the banquet hall. "Wise choice," he said, offering a hand. Cali shook with unease, and as he pulled his hand free, he slipped her signet ring from her finger with a smile. Chapter 7. Though time had robbed him of the precise shape of her face, Bay Kelsey skimmed his pencil across the thick page of his leather-bound sketchbook and attempted to recreate an image of his mother. Days at sea were long at times, and when the demands of captaining his crew had grown too wearisome, he'd taken to drawing as his form of escape since leaving his ship in the middle of the sea had never been an option. What he wouldn't give to return to his ship now. Bay cast aside these thoughts, ignored the drab room at the coastal quarters he'd made his home for the last 8 weeks, and diverted his attention back to drawing his mother's face. He'd been told he resembled his father, but he had a few of Isadora's traits. The shape of his mouth, and the thick, lashed, almond-shaped eyes that made him able to pull off the sultry expression he'd discovered women liked, were his only attributes of hers, as far as he'd been able to determine. He'd asked his father about her, but Kelsey refused to speak of his wife. Regardless, Bay had managed to pry out a few details while Kelsey had been in a drunken state.
"Woke to an empty bed where she should have been,"
Kelsey had admitted, while deep in his cups. He'd stared at the bottle, and when his attempt to pour the amber liquid into a glass failed, he tipped the bottle to his lips instead. Bay hadn't attempted to mask his surprise at his father drinking like that. Captain Edward Kelsey was notoriously known as a gentleman pirate king. He commanded a fleet of pillaging ships, but Kelsey handled the prestige of the title with an additional dose of class, or so his crew asserted. Bay could verify as much. Kelsey slit throats without a second thought, and held a terrifying reputation of treating prisoners and crew alike, but he did so with poise. Bay had always respected his father's ability to incite fear when the occasion called for it, and flattery when it didn't. He tipped his glass of ale back, relishing the burning sensation as the liquid made its way down his throat, and returned his thoughts to his mother's drawing. Isadora had lived on the ship with him and his father, and then, one morning, around Bay's 12th year, he'd gone to her in the captain's cabin and found only broken glass. She hadn't been seen since, and asking outright where his mother had gone had sent Kelsey into a rage. Bay shook away the questions similarly rampant in his own mind. Where had she gone? Did Kelsey know? He made another attempt at her eyes when a knock sounded on the door. He closed the sketchbook, slid it closer to the wooden shutter splayed open to allow a sight of the ocean through the nearby window, and stood to answer it. Bay's first thought was of Jana. He'd had more than one interaction with the perky barmaid, and couldn't say he'd mind the distraction now. Kelsey insisted Bay stay out of the palace until he had things settled for him to meet the Princess Soraya and get their plan in motion. Bay meant what he'd told the masked young woman outside the palace the day before. He hated waiting. Jana's mother, the coastal quarters housekeeper, was a bit plumper than her daughter, but had the same tricksome smile that suggested she knew more about him than he'd ever confessed. Bay liked the teasing glance from Jana, but receiving it from the mother only made him shudder.
"Mrs. K," he said.
"'Lo there, young Bay. Thought I'd bring this by as it arrived for you this morning." She handed him a sealed letter. Confusion cast over him. Who would be writing to him here? Many of his crewmates had died after they'd managed to escape the boundary. Only 2 people knew he was staying here, his father and his first mate, and they both contacted him directly as needed.
"Who is this from?" he asked.
"Don't make it a point to read my guest correspondence," she said. "You have a good day now, Master Kelsey."
"Aye, you as well," he said,
closing the door and staring at the missive in his hand. He turned it, taking in the thick dollop of burgundy wax with an unfamiliar seal, to the elegant inscription on the front side, marked with his full name, Baylor Liam Kelsey. The sight provoked his defenses. His finger tore through the seal. He unfolded the single page and read with reservation. "My son, should this letter find you, I hope it finds you well. By this time you'll have grown into manhood, and with my departure, several important aspects of life will no doubt have been kept from you by your father. I did ask him to make sure you receive a gentleman's education. Whether he has done so or not remains to be seen, I suppose. He was a good man once. I loved him when we first met, but after we married he grew deep in greed and debauchery. I believe I have found a way to save him from the inward darkness he battles, and it required my leaving you. I'm so sorry, my Bay. You deserve an explanation, and someday you shall have it. But for now I will say this. Be a better man than the expectations laid before you. 2 paths are always presented to us in every situation. Always choose to take the better one. I think of you often, even after all these years. Indeed, the stars are weary with my pining for you. While I'm not near enough to deliver it myself, I'm hopeful this letter makes its way into your hands. All my love, your mother, Isadora Kelsey." She was alive. His mother was alive. The strength slipped from Bay's knees, and he collapsed to the table beside his bed. The oil lamp crashed to the floor. Glass shattered and oil seeped along the wood. He swore, stopping himself before being fool enough to attempt to swipe up the glass pieces with his bare hands. Footsteps rumbled, and another knock sounded. Mrs. Key's voice was muffled through the door. "Everything all right in there, Master Kelsey?"
"Come in, Mrs. Key,"
he commanded. The door opened, and she clasped both hands to her plentiful bosom. "Good gracious! What have you done? Are you all right?"
"Who delivered this letter?" he demanded, pushing to his feet. "Mrs. Key, how did you come by this letter?" He gripped the parchment in his fist and held it for her so she couldn't mistake his meaning. Mrs. Key's mouth dropped as if she couldn't find the words to answer him. Her gaze swept across the mess of broken glass and spilled oil, and then back to Bay. I don't know who delivered it, Master Kelsey." "Does Jana?"
No, sir. It was inserted through the slot on the back door like all the others, though it didn't come with all the rest. That letter was slipped through the slot minutes before I delivered it into your hands." His brow furrowed.
"You saw no one bring it by?"
"No, sir."
He inhaled, working to ease his rising temper.
No sense punishing the woman when she'd done right by delivering the letter to him. Ordinarily, he would have dismissed the woman instantly and left the mess until he was ready for someone to clean it. But Isadora's words from her letter rippled through him. "I did ask that you receive a gentleman's education." Bay had been provided with tutors who'd sailed with them, and though Kelsey insisted Bay receive their lessons as he should, applying the principles he was taught while out at sea was another matter entirely. Kelsey had seemed insistent he learn the proper way to behave, but incorporating those teachings had never been of equal importance. Still, Bay knew it wasn't fair of him to leave the housekeeper with a mess. "I'm afraid I've lost my balance, Mrs. Key. Can you send someone up to clean this?" The older woman smiled and raised her brows. "Certainly, Master Kelsey. I will have Jana clean this up straight away. I'm sure she'll be happy for the excuse to see you." Bay recoiled at the implication. He knew Mrs. Key had to have her suspicions of something going on between him and her daughter, but having her mention it outright as if she intended for their contact to continue turned everything on its heel. He was about to court a princess, and if Mrs. Key thought a future between him and Jana was a possibility, no better time to set the record straight than now. "It's all right. I can sweep this up myself. I've dealt with far worse on my ship." It was true. Between sick crewmates, battles with other ships, and facing off with formidable sea creatures, the blood and gore he sometimes dealt with made a little bit of spilled oil and glass look like dirt leaked from a houseplant. "Very well then, sir. I'll see a broom is brought up." "Thank you, Mrs. Key." He gestured to the open door. Moving with questions in her gaze, she shuffled out, opening her mouth slightly as he closed the door in her face. He'd have to continue working on the gentleman aspect of things. Alone once more, Bay inhaled the tangy scent of oil and stared at Isadora's elegant hand on the letter. For so long he'd suspected his mother was dead, but here was proof she wasn't. When had she written this? From her wording, she made it sound like she'd written it only this morning. Did that mean Isadora was here in Lumen? Blast it all. If only someone had seen who delivered this letter. Not long after Isadora's disappearance, Kelsey had begun building his fleet, ransacking and pillaging destinations. She had looked at her husband with detestation that only seemed to increase every time he returned. Kelsey had claimed to be doing it for her, but she'd shaken her head and gone into their cabin. Bay had wondered for years why she'd left, or how she'd managed to disappear from their ship when it had been in the middle of the impious sea east. But her letter alluded to magic and stars. Was his mother referring to the sea witch? He knew Undeen demanded homage to her boundary of anyone who dared sail her seas. But to his knowledge, his father had never paid any kind of tribute. Did Undeen have something to do with Isadora's disappearance? It wasn't the first time Bay had suspected as much. The question had been why he was fool enough to go along with his father's orders and broach the sea witch's boundary 8 weeks ago. But Undine de Rey had been every wicked rumor spoken of by any number of lips. With devastating otherworldly beauty, she'd been vile and hateful instantly. But then, the tides had turned once she'd learned who Bay was. She'd turned sugary sweet, trailing her fingers up Bay's arm seductively and trying to coerce him into one of her bargains. He rubbed his chest at the memory, feeling the remnant slick inside of him. After Undeen's quickly shifting treatment of him, he was only too happy to turn such treatment right back on her. "No," he'd said, with pride to her offer of a bargain, her demand to have him deliver a lock of his hair in exchange for permission to cross her boundary. A lock of hair that would tie him to her and force him to pay an unnamed cost. She hadn't liked that much. Bay vowed he'd never purposefully encounter the devil woman again. Her curse on him for his denial of her bargain was the only reason he'd agreed to this arrangement Kelsey had cooked up, to form an alliance with the House of Cressida and take over Lumin. Kelsey already owned a large majority of the city. Bay had helped his father accrue much of the wealth he'd used to negotiate with King Emir the past few years. Might as well reap the spoils of that, especially if that meant finding his mother faster. And he would find her, whatever it took. She'd said she wasn't near enough to deliver it herself. Where the blazes was she? Bay strode out, asking anyone who may have been on the street if they'd seen a woman with dark hair and hazel eyes approach the back of the coastal quarters. He'd even inquired about anyone who might have been carrying the letter to deliver it for her. But hours of searching led him right back to where he'd been before. Frustrated, lost, and completely perplexed. Someone else had delivered the letter, but he didn't have a clue who that might have been. His desire to find Isadora wasn't only to see her again. He also needed answers. The answers she'd promised to give him in her mysterious letter. Why she'd left and how. And what she meant in her letter by leaving to save his father. There was nothing for it. He would stick to his original plan of using enchanted maps to find her. The maps he needed to find Isadora were in the Luminian Palace, and he couldn't access them if he wasn't a member of the royal family. If that meant parading around with a pretty girl and eventually marrying her, so be it. He'd heard Princess Soraya was lovely, porcelain and untouchable. So much the better. He always preferred to remain unattached to any of the women he'd been with. This would be no different. He would do what he had to do with Soraya. He would obtain ownership of her kingdom. And then he would find his mother and get the answers he sought. Chapter 8. Ayat waited for Cali in the hall outside of the king's chambers. Wordlessly, she led her along the same corridor, stopping a few doors from the king's, and gave a gentle knock. "Enter," a sweet female voice said from within. Ayat turned the knob and held out her arm. Hesitantly, Cali entered to find Princess Soraya standing on a remarkable indigo rug. She wore a flowing kaftan of sapphire blue, with gold lace embroidered on the bodice. Its diaphanous skirt was different from the wider, thicker ones Cali wore in Zara. "My father spoke with you?" Soraya began, without introducing herself. Cali inclined her head. "He did, and I—" As her father had done, Soraya cut her off, not allowing Cali to finish her thought.
"Here is a hush agreement. You are about to be privy to a lot of details I don't care for others to know about me."
She handed Cali a thick piece of parchment. She was strangely composed, displaying the exact opposite of the tango going on within Cali's internal organs. In response, Cali did her best to slow her breathing. "You want to ensure I'm not going to spread your life to the world," Cali said. "I get that." And Cali did. While she would never be extreme enough to force someone else to pretend to be her, she'd want to make sure all her arrangements were in readiness. She wasn't sure which surname to sign, though, so she opted for Darren's. The pit of her stomach burned. Anna Markov. It was so close to Kaliana Markov, a combination she'd scrawled in diaries and daydreamed about more often than she could count. It was an unreachable dream she knew they could never have because of the differences in their statuses. She'd hoped to change that, to elevate him to a dukedom. But when she'd mentioned as much, Darren had deflected, claiming he'd make a terrible duke and an even worse prince. "You'd make a wonderful husband, and that's all I care about," she'd said.
"Then you're not much of a princess, are you?" he'd quipped back. "Your people need more from you, and I can't give it."
She hadn't been sure if he'd been deflecting because he didn't want to be with her the way she wanted him to, or he simply didn't think a relationship for them was possible. He'd mentioned becoming a naval surgeon more than once, something she hadn't wanted to hear. Cali cast aside the painful memory. She hoped Darren was okay. Please let him hold on until I can get back to him. And she would get back to him. She would see this whole ridiculous scheme through long enough to get the plants he and her people desperately needed.
"This is your room from now on,"
Soraya continued.
"It's my antechamber, but we'll provide a bed for you. We don't know what lengths the Kelseys have gone to research this scheme of theirs, but if they know where my chambers are, they'll expect you to emerge from them if they're having them watched."
Cali pushed away thoughts of Darren and glanced around the room, getting a better grasp of her surroundings. The whitewashed walls, the golden frames, and the geometric patterns carved along the domed ceiling. An impressive chandelier with multiple pendants hung from the center. 2 servants entered from a side door, carrying what appeared to be an elaborate cot. Another followed with an armful of teal bedding.
"You will touch nothing,"
Soraya went on.
"If I see that anything has been moved or removed, I'll have your hands."
She rubbed her wrists, sick at the thought. If this girl was as formidable as her father, Cali wouldn't put the threat past her. She longed to set the record straight and let this other princess know exactly who she was. But she had no doubt the king would make good on his threat. "I'm no thief," she said instead. Soraya raised an eyebrow. "Your Highness," Cali added. She needed to be more careful. Though she wanted to raise herself to equal ground with this other princess, she had to swallow her pride. Emir demanded Cali keep her true identity a secret. If Soraya found out who she really was, Cali would be thrown into prison.
"I am reserved," Soraya said. "If you are to pass as me, you're to keep yourself aloof from others. Do not get friendly with the staff. Not all of them will be in on the ruse, but if you keep your face covered while in public, you should be fine. The only drawback will be your lack of magic."
Cali blinked, the words startling her from her thoughts. "My what?"
"My royal blood makes me a natural recipient of this power thanks to the goddess Undeen," Soraya explained. "You'll be expected to prove yourself to the pirates at some point, I'm sure."
Cali hadn't forgotten the burn in her blood as Lyric's magic had transported her here. If Princess Soraya could access the same power, then she might know something about healing, wouldn't she? And if royalty alone held this ability, then how was it Lyric had been able to help transport Cali here in the first place?
"If Captain Kelsey and his son demand a demonstration, use this."
Soraya pulled out a small velvet bag from her skirt pocket and handed it to her. Cali could only stare at the palm-sized satchel when the hair on her arms began to tangle. The energy of the room took on its own taste, a flavor Cali couldn't name, though it had a metallic tinge. Soraya lifted her hand. Her hair began to flurry, yet there were no windows in this antechamber. Cali felt no breeze. The air around her was still. And then the girl's palm began to crackle with lines of gold. Burnished amber light erupted along Soraya's palm, spreading through the lines of her hands before it seeped through the veins in her skin, crawling across her hand like tiny snakes. Cali's breath caught in her chest as her mouth parted. The sight wiped her mind of worries, leaving her in awe, a sudden craving surging through her. The magic was glittering, opalescent, and strikingly beautiful. The jaded worm of jealousy wriggled beneath Cali's ribs. Why did Soraya's royal blood grant her this, yet the same gift had been withheld from Cali? Undeen was no goddess. The sea witch played games, and this was just another ploy to cause pain and torment. Soraya closed her palm, and the light extinguished under her skin. It faded gradually, like the colors of a sunset dimming from fiery orange to nectarine to palest peach.
The glitz foil in this pouch will dust your skin, creating a similar glow to what I've just shown you.
The what? What did you say this was? Cali gripped the pouch. She ran through Lyric's instructions in her mind once more. Each plant name had been racing through the backdrop of her mind since she'd first drunk the potion Lyric had used to get her across the boundary.
Glitz foil. Rubbing the leaves between your fingers will give you a semblance of magic.
Glitz foil, Cali whispered beneath her breath. It was one of the plants. Her entire frame hummed.
Our gardens hold many stunning, incredible plants.
Cali held the pouch between her palms like a prayer. She couldn't believe one of the plants Lyric had sent her to retrieve was in her very grasp. Her stomach was rock hard. Have you ever met the captain's son before? Cali asked.
Never. Which is to our advantage, Soraya said. His father saw me earlier today, but fortunately my face was veiled. I doubt he'll be able to tell the difference between us.
I hope you're right. Cali watched the servants bring in a mattress for the cot. After they got it situated, they began to make the bed with luxurious linens. At least Cali would sleep comfortably in here, something her tired body ached to do.
You'll be fitted into a few dresses comparable to mine once the seamstress arrives. A bit of information might also be helpful to you. You are aware of the death of my mother a few years ago, I assume.
I can't say I know too much about the circumstances of it, Cali hedged.
My mother was poisoned. The general public isn't aware of the exact details, and we'd like to keep it that way. If asked about her, keep your responses vague.
Cali nodded, wishing she could write these things down. Soraya seated herself on one of the gilded chairs around the star-shaped table, covered with decorative bronze tiles. Cali followed, noting the swirled calligraphy in the painted wood.
I love music and studied it here at home with tutors. I play several different instruments, including the harp, which happens to be my favorite. A demonstration of these shouldn't be required of you unless you're asked specifically. Do you play any instruments, Anna?
I can sing, Cali admitted, though she didn't care much about performing in front of others.
I can't, so don't share that detail about yourself. I got my education in the palace as well. Keeping tutors who could challenge me was difficult, so they were traded out regularly. Physical education was also a staple, and I traveled to other lands to compete in shuttlecock matches. While I never won any renowned awards, I did manage to make friends with Gia Cardona, the Princess of Rune. She and I are pen pals to this day.
The more Soraya spoke, the more convoluted everything became in Cali's mind. How would she remember all of this? I'm sorry, but why go through all this trouble? Cali asked. Why not simply deny the suggested alliance from the start if this isn't what you want? It seemed the less complicated option. Soraya flicked her gaze toward the door.
I feel the same. We shouldn't even consider giving in to this monster's wishes. You don't know what he's done.
Her voice softened to a whisper.
But my father does have a point.
She cleared her throat.
The captain's armada surrounds us. We're trying to gather our army without causing too much of a stir, but Captain Kelsey said he already has guards planted in the palace.
Already? The pirate must have been planning this siege for some time. Do you know which ones? Soraya exhaled, revealing an aura of exhaustion. She'd been rigid and formal, but suddenly she seemed human.
No, which makes it even more of a problem. We've also instituted a few new members of the Guard, and we can't be certain which are of our choosing and which were sent here by the Pirate King. Until we find out who is loyal to my father and who isn't, we can't move too swiftly. Or the Pirate King will order his ships to attack before we're ready.
Cali studied Soraya closer and clearly saw the resemblance between them. Maybe they could pull this off. The black hair, the fair skin, even their features held some similarities, aside from the tapered corners of her eyes and Cali's rounder cheekbones.
At least I won't have to parade around with this Baylor Kelsey, nor pretend any kind of alliance between us will exist.
But she would. Baylor Kelsey. Some of the pressure in Cali's chest released. Not completely, but enough to be noticeable. She'd heard the name before in the banquet hall, but she hadn't remembered it. Knowing the pirate prince's name made him more human, gave her something to fight. Baylor Kelsey, Cali repeated, as if saying the name aloud would cement it into her subconscious.
He goes by Bay, Soraya said. Even though his father is referred to as the Pirate King, he's not a king, which means
Bay isn't a prince. Does he hold a different title I should refer to him by?
Unwanted,
Soraya suggested, her face wilting into a wry smile. Imposter, Kelsey? Cali cottoned on. The two girls began to giggle. Soraya plunged against the back of the chair, trembling with laughter. A glimpse of the nervousness rippling through Cali finally showed itself in the other princess. Cali wiped her eyes. Despite how cold and formal Soraya had been so far, it felt good to laugh. In all seriousness, what can you tell me about them? Soraya released a sigh as her mouth turned downward. She hugged one of the decorative pillows to her chest.
Edward Kelsey was a criminal who was conscripted into the Royal Navy from his homeland of Baldric Island many years ago. He abandoned his post, led a mutiny against the captain, and took the ship for himself. The crew was made mostly of criminals. Many are still his crewmates now, I believe.
Cali hadn't realized how rigid her shoulders had gone until Soraya stopped her commentary. No wonder he felt he could barge into the palace and make demands. He sounds completely charming. Soraya blew out an exasperated breath.
He's a murderer and a thief. I'm sure you can see why I have no desire to meet this son of his, let alone agree to any kind of marriage between us.
A knock sounded on the door, and Cali jerked. Ayat shuffled in, followed by an exhausted-looking woman laden down with bags. The housekeeper thrust a book into Cali's lap. Here is a history of the Cressida royal family, including details about the princess herself. You must study and learn all you can about them, so you can answer whatever questions may be posed to you in a suitable fashion. You're studying my life, Soraya said with a groan. At your request, princess, Ayat said, with barely concealed disgust in her tone. This is Fatima. She will be outfitting you into some of the princess's gowns with the fabric left over from her last fitting.
With the gowns I rejected, you mean?
Soraya snapped. She clearly didn't like Ayat, and the feeling appeared to be reciprocated. "I'm sure they'll be lovely," Cali said, attempting to smooth things over. Ayat didn't respond. Rather, she busied herself with helping Fatima open the cases she'd carried in with her. Princess Soraya stood and made for the adjoining door to Cali's right.
"I'll see you in the morning,"
Princess Soraya said, pausing before leaving.
"That's the door to my chamber. You're not to enter unless you're invited to do so. Do you have any other questions for me before I go?"
Cali voiced the question that had been eating at her since she'd left King Amir's chambers. "This Bay Kelsey, I'm assuming you wish me to discourage his advances and see if I can get him to leave your palace of his free will?"
"Of course you must get close to Bay," Soraya said. "I believe there is more to this than a play for my throne. Why should pirates care for a kingdom bound to the land? Something about all this feels wrong, and I want to know what the pirates genuinely want. You are my key to doing that. Flirt, play coy, weave yourself into his heart and find out as much as you can about why they're here."
Flirt, play coy, weave herself into his heart. The prospect revolted Cali. The sensation must have appeared on her face because Soraya laughed, a tinkling, light laugh.
"You won't have to play at it for long," she said. "But be sure that you don't volunteer information about my family or me. Don't pretend to be me in the sense that you forget who you really are. Don't—"
"I can handle this," Cali said, wanting to put her at ease. "My lady," she added when Soraya arched her brow. "But can you tell me—"
"If you have any other questions for me, you may write them down on the paper provided for you on the bedside table there."
She gestured to the table near the cot, which was more like an inviting bed. It held only a single golden pillow, but even still, the overstuffed gold-embroidered pillow called Cali's name. Gold was a common theme among the decor, even in this antechamber. She imagined being surrounded by so much gilt and vibrancy was like sleeping in a dragon's lair. Too bad the prospect of sleeping now was as fleeting as walking to Zara. She not only had to court this pirate, but she had to show enough interest in him to get him to reveal all of his plans to her. No pressure. Soraya turned toward the adjoining door. "Thank you," Cali said. Princess or servant, she hadn't forgotten her manners. Sleeping here topped wherever she might have ended up in the servants' quarters below. For the next several hours, Cali found herself in a position she knew all too well, being fitted for gowns. After their primping during the fitting, Fatima and Soraya's other maids left Cali to bathe herself. She stared at the bath water. A single touch told her the water was cold, not exactly the treatment she was used to receiving. She'd half hoped Fatima and the other women would stay and continue readying her for bed, but after treating her like a lowly servant, they left her to care for herself. Cali's teeth chattered by the time she bathed and dressed. She felt more alone than she had in a long time. Part of her longed for Hannah's friendly chatter as she combed her hair and braided it before bed. But Hannah was dead, and Cali would find no friends here. "At least I'm not sleeping in my own filth," she reminded herself. Her feet ached as she headed to the bed, and Cali hugged the royal family's book beneath one arm. She wasn't sleeping on a pallet outside, or having to hide in any alleyways or barns as she searched for plants she didn't even recognize. She wasn't in a bed with several other young ladies who probably smelled close to how she had, before her too-cold bath scented with rose petals and jasmine salts. She was clean, in the king's palace, and free of the spots and symptoms of the necrosis. Just a few more days. There was still plenty of time. And, to top it off, she already had one of the plants Lyric had sent her after. Granted, it wasn't enough to brew the cures they needed, but it was a start. Cali pulled open the drawstrings of the pouch Soraya had handed to her, staring in amazement. The plant released a sickly sweet fragrance reminiscent of vanilla and withered apricots. Its leaves gleamed slightly. She couldn't shake the memory of Soraya's magic earlier. Cali had never seen anything like it. It was like a sunrise beneath the girl's skin, like opening the curtains into a darkened room, only to be dazzled by brilliant light. And it was there, inside Soraya. What would it be like to have that kind of power? What else could the princess do with it, besides glitter? Chapter 9. Soraya shielded herself within her cloak's hood. Though the palace was far from chilled, even with the sun down as it was, she wanted to blend in with the darkness. She didn't bother bringing a candle to navigate the darker corners of the palace. In other parts of her home, the luminescent fish in their wall tanks added their own eerie radiance. But the tanks were absent from this particular corridor. But Soraya had no shortage of light. Fisting her hands in her cloak, she smirked. Light lived inside of her. It lingered just below her skin, like another layer of whatever made up the rest of her exterior. Unlike her skin, though, her light was visible only if she chose for it to be. At least, she thought she'd had control over her power until her mother's death. The memories swept over her, making her gasp. She'd done the best she could to keep herself together while mentioning Mama's death briefly to Anna. But in her most alone moments, the pain of Mama's passing was still as fresh as if it had happened yesterday. When she had died, the guards and servants offered condolences. Papa had grieved, but Soraya had cracked inside, the way her skin did, to let her magic through.
I need you, Mama,
Soraya whispered to the darkness. She needed to be as close to Mama's memory as possible right now, after such a stressful day. To think, a servant was going to pose as her, to pretend to be her, to court a pirate in her name. Soraya definitely needed to get away. But it didn't help that she now had to be confined to her inner chambers as long as this Anna was there. Though the girl was in an entirely separate room, Soraya had to get out. She had to go somewhere she could get rid of some of this pent-up frustration. Movement at the corridor's other end told her the usual guards were manning their position near the stairs, but she wasn't going far enough for them to notice her. Soraya paused outside the glossy wood door and rested her hand over it. The magic sealing the door hummed through her skin, warming her bones. Few rooms in the palace were restricted to only members of the Cressida royal family, and this was one of them. Mama had cast the spell over the door herself, ensuring that her sitting room was enchanted to keep unwanted visitors out. This had been her favorite room. She'd been tired of interruptions by servants while playing her music. That also limited those who could come in and clean the space. Soraya had considered doing what she could to preserve the music chamber, but the musty smell and wayside cobwebs were evidence of how inadequate her efforts had been. The magic responded to Soraya's presence, allowing her to turn the knob. Soraya stepped inside, closed the door behind her, and wilted against it.
What do I do, Mama? She asked, as if her mother could answer.
but no answer came. A twinge of longing fisted over Soraya's heart. Mama had been her closest confidant. She'd been the one to soothe Soraya's childish fears of intruders bursting through the palace doors, or falling from balconies if she stood too close to the edge. Mama had encouraged Soraya in her education, while until recently, Papa had always done his best to ignore her existence. Mama had been her friend, and though Soraya could seal her skin over to put her light to rest, and her skin closed as surely as if the cracks had never existed, she wasn't quite sure how to close what had broken inside of her at Mama's death. It was as if a noticeable part of her had been removed, a part that had taken root so strongly that its absence left a gap behind. One she couldn't fill no matter how hard she tried. How could she fix something that was so unfixable? No amount of magic could bring Mama back.
I wish it could,
Soraya said, continuing to speak to the empty room.
I wish magic could bring you back. You would never have made any kind of deal with pirates. You never would have bartered away our kingdom. You certainly never would have made me the bargaining chip.
Her frustration grew at the thought. Not for the first time, Soraya considered bargaining with the goddess Undeen for help in what felt like a helpless situation, but she wasn't sure how to go about summoning her. A path through the floor's dust led to a harp situated in the corner, where Soraya could gaze out the window as she played. Mama had had the harp moved in here, so that Soraya could spend the afternoons with her and practice. The harp was the only thing in this room Soraya allowed herself to touch. Everything else was a forgotten melody. Soraya settled on her squat stool behind the harp's curved frame and strummed her fingers lightly across the strings. Sound responded, starting low and climbing like a backwards waterfall. Leaning her shoulder into the harp, Soraya allowed her fingers to roam. They stroked the strings instinctively, knowing which ones to play. She played a haunting, lovely song. The music sparkled like dust particles floating in the air and ignited its own kind of magic inside of her. And Soraya hoped that wherever Mama was, she could still hear it. Moments, or possibly hours later, Soraya closed the door behind her, hairs lifting from her arms as the magic keeping anyone but her or her father from entering sealed itself anew. She turned, allowing her eyes to adjust to the change in setting, when movement made her gasp. The control she ordinarily kept on her power slackened, and her hands brightened with enough breaks of light to add shadows to the ceiling and bring out a man's silhouette. The man winced in response, lifting a hand to shield his eyes from the sudden burst. Light gleamed long enough she was able to discern the Luminian royal blue guard uniform over his torso, accentuated with large gold buttons. She let her light fizzle out and close over once more.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
She didn't recognize him. Not only that, but she was wandering around the palace without her veil to cover her face. Then again, her magic had probably given her identity away anyway. He would know who she really was. Would this endanger Papa's entire plan? "Apologies," he said, his voice lilting with just enough of an accent. "But I finished my shift, and I was making for the guards' quarters. Beautiful music stopped me in my tracks. My feet drifted on their own to find its source. Was that you playing in there?" He gestured to the door. Soraya saw plenty of guards as she went about her day, But none had ever singled her out like this, and none quite as handsome as he was. He sounded as though he wanted only to speak with her, rather than pass on updates or tidbits of news to her father. She had to admit she was flattered, not only by his attention, but also by his praise.
"I like to play when I'm alone," she said.
Apologies, but I've never heard anything so beautiful before.
Why apologize for that?
She gave him a smile. This was daring. Papa would detest her behavior. All the more reason for her to continue on with it.
Most people like to be told something they do is beautiful.
Beauty doesn't only extend to your talents, Princess.
She fought another smile.
You know who I am?
Am I not supposed to? Begging your pardon. I joined the guard here a couple months ago, and you were described to me in detail, so I knew exactly who I was protecting. I only recently got restationed to the palace itself.
That explained why she hadn't seen him before. With such light-colored hair, tanned skin, and glittering eyes, she would have remembered. This doesn't matter, she told herself. Standing in the dark as they were, and wearing a veil as Anna would be for the duration of her stay, it was entirely possible he wouldn't know the difference. He wouldn't be looking that closely.
It's fine that you know me, she said, but I'm at a disadvantage.
How was that?
I don't know who you are.
He smiled then, and displayed a cracked tooth that detracted from his otherwise handsome face. Studying him a moment longer, Soraya decided she liked that aspect of him as well. She liked it better, knowing he had a few cracks, too. The guard inched closer and offered her a hand. Soraya stared at it for only a moment before sliding her palm against his. He shook only once and then held her there, resting his other rough hand over hers. His touch had a warming effect. It wove through her as if with needle and thread, ready to stitch together all her broken parts. "Name's Roland," he said.
Roland.
She didn't want him to let go of her hand. The truth was, she couldn't remember the last time anyone besides her chambermaids had touched her, not since Mamma had died. A thought struck. She knew it was rash and made little sense, but she liked this man's attention, and she wanted to grant him something in return. The darkness also gave her the nerve she might never have had otherwise. The question rose from nowhere, making its way to her lips before she could stop it.
I know this is rather forward, but would you like to kiss me?
Roland released her hands, giving her the opposite result of what she wanted. He pulled at the back of his neck.
Are you sure that's wise?
She ruffled back her hair.
We are alone, she said. You told me I was beautiful, and no one has told me that for a long time. I wanted to return the favor.
Was she revealing too much? How lonely she was? How she craved more of his rapt attention? At the moment, she didn't care. Ah. He took a step toward her. Tentatively, never taking his eyes from hers, he lifted his hands to her waist. Soraya inhaled at the feel of him. She rested her hands on his forearms and stared at them to gather her thoughts before speaking.
I've never done this before,
she said, hearing the tremble in her voice.
Inviting someone to kiss me, I mean.
Her hands climbed to his shoulders. They were just as muscular as his forearms. She knew guards spent their time fencing and engaging in combat to keep their minds and bodies active,
but she had no idea how solid the results were. "I'm glad you did," he said. He tugged her closer still and leaned in. His grin widened. His eyes flicked to her mouth and back to her eyes again. "Are you ready, princess?" The air in Soraya's lungs heated. The needle and thread inside her worked faster, searing along every lonely crevice and chink in her ribs. She rose slightly on her toes to stabilize the trembling it brought on. He leaned nearer in response, his stubble rough against her cheek. Anticipation welled within her as his breath coaxed her lips to part. If she was going to pull away, now was the time. She couldn't risk letting go of the burning wholeness his touch brought.
"What are you waiting for?"
she said, and he didn't need any further invitation to bring his lips the rest of the way to hers. Not having been kissed before, Soraya wasn't sure how to proceed, but she pressed her mouth against his in response and released it. Press and release, just as he did. She didn't know more than this man's name, and that he had blatant disregard for rules. But the longer he kissed her, the more she felt. More so than she had in months. His hands circled her back, and when he rotated to press her against the wall and let his lips roam to her throat, it took more effort than she expected to push him away. Thankfully, he responded as she directed.
"That's enough for tonight,"
she said, breathless. He backed away another step, eyes half closed, breath heaving as well. "Sounds like you want to meet me again another night." Something tangled in the pit of her stomach. She'd always been the dutiful daughter. She was always told what to do and very rarely allowed a say in the matter, which was probably why Papa had thought he could barter her off to some random pirate, without a word of warning or even discussing it with her. She'd had no say in Anna acting as a stand-in for her. But this was her decision. She attempted to regain her composure. Being caught with this man would do her no favors. Intriguing as Roland was, he was a guard. And if Papa knew what she had just done with him, Roland would hold the blame and be removed at once.
"I will be in touch,"
she said, turning to leave him. A thought struck, and she paused, turning back to face him again.
"If you tell anyone about this, I will call you out as a liar, and you will lose your position. Do you still wish to risk meeting with me?"
She expected him to hesitate, as if he hadn't thought as much over the danger of this as she had. But if anything, the prospect widened his handsome, crack-toothed smile even more. "I don't mind a little risk, princess." She thrilled at the pronouncement and dipped her chin to hide her own smile. Feeling she had her expression under control again, she raised her face to his.
"And should we meet again, you'll keep these meetings to yourself?"
"Your secret's safe with me." She gave a single nod and then turned to leave. At the corridor's end, she peered back long enough to find Roland watching her. The shadows of her movement played across his face. The more steps she took away from him, returning to the stairs and climbing them to her rooms, the more his weaving effect within her began to unravel. Soraya slipped into her chamber so short of breath it hurt. Mama's passing seemed so much more blatant in the face of Papa's betrayal.
and being in her quarters only reminded her that she had to remain here during the day, while that servant Anna paraded around the palace in her place. Slipping free of her cloak, Soraya did her best to forget that a stranger was sleeping just a door away from her. She did her best to pretend Papa had not treated her like cattle. Legs weak and soul weary, Soraya collapsed onto her bed, cradled a pillow to her chest, and fought away the emptiness as she always did, until sleep took her. Chapter 10. Warmth nestled inside Cali's bones. The bedding swathed around her, and she burrowed in deeper as sleep began to dissipate. This was her favorite way to wake up. It was like sleeping in a hug. Cali blinked several times, enjoying the stretch of her muscles, the scent of jasmine and sandalwood, and the comfort of her bed. No, not her bed. A bed in Princess Soraya's chambers. Cali's eyes shot open as the previous day's events returned to her in a sudden descent. She stared frantically at her arms, relieved to find them free of spots, relieved she could breathe with ease before a knotting wedge of worry pounded behind her sternum. Was Darren waking with the same comfort? Was he waking at all? This was her second day in Luné Lumen, which meant Darren had been inflicted with the necrosis for roughly 3 days. That meant she didn't have much time to meet this pirate prince and find out what he wanted Soraya's palace for. The sooner she found out, the sooner this farce would be over and she could get back to Zara. Cali patted the covers, searching for the pouch of glitz foil, just as the door opened and a maid carrying a tray entered. She wasn't one of the girls who'd helped fit Cali for dresses the night before. This maid was younger, friendlier.
"Good morning, miss,"
she said, settling the tray down long enough to deposit a plate of covered food on the table near a scroll-painted armoire.
"If I knew your name, I'd use it. Although today begins your time posing as Princess Soraya, doesn't it?"
"It's Anna."
"Pleased to meet you, Anna. I'm Mina, and today you also meet Bay Kelsey."
Mina tucked her lips between her teeth. "You say that like I should be looking forward to it."
"It's romantic, don't you think? I'd love it if they picked me to be you. Princess Soraya, I mean. Even if it's not real, you can just relish the feeling of being a princess for a few days, and bask in his attention, which he's sure to fully give to you and no one else. The attention of a roguishly handsome pirate."
Mina sighed, sounding envious. Cali hadn't thought of it like that. This was for Darren, for her people, so she could find the plants she needed and get home. But if she wanted time to search, she also needed to at least act interested in this pirate who probably reeked of fish and seawater.
"They'll be in to dress you soon. Your guests will be arriving within the hour."
Mina left her to bring a second tray into Soraya's inner chamber. 1 hour? Not enough time to head down and familiarize herself with the major points of the palace. If she was to meet the pirates with Soraya's father, should she act as impassive as Soraya had the day before? Soraya didn't seem the type to dote on her father, or to receive such attention from him in return. Even with a veiled face, would they realize she wasn't who she claimed to be? What would they do to her then? The stupidity of this ploy was becoming increasingly apparent. Cali hadn't had much experience pretending to be something she wasn't. That was just it, though. She was a princess, through and through. At least she knew how to act the part. After eating the warm scones and eggs, she relished the fruit. It was coral pink with a flavor she'd never tasted, tart and sweet, all at once. She moaned, savoring the flavor on her tongue. The maids hurried in to dress her and primp her hair, twisting it in a braid before twining it around her head, while letting ribbons of curls dangle free. Her gown was a flowing caftan of cream with glittering jewels and bright teal flowers embroidered on the bodice. They tied it off with a teal sash interwoven with gilded thread around her waist. The color emphasized the blue of her eyes, and Cali found herself studying her reflection with renewed admiration. She felt different, confident, exotic. The inner chamber door opened and Soraya entered. Her eyes were rimmed with dark circles as though she hadn't slept well. This couldn't be an easy thing for her to deal with either. Cali wanted to ask how she was feeling, but decided to let the other princess speak first. This was her home, after all.
"You'll do,"
Soraya said, without any other opening. No compliment, no encouraging words. Cali flinched and fought back the desire to argue. At once, her delight over her appearance sagged. She would do? That was all the other princess had to say? A moment before, she'd felt exquisite and ready to confront the unnerving task before her. But now... Then again, she was a servant in Soraya's eyes. Cali wanted to defend herself, to remind Soraya that she was doing this for her, and the least Soraya could do was offer some words of kindness or reassurance. Cali was being demoted, forced to do the will of others instead of what she knew she needed to do for her own friends and kingdom. The injustice of being subject to others instead of being sovereign had never been clearer. A scowl passed over Soraya's face, joined by a fresh hint of worry. She opened her mouth as if to speak, to reprimand Cali for staring too long, perhaps, but they were interrupted by a knock at the door. She tensed at the sound. Yesterday, Cali had assured Soraya she could handle this. Why did anxiety have to creep in now? "Go," Soraya whispered, backing toward the room she'd exited. "They can't know you're not me." Cali secured her gauzy veil to settle around her ears and just over her nose. She swept to the door and opened it, praying whoever it was couldn't see her pulse thumping at her throat. A guard with caramel skin and tight coils of black hair inclined his head. "Excuse the interruption, Princess," he said. "The Kelseys have arrived. Your presence is requested." Princess. He thought she was Soraya. Did that mean he was not a usual guard? Maybe this would work after all. Mina, the maid, knew who she was, though. How many were in on this secret? Cali tucked the pouch of glitz-foil into the pocket of her gown, straightening her shoulders. "Thank you," she said. "I'll be right down." She marched her way toward the staircase, trying to remember the route Ayat had taken her the day before as best she could. But that had been through servant stairwells and out of sight as much as possible. She was meant to be seen today. Despite the unease pricking like a burr in her chest, prominent, itching, and ever-present, Cali adored the way the thin skirt of her caftan flowed as she walked. She would focus on that, she decided. On the saffron incense, the clean aspect the white walls gave everything, the palette of colored cushions adorning benches, and the koi fish swimming in the pond cut into the center of the marble floor of the courtyard below. Male voices echoed down the way, and their deep rumble lodged beneath her skin, making her pulse rap out in unsteady rhythm. She was Caliana Bromvere. She would get the plants she needed. She would save her people. Her shoes tapped on the marble floor, and the three men in the opulent entryway of the palace ceased their speaking. All three turned to her, their forms silhouetted beneath the wide keyhole arches. Cali recognized King Emir at once, as well as Captain Kelsey, but the third was harder to see from the light streaming in her eyes.
"Ah, here is my angel now. Soraya, come meet these gentlemen."
Soraya, Caliana. Both were princesses. Never mind what the other girl thought. She could do this. She kept the smile from her lips but said, "Good day." Captain Kelsey examined her, his eyes roving from the top of her coiled hair to her embroidered bodice, then down to the toes of her blue slippers, peeking from the flowing hem of her gown. Did he remember the real Soraya from yesterday? Would he believe the deception? Her heart thudded under his scrutiny. What would he do if he realized she wasn't who they claimed she was? She couldn't risk being thrown from the palace.
"Princess Soraya,"
he said, taking her hand and bowing before her.
"How kind of you to extend your home to us."
"I haven't extended it to you," Cali said, working to keep her relief at his apparent acceptance to herself. "Your residence here remains to be seen." The king laughed, an unsteady, boisterous sound, before tightening his eyes in warning at her. Captain Kelsey straightened, but he didn't appear to be angry.
"It's all right, Emir. The girl knows her mind."
He turned to Cali.
"I understand this must be a difficult situation for you. It is completely within your rights to feel slighted by our presence under the circumstances. Perhaps you'll feel differently about things when you meet my son."
How naive he was to think her swayed so easily by a pretty face. Still, Cali couldn't deny the catch in her breath as the younger man stepped forward. He was pretty. Tall, dark-haired, and broad-shouldered, just like his father. His skin held the same glowing tan and ruggedness from days spent in the sun. He wore no suit, only shirt sleeves, and a vest with his simple breeches, and his sparsely tattooed arms were muscled from hours of demanding work aboard a ship. While she'd managed to hide her relief from the captain and the king, her eyes widened as recognition settled over her. She'd seen this young man before, outside the palace when she'd been attempting to sneak in. Her entire frame pulsed, but to her relief, he didn't appear to recognize her the way she did him. Both times her eyes had been the only visible part of her face. Why did women veil their faces here anyway? His eyes twinkled, and his lips twisted into a smile. The slightest patch of hair marked the center of his chin. She had to admit, his face was captivating. Even his eyebrows were intriguing as they lifted, as if he found their introduction amusing.
"Princess Soraya, may I introduce my son, Bay Kelsey?"
"Now is your mind so easily changed, Princess?" Bay asked. His voice was musical, chiming in deep tones of nutmeg and molten chocolate. "Because your looks are the only thing you have to offer this kingdom?" she suggested tartly. Cali wanted to hate him, to stomp away from this instant magnetic pull. She already felt like a traitor in her own skin. Darren was dying, And here she was being told to flirt with a despicably attractive man. He grinned. She narrowed her eyes. What would Soraya think of him if she were here? He is a pirate, she told herself. A scoundrel. No wonder he'd spoken of the sea as if it belonged to him. What was he doing here? That's what your father seems to think, she went on. And everyone else, for that matter, considering how Mina acted earlier. Still, the maid wasn't wrong about him being despicably handsome. Cali made a mental note to watch herself around him. Most of the time, men who looked this way knew they did, and they used it to their advantage. Though she had to admit, even Darren wasn't this distracting. Darren. I must keep my attention on Darren. Captain Kelsey laughed, slapping his son on the back. I'll leave you younger ones to get better acquainted. Then she'll be able to answer that question for herself, no doubt. Come, Mimir. You wished to discuss the matters of our negotiations in private. I'm ready to accommodate your request. As if he were the master of the castle, he guided the king away, leaving Cali alone with his son. Chapter 11. I take it the role of a servant lost its appeal. Bay began. Excuse me? Hands clasped across his chest, he narrowed his eyes at her. It was you I spoke with yesterday, wasn't it? Before your coronation banquet. You had your face hidden, but I'd recognize those eyes anywhere. She blushed, cursing herself for doing so. Here she thought she'd fooled him. If only he hadn't been standing outside that day. At least he hadn't seen her abrupt arrival in Lumin, only minutes before that moment. Or had he? She'd arrived and hit the ground as if she'd jumped from a height. Was it possible he'd been somewhere nearby and seen her appear? I needed a moment to myself before the banquet began, she said, attempting to keep her voice level, though she felt like he held her beneath a magnifying glass. And I couldn't make my way in through the front gates without catching too much notice, so I opted to use the back entrance. She hoped the explanation was believable, and hurried to shift the attention back onto him. You said you were waiting for your heart's desire, she said. Chances were, if he had witnessed her bizarre arrival, he would have mentioned as much. Was that why you didn't come in with your father to ruin my banquet? He hadn't been in the banquet hall when Kelsey had entered. For all he knew, after speaking with him outside the servants' quarters, Princess Soraya, Cali, had made it back inside and changed into more fitting attire before the pirates had interfered. Or so she hoped. I was the element of surprise, he said, with a flashing smile that displayed surprisingly good teeth, and if anything, only added to his appeal. Cali's heart was a traitor in her chest. She would stay calm with this intoxicating, infuriating man. She would stay calm. I wish I'd known your purpose then, she said, attempting to act as Soraya might. But that task was difficult, as she had her own reasons for not liking this pirate. Why? He asked. What would you have done? Was he taunting her? Cali lifted her chin. I would have dismissed you from my property straight away. She expected him to laugh. She expected him to banter, to play the fool. Anything but the serious set of his brow and the solemn response indemnifying his guilt. That would have been a very wise decision on your part, but you were very fortunate you didn't do so. Cali didn't know what response to give. She diverted her eyes from his direct gaze. If she didn't know any better, She would have thought his words held a hint of sympathy. But pirates didn't feel sympathetic for their actions, and she'd wasted enough time in his company. "In that case, what is it you want here?" She saw no point in playing coy. Soraya wanted her to find out what Bay was after. He'd given her the perfect opening to inquire. "Why this sudden interest in me? Or rather my kingdom?" Bay rubbed a finger against the goatee patch on his chin. Cali eyed the tangerine speckled scaled koi swimming in the indoor pond beside his feet. For a moment, the water gushing down fountains feeding the pond was the only sound between them. "Come, princess," he said, hooking a little smile. "I heard of your charm and beauty and wished to court you. That is all. I want to get to know you." This wasn't at all what she'd expected him to say. Words were one thing. The meaning behind them was something else entirely. Cali turned her attention toward the direction Captain Kelsey and King Emir had taken. Neither man was in sight. She was well and truly alone with Bay Kelsey. "Okay, then," she said, not knowing what else to say. "How shall we proceed? I've never courted anyone before." This was entirely true, in the formal sense at least. With Darren, things had unfolded naturally, as feelings for another person should. But even then, he'd continued to infuriatingly agree with her parents and insist he wasn't good enough for her. "How about you show me around your palace? What sights do you insist I see? What secrets do these rooms hold?" Bay's suggestion wasn't a bad one. If only she knew her way well enough to answer him. She longed to mention her desire to find the gardens, but even with Emir gone from sight, something told her he was still having them watched. The mere mention of the word would be a death trap. He inclined his head toward one of the archways leading to the belly of the palace. "Lead where you will." She dithered, glancing along each of the various white arches in turn. There were so many of them. Soraya hadn't had time to explain directions to anything. How could a princess not know the location of rooms in her own palace? "We have so many wonderful places here. The spaces in this palace are unsurpassed." She chewed her lip, frantically thinking, eyes bouncing between the columns, the staircase, the fountain, anywhere but at him. "The thing is, they're hidden." "Are they now?" Based on his response, it sounded as though he thought she was teasing him. She clasped her hands behind her back, deciding to go along with his suspicions. "Are you up for a game, Master Kelsey?" "Call me Bay. And I'm open to a game." He inclined his head. "You should know, though, I don't like to lose." His comment sparked her competitive side. This time, she did meet his gaze. Good, because neither do I. His lips quirked. "These rooms of yours," he said, walking along the koi pond with his thumb tucked into his belt. "Why are they hidden?" "They're only hidden from view of pirates, but if you play your cards right, I'll grant you an exception." "How kind of you." He appraised the extravagance of the courtyard, its splashes of colored draperies and ornamented pillows, its vases exploding with flowers. "I will tell you the name of a room in my palace," she said, not knowing where the words were going even as she spoke them. And you must either find the room without my help, or you must answer a question." A tempest swam in his blue eyes. She couldn't tell if he was upset or impressed. "That seems one-sided." She folded her arms. "Very well. If you end up in the right room, then I will answer a question of yours." "I agree to your terms," he said. "They sound reasonable enough. And either way, we'll both get what we want in the meantime." "And what is that?" "Spending time in one another's company. Seeing more of your exquisite palace." He raised his hands as if in offering. "Very well, then," she said. Truthfully, the more they spoke, the more intrigued she was by what he and his father were really doing here. Why this interest in the palace? He didn't sound as she thought a pirate would, with garbled speech and the opposite of intelligence. Instead, he sounded smart and almost refined, not like the men Soraya had described, vagrants who'd led a mutinous crew of criminals. What did the Kelseys really want? Cali had told Soraya she'd find out what she could. "I'll give you a chance," she said. His lips lifted at the corners. A chance to do what? She tilted her face, taking the opportunity to scan his confident posture and the tattoos along his forearms. Coils of stars crept out from beneath his rolled-up sleeves, making her twinge with curiosity to see where they led. "To convince me there is more to you than this apparent domination you and your father are seeking." He hesitated long enough she worried she'd overstepped. "Very well, then," he said. "I'll give you a chance as well." "What do I have to prove to you?" Did he know? The fabric of her veil was sheer. Had he recognized her fuller lips compared to Soraya's thinner mouth, or the wider set of Soraya's eyes where Cali's were not as distant? They could pass for sisters, certainly, but not twins. "That you're as unaffected by me as you claim to be." Undeen's wrath, but this man was dangerous. "Now, what about this game?" he asked. "All games have rules. What are yours?" She inhaled, hoping to slow her heart. "All right. You may ask the guards for clues, but you may ask only one question per room. And you may not ask directly where the room is. Whichever of us finds a clue to the location of the room in question has to reveal something about him or herself. How's that for fair?" "Fair enough," Bay said. "Are you ready to start?" "Your first aim is to find the library." That would be easy enough, she supposed. All palaces had libraries, didn't they? A guard in blue and gold crossed into the room, positioning himself near the archway Cali had entered. The spark of challenge wriggled through her, and as Bay charged toward him without another word, she hurried to surpass him. She reached the guard first. He was a taller man with feathered wrinkles around his eyes, and he glared at her approach. If they were at home in Zara, Cali would probably have known his name and his family background, but she'd just have to pretend. "Tell me one clue, good sir," Bay said. "Which direction should I take to find the palace library?" The guard straightened his shoulders, confusion pinching his brow. "We must find it," Cali insisted, hoping she sounded playful rather than ignorant. "You heard the lady," Bay said pleasantly from behind her. Cali couldn't help the grin spreading on her face. The guard seemed to gather that this was some sort of game.
"One clue only. You must take the first door before you reach the aviary. That way."
Together the two of them darted in the direction he gave. Down the corridor, the first door they came to revealed a high-ceilinged room, cut through with shelves and laden with books. While she longed to dive in and explore, perhaps select a few volumes and see how the stories here differed from those she knew, Cali turned to Bay. He smirked, smug that he'd conquered the first challenge. "Why do you look at me like that?" she asked. "Because you owe me something about yourself. Should I ask a question, or will you submit this detail willingly?" Ask your question. I can see it brewing behind your eyes. She crossed her arms, trying to run through the small amount of information she'd gleaned from reading the Cressida royal family's history late last night. Bay tilted against the doorframe. He didn't take his eyes from her. Who was the first person you kissed? Her thoughts instantly ricocheted to Darren, to a moment shared between cannons on their sailing venture 4 years before, to the boy he was, and the man he'd become, now wrestling with disease and imminent death. Are you seriously starting with that? They're your rules. Her chest squeezed, making it hard to breathe. And of all things you could have asked, that's what you want to know? I know as much about you as anyone else in your kingdom does. It's time to get down to who Soraya Cressida really is. And you mean to do that by finding out who I've kissed? A smile. So you have been kissed. That wasn't your question. No, but you answered it anyway. Her teeth gritted together. She hadn't thought to ask Soraya about her romantic encounters, whatever they may have been. Cali decided to answer truthfully. When I was young, I made friends with a serving boy below my quarters. He and I would sneak out to play in the... She almost said gardens, but caught herself. Exhibition rooms of the palace, and we grew to be close. He kissed me the night before my 14th birthday, but then swore to never do it again. Speaking it aloud was like a fist clenching inside her. Her throat tightened. She couldn't think back to the last time she'd seen Darren. The glazed vacancy in his eyes, the sweat clinging to him, the reptilian spots infesting his body as he told her to stay away from him. Because you're a princess, Bay said, assuming. Not only that, but because the last few times they'd spoken, they'd argued about her coronation, about her parents' insistence that she let him go. Worst of all, he'd acted as if he was beginning to agree with them. She'd begged him to stay near her instead of following his dreams of becoming a surgeon in her father's navy. And now, he was dying. She closed her eyes, fighting away tears at the memory. Where is this boy now? He's sick. She couldn't stop herself. Guilt panged through her. This game was supposed to be a means of distraction. It was turning out to be anything but. I'm sorry to hear it, Bay said. Cali was surprised he truly sounded like he was. She lifted her gaze to find his on her. That expression held an otherworldly power, as though he could see right into her soul. Shall we find the aviary next? Do you like birds, princess? She welcomed the change in conversation, allowing it to take her thoughts. Yes. She hadn't had much experience with them in Zara, but her homeland wasn't quite as tropical as Lumin. They passed the stairs she'd descended earlier. Bay jogged forward to inquire of the guard at the end of the hall, who scrunched his brow in puzzlement and pointed to the opening on the left. Cali hurried to catch up to Bay. Now it's your turn, Bay said. Ask me whatever you wish. A world of possibilities opened to Cali with the invitation. What was he really doing here? Did he agree with his father's mandates? Had he ever been kissed? She shook the last question away. Instead, she asked, Did you grow up on the sea? Mostly, he said. I've spent more of my life on the water than I have on land. Then why don't you sound more like a pirate? He laughed. What am I supposed to sound like? I was taught civility and manners just like you were. Well, maybe not exactly the same. My parents wanted me to be dignified. I just learned a different skill set at the same time. You mean sailing? That's now 3 questions you've asked me. But I'll humour you and answer yes. What's more, I'll tell you I'm good at it. If you'll allow me, I'll show you sometime." He twisted his mouth into a promising smile. Show her? Sail out with him? A fluttery, empty feeling took over her stomach. The sea represented everything she feared. Undeen Ray, pirates, Darren's path away from her. She'd vowed all those years ago never to go near it again. But she couldn't very well explain that to Bay. "Have you ever been on a ship out to sea?" he asked. Another question Cali had no idea of what Soraya's answer would be. Yes, probably. But Cali couldn't answer the circumstantial questions he'd undoubtedly ask afterwards. Again she opted for honesty. Only once. Stopping abruptly, he directed the full force of his attention on her. It made Cali's skin prickle. "And yet you live near the sea. You have never yet ventured beyond your borders?" She didn't deny it. "It's not that strange. Not for me. My father wants to protect me." It was the same reason her real father, King Merrick, rarely allowed her into some of the sectors of her own kingdom, and why he prevented her from sailing out to pay their homage to the boundary, until she'd proven her maturity to handle whatever came. "Now we've gone and done it," she said. "We've had a full conversation without any further directions, and we haven't even found the aviary yet. That must be remedied." Bay offered her his arm. She knew she needed to open herself up to him, enough to find out what she could about his father's intentions. But after swimming in memories of Darren, she couldn't bring herself to accept the gesture. "Apologies, Princess," he said, peering down at his side. "Is my arm misbehaving?" A laugh leaked out, lowering a bit more of her guard. Did she need to be so defensive? He was only being gentlemanly. Just because she worried about Darren didn't mean she couldn't at least be civil. "Show interest in him," Soraya had requested. "I'm afraid your arm needs to learn its place." She was surprised to find she could grin along with the statement. "Its feelings can be easily hurt," he said with a shrug. Was he still joking or referring to his own feelings now? The statement struck her in a way she'd never considered, and she couldn't figure out why. "Then I think it's time for another question." She hoped to deflect his attention. She couldn't bear the direct scrutiny of his gaze. "I think you're right. Excuse me!" Bay shouted at the guard nearest a glass door covered by white-painted scrollwork. "Are we near the aviary? I've a bargain with this young lady, and I intend to win." The guard smiled. "The aviary is beyond this hallway, sir." "Many thanks." Bay continued toward the indicated direction, walking backward to keep eye contact with Cali. His fingers linked behind his back. "There now. Another question from you, if you please." While she pondered what to ask next, a glass cage the size of a small mountain came into view in the center of the expansive room. It was filled with trees, flagstone pathways, and the most brightly colored birds Cali had ever seen. Toucans with black feathers and yellow breasts, their wide beaks a splash of watercolor. Tiny frittering streaks of plumes. Finches of multifarious patches of shocking red, deepest purple, emerald green, and yellow. Cali stopped, rooted in place. All she could do was stare. Though she'd read of them, they didn't make birds like this in Zara. "They're breathtaking," she said. He analyzed her. "How is it you never seen your own birds? Are you kept a prisoner in your chambers?" I was sick for much of my childhood," she lied. They entered the aviary through a set of double doors, where the outer one led to a confined space, and then another door, a means of preventing escape. The air itself was caged, stifled and humid. Greenery was sparse. These trees were selected for their twining branches, not their foliage. It was a realm of feathers and birdsong. Chimes and chirps echoed from every corner. Cali kept her gaze to the ceiling, pinned on a particularly stunning parrot in shades of purple and richest scarlet. Bay gripped her arm, holding her back. When she glared at him, he said, "I think we should watch her step." He gestured to the ground, to where she'd almost tread. Several white droplets were scattered across the flagstones. Callie's cheeks heated. "Thanks," she said. The birds above them let out sociable chirps, fluttering from one branch to another. A wooden bridge connected one end of the small glass dome to the other. Callie and Bay broached the bridge to stand beneath the open space and admire the birds from a higher vantage point. "Which is your favorite?" he asked, resting his tanned hands on the rail. She noticed a thick ring around his right index finger. Tucking her bottom lip in, Callie perused the aviary. Among the other colorful prismatic birds, one tugged her attention across the bridge upon which they stood. It was a peacock, with a lime-green breast, shrewd eyes, and matching tufts of the same green, like a crown on its small head. It strutted beside a tiny pond, set off by rounded plants, its long tail feathers trailing along the ground. "There," she said. She could just imagine what it would be like when those feathers flared out in their full glory. "Majestic, imperial," he said. "Very fitting." "And you?" she asked. One of the birds fluttered above, beginning a song-like strain of incoherent words. Another bird, white with a flocked plume on its head, answered with a chittering call. "Is that your question for me?" he asked. She thought this over. "Okay, yes. If you're a pirate, why don't you have a bird?" Bay glanced at the magnificent creatures. "If I did, I wouldn't carry it with me while I met beautiful women." "No? That would be more impressive than your looks. A stunning bird perched on your shoulder, singing at your whim? It would steal my heart, for sure." She squirmed at the discomfort that accompanied her facade. All this talk about stealing hearts, pretending like this ploy she was playing at was completely normal? It was the opposite. False. So false. Could he see right through her? "Which would you have me choose?" His question betrayed no hints of suspicion. She supposed she would continue to play along. Callie scanned the area, instantly taken by the parrot that had been chirping earlier. It was teal, with a green beak and hints of avocado green beneath its feathers before they spread into magenta along its tail. "That one." "I'll take it," he said with a smirk. The phrase struck her with physical force and brought to light the discomfort that had started squirming beneath her sternum. He'd take it. That was all pirates did. They took things. What was she doing? "Soon enough it will be yours whether I give it to you or not," she said, continuing across the bridge, not realizing he hadn't joined her until she arrived alone at the other side. "There now," he said from the bridge's crest, staring down at her. "That makes you feel better, doesn't it?" "What am I supposed to say? Am I supposed to be happy you're here, waiting like a tiger in the brush to pounce and steal what doesn't belong to you?" He strolled the rest of the way to stand before her, his boots thudding on the wood. "I'm not stealing anything." The conversation shift got her back up. What little hold she'd had of the afternoon was cascading away from her like a torrential downpour. And if she wasn't careful, she'd slip down right along with it.
"Come now, let's not argue," he said. "What room shall we find next? I've heard your palace has many unprecedented treasures to behold."
Callie's gut nodded instantly. From the way he spoke, from the way he was looking at her, could he tell she wasn't who she claimed? As far as she could tell, he knew more about what rooms were located here than she did, which meant she was going to fail at this. In the heat of the moment, in her panic, the suggestion slipped before she could help herself, and she spoke of the only area she knew for certain the palace contained. How about the gardens? If she could use Bay as the reason to look for them, she could find the herbs and get back home. Exploiting him like that wasn't fair, but she didn't regret it. She refused to. He was a pirate, and would do no differently if their roles were reversed. Then again, maybe she wasn't the only one trying to pretend to be someone she wasn't. Bay opened his mouth, but the sound of footsteps behind them made her jump. The first guard they'd spoken to walked toward them. Cali retreated, her worries heightening. Had the guard overheard her question?
"You made your way to the aviary,"
the guard said, sounding pleased and not showing any indication he'd eavesdropped. But he was a guard, a member of the staff. They were notorious for hearing things they shouldn't. His smile didn't reach her, and her light-hearted enjoyment was drenched with unease. If the guard heard her request, he could tell the king. What had she done? She couldn't go to prison. She'd visited inmates in Zara's dungeons before their sentences were carried out, and the interior of a cell was nothing she wanted to experience for herself. "That we did," Bay said, crossing the bridge.
"Excuse me, but lunch is being served in the dining hall. Your presence is requested."
Lunch? Cali forced herself back into the moment. Her guilty conscience was rearing its head with full force. Had so much time passed already? She glanced at Bay. He offered her his arm once more, along with what she thought was a challenge in his gaze. "Shall we?" he said. The air pulsed between them. Cali lifted her chin. Refusing to allow this inane awareness of him to best her, she slid her arm through his. His skin was warm, and she could feel the firm muscles quiver along his forearm. A much different thread strung between them than the camaraderie they'd had for most of the morning. She prayed the guard hadn't heard her request. Why had she spoken of the gardens at all? Why couldn't she have thought of something else? Cali hoped this summons was indeed only about lunch. Chapter 12. Cali walked with a sense of otherness all the way to the dining hall, attempting to quash her fears. So many emotions collided within her. Maybe it was the mention of her first kiss with Darren. Maybe it was how presumptuous Bay was to assume one of Soraya's birds should belong to him. Or her defensiveness at his presumption. Or maybe she was embarrassed to admit that she enjoyed being with him. But what did Bay expect? Was she not supposed to ask questions and wonder what he was really doing there? Cali knew if things were different. If an impostor had attempted to take over her father's kingdom days before her coronation, she would be livid. She would spare no second getting to the bottom of things. And she certainly wouldn't waste time playing games with the impostor's son. But this was all for her own kingdom, for her people, for Darren. Nothing more. She would carry out her part and leave this country and all its problems far behind her. Lunch passed in polite awkwardness, with the Kelseys sitting on the opposite end of the table from Cali and King Emir. The king paid little attention to her, and that fact only squeezed the air from her lungs with every inhale. She couldn't read him if he wasn't looking at her. She couldn't outright ask if he'd heard anything. So she ate in agonizing silence. Much to her dismay, her gaze continually stole away in Bay's direction. She couldn't help it. Bay had been looking at her from the moment she removed her veil in order to eat, and she was uneasy under his scrutiny. Did he realize she wasn't Soraya? Why did he continue staring at her so? Captain Kelsey appeared to be humored by their silent interaction. He was the type of man to find everything, pain especially, funny. "I take it you two got on well this morning," he said. "We went on a scavenger hunt of sorts," Cali answered. "And were you successful?" Captain Kelsey took a forkful of tropical orange fruits Cali had never tasted before, but found she liked very much. When the meal was being served, she heard them referred to as mangoes. "Not completely." Bay's gaze burned into hers from across the table, and the pit of her stomach smoldered right along with it. Not completely successful. What did that mean? "What about yourself? Were you successful?" she asked, wanting to change the subject, or at least the direction of his gaze. Captain Kelsey's brows rose in delighted surprise. "We were. In fact, we had quite an interesting discussion." King Emir cleared his throat, glowering at Cali. "This is not the time or place to discuss such matters. Dear one, would you be so kind as to join me for a moment?" Cali's throat closed. This was the moment of truth. If the guard had heard her request to find the gardens and somehow relayed that to King Emir, she was about to find out. Why could she not hold her tongue? "As you wish, sir." She placed her napkin on the table. "Captain Kelsey, Bay." She nodded to each in turn before rising and following the king out the side door. King Emir waited until they were well out of earshot before turning to her. "You may look like my daughter, but you are not." Cali's blood boiled. "Your job is to spend time with Baylor Kelsey, while I," he pointed to his chest, hard like an ape, "I will handle negotiations. Do not forget, if you want my help with your people, you play the simpering part you've been given." Undeen's wrath, what did he think she'd been doing all day? Regardless, remaining silent was best, to get what she needed in the shadows instead of the spotlight. "Don't forget your place, Anna. To everyone else but the Kelseys, you're a servant." He said the word with as much distaste as he could manage. "And Soraya will not be pleased to hear you spent your first day with the pirate gallivanting around our home like children. She would never behave in such a manner." "Only because you won't let her," Cali thought. Perhaps her fiction of Soraya having a sheltered childhood was more believable than she'd thought. A small comfort came from the reprimand, however. If King Emir knew anything of her mention of the gardens, he would have said as much. "Yes, sir." Cali was confined to Soraya's antechamber for the remainder of the afternoon, to think over her behavior. The restriction was suffocating. Even venturing out to find Bay and continue their courtship was kept from her. Every time she attempted to leave, a guard informed her it wasn't prudent. He must have been one of the guards still loyal to Soraya and her father. But again, Cali didn't dare risk asking. So she spent her time poring over the book on the Cressida family history. It also included some history on Lumin itself. An entire section was devoted to Undeen de Rey, the sea goddess. Goddess indeed, Cali scoffed. But still she read. Curious how the woman could mean one thing in Zara and another thing entirely in Lumin. She'd wondered the same when Lyric had first referred to Undeen as a goddess. But the sickness, and the potion to help her find a cure, had been more pressing at the time. According to this legend, Undeen de Rey was the goddess of life. Every new life, every magnificent thing, was created by Undeen because she loved to watch things flourish and grow. She loved creation in adding beauty to every surface. Even that which humans perceived as ugly held its own kind of beauty. And Undeen was the composer of it all. Cali had been raised to believe Undeen was exactly the opposite. Everything evil, every hardship, every darkness was attributed to her. She'd believed as much for her entire life. The concept of Undeen de Rey being anything but wicked was unfathomable, until Cali had met Lyric. Cali shook away the thought and lowered the book. "This is utterly maddening," she grumbled to the room at large. "Which version is she, the good or the evil?" The door opened and Princess Soraya emerged from her inner chamber. There was a lightness to her skin, a relaxedness, as though she'd just woken up from a nap. Cali felt an inward chagrin. Had Soraya heard her talking to herself? Soraya sank onto the arm of one of the gilded chairs around the star-shaped table.
Hello, Anna. My father tells me you had a scavenger hunt today. What else happened? What did you and Bay speak of? Did you find out what he's after?
Cali sat up, leaving the comfort of the pillow on her makeshift bed, and set the book aside. He said he only wanted to get to know you. He sounded like he sincerely wanted to court you. Soraya didn't seem flattered by the prospect.
And your scavenger hunt?
I asked him how he wanted to go about getting to know one another, and he suggested I show him around the palace. Since I didn't really know where anything was, I put the notion back on him instead, and it ended up turning into a game. Soraya stared at a spot on the rug, considering this.
He wanted to be shown the palace, you say?
Yes. Cali wasn't sure, but Soraya sounded so contemplative, as though she saw more in the request than Cali had.
I wonder what he's looking for, she said.
Looking for?
This game of yours allowed him to roam about, Soraya explained. I'm suspicious of every action they take, so it makes me wonder if he's looking for something in particular here.
What do you think that could be? Cali asked, her own web of curiosity being spun. Soraya's suspicions made perfect sense. Bay had alluded several times to being intrigued by the palace itself. What was he after? Soraya didn't seem bothered for long.
My apologies. I wish we'd given you a tour. This was such a hasty decision, and with getting you fitted into my dresses and having a room prepared, and answering what questions I could, we didn't have much time for anything else.
I managed well enough. And it was true. She had.
What else did you talk about?
Soraya settled herself on the chair itself before smoothing out her skirts. She was behaving far more personably than she had during their first meeting. Who your first kiss was?
What?
Soraya blanched and Cali laughed. It was the first question he asked me.
What did you tell him?
I told him of mine.
North Stars, Soraya mumbled under her breath. Well, now you have to tell me about it.
Cali grinned, grateful Soraya wasn't out of sorts with her as her father claimed she would be. And she humored her, telling her of Darren and the kiss they'd shared on the gun deck of the Vigorous during her first time sailing away from Zara.
Zara?
Oops. Yes, that's where I'm from.
Are you really?
Soraya shifted, tucking her leg beneath her.
You crossed the boundary? How was that even possible?
Callie's mind drifted back to her conversation with Lyric before she'd left. In order to appeal to Undeen for the magic to cross the boundary, it had required a sacrifice on Callie's part, the sacrifice of her kingdom. She couldn't explain all of this to Soraya without keeping her word with King Emir. She also wasn't sure exactly what she would have to sacrifice in order for the magic to call its due once she had the plants she'd come for. "What do you know of the boundary?" Callie asked instead, eager for Soraya's view of things and unwilling to tell her about Lyric. The book Ayat gave her to read mentioned the boundary in vague terms. In fact, any mention of it at all was then followed by a glowing tribute to their supposed sea goddess's love of life and beauty.
From my understanding, the two kingdoms had quite a lot to do with each other until a terrible misunderstanding happened. The goddess Undeen created a barrier between the lands, so very few know the other even exists now. How did you know about Luné Lumin? How did you come to be here?
Callie hesitated. There it was again. Undeen as a goddess instead of a villainous enemy of all goodness. How could she be so completely opposite here? "I can't say I know much about it," she said. "I was sent here, but I must find my way home." A heavy silence hung between them. "So, have you been kissed?" Callie asked, desperate to change the subject before Soraya asked anything else. Soraya lowered her eyes to her clustered hands.
My first kiss happened last night.
"With whom?" Callie hugged her pillow to her chest. A becoming blush painted Soraya's cheeks. She dipped her chin, but the action failed to mask her diffident smile.
A guard. My father wouldn't approve, so we've agreed to keep our meetings hidden.
"That's why you didn't want to meet Bay today. Or at all." Callie had wondered where the real Soraya had been all day. She raised her head, appearing almost bashful.
Is he as attractive as they all say?
Callie remembered the agonizing pinch in her chest at the first sight of him, and again, the way having his attention on her only made her want more of it. "He is, and excessively charming, and both he and his father know it. We got along fairly well today until I insulted him."
Did you?
Soraya's eyes widened with delight. Readjusting her weight, she straightened her dress again.
How?
Callie warmed at this. She'd never had much by way of friends growing up. Not besides Darren and Hannah, her chambermaid. What with all her coronation preparations, this was the first girl-to-girl conversation she could recall having in a long time. "I accused him of wanting to steal your kingdom."
And
He deflected and acted almost offended. Callie couldn't place what had bothered her about their parting words. He was a pirate. Shouldn't that mean his skin was tougher than scales?
And that's a problem?
Soraya said, frowning. "I don't know," Callie said. "There were things he said, things that make me wonder if he doesn't want this any more than you do."
If he doesn't, then we have to make that clear. I won't give up my kingdom as readily as my father.
Cali reflected on the negotiations Captain Kelsey mentioned. Did Soraya know about her father's navy being detained and at war with Isha? How much could Cali expose without going too far? "Tell me something," Cali said. "Your magic is impressive and formidable."
Thank you.
What good does having magic do if you can't use it to blast the pirates back where they came from? You talked me through using the glitz foil as a way to prove that you, have power. But why not use your power against them? Soraya's mouth pressed into a thin smile.
Magic isn't about violence, Anna, she explained in a less deprecating voice than Cali thought she would have. Magic is about protecting things.
Like what? Cali asked.
Secrets, Soraya said. Valuable secrets. Princesses are born with power because it is their right. But that power also gives us a few advantages.
What kind of advantages? Aside from the obvious, she longed for this answer. Could Soraya somehow explain why Cali hadn't been granted the same gift that should have been her birthright as well?
I can't tell you. Otherwise, they wouldn't be secret.
The princess and Cali wanted to demand an answer, to stand and command this other girl as she would have anyone else who dared willfully keep things from her. It took all of Cali's energy to hold the demand in. At least Soraya was no longer treating her in the same deprecating way she had before. Soraya still thought of Cali as a servant, and that fact made Cali wish she could go back and make up to every servant she'd ever spoken down to before. Several moments passed before Cali was able to compose herself. She supposed the idea was to avoid an attack before Lumin had adequate forces to confront the pirates with. And while Soraya could take on a handful of people at a time, she couldn't hold back an armada. Seeing Soraya smile and relax around Cali, hearing about her first kiss with one of her guards, Cali had found herself wanting to help her. That desire had faded fast, but she found it renewing as her insolence died back down. The statement about secrets made Cali suspect Soraya didn't have a ready answer about magic. This was evidence of how in the dark about things Soraya was. Had King Emir even told Soraya what was discussed today about her future? What conclusions had the king come to with Captain Kelsey during their negotiations? Whatever it was, the Pirate King seemed far too pleased when she'd asked him earlier how everything went. It didn't seem right that Soraya was being kept from such important matters. In Cali's opinion, King Emir and Princess Soraya were going about this in all the wrong ways, and if they weren't careful, they were going to lose their home. Cali dressed for bed with the help of her chatty maid Mina, though she couldn't completely lose herself in Mina's gossip. Her mind kept returning to the more heated moments during her time with Bay earlier. She'd felt backed into a corner, and words had slipped without a thought. She'd nearly blown her cover by not being a better actress. The last thing she needed was to end up in a Luminian prison, all because of carelessness. She opened the pouch of glitz foil again and stared inside, inhaling its smell of dead leaves and vanilla apricots. Too bad this small amount wasn't enough. Lyric had told her to bring as much as she could, and with half of Cali's kingdom taken ill, she'd need more than a small pouch of it. A pocket inside of her ached for Darren. How was he doing? Was he coherent? Was he thinking of her? When the morning dawned, he would only have 3 days left. 3. That didn't give Lyric much time to prepare the cure once Cali got the plants to her. Cali didn't know much about concoctions, but she knew sometimes they needed to stew for days, so the elements had enough time to blend properly. If only Cali could sneak down tonight, find the plants she needed, make her sacrifice, and be home before sunup. She nestled into the comfortable spread of blankets and the single feathery pillow, willing her thoughts to go anywhere but the direction they currently headed. She felt guilty for being so at ease, and for what an enjoyable morning she'd had. She'd liked Bay Kelsey. He was friendly, funny, and he piqued her curiosity in more ways than one. A well-mannered pirate who sought to rule a kingdom instead of the sea? Who joked with her as easily as if they'd known one another for years instead of a single day? She hadn't been able to rid her mind of him since they'd separated at lunch. What would happen tomorrow? Could she keep up this deception? There were a dozen ways she could give herself away as a fraud. She'd done as much with Soraya earlier, letting slip that she was from Zara and had crossed the boundary to get here. What if she did the same around Bay? Traveler that he was, he undoubtedly knew her homeland was no fairy tale. She had to be more on her guard than ever. A knock sounded on the door, breaking into her restless musings. But the knock hadn't come from Soraya's inner chamber. It had come from the hall. Uncertain, Cali rose from her bed. The blue floor tiles were cold beneath her feet. She slipped into the fuchsia robe lined with decadent gold ribbon and dragons twisting in the lace, and opened the door. Bay lingered in the shadowed hallway, one hand resting on the doorframe. His eyes danced with secret delight and dark promises. His mouth twisted into a smirk, and his attention was focused directly on her in a way that made her stomach flutter. She worried what he might think of seeing her unveiled again as she'd been during their meal. He might see the real Princess Soraya at some point. What would she do then? "Good evening," he said in a soft voice. "I hope I'm not interrupting your bedtime routine." "Of course you are," she said, feeling her neck flush at the thought she'd just been having of him. "But that doesn't mean it's unwelcome." Movement rustled from the connecting chamber behind her. Did Soraya hear his knock? Would she emerge? Cali kept the door tightly fixed, so only her face could be seen through it. She supposed she couldn't wear a veil during every interaction they had. He had seen her face during lunch, after all. The corners of his lips lifted. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "We never got to finish our game. But I'm here to declare myself the winner." "Are you?" "I found your gardens." Pinching the pouch of glitz foil, she opened the door wider. "You did?" she asked, in spite of herself. She barely stopped herself from asking, "Where?" Taking a step back, he offered her his hand. He was in a loose shirt, breeches, and dark boots. His vest was gone, and his shirt was temptingly open, displaying a triangle of his smooth chest and a few more tattoos. "If it's not too improper, would the princess care to join me for a midnight stroll?" Chapter 13. Cali closed the door. Heart racing, she tucked the pouch of glitz foil into the inside pocket of the robe and tied its woven dragon-ridden sash around her waist. "I can't do this," she whispered to the empty room. King Emir had been extremely specific with his conditions for helping her. He would give her as many herbs as she needed, as long as she played her part. as long as she didn't attempt to seek out the gardens, the herbs, herself. This was far worse than the prospect of a guard overhearing her. If she agreed to this, if she took Bay's outstretched hand, Emir could find out. He would throw her in jail and ruin everything. On the other hand, she had agreed to flirt and cavort with Bay. What better way to do that than taking the stroll he'd offered? A stroll she so wanted to take. She needed to keep up appearances. The real Soraya wouldn't deny him, would she? Besides, rejecting Bay's offer might inadvertently give something away to him, wouldn't it? He might begin to suspect she wasn't who she professed to be. Her thoughts trailed to Darren for the briefest moment. As there was nothing officially going on between them, this wasn't the betrayal it appeared to be. She was doing this for Darren, wasn't she? She had to accept there was nothing else for it. After she fluffed her hair a few times, she opened the door once more. Part of her hoped Bay wouldn't be standing there, that he'd been a figment of her imagination. He was still there. She fought against the sense of relief coursing through her, relief that didn't last because of the way he was looking at her. "What is it?" she asked. "It's refreshing to see all of your face," Bay said, eyes twinkling. "These veils you Luminians favor aren't my custom. It's taken some getting used to having the women cover their lovely features here." Heat devoured her cheeks. "Oh, I prefer going without one when I can," she said stupidly, wishing she knew more about the custom. The hall was deathly quiet behind him, lit only by the glowing fish tanks every few feet. Bay glanced at her with satisfaction as he offered her his arm, the way he'd done on their way to the aviary. Veins pulsing like beating wings, she slipped her arm through his, grateful he didn't press her further. "A prize was never declared for winning," he whispered, guiding her down the hall. "But you think you've earned one?" "Of course." There was a pause. "So, what is it?" "What's what?" "What is my prize?" "I'll tell you when you've proved you've actually found the garden." She hoped that gave her enough time to think of something. "How did you find it?" "I simply continued the game without you there. I asked the guards until I found my way to it." "That, sir, sounds like cheating." "You never said we had to do it together. You need to be clearer in your rules." They traipsed down the staircase. Bay released her arm, moving instead to take Callie's hand. His skin was so warm. The touch burned directly in the pit of her stomach. She knew she should pull away. Soraya would have pulled away. But she couldn't help enjoying the feel of being held, even in so small a way. It wasn't only that. His touch was like the stars inked into his skin, snippets of helpful light in the darkness. Darren had never held her hand. Not like this. "He's only guiding me. It's nothing more." They passed the aviary where sleeping birds nestled behind glass, and he took her out a door to their left. The night air was heated and humid, adding moisture to her skin almost the instant she stepped outside. Palm trees reached toward the moon, which winked down at them. The tiled rooftops of nearby villas peeked over the tall fronds. Bay squeezed her hand. "Not far now." The danger of this entire situation slowed her steps. What if King Emir was having the gardens watched? She couldn't do this, but she couldn't ask Bay to return her to her room either. Before she could think, Bay stopped before a pair of columns, and she heard the slow, deliberate trickling before a lovely fountain came into view. Water spewed from a jaguar's mouth. Moonlight flecked off the droplets, reminding her of the sight of the glitz foil on her fingertips as she'd rubbed them together. "Here is your garden." His voice was just the right depth for forbidden whispers. His hand was on her back, guiding her toward the open collection of shrubbery with jewel-toned leaves stalking along a flagstone path. At the end lay a picturesque pond, reflecting the moon's ascension, capturing hues of brightest amethyst and deepest aquamarine. A long stretch of water trapped in a concrete feature fed into the pond. And flowers. So many flowers. To Cali's surprise, they glittered and glowed, gaping in wide blooms, not folded in while away from the sun's reach. In this darkened garden, these flowers were the light. Curling jade vines crawled along the sides of a cement jungle, a breathtaking structure open to the sky and the elements. Birds of paradise gaped with their colorful heads. Other plants dripped blossoms Cali couldn't name. She had gone over and over the list Lyric had given her. How would she know which was which? How would she transport them home? "Everything seems so awake," she said. "It's my favorite part of Luné-le-Mine," he said. "You should see your kingdom from the sea. It always gleams brighter than the other lands. The moonlight here draws magic out of hiding. Even the plants blossom at their fullest in darkness instead of daylight." "It's extraordinary," Cali said, trying her best to sound as though this wasn't new to her. In truth, she was fascinated. She'd never heard of such a thing. Lyric had described the plants as magical, but she'd never imagined they would glow and dazzle like colored stars. "And you were pleased?" "Very much," she said, staring. There were no labels, nothing to indicate which name the plants belonged to. Of course not. She'd probably need more of a greenhouse for that kind of treatment. Still, she tried to see if she could identify more glitz foil, but the plant in her pouch was dried, not fresh like these. "And my prize," he said softly behind her. She stood in anticipation in the heated hum of the garden. The plants added an additional hush, cocooning around her and Bay and adding their own security, as though anything could be said in here, where it couldn't be said anywhere else. Where plants tipped their heads and made promises to keep the words to themselves. This was a garden of secrets. Slowly she faced him. "What is it you want?" Rubbing his chin, he began pacing across the stones. Small flecks of light swayed along the flowers, and she allowed herself to roam with him, enjoying the beauty, trying to memorize the appearance of certain blossoms. "Don't tell me you didn't already have something in mind," Cali said after a few moments. He stood before her. "Okay then. I'll tell you what I desire from you." The word desire on his lips made her stomach flutter again. "You'd better not say this kingdom." Grinning, he stepped closer, her feet rooted to the spot. "That much is already public knowledge. What I want from you right at this moment is a kiss, princess." Cali swallowed. She should say no. But his request, his face, the curve of his mouth were the stuff of hypnosis and taunting assurances. She was more drawn to him than she wanted to be, and she gazed long enough he took it as an invitation to move closer. He slipped a single hand around her waist. "Absolutely not," she breathed, unable to step away, ensnared by him. What was happening? "You said I get a prize." "You said you should get one. A prize was never a condition of our game." "Games always have prizes," he countered, his hand bunching the fabric of the robe at her back. He oozed confidence and a trace of cockiness that Cali assumed only pirates possessed. It was worse than royalty. Royalty got what they wanted from their subjects out of respect. A pirate got what he wanted because of the unspoken otherwise. Otherwise, ships were waiting at the shore, ready to attack the palace. Otherwise, he would step away, taking his drug-like presence away from her. Otherwise, she'd go back to her senses. The worst part was, she wanted to kiss him. He looked dreamy in the moonlight with his hair slicked away from his face, with his features in the shadows, with the heat of him close enough to burn her. He was temptation itself. His eyes sparked with potential trouble and discovery. His presence fed her curiosity, and she began to imagine her lips with his, feeling his hands arresting her, never letting her go. "The prize was finding the garden," she said, her voice too breathy. "My kisses are worth more than something given to random men I've known for a single day." "You're telling me I have to try harder to win your affections?" "If you can." What was she saying? She made it sound like she was offering him a chance. Was she? This wasn't why she was here. She was here for Darren. Undeen's wrath. Darren. "I accept the challenge." His voice poured out like spilled honey. He held her a few seconds more before stepping back and allowing her to breathe again. Cali turned away, waiting for the drug of him to seep from her skin. It was a challenge she could never let him win. How would that be if she were here kissing other men while Darren and her people were dying? She had only 3 more days here. What good would it do to give him any kind of hope? She wasn't who he thought she was. 3 more days and she would be gone. She shouldn't want him. This was fleeting and impulsive. Even if it wasn't for Darren, she was Caliana Bromvere, Princess of Zara. Bay was a pirate. For all she knew, he would forget her the minute he got his prize. "You can ask another question if you'd like," she said, facing him again. "That much I can give you." He studied her as though he could see everything hiding within her heart. She singed under the heat of his gaze, suddenly dreading whatever he might say. "Would you consider a hunt with me tomorrow?" This was unexpected. "What are you hunting for?" Her question entertained him for some reason, and in retrospect, she could see how many different directions it could be taken. "Many things," he said, "but I should like to see more of your kingdom." And one of the guards suggested that hunting for the elusive mauve foxes near your diamond mines would offer a grand view of everything Lumin has to offer. Would you care to join me? With the flowers as his backdrop, his dark hair playing in the night breeze, and the way her joints had turned supple in his proximity, Cali was entranced. "I would love to. Footsteps sounded. In an instant, every inch of her body went on alert. She gripped his shoulder. "Did you hear that?" I'm sure it's only a guard, Bay began, but Cali whirled around so quickly her actions cut him off. She couldn't be seen here. Not by anyone. Least of all, another guard. She'd been foolish to come in the first place. Everything she was trying to accomplish would be absolutely ruined. What was she doing? I have to go. Thank you for the stroll. Soraya, he called after her. But Cali lifted her skirts and dashed for the garden's edge. If only she knew what the detwort, glitzfoil, and firethorn looked like. It would have been only too easy to pluck a sampling of each. But keeping the plants hidden after the fact, not to mention how heavily King Emir guarded these gardens in daylight, a substantial amount disappearing would be noticed. And Cali had no sufficient place to hide them, which meant she had to stick this out. She would go hunting with Bay in the morning, and pray the king never knew she'd set foot in the gardens. Chapter 14. Cali requested a riding habit from Mina the next morning, after the maid had brought her breakfast. She wasn't sure what women wore to ride horses on this more humid side of the world. Back home, her attire would have been a long, thick dress to ensure her legs were fully covered while riding side saddle, along with lengthy boots with sturdy heels and a hat to block out the sun. Pants? Cali gasped in surprise as Mina presented her the clothing for the day's outing. Cali had never worn pants before. These were of loose, tulip pink fabric that puffed out before gathering once more around her ankles.
They're meant to be worn beneath your overdress,
Mina explained, holding the longer, draping, nut-brown gown lined with gold embroidery for Cali to slip her arms through. As the bodice was secured around her torso, Cali realized the overdress wasn't a full dress. Rather, the drapes of shimmering sepia fabric lay open from the waist down to reveal the pants beneath.
You'll ride much easier in a saddle in something like this, Mina said. Just be sure the gown isn't beneath you when you settle in.
You mean I'm to drape my legs around the horse? Mina snorted a little laugh.
Have you never ridden a horse before?
Cali worked to stem the effrontery Mina's question stirred within her. Of course she'd ridden horses, but only properly. The thought of riding as a man did staggered her for a moment. She'd always done everything as a princess should have. Spending time with Darren had been her one exception, and she found the prospect of such freedom exciting. Mina pinned Cali's hair half onto her head and half ribboning down over one shoulder, and handed Cali a coordinating veil, thin and transparent enough for her lips to be visible through.
You won't want anything heavier than that today, trust me, Mina replied, to the curious look Cali gave the article. Something like this was near pointless after venturing out veilless after dark with the pirate the night before. She still couldn't believe she hadn't even thought to put one on before stepping out with him. Even still, Cali secured the ties behind her ears and stepped out. She and Bay hadn't settled on a meeting place before she scurried off last night, but a message this morning requested that she meet him after breakfast at the stables. Before Mina left, Cali was able to pinpoint the stable's location. She made her way to the stairs leading down to the courtyard she'd met him in yesterday. 2 men in thick dark blue uniforms manned either side. Cali was grateful neither of them happened to be the men who'd laughed in her face when she told them her identity. Keeping her role as Soraya, she nodded to them as she passed and made her way outside. Dazzling sunshine warmed her skin, and the instant humidity made her feel as though she'd just stepped out of her bath. She glanced to the side,
toward the direction she'd scampered with Bay last night. If only she could peek at the gardens to see how the vibrant flowers appeared during the day, but she wouldn't go there. Cali meandered along the main drive until she caught sight of several horses being walked by stable hands. She quickened her pace to find Bay wearing a hand-spun shirt, laced at the front. His vest was more formal, longer than the one he'd worn the day before. His hair hung long as well to his shoulders, and was topped with an ash-gray scarf tied around his head. Folds of fabric hung from the knot at the back. The entire look gave him even more of a roguish air. His handsome tanned face framed by long hair gave him a renewed appeal she hadn't expected, and it took her several moments to catch her breath.
"I wasn't sure you would be coming after how you took off last night," he said.
"Apologies," Cali said, composing herself and attempting to pretend he didn't currently have her tied up in knots. "I suppose I got spooked. I didn't want anyone reporting our behavior to my father."
"True enough. But would the king care all that much since he agreed to our courtship?" Bay asked.
"My father is particular."
"I see. And does he, do you think, hold any objection to our hunt today? From my understanding, more foxes live only in the wilds of the jungle, which are the current location of your diamond mines. I am a pirate, after all, and he may not want me that close to such treasure."
Cali wasn't sure what to say. Was Bay being cynical? She couldn't tell with how deadpan he'd kept his tone. "The king has made no such objection known to me," she said. "As far as I know, he wishes us to spend time together."
"As do I."
Bay pierced her with a meaningful gaze. It took Cali noticeable effort to glance away. "Shall we go? Are the horses ready?"
"I believe so."
Bay turned and waved to the stable hand, who then let out two of the most exquisite horses Cali had ever beheld. Bay's stallion was a dappled gray horse, whose color was diluted by lighter rings along its tail and head. His mane and tail were darker than the rest of his body, and the horse waited patiently, while Bay mounted with ease, holding his body as surely as if he were a horseman rather than a sailor. Cali turned to her own ride, an elegant horse that was white in both hair and body, except for a patch of gray around its muzzle. She stroked the creature a few times, and then turned to the stable hand for help. Her legs situated on either side of the saddle, she found the stirrups easily enough. The feeling was strange, to say the least, but she found she preferred this to side saddle's awkward positioning any day.
"Ready?" Bay said.
Cali gripped the reins. "Yes."
"Well then, lead the way to these diamond mines of yours."
Fortunately, Cali had thought to ask for directions from Mina before setting out. She'd been curious about them since reading of the mine's collapse from the Cressida Royal Histories. A brief section had been scribbled in toward the end concerning the earthquake that had hit, closing the mine's entrance and trapping at least 100 men inside. The townspeople had rallied. Soraya's mother, Queen Elena, had offered comfort, personally attending to the wounded they were able to extract from the wreckage. Unfortunately, a handful of people had died, and the Crown had thought it best to close the dangerous mine for good from that point on. Cali relayed as much to Bay as they rode beyond the cobblestone streets and villas toward the verdant, twining growth along the city's outskirts. She figured Soraya wouldn't mind her sharing this part of their history when it had involved so many others. Cali pocketed her veil as she spoke. They were far enough away from others. She figured its removal wouldn't matter. She inhaled a breath. Being covered by the material was stifling. Fascinating, Bay said, as they passed over the spread of grass that blanketed the feet of a jagged mountain range. The tree's growth appeared like moss on rocks from a distance, but the closer they drew to it, the more Cali could see the tree's thin trunks. Now they're all but inaccessible except to these magical creatures. Have you ever seen a mauve fox before? Cali asked. She thought this was better than admitting she'd never heard of one until his mention of them last night. Only in books, he said. Do you enjoy reading? I do, he said. On occasion. I don't get much time to read now as I did when I was a lad, but books are a treasure trove all their own. They broke the jungle's tree line and rode in silence through the interlaced branches. Narrow sticks of bamboo speared upward from the dirt, and more branches wove like snakes along their shoots. A definitive path serpentined through, and Cali followed, hoping this was the same path Mina had mentioned. Due to the narrowness, she led her horse before Bay's, and the distance made speaking difficult. Birds chirped overhead, their colorful wings fluttering in the sunlight. Aside from the horse's hooves, the sound of trickling water increased until the path widened once more and ended with a pool of water being fed by small streams trickling along large jumbled stones. Every bit of growth was so green. The leaves on the trees, the brush hovering near the ground. Even the moss cloaking the muddled stones brandished otherwise dull surfaces with verdant life. Deciding this was a good place to settle their horses, Cali and Bay alighted and tied their mounts to trees, near enough to the water that the horses could bask in some sunshine and enjoy a cool drink. Bay scratched his stallion's gray mane and gazed at the luscious plant life around them. Brig would have loved this, he said. Cali watched her horse trot forward to the water's edge and dip for a drink. Brig? Who's that? She asked. My first mate. He's probably the closest friend I have, though he's been off doing a job requested by Kelsey. Kelsey, you mean your father? Ensuring that the horses were safe, she joined Bay's side, and the two of them walked toward the vegetation. Does your father's command override yours? Aye, I'm the captain of my own ship, but the fleet itself is under Kelsey's command. Why don't you call him father? She asked, simultaneously searching for the marker indicating the direction of the diamond mines. Mina had mentioned they would find something like that here in the clearing. She scanned the area, uncertainty rising until she caught sight of the silver sign attached to a post near another opening in the surrounding snake-like trees. Cali led the way down the newest path. She was heartened when, rather than following from behind, Bay joined her side. He lifted a low-hanging branch from their way. I haven't since my mother left us, Bay explained. Calling him Papa or even Father seemed too boyish of a thing, and I wanted to come across as in control of myself and commanding to my men as I could. I was 17 when I took command of my first crew. Only 17? That's impressive, Cali said. Not just your age, but that your men would take command from someone so young. Brave men. Took a chance on me. Does that bother Captain Kelsey? You not calling him father? No. Bay's tone was assured. Kelsey has everything he ever dreamed of. And what about you? She asked. What do you dream of? The question wasn't for Soraya's sake this time. The minute she posed it, Cali realized she wanted the answer for herself. Bay slowed in a beam of sunlight spearing through the surrounding trees. Water giggled along more of the jumbled melon-sized stones on its way to the pool for the horses to enjoy. Cali paused as well, They hadn't made it to the mines that she knew of. Why had he stopped? Keeping his gaze on her, he reached inside of his vest. Callie's pulse quickened, and he extracted a thin sheaf of paper and offered it to her. Callie opened the letter and perused its contents. The words were written by a delicate, refined hand. The greeting referred to Bay as my son, and expressed apology for her disappearance, a desire to help Captain Kelsey, and a wish that Bay would make more of himself than his father expected him to. She had the sudden sense she was holding something precious and more valuable than any jewel in her hands. These words were tender and private, and meant to encourage and soothe. When Callie met Bay's gaze, she saw him differently than she had before. His eyes held traces of exposure, of startlement. The same spark of challenge he usually gave her was still there as well, but this time it was tinged with fear and dread, as though he hoped he hadn't made a mistake in showing this to her. "Bay," she began, folding the letter once more and returning it to him. "This is beautiful."
"I thought she was dead,"
he said, in the quiet trees, glancing up at their leaves. He returned the letter within his vest where it had been.
"But she's still alive."
"You're trying to find her?"
"Aye,"
he said. What did this have to do with gaining access to Soraya's palace? Callie didn't dare ask. She didn't want to jeopardize anything. In this moment he was being so real with her, and she wanted to do the same for him. She was ready to throw out all the lies, to confess her true identity, to have him come to know her as her real self, and not the princess he thought she was. She thought of the first day they'd met, and the heart's desire he'd mentioned. She'd assumed the worst, that he was nothing more than a bad reputation, that he wanted what other men of low caliber were thought to be after, a meaningless tryst. Then, when she'd learned he was after Soraya's kingdom, she again presumed this was the pirate in him, to take everything he could, because he could. But this tender admission, the humanity of it, the sorrow in it, fastened her to him and revealed just how wrong she was about him, all at once.
"There. Did you see that?"
Bay peered past her, pointing toward the gnarled branches. "The mall fox?" Callie asked. She skimmed the tangled trees beyond the babbling brook and the tufted growth, but saw nothing out of the ordinary. "Where?" Bay raised a hand, and with a gentle touch, directed her face toward an opening in the rocks, higher up than where she'd been searching. Sure enough, a fox of the loveliest shade, paler than lavender, paused at the mine's entrance. It peered down at them with glowing eyes before its bushy white-tipped tail slipped through the dark opening. Callie waited for Bay to draw his dagger, but he remained captivated, motionless. She retreated, her back colliding with Bay's chest. He didn't move away, and neither did she. "You said hunt," Callie breathed over her shoulder. "I thought you meant to kill the poor creature."
"In this instance, hunt only means I'm out to find what I'm looking for."
His voice crept closer than she anticipated. The low sound purred, cinching her stomach. Callie's temperature climbed, her heart raced, and she faced him, standing far closer than they'd been when they first stopped. She gazed into his eyes that were bluer than polished sea glass and burned brighter than the stars. "And what are you looking for now?" Her chest pressed against his, and their hearts quickened as one. Cali didn't realize how far against him she'd leaned for a glimpse of the mauve fox, but when she moved to pull away, Bay didn't let her. He encased her, one hand around her waist, the other smoothing across her jaw to cradle her cheek. "I think I've just found it," he said. She waited with pulsing anticipation. Her lungs were on fire. Everywhere his body touched hers only escalated her desire to have more of him. They stood together in the gaps of sunlight between trees, both lost and found at once. His gaze flicked to her mouth. The memory of his requested prize from the night before passed between them both. He must have thought the key to finding his mother was somewhere in Soraya's palace. If he knew the truth, that Cali could never give him what he was really after because she was a lie, that all this budding between them was a glorious ploy, an illusion meant to deceive him and buy time for the king to destroy everything Bay strove for, would he still be gazing at her as though she were the only thing he would ever care about? Cali ducked away and hid her face from him. Separated from him as she was, she drew in a long, gasping gulp of breath, trying to keep herself together. "I know," he said behind her, a smile in his tone. "I need to earn it." She couldn't look at him. She couldn't bear to see the ardor of his expression and know that glance, these feelings budding between them, were meant for the real Soraya, not for her. "Soraya?" he said, confirming her thoughts. "What is it?" The question stung Cali's eyes. "We should head back," she said. "It's not a good idea to leave the horses alone for this long." And Cali trudged in the direction they'd come, without checking to see if he followed. Chapter 15. Bay's quarters at the palace were much finer than the upper room he'd been staying at in town. He paced back and forth, relishing the sound of his boots falling on the tile floor. Try as he might, he couldn't make the stories he'd heard of Princess Soraya equate with the woman he'd taken a midnight stroll with the night before, or hunted with again earlier that afternoon. Kelsey had insisted Bay find out as much as he could about the aloof princess when he'd instigated this endeavor, and Bay had done so. He hadn't had much else to do while wandering around Lumin's back streets. So, he'd asked the locals what the stories about the Princess Soraya were. He'd asked about her interests, about how she interacted with her people, along with any trying events from her past. He wanted to glean as much as he could about what to expect. Many of the people Bay spoke with labeled her as distant, reserved, and unfriendly. Either she wasn't allowed out of her palace much, or she chose not to spend much of her time mingling with the people who were subjected to her.
"Keeps to herself, she does,"
the barmaid Jana had said when Bay started asking questions.
"Every time she's out, it's like she's terrified something's going to happen to her,"
the cook had added. But the woman Bay had sauntered through the garden with last night, the woman who'd guided him to the diamond mines with hidden delight and blushing responses to his questions, the woman who'd displayed awed amazement at the soaring birds and the lustrous glowing flowers in the moonlight, had been anything but timid. She was careful around him, he could sense as much, but she was also assertive, confident and personable. Despite her claims otherwise, Bay knew he intrigued her. From the way she'd responded to his touch, she was anything but unaffected. And he'd been so certain that if he'd kissed her right there in the tangled trees outside her family's diamond mines, she would have let him. Until she pulled away. She'd been so quiet during the entire return ride to the palace, and had barely said a word other than thanking him for a pleasant afternoon and bidding him goodbye. He'd hoped to ask Soraya to show him where her coveted map room was upon their return, but she'd gone straight to her room. Did she know that map room was what he was after? If so, she was tactful, almost too good at not giving anything away. What game was she playing? Whatever it was, he'd meant it when he'd told her he didn't like to lose. Perhaps he'd given away too much too soon. Bay knew there were certain rooms in the palace only accessible by members of the royal family. Initially, he had suggested the hunt as a means to get closer to her. If she legitimately fell in love with him, if she married him because their union was her heart's desire, he and Kelsey would have no problems accessing any room they needed to. Bay couldn't believe how badly he wanted to please her, to get in her good graces for no other reason than to have her eyes flash with delight at him again. Probably why he'd been fool enough to show her Isadora's letter. What had he been thinking? He had wanted to connect with Soraya at that moment, but he hadn't intended to tell anyone about that letter. Just part of the plan, he told himself. Courting Soraya, marrying her, would not only allow him to enter any room in her palace he chose, but having her sail with him would also help him deal with the curse Undeen had slapped on him for trying to enter her boundary. Bay longed to return to the ocean. He missed the salty air and the swell beneath his feet. He missed the exhilaration of a new destination and the pursuit of something strange and wondrous. He hadn't told Soraya everything he was after. Along with finding Isadora, Bay desperately wanted to sail once more. Getting Soraya to fall in love with him was all well and good, but the effect Soraya was having over him hadn't been part of that plan. Bay found himself wanting her to know him, his secrets, his past, and he'd never experienced that with any of the other girls he'd been with. Was she really the same woman who'd been sneaking into the servants' quarters outside just before her coronation banquet? She'd skirted the subject, but that would explain why the woman's face had been covered and why she'd been dressed so fine, albeit in a dirty gown that was styled nothing like the Luminian fashions of thinner, gauzy dresses. He shook off the question and settled at the unique table shaped with points like a star, and ornamented with small triangles of colored glass to allow light through. He stretched his long legs in front of him and traced a thumb along one of the triangular patterns. Though Bay didn't know what her business had been that first day at the palace, there was one thing he was growing more and more certain about the longer he sat there. He was falling for Soraya, more than he'd thought he would. Chapter 16. If Cali could have managed it, she would have kept to Soraya's room for the remainder of the evening. She'd come far too close to spilling the truth of her situation to Bay earlier, and that was something she simply couldn't afford to do. Despite that, and all the other reasons she knew she shouldn't, she wanted nothing more than to be wherever Bay was, to hear his voice and feel his arms around her again. Being with Bay had both grounded her and sent her soaring all at once. She'd considered herself in love with Darren Markov for so long, but was she? How could she love Darren and yet be feeling this connection to someone else? Perhaps she didn't love Darren as much as she thought. That wasn't a concept she was ready to confront. Accepting as much would mean her parents had been right. Mama had insisted Cali was too young to know what love was, that Darren was the only boy she'd known, and would meet many others as she grew older.
And one day, a man will sweep you completely off the ground you thought you knew, Mama had said.
Cali had refused to believe her, and she fought it even now. But what if Mama was right? Darren had insisted on joining Papa's navy. What if this was the direction their lives were meant to go? Not intertwined as she'd thought she'd wanted, but separate. She groaned. What good did thoughts like these do? She wasn't staying in Lumin, no matter how the pirate was making her feel. She was getting those plants and going home. She had a mission to complete, and courting Bay as the king wanted wouldn't happen if she was apart from him. Her assignment had become far more than the torturous task as she thought it would be. She approached the dining halls with butterflies flurrying beneath her skin, only to have the flurrying sensation die away when she stepped inside. King Emir was the only other occupant in the vast dining room. The balcony doors were closed, keeping out the view of the night sky and the sea. Where was Bay? Cali worried she'd gone too far by refusing to kiss him earlier, but she couldn't give in, not when she wasn't who he thought she was. If she kissed Bay, she wanted him to know exactly who she was. Face veiled, Cali sat at the place laid out for her beside the king, feeling tormented and guarded. Their custom allowed a designated time for women to remove their veils during the actual meal. She devoured the steamed pork and the sumptuously buttered vegetables, and she even had an extra heaping of the decadent fruits she was coming to love. But every chew, every swallow only resonated in her own ears. She flicked glances at the king several times, but he kept his brow-bent attention on his own plate. Lenore was among the maids serving the meal. She cast several questioning glances in Cali's direction, but Cali only gave a subtle shake of the head, praying the maid would say nothing. With dinner finished, Cali returned her veil to its place, rose, and paused to catch the king's eye as though needing permission to leave. King Emir cleared his throat and wiped his mouth with a napkin, before rising as well and accompanying her to the door. They stood together in the hall. Cali pinched the sides of her skirt with 2 fingers, though she wanted to wipe her sweating palms against the fabric. What did he mean by joining her? Then again, there were no listening ears out here, not with the servants preoccupied with cleanup. "Your hunt was successful, I take it?" Emir said, keeping his voice low. So he had heard of their excursion after all. Cali wondered who had told him of it. "He still thinks I'm Soraya, if that's what you mean. Any words from your ships?" Time was waning quickly, and she needed those herbs. Staying away from the gardens now that she knew exactly where they were had been harder than she'd thought. When she'd grown bored of staying in Soraya's chamber, Cali instead had sequestered herself in the Luminian library for a few hours. "I know you're anxious to get home to your people. I'm expecting the arrival of my naval captains any day now. I've sent a rove with a letter requesting confirmation." A rove, Cali discovered from her reading earlier that day, was a magical messenger bird. "I can't stay here much longer," Cali said. "I know, but you're doing a fine job, and until we know more, you need to continue to do so. You're to invite the pirate prince to take you sailing tomorrow." Her stomach flipped. "Sailing?" "Yes, after lunch. Praise him, encourage him, ask him to impress you. A man lives to impress his lady. Unquestionably, the pirate will have a small sloop available for him to do just that." Bay loved the ocean. He'd told her as much in both word and expression, and she found herself eager to bring up the prospect of taking her out to sea, if for nothing else than to see that gleam in his eyes once more. But sailing meant time away from the palace. "I can't keep this up, Your Majesty," Cali reminded him. "I need those plants." "And you shall have them. But it is imperative the pirates do not catch on before we are ready.
One more day of pretending. That's all I ask. Go on now." Her people's lives were on the line. She wished she had a threat of her own to hold over him. But she had nothing, and he knew it. She hated this whole deception the longer it went on, but she could see no way out of it. Having been dismissed, Cali trudged her way down the corridor, stopping when a slip of movement caught the corner of her eye. Bay was visible through the windows of the multi-paned door, strolling outside. Cali swallowed the jittery temptation he presented, just by being who he was, and stepped outside to make her way toward him. The warm night air stirred her hair and the folds of her skirt, wrapping them around her legs. The doors led out onto a rock landing that had a surprising drop on every side. Fronds from the towering trees rooted somewhere far below tossed like smaller bushes along the landing's edges. The rock led outward to a point, and that was where Bay stood, right at the cliff, the blanket of the stars overhead, and the drop of the sea below. The waves curled their fingers, beckoning him to them, but Bay kept his gaze to the distant horizon, as if he could discern what hid there for him to find. A small telescope lay curled in his hand. Cali approached, not so much with caution as to give herself time to enjoy the view he provided. Assuming King Emir kept his word, after tomorrow Cali would never see Bay Kelsey again. That thought was more heart-wrenching than she'd ever imagined it would be. The remaining hold on her feelings for Darren slipped from her fingers, allowing room for the realization that had been hounding her to settle into place. She did care for Darren, but she'd also come to feel more for Bay in the few days they'd had together than she'd thought possible. Soraya's admonition for her to show interest in him was no longer Cali's driving force. His broad shoulders, muscular build, and tall form were admirable, but longing and loss crowded around him as well, and she found herself wanting his definition for each. "Aren't you a little close to the edge?" she said from behind. Bay stirred, rotating to take her in. His gaze raked from her skirt's flowing hem to her embroidered bodice and landed on her unveiled face. Warm night air toyed with his hair, casting a lock across his forehead. Cali found she wanted to brush it aside. "There you are," he said. "You were waiting for me." "Only thinking of coming to find you," he said. "What for?" "Do I need a reason?" His gaze smoldered, and she heated right along with it, remembering how close they'd come to kissing in the woods earlier. "What are you doing?" she asked. "Gazing." The word carried weight and emphasis, and more meaning than she felt she could comprehend. "Do you have a favorite star?" she asked, voicing her assumption. She thought he might mention the North Star. From what she understood, that star was constant, and an unfailing way for any person needing direction to find it. Bay responded, offering a hand for her to approach. Cali fought the trepidation of standing so close to the cliff's edge, so close to such a drastic plunge, and allowed her legs to make the final climb to his side. She kept herself as far from the edge as possible, not daring to look down. "Are you afraid of falling?" he asked. "Yes, it's such a sudden, jarring drop." She dared a peek. Hungry waves gnashed the cliff's base with furious white teeth. A dizzying wave of its own swooped in Cali's stomach, threatening, reminding her with a single step she would fall and be devoured in the ocean's depths. In spite of herself, Cali gripped the lapels of Bay's coat.
His warm, steady hand slipped to the small of her back. "You're safe here with me, princess," he said. Her eyes locked with his, which glowed with moonlight and protection. His fathomless blue eyes held their own depths, and she sensed a different kind of plunge, one she was all too willing to take. Cali moved closer to his warmth, relishing the tingling touch as he hooked his hand more firmly around her waist. Bay shifted. Still keeping his hold on her, he pointed with the telescope in his other hand toward a glittering collection of stars overhead. "There, see that?" he said. "The formation of an arrow." Cali tried following his directions. Sequences of stars twinkled and created a diamond wonder in the sky. Finally, she found the constellation he indicated. 2 stars at an angle on one side, 2 on the other, accentuated by a sharper star at the forefront. "The arrow's tip is a star called Devilish. She doesn't always appear, but when she does, she creates the arrow. Without her, the other stars and their lines don't make sense. But with her, they point east, the direction of the sunrise."
"Devilish," Cali said. "What makes her so special to you?"
"As a lad, I often lay on the deck at night when all the work was finished, when sailors would rest on their hammocks below, or strum lonely ballads on deck, and I would stare at the stars and try to imagine what they looked like closer up. My mother joined me one night. She lay on the deck right beside me and told me how fickle Devilish was, how I always had to keep an eye out for her, because when she appeared, the other stars shined a little bit brighter just for her. And in turn, Devilish directed the stars to where they would find solace."
"Solace?" Cali asked.
"The sun," Bay explained. "My mother said Devilish was the promise of a new dawn, that when things seemed bleakest, if you could find Devilish, you could know morning would come soon."
"That's beautiful," Cali said. His chin moved against her hair.
"You know how some stories stay with you, more than the others? That one always stayed with me."
"Why do you think that is?"
He paused long enough for the wave's rushing sounds to take precedence. Then he said, "Probably because that's the last story my mother shared with me before I lost her." Cali's hand slipped from his lapel to his arm. She felt him tense beneath her touch. His gaze searched hers, as if wondering what she would do with such a brittle piece of his past.
"I'm sorry," she said. "I can see why that star is your favorite." She wanted to ask more about the letter, about when he'd received it and what else he'd tried in his search for her. But she worried the distance between them was made of glass, and any advance she would make would shatter the ground they covered. "When I was a child, my mother often told me stories to soothe my fears during thunderstorms."
A smile coated his voice. "What stories did she tell you?" The low, evocative question lured her in, and she nestled into his side once more, leaning her head against his chest. Cali told herself the movement was only for additional safety from the cliff's edge, that it was only to keep up her part as Soraya. But the feel of his hand closing ever more securely around her said otherwise. His heart beat against her ear. She breathed in the smell of wind in his shirt and spoke on. "She told me a tale of giant creatures who lived on mountain tops. When they were bored, they would fell trees and toss boulders as part of a game. And their game rose such a great sound that it transported to us mere mortals as thunder. And that any time I felt afraid, I need only imagine those creatures and their festivities." "Your mother is gone too, is she not?" Cali's heart panged at Mamma's disgust the last time she'd seen her, when she'd discovered Cali had been in the infirmary. Mamma had hardly been able to stand being in the same room with her. She is far away, Cali said, thinking of Zara, of home. Bay shifted. I heard she died. The warm moment between them shattered. Cali jerked away, then regretted it and clung to Bay's lapels again. She did, she said, remembering too late Soraya's tale of her mother being poisoned. Being near this cliff has addled my thinking, and I misspoke. Bay's cheek lifted. Calling her far away isn't misspeaking. I'm sure at times your mother feels very near. Yes, she does. An awkward note strummed between them. She wasn't herself. She was supposed to be Soraya, and that meant she needed to not get too carried away, to stick to the king's request. Cali moved away from the cliff, away from him. Would you take me sailing tomorrow? She asked. The side of Bay's jaw moved. His grip around her tightened, not letting her go. You wish to sail with me? She couldn't understand the turn taking place between them. He came across as almost upset, though why he would be bothered by the request she couldn't tell. It's what you love, isn't it? You've wanted to see me in my kingdom, I'd like to see you in yours. This response softened him. He noticeably relaxed and rested his cheek against her hair. As long as you're with me, he said softly. Sailing sounds like there's nowhere else I'd rather be. Chapter 17. Cali couldn't stop thinking about Bay. She wasn't supposed to be feeling anything but disgust for this pirate prince. And yet, the more time she spent with him, the more that was all she wanted to do. He was so open with her, confiding in her about his search for his mother, and the tender story about his favorite star. She'd slipped after that, letting her guard down so much she'd almost forgotten she was pretending to be someone else. That sparked another suspicion altogether. Cali wondered what Bay would have done if she'd told him the truth. Could she really tell him who she was? Maybe if she told him what was going on with the king and the real Soraya, Bay might help her. He'd be able to access the gardens when she couldn't. The idea simmered as Cali allowed the maids to bathe and dress her the next morning, requesting they pull her raven hair away from touching her face and neck. She couldn't bear to have it hanging down today, not when she knew she'd be outside. They dressed her in a stunning azure day dress, with layers of fabric that gave just enough swish when she moved. The blue silk was embroidered with metallic shades of orange that were somewhere between sunlight and nectarines, and it made her feel as though she were wearing the sky at dusk. The clothing was much livelier than what she wore back home. Everything here spoke of life and light, the startling crystal zing of an orange bursting on her tongue, and the wafty hazy fragrance of jasmine and sandalwood. She wasn't sure if it was the reflection of the ocean or the vibrant vegetation, but something about Luné Lumin was just brighter. That tore her apart inside. She was being ripped in half, split between wanting this vivid, entrancing land and its pirate, and wanting her own bed, servant she knew, the monotony of daily palace life in her lifelong friends, like Darren and Hannah. While returning home meant no more lies or confusion, it also meant no more pirates. A week ago, Cali would have relished that fact, but now Now that she'd gotten to know Bay, had shared secrets with him, and found him taking pieces of her with him every time they parted, after her sailing venture with Bay today, she would be getting exactly that. She would be going home with the cure the king promised. She would never see Bay Kelsey again. The thought made the air harder to breathe. It's better this way, she told herself. She couldn't trust Bay. He was duplicitous by nature, wasn't he? He was a pirate.
You look lovely,
Princess Soraya said from behind her. Cali faced her, startled again at just how similar they were, with their black tresses glistening like obsidian against their pale complexions. Thank you, Princess. I wonder if I might make a request? Cali couldn't go to the gardens, but she desperately wanted to know more about the plants they contained. Soraya's brow twitched.
Certainly.
Does the glitz-foil plant you gave me actually contain magic?
Many of our plants do, Soraya said. Glitz-foil is also a sedative that can bring on relaxation.
And it's the magic of the plant that causes it to glow the way it does when I rub it between my fingers?
Yes. If you'd like, I can have a book of plants brought to your room. I'll even show you the gardens. Or rather, I'll have someone show them to you, as I can't very well be seen beside you. We have a beautiful garden that I love to explore.
Interesting. Soraya must not have been made aware of the king's insistence that Cali remain as far from the gardens as possible. Cali nearly leapt at the offer, but the king's threat held her back. One more day. She was sailing with Bay, and then she was getting the cure the king promised. Soraya went on.
There is even a maze on the palace grounds planted many years ago. At its center is a lovely statue of the goddess Undeen herself.
A statue of Undeen? There'd been a picture in the book Ayat had given her to read, but Cali was curious just the same. She still wasn't sure how one person could be so heralded here, yet so hated at home. I admit I'm confused. In Zara, we reference Undine de Rey, but not like you do. She decided it was best not to call her a sea witch.
She's not a goddess to you?
No, she isn't.
Undine is our very source of magic. We owe her everything.
Soraya said this with complete reverence. How is that possible?
Does the royal family not have magic in Zara? Your queen? Your princess?
Cali felt the sting of the question, hating the way it made her feel like she lacked something vital. No, the princess of Zara doesn't have magic. Soraya pursed her lips into a thin line.
Did the king and queen not marry by tournament laws?
Only princesses had magic. That much Cali already knew. But Soraya's question literally wiped Cali's mind blank. What are tournament laws? Soraya glanced at her reflection in the mirror, swiping a finger to the corner of her eye as if touching up the black coal liner feathering at the corners.
All the magic we have access to is because of Undine's goodness. She initiated tournament marriage ceremonies as a mean for us to access that magic, because the thing she values most is love and new beginnings, new life. A child born of a tournament marriage is granted the gift. She was always female.
Always a princess, Cali muttered, remembering this part of things at least. Why hadn't her parents had this tournament marriage? Was it not granted to them in Zara? In any case, it explained why Cali had no magic. Her parents married for love as far as she knew, not as a result of one of these tournaments. What happens during the tournaments?
Men display their worthiness to wed the princess of the land,
Soraya said, speaking with sparkle-dusted hope.
They display feats of bravery and loyalty. Trying to outshine any others, they race to win her. Love is often found there, too. My parents met when my father competed for my mother's hand, and the goddess Undeen blessed the match.
It all sounded so romantic, at least hearing Soraya's description. To have a gaggle of men fighting for a princess's hand. Cali pitied Soraya for a moment. Thanks to the Kelseys, she wouldn't get her tournament now. That's why you didn't want to meet Bay. It wasn't only this guard she'd kissed the other day, or a mutual dislike for pirates. Soraya wanted her own tournament.
I want the goddess's blessing on my marriage. It's the only way my future daughter can access the power I have, the same power my mother had.
Why is it only princesses who have magic? Does it have to do with the secrets you mentioned before?
The privilege and responsibility of ruling a country should be granted some extra help, Soraya said. There are rooms here that only royals can enter, that can only be opened by magic. That is another part of it.
Do all palaces have magical rooms like that? Cali wondered if there were any at her castle that her parents had never told her about.
I believe so.
And Undeen, you said she's the goddess of life? Cali still couldn't fathom it. Undeen choreographed ruination and despair. She led a symphony of sorrow in her wake. Every soul that passed through life went into her torturous keeping. Perhaps that was how Undeen could be a goddess here. She had to create life from the death in her path.
She instilled magic in plants as well, especially in the moonlight. Anything with new life, anything deserving, you can be sure to find Undeen watching over it. Not everyone can wield magic, but everyone can access it just the same, which is her way of making the imbalance right. Medicines are also made from these herbs. They can help with life.
Interesting, Cali said. That couldn't be possible then. If Undeen was a goddess who favored life and goodness, she would never have allowed such darkness and death to descend over Zara recently. Undeen was truly the creator of all ruined things.
What about you? Soraya asked. You said your people speak of her. How do you view Undeen?
Cali didn't want to expound, not after the glowing praise Soraya had just shared. How could she tell her of the grudges Undeen held over those who didn't offer homage at the boundary every year, of the necrosis sweeping her homeland that was Undeen's way of punishing them for some unknown crime? A trickle of doubt cracked through her certainty, though. Was Undeen really as awful as everyone claimed? Cali hadn't ever seen the sea witch do any of the awful things people claimed she did. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed Undeen was used as a scapegoat, a boogeyman, someone to blame when there was no one else. If that was true, when did that start? And why? It must not be the same person, Cali said, hoping it was enough to satisfy Soraya.
It may take me a few hours to send for the book, Soraya said. I'm still not sure which guards I can trust. I've been trying to lean on those I know have been here longer than the Kelseys have, and new maids keep getting sent to my room. I don't know if Ayat hired them or if something else is going on.
You think Captain Kelsey is trying to supplant your staff?
Yes, I do. I plan to ask Roland about it this afternoon.
At least Soraya was doing something. That is a great idea, but I would make sure he is loyal to you. Have you told any of your suspicions to your father? Color flooded Soraya's cheeks. She kept her gaze pinned to the floor.
I haven't spoken with my father since he tried to sell me off. He explained to me the situation with you, but I wouldn't talk to him after that.
A wave of pity swept over Cali. I'm sorry he put you in this position, but people don't always need to use a sword to attack you. Whether you think it or not, you are both under siege by these pirates. I think you should tell your father about your suspicions with the staff being replaced. Soraya shook her head.
Once Roland tells me whether they are or not, then that means I'll have to admit how I found out. Papa would be so ashamed if he knew I was kissing one of my guards.
He wouldn't have to know all of that, Cali assured her, fighting the urge to press a comforting hand to her shoulder. Just tell him you spoke with one of the guards privately.
Then he'll wonder how I knew I could trust this guard.
Can you trust him? Soraya paused at this question and lifted her gaze to Cali's for the first time in several minutes.
Yes, I think I can.
Cali planted her gaze on Soraya's. I think you'd better be sure before you share anything else with him. Soraya responded with a single defeated nod. Cali watched her hesitate and turn. Without another word, she walked toward the door separating their rooms, unease bearing on her shoulders. Soraya hadn't asked for an update about Bay, but Cali battled a desire to tell the other princess how fond she was becoming of him. She hadn't told her of their excursion to the gardens, of the prize he desired, or how Cali secretly wondered what kissing the pirate prince would be like. She hadn't told Soraya that she'd almost kissed him during their hunt, or the way he made her feel boneless as she'd stood with him beneath the stars. Somehow, though Soraya knew Cali was spending time with him, those individual events seemed so private. Moments that belonged to her and Bay alone. So that's where you'll be today? Cali asked. With your guard? Soraya paused at her door and dipped her chin, but the act didn't hide the becoming blush of rose-petal pink on her cheeks.
I haven't seen him all day. I hope he hasn't been replaced.
Can you contact him? Cali asked, a small plan brewing.
I'll try, the other princess said. But I'm also going to try to find where my father and Captain Kelsey are and see what I can glean.
Eavesdrop, you mean? Soraya nodded, looking shaken.
I shouldn't even be telling you this.
Cali moved to where Soraya stood, needing the other princess to see the sincerity in her face. You need someone on your side, Cali said. And I am, princess. I'm on your side. Soraya nodded again, gratitude in her gaze. You should be in those meetings between the king and the captain, Cali said. You'll soon be the crowned princess. This is your kingdom. You need to be aware of what's happening. Your father really should consider your voice and opinion.
I can't be present when they think you're me.
You could dress as a guard, borrow a uniform from
Roland.
Yes, or use it to sneak away, to find the guards who've been replaced, or contact the commander of your navy. Anger flickered, adding renewed color to Soraya's cheeks.
I suggested contacting our Navy general, but my father wouldn't hear of it. Not until he finishes his discussion. It's almost...
She rolled her eyes, clamping her lips shut. What? Cali prodded.
It's almost as though my father wants to lose his kingdom. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I can't think of any other reason he would allow Captain Kelsey to behave this way. He doesn't tolerate insubordination in other circumstances. I can't help but wonder if this has somehow been staged.
Strange, Cali said, thinking it over and securing her veil into place. I'll see what I can get Bay to tell me today. And please, if you can get me that book on plants, I would greatly appreciate it.
More than Soraya knew. If for some reason the king reneged on his part of the deal, she had to know exactly what she was looking for. 2 more days. The clock was ticking. Hold on, Darren. Cali made her way downstairs, wishing she could sneak a peek at the gardens in the daylight. As it was, Bay had suggested meeting her at the palace's main doors. The air was as muggy as steam. Squared-off hedges lined a row of curved arches dripping with foliage and closed blossoms. Bushes with bell-shaped buds that held jeweled tones beneath the moonlight were now muted, dimmer somehow, and less vibrant along the palace's main curved drive. There you are. Her pulse drummed out a faster rhythm. Bay rose from his place on the stone bench just inside the arbor vitae wall. He was in a loose shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows, and slim breeches tucked into scuffed black boots. His dark hair was tied at the base of his neck, adding to his impression of utter and complete rascality. "Good morning," she said. Her heart gave a lurch. He'd nearly spellbound her into confessing too much last night when she'd mentioned her mother. She had to remember the resolution she'd made before speaking to Soraya that morning. Bay couldn't be trusted. A few good moments together weren't worth blowing her cover. She had to keep her focus where it belonged. The heat outside was stifling, but she welcomed the way sunshine burned away his mystery and charm. Bay was less tempting in the sunlight. A rattling noise drew Cali's attention away from him, just in time. A white carriage rolled slowly along the drive toward them, led by a gray mare with a feathery white mane and tail, rigged and ready to cart them away. The rig was open to the elements, its roof trimmed with orange fringe. A single driver wearing a blue uniform similar to the ones the palace guards wore held the reins as he sat patiently in the driver's seat. "You were able to arrange everything?" Cali asked, letting Bay help her into the open surrey. The seats were upholstered in matching orange satin. "You'll see." Once seated, she removed her veil. The carriage ambled down the stone drive before turning out beyond the palace walls. Stunning white villas with flat roofs, others with multiple symmetrical arches and open balconies, and some even with stairs leading right up to the rooftop, surrounded the palace. They were edged by incredible gardens that made her chest ache with the responsibility she should be undertaking at that moment. "Now will you tell me? We are going sailing, right?" She didn't think tempting King Amir's wrath by not doing as he suggested was a good idea, though why he insisted on the two of them sailing today, she didn't know. The varying architecture of the buildings intrigued her as much as the vegetation. There were tall marble columns, wide swooping archways above doors, balconies in unusual places, and even colored glass in a few of the larger windows. "Just wait," Bay said, an arm hanging lazily across the back of the seat behind her. His attention was on the scenery. He seemed so eager, and Cali couldn't help the nervous anticipation strumming through her as well. Though it was tied at his nape, the wind played with his dark hair. "We're almost there." The surrey slowed before a truly breathtaking sight. The ocean spread before her, bluer than glass and touching the sky. The clouds were hazy and careless, floating above like dreams.
Astonishingly exotic trees spread upward, while radiantly colored flowers framed the sand and danced in the honey salt-scented breeze. Cali had last seen the ocean during a tour of her sectors a year or so before. It hemmed the Swantail and Wild Rose sectors and led straight to the boundary that kept Zara from the rest of the world. Cali wondered if she could see far enough in the distance, whether the boundary would be here, too. But the few times she'd visited the ocean, she hadn't had the desire to so much as roll a grain of its sand between her fingers. It was different now. The ocean here was like Luné Lumin's plant life. Vital and glamorous, it called to her. She longed to feel the sand beneath her feet now, to dip her toes into the lapping waves. The ocean frothed and played with the shore, and she wanted to join in. Bay had stayed far too quiet since they'd left the palace. He remained silent now, but the expression on his face spoke volumes. Hunger snapped in his gaze, hunger and admiration, and something both fetching and frightening. Possession. It was almost as though the ocean were being unduly kept from him. But how that could be, Cali couldn't fathom. She stood in the breezy air, feeling insignificant and yet limitless all at once. The ocean was bare and exposed, keeping her in its hold, and not one of Captain Kelsey's ships was in sight. She had the impression if she reached far enough, she could touch where the sea met the horizon. "Where are your father's ships?" she asked. "Not all of the city is surrounded." Bay gestured west. "My father's fleet is in that direction." Cali tiptoed, wishing she could see past the cliff face where the palace roosted above the rest of the city. Waves crashed against the base of those rocks. Bay directed her forward and to the side a few more steps, and then she saw the collection of sails hooked to masts. "Is this yours?" Bay squinted out toward a long, narrow dock. "This is one of my smaller vessels. I arranged its use today just for you." He lingered, keeping his hands behind his back. It was as if he waited for her approval, though she couldn't quite place the warning burgeoning in her chest that accompanied the pause. He gestured with his chin in a grin. "Well?" "It's wonderful," she said, unable to help her escaped laugh. She hadn't wanted to sail again, but now she found herself excited at the prospect. Maybe it was the tricksome color of the water. Maybe it was the version of Undeen Soraya had described. Maybe it was the irony that she was more separated from Darren now than his recruitment in the Navy would have ever rendered them. But she was suddenly eager to set out. Besides, Bay wouldn't whisk her away with him. Not when his father had made such an extreme bargain with Soraya's. He wouldn't take her far. She trusted that much at least. Cali allowed him to take her hand. His fingers were rough and calloused, and the feel of them sent a thrill through her. Her feet sank into the sand. It was a pleasant sensation, but the sinking silt slowed their progress. Still, she was in no hurry. Bay seemed to be, though. He trudged with a purpose, towing her along. Again she wondered, if he loved sailing this much, what was he doing on land trying to take Soraya's kingdom? She lifted her skirts, and Bay helped her onto the wooden boards of the dock. He held on, guiding her down the planks, where a smaller vessel with a single mast and 2 sails bobbed in the gentle waves. Its sailcloth was cream, like warm linen. The hull was painted black, tarred, and given the name Charisma on the side. Cali's gut cinched like a needle through folds of ribbon. She was actually doing this. She was boarding a sailboat with a pirate. "How many boats do you have?" she asked. He stood behind her. His body was warm, and his breath feathered across her neck as he replied, "A few. Can you swim, princess?" Cali rotated slightly to see him. Heat blazed from his glance, and the excitement there was contagious. "Yes," she found herself saying, "but will I need to?" "Just a precaution." He winked. "And we won't go far, will we?" "I wouldn't dare," he said, guiding her onto the deck with a hand at her back before stepping down himself. Chapter 18. A tropical breeze swirled Callie's dress and stroked her neck. She was grateful she'd had the maid put her hair up. The boat swayed beneath her feet, not enough to unbalance her, but just enough to slow her steps. At Bay's insistence, she sat on one of the short benches on either side of the mast. She surveyed the water. "It's amazing, isn't it?" Bay seated himself beside the tiller, one hand resting on its length and the other on his thigh. He stared out at the ocean, not so much as an observer, but more like a conqueror. A sense of ownership resided in that gaze, but there was something more, too. Respect. He was at home. "I think that every time I board a ship, and thanks to you, I can again." What did he mean, thanks to her? At least she wasn't as transparent as she'd been in the gardens. Sure, she hadn't spent all that much time near the sea, and it was becoming clearer by the day what a terrible actress she was. But at least her admiration this time had been believable. Besides, she was leaving tomorrow. Bay and his father would find out who the real Soraya was once Cali was gone. The thought made her slightly sick. What would happen when she was gone? What would the Kelseys do to Soraya when they found out they'd been deceived? Wind caught the sails, and Cali laughed at the spray of water and the pull in her stomach as the boat picked up speed. It wasn't too fast, just enough to be exciting. After a while, he lowered the sails to allow them a more leisurely pace. "This is how you grew up?" she asked, as he took a seat beside her. Though he seemed content, his fists were clenched on his knees, and he darted glances around, as if expecting an enemy ship to appear any second. "On much larger vessels than this one," he said. "We sailed the edges of the sea, to distant lands where I saw many curious things. I'd stop for tutoring lessons, and then we'd be off again." "Tutoring? In what?" "At times my schooling was more formal, but we usually arranged for my tutors to join us on our adventures. My mother insisted I be well-read and educated." Cali could believe as much from the letter he'd let her read. "You loved her, didn't you?" He squinted across the sea. "I did." Though she was sure he tried not to show it, Cali suspected the admission was painful to him somehow. She wondered what kind of woman his mother was to have married a pirate. She must have been well educated herself, since she'd wanted such an upbringing for her son. "I'm sorry she's gone," Cali said, and she meant it. She'd never lost a parent, but she could imagine how difficult it would be to have her mother outright disappear. "The wind is changing course." He stood and adjusted the sail, then took his seat near the tiller again. It stuck forward into the open space between the two benches. "You want to join me, princess?" Clearly, he didn't want to talk about his mother any longer. "In what? Sailing?" "Come here." He offered her a hand, and she rose to take it. He held her steady and strong, guiding her toward the posterior of the ship. The wind gusted past them, rocking the sloop just slightly. "This is the perfect swell," he said. "If we wanted to go faster, you'd raise the sail and capture that wind to have it direct to your rudder." With her hands in his rough, knowing grip, he stood beside her, an anchor all on his own. Unintentionally, she pressed against his chest to keep her balance. He unwound the rope from a wooden peg. The sail gradually gaped. It took to the wind, rocking the boat and knocking Cali into bay again. He slipped his firm hand around her waist to keep her steady, and fastened her to him now. "How well the sea looks on you," he said quietly, as though they had a reason to whisper. Her body was warm, his gaze captivating. When she shook away loose tendrils of damp hair from her eyes, he gently stroked her temple, guiding them the rest of the way back. If she were being honest, the sea looked good on him, too. His dark hair tousled into his eyes, swirling with the wind and giving him a wildly abandoned and delicious appearance. She burned with his nearness, with the feel of his skin, with his legs offset to keep them both upright. His eyes flicked to her lips, and she found hers doing the same to him. His mouth had just the right amount of pout. It would take nothing at all to tip her face closer, to press her lips against his. "I never expected this," he said. "Never expected what?" He stroked her cheek. "To feel this, to think of you as much as I do, to want to hear your thoughts on everything I'm thinking, or see the way your eyes light up when you smile. You've worked your way into me. I see you even when I sleep and when I wake. The first thing I want is you." His words turned her joints weak. She had the impulse to deny them, to hold on to the fleeting hope for a future with Darren. But she realized now it had been nothing more than that. Fleeting. She had to accept it eventually. The truth was, she had no future with Darren. She had no future with Bay either. But that didn't mean she couldn't confess everything going on inside her. After this, she would never see him again. Impulsive as it was, she wanted to tell him the truth so he would at least have the memory of her, once she was gone. "I know," she said, turning so that her chest was flush with his. She secured her arms around him, not only for balance this time. "When I first heard what the king expected me to do, I was desperate to run the other direction. But being with you has completely changed my mind. Now, all I want is to be with you." The confession unraveled her and completed her all at once. If only it could be. "Remember how I told you about that star?" Bay's voice was the perfect pitch, low and meant only for her. "How everything gets brighter when Devony appears. You have done that for me. My life has been so bleak. But the prospect of spending a life with you gives me a reason to hope for the dawn again." "Bay," she said, unable to help herself. She was a torrent of emotion, and the more he confessed his feelings for her, the more she wanted this entire charade to be over with. She wanted him to know who she really was. She wanted him to know everything about her. To have the words he spoke apply to her, not to the person he thought she was. "There's something I should... well..." "What is it?" The king's voice threatened in her ear. She couldn't jeopardize things now. Cali shook her head and asked the first question that popped into her mind. "Instead of making threats, why didn't you make a proposal to me? Or hold a tournament for my hand. That way we could have had more time. We could have gotten to know each other first. His brow creased. You would have me hold a tournament? It's a gift from the goddess Undeen. She'd almost said your goddess. It's tradition to ensure royal daughters born to that union are instilled with magic. It's only princesses who hold tournaments, as only princesses are ever born. Her cheeks heated. She'd phrased it carefully, unwilling to bring herself to say our daughters. His jaw twitched. I know of the marriage tournaments. But, she prodded. He kept his arm around her, but focused his attention elsewhere. But they aren't necessary. Not now that I've already made my decision about you. How could she allow him to say anything more? She had to tell him the truth. She opened her mouth to do just that, when something struck the underside of the boat, swaying it harder than it should have. Bay gripped the rope, holding tightly to it to keep himself from falling over the side. Cali toppled onto him, hurrying to push herself away the minute the rocking ceased. That was no wave, she said, peering into the water. Bay braced himself on the rigging, scanning their surroundings as another thud cracked against the underside of the boat, knocking Cali from where she stood. She hit her knees hard, water soaking the thin skirt of her dress, making it cling to her legs. What is that? She asked. Here we go, he muttered. But instead of searching the water for their attacker, he turned to her. What's wrong? She asked. A third attack hit the boat. Cali released a squeal. When she rose, she spotted something large and scaled in the water. It circled their boat, its actions seemingly deliberate. Her body stiffened. What is that thing? It's the Finfolk. The what? What were Finfolk? Bay made his way to the mast, working the ropes with haste to raise the sail completely. The sail caught the wind, giving the boat another hard jerk, and he lost his grip on the rope before he could secure it. He managed to catch it and tie it off. Once done, he lifted the seat and removed a short-bladed cutlass from within. What are you doing? He spoke with his attention on the ocean. Ready your magic, princess. Undeen's wrath, she had no magic. What did he expect her to do? A fin spoked through the water, swimming in faster circles around them. It pulled the vessel hard, toppling her into Bay. Your magic, he commanded. Cali fumbled with the pouch of glitz-foil, yanking it from her sopping skirt pocket. The strap was stuck. She couldn't get the pouch free, though she wasn't quite sure what good a little bit of sparkle would do. At the very least, it might make Bay think she actually had some. A grisly hand clamped the boat's side. Its slimy fingers were connected by webbed flesh, and the gaunt, scaled form of a man with the head of a fish rose from the water, dripping with sea foam. It snarled, opening its mouth to reveal razor-sharp teeth, reminiscent of fangs. A bladed fin flared from the back of its head, continuing down its spine. Cali froze, disgusted and terrified by the sight of the creature. It was gruesome and horrid. She'd never seen anything like it before. Why was it attacking the ship? "Princess!" Bay ordered, swinging at the Finfolk. He slashed hard against its gruesome face. It let out a guttural cry, and gore sprayed onto the deck. Fear plugged Cali's senses. They were going to die. This creature was either after them or their boat, and the fanged menace would clearly stop at nothing until it got what it wanted. Cali yanked the pouch free, only to lose her grip on its strings. In her panic, the pouch slipped from her grasp. She willed it to land on the deck, but another hideous webbed hand, the color of swamps and sickness, gripped the railing near bay, almost upending the boat, and the pouch of glitz foil sank into the sea. "No!" Cali cried. She lost her balance, cutting her hand against the edge of the bench. Blood poured hot and red, but she barely felt a twinge underneath her panic. "Do something!" Bay yelled. She pushed to her feet. "Like what?" It came out in a plaintive cry, her fear leaking out into the salt-scented air. Cali had no magic. She couldn't very well command these creatures to leave them be. Frantically searching in the benches for another weapon, for something they could use, she instead came up empty-handed and out of ideas. When she took in the scene before her, despair crawled up her throat. More finfolk were flocking to the hull, blindly grabbing for Bay, their eyes clouded and unblinking. He kicked one, slicing at another, fighting for his life. Cali braced herself, waiting for them to climb the sides where she stood, back by the tiller. But none of the finfolk even seemed to notice her. One managed to grasp Bay's arm, but he ripped free and struck the finfolk in its fish-like face. Others emerged, swaying the boat, tearing at its planks. If Cali and Bay didn't do something, the creatures would tear the boat apart, piece by piece. She and Bay would end up pulled beneath the ocean's depths. But the finfolk didn't seem to care about her. They were only after Bay, like dogs on a fox hunt. "Princess!" he called again. "Give me your shirt!" she yelled. "Now isn't the best time!" He kicked the face of another finfolk. It let out a guttural roar as it fell into the water. "Shut up and give it to me!" He yanked the fabric over his head, tossed it to her. Cali bent for a shard of broken wood. The finfolk froze, their fish eyes blinking in confusion. Several sniffed the air, disoriented, thrown from the scent of their prey. They muttered eerie rumbles to one another, guttural chugging noises in the caverns of their throats. Their heads swept from Bay to Cali and back again, as if they weren't sure which direction to attack. Cali wrapped the shirt around the plank, braced a foot on the bench, and then hurled the shirt and plank out as far as she could into the churning sea. The change was instantaneous. One of the finfolk called out with that same otherworldly chug before leaping overboard. The rest turned like dogs to a thrown bit of meat, following their leader. They dove in its direction, spearing away like bullets. "Hurry!" she shouted. But Bay didn't need any further coercion. He worked what he could of the remaining sail and practically leapt to the tiller, guiding them toward the shore. Chapter 19. Cali couldn't get on land fast enough. "What was that?" she demanded. The minute they were on the sand, she clutched her injured hand. At least the bleeding had slowed. "Who are you?" Bay said, almost simultaneously. Shirtless, as drenched as she was, he whipped his wet hair out of his face. Cali ignored his bare, sculpted chest and the tattoos emblazoned over his sun-bronzed skin, though she couldn't help noticing the kaleidoscope of constellations culminating in a large compass over his heart. "Those finfolk weren't after our ship. They were after you." "We would have been safe if you'd been Princess Soraya, but you're not. So who are you? Why did you insist on sailing with me?" He panted, breathless. Blood dripped down his jaw and onto his chest. Her heart flipped inside her ribcage. She wasn't sure if her reaction was from his accusation or the result of nearly losing her life. Either way, she wasn't about to budge. "Answer my question first." She elevated her head, holding herself as poised and rigidly tall as she could manage with her dress and hair completely soaked. "Why did those Finfolk seem to be after you?" Bay spat blood onto the sand. He glowered, as if trying to peel away her layers one at a time to see what she was hiding. "That was the first time I'd been out to sea in 2 months. I've been living in Lunay-le-Min because it was the closest port I could get to when it happened." "When what happened?" She folded her arms. Despite the blaring sun, the chilly water was making her shiver. "I've been sleeping at the coastal quarters, in the Amethyst district. It's an inn, in case you were wondering." She was, but she wouldn't admit it. "Why?" she asked. "Because 2 months ago, I attempted to cross Undeen Duray's boundary. It seemed the sea witch wasn't too thrilled about my method, so she cursed me for it. Your turn." "Hold on. You're cursed? Don't tell me you didn't know." "I didn't," she insisted. "What kind of curse? And what do you mean by your method of crossing the boundary? I thought it couldn't be crossed." "Not without a sacrifice, anyway." "There is no way over the boundary. Or around it. The only way is through it." "You mean you went into the boundary? Are you crazy? Why? What were you after? And why did she curse you?" Cali couldn't miss the swell of muscle when he crossed his arms over his chest. "Most people don't hold well when you enter their home without an invitation." "You mean Undeen lives there?" "What else did you think it was?" There was so much she wanted to ask. Why hadn't her parents told her any of this? About the tournaments, the magic, the boundary, about Undeen being a goddess. Bay had referred to Undeen by both titles, and that fact wasn't lost on Cali either. All of her training before now seemed to be a joke in light of this new information. Cali cradled her cut hand and worked to slow her breathing. "And the curse?" Bay flexed his arm, stretching it as though the muscles were sore. He had fought the Finfolk longer than she'd realized. Rolling his shoulders, he stared out at the sea. This time, a different expression crossed through those fathomless eyes. It was clear longing, bottled sadness. He was gazing at something he could never have, and the pain there squeezed her heart just enough to invoke sympathy. "Because I breached her home, she banished me from mine. The minute I touch the sea, the Finfolk sense it." Any pity she'd felt washed away instantly. "You knew?" Her voice grew in pitch right along with her indignation. "You knowingly took me sailing when you knew what kind of danger you were putting me in? What kind of a scoundrel are you?" A white-hot flash of anger shot in her direction. "Don't act innocent. You're the one who suggested we sail." "It was the king's suggestion, not mine." Cali straightened her shoulders, needing him to know as much. "The king?" Bay was taken aback for several beats. His features expanded with shock. "King Emir?" "Yes, King Emir told me I was to request that you take me sailing." Bay swore and paced along the sand, muttering all the while. "Why would the king suggest we go sailing? Unless—" "You think he knew about your curse?" Cali asked. Did the king know? Had he put her up to the venture knowing they would be attacked? Bay's anger abated momentarily as thought overtook him.
"You're not his daughter," he said, stopping and looking directly at her. Callie's breath hitched. Anything she could say had been dashed by a single panic-strewn fact. She couldn't spend the rest of her life in a Luminian prison, tormented with thoughts of the lives that were lost back home. Her silence reignited Bay's fury. His lip curled. "Going sailing wouldn't have been a problem if you were Princess Soraya. The Finfolk are blind by nature, but one thing they can see is magic. It frightens them. One spark from you would have sent them quailing to the bottom of the sea. So I ask again, who are you?" He marched closer, pounding the sand with his heavy footsteps. Callie stepped back, sudden fear of him almost choking her in its unexpectedness. "Take me home." "The real Soraya would have known to use her power. You put our lives in danger. The king knew as much would happen, and you owe me an answer."
"I put our lives in danger." Callie laughed at the effrontery. "You just took me on the sea knowing you were cursed. You should have told me. Better yet, you shouldn't have done it at all. I insist you return me home."
"I'm not taking you anywhere until you tell me."
"Take me home, now!"
He gripped her arm. His voice dropped, sounding infinitely more fatal than his shouting had. "I don't know what you're used to, but I'm no gentleman. I won't be ordered around like someone's subject. I know what I want, and I don't give up until I get it." She hadn't realized they were moving, not until she could no longer back away. Rocks scraped against her shoulders, jabbing at her ribs. Her lip trembled for reasons other than the chill in her bones.
"Let me go!"
Her voice remained strong. She refused to show him her fear. "Who are you?" he said, through clenched teeth. Callie fought to free herself, but he held tightly to her wrists, pressing her body more firmly against the rock with his own. Tears stung her eyes. He couldn't treat her like this, princess or not. For some reason, she thought of what he'd told her about his upbringing, about his mother. This was so opposite from the side of him he'd shown her. He'd been kindness and civility while indulging in her games, escorting her to magical midnight gardens and on forbidden fox hunts. This was another part of him. This was the pirate, not the gentleman. She steadied herself, determined to not let her fear show. A moment of calm passed between them, where his resolve battled with hers. "Your mother would be ashamed of you," she finally said, breaking the tense silence. His eyes flared with the smallest hint of shock. Releasing her, he staggered back. Callie didn't wait any longer. She darted past him and ran across the beach, heading toward the waiting surrey.
"Drive!"
she commanded the man in the seat as she scrambled over the side.
"Now!"
And when Bay didn't follow, the driver complied, urging the horses toward the palace. Callie gripped the tassel-covered rods over her head, while hot tears streamed down her cheeks. Chapter 20. Soraya stood at the window in her bedchamber and stared down, down, down to the sea below. Such a long drop, such a drastic rush in her lungs every time she dared glance at it. Perhaps an hour had passed since she'd sent Philo her robe to take a message to Roland, and she was passing the time waiting for him to respond, to come to her. She'd been given the bird as a gift by Mama when she'd first started using her magic. Magic was a princess's right, Mama had asserted. Many princesses needed to channel their ability into a different object in order to use it,
and Mamma had wondered if Soraya might be able to use the bird for that purpose. But as her lessons had continued, as Mamma had displayed her own ability to manipulate water at whim through channeling her magic into a bracelet she always wore around her wrist, Soraya discovered she could summon her powers without any additional aid, and the rove had become a favored pet, rather than a necessary tool. Soon enough, and yet seemingly ages later, a knock sounded at the servants' entrance behind the tapestry draping her bedchamber's southern wall. Soraya gave herself a quick glance in the washroom mirror, then smoothed her hands over her stomach in an attempt at self-composure, pulled the tapestry aside, and opened the door. Roland was even more handsome in the daylight. His blonde hair was combed back. His bronzed skin was a golden shade that invited her in, and she took his hand, pulling him into her room completely. "Good day, Princess," he said, revealing a smile that she'd tried to reimagine several times since their meeting 2 nights ago. "How are you faring?"
"Better now that you're here," she said.
The two of them stood together as though in the middle of a dance where they'd each forgotten the steps. "Begging your pardon," Roland began, "but what do you need from me? I swore to give you my protection."
"I'm glad of that,"
she said, relieved at the conversation.
"It's just that protection isn't what I need right now."
Soraya paced away from him in the space between her bed and the door leading to the chamber the servant girl, Anna, had been occupying. "Then what is it?" Soraya wrung her hands before her.
"I'm not entirely certain. A friend?"
"You're asking me?"
"I don't know."
She hated how flummoxed she felt.
"I felt so off, so empty-handed since the pirates arrived and began making threats."
"I can see how they'd make you feel unhinged."
"Exactly."
She stopped and faced him again. He hadn't moved from his position near the tapestry, that now hung in its position as if it had never been moved. Roland scrubbed a hand behind his neck. "Princess, can I ask you something?"
"Please."
With a single hand, she gestured toward her bed. Though the room held a single chair, she wanted somewhere they could both be seated. Her antechamber was the place for meeting with people. Soraya rarely had anyone else in here with her, other than servants or her father. Roland crossed the room, his movements uncertain. Soraya sat first as casually as she could manage, though she couldn't ignore the implications of what she was doing. Inviting a man, a handsome guard, to sit on her bed with her. Roland hesitated only a moment more before the mattress lowered beneath his weight beside her. He took her hand in his. She stared at his calluses, grateful for his touch. This meant she wasn't crazy. He really had kissed her in the darkened hall the other night. They'd met one other time since, again at night, in the servants' quarters below, and the conversation they'd shared had stayed with her since. He'd told her about his upbringing. Roland had been raised on a small farm in southern Luné-Lumin. His blonde hair was typical of the southern farmlands, as was his charming country accent. He'd described a life of waking before the sun to the sound of roosters crowing, to ready the equipment and dive into the harvest, which was his favorite season of the year. Soraya romanticized the image of a younger blonde Roland romping through wheat fields or guiding oxen as they pulled their plow to disturb the dirt and create rows for planting. It explained his darkened skin, tanned from hours working in the sun.
"What's wrong?"
Soraya prodded, hoping he might relax enough to keep her company.
"You can tell me."
I confess I'm confused, he said. I saw you leave with the Pirate King's son. How is that possible if you're in here summoning me?
Because the girl meeting with Baylor Kelsey isn't me, Roland.
His back went straight. He looked at her then, curiosity in his gaze as it raked over her, taking the permission she gave to explore every one of her features, from her brows to her slim nose to her lips. You mean the Kelseys only think she's you?
Yes.
Confessing as much was a risk, but this was one she had to take. She needed to know if he could be trusted. How better to do that than show he could trust her in return? I see. He tensed slightly, and then relaxed again, turning his body to face her more fully on the bed. A burden lifted from her chest at the admission, and from what she'd gleaned by his reaction. That meant not every guard knew of the deception. I got to say, I'm relieved. I didn't like the thought of you out with that pirate. I'd much rather have you here with me. He winked.
I liked seeing you the other night,
she said, warming at his admission. Me too. Wordlessly, she made her expectations clear. She inched as close to him as she dared, and toyed with one of the golden buttons on his suit coat. Roland didn't need any other incentive. He gathered her into his arms. He didn't kiss her yet, however. He only held her, stroking her cheek and gazing into her eyes. I'm glad you summoned me. I've been trying to find a way to tell you, but of course I couldn't approach.
Roland, what is it?
Soraya, not all of your guards are loyal. The pirates have been replacing your father's guard with their own. I overheard the two of them talking, and it's been tearing me up, not knowing what to do. I'm not even sure I can tell the captain of the guard. What if he's the one letting them in? Soraya felt stripped away inside. She'd admitted a similar fear to Anna, but hearing the truth from Roland was both affirmation and agony at once. Again, she suspected her father was not only aware of this shift in the guard, but he was allowing it to happen for some reason. It was the only reason she could think of for the fact that nothing was being done about it. Why would Papa be doing that?
I suspected as much, she said. Thank you for telling me.
She thought again of Anna's question, of whether or not she could, in fact, trust Roland. She wanted to. This time, when she met his gaze, Roland responded. He brought his lips to hers. The kiss was tender, tentative, and sweet, and Soraya basked in it for as long as she dared, before pulling her lips free of his and placing a hand on his cheek.
I need a man on my side, she said.
Rather than displaying the sincerity she'd hoped to see in his expression, Roland's lips trailed along her neck, making up for lost time. I'm on your side, he teased, tucking his hands into her hair and bringing his lips to hers again. He'd been the one to want to talk the last time they'd met. His questions had been jovial, and nothing more than to be expected by two people trying to get to know one another. Now, she was the one who needed answers. Just as before, kissing Roland filled the empty spaces inside of her. For the briefest moment, Soraya entertained thoughts of letting Anna and Baylor Kelsey take the palace, so she could run away with Roland, just so she could feel this all the time. Complete, whole, alive. It was a girlish fantasy, and foolish to entertain giving up her kingdom when she'd gotten so angry at Papa for doing the same thing. Not to mention her dreams of having a tournament marriage, something which Roland could possibly compete in if he chose to. Roland's hands trailed up her spine, but she broke free of him.
He released a groan that had just enough tease in it to thrill her. She loved that she could have this effect on him.
Are you really on my side?
She asked, standing, needing space from him to breathe and to think. He needed to know how serious she was. Roland moved to her bed's edge as well. His guard uniform was wrinkled, and one of the gold buttons on his coat had come undone. On your side? Course I am. Now get back here. He added a grin to the demand. She was startled, and it took several beats before she realized he wasn't exactly giving her orders. This had been spoken in jest.
I'm serious, Roland. Are you with me? Can I rely on you if I need to?
Her pulse demanded an answer, and her heart prayed she could believe it. Anna had been right. With pirates closing in, she needed to maintain whatever upper hand she still could manage. Being locked in her room all day didn't help. Maybe she'd made a mistake in agreeing with Papa's plan to have Anna stand in her place. Was she missing the chance to catch the pirates in their subterfuge? Anna had said people didn't always attack directly with a sword. Soraya knew she meant that the Kelseys' actions were a subtler form of assault. Roland didn't answer right away as she'd hoped. The magic under her skin undulated, boiling like water beneath an enclosed lid. The cracks Roland had mended in her quivered. Roland held out a hand, and she crept closer, allowing his fingers to take hers. She let him guide her back to him. Still seated, he rubbed his thumb across the back of her hand and gazed up at her. "My lady," he said, unusually formal, "I swear on the stars that you can rely on me." Relief rushed over her like a gust.
Really?
Really.
How can I know for sure?
His smile revealed his chipped tooth. She wondered how the small corner had gotten broken off. Had he been in a fist brawl of some kind? Or kicked by a horse on that farm of his? "Because I happen to know Captain Kelsey is meeting with your father this afternoon, in that fancy conference room of yours." Soraya's hands went to his shoulders, determination coursing through her, along with frustration. She'd tried finding them after her conversation with Anna, but moving about the palace was difficult. Now that another woman was pretending to be her, there was no way Soraya could manage to gain an audience.
What are they meeting about? She asked.
Don't know. I only overheard him talking about it.
I wish I could be included,
she admitted with a heavy sigh. He scooted forward. Ah, but you're someone else right now. Was she wrong in telling him? Perhaps she'd shared too much. He pulled her onto his lap and cradled her face in his hand. So, you can be someone else with me. Be anyone you want. Soraya knew he meant well, meant to guide her back to what they'd been doing, but her frustration only increased at his reminder. She didn't want to be someone else. She wanted to be herself. She wanted to have everything her position was supposed to entail. Tomorrow was her birthday. She was supposed to be preparing for her coronation, not hiding away in her chambers. As if hearing her thoughts, her magic responded to the renewed purpose fizzling inside of her. What was she doing here in her rooms, secreting away with a guard while her kingdom was being taken out from under her nose? She cursed herself for waiting off to the side for so long. Roland lifted his chin in expectation of another kiss. Soraya granted him that request, but inside, a different kind of change was overtaking her. She could no longer ignore her responsibility to her kingdom. As enticing as he was, she couldn't keep allowing Roland to distract her.
You have to go, she said.
He gripped her elbows as she tried to pull away.
"What are you going to do?"
His voice had enough force to it that it scared her. She wrung herself free of him. He'd said he was on her side. He'd said he would help her. She'd given her time and her kisses to him lately. That had to mean something, didn't it? To her relief, he didn't continue pressing her for an answer. Instead, he relaxed further onto her bed. His backward movement allowed Soraya to release some of the unease his stern question had inflicted.
I need to speak with my father, she said. I think it's time we told the truth and took back our kingdom.
Giving Papa the silent treatment at a time like this wasn't the course she should be taking. She'd wanted to make him regret the way he'd treated her, to let him know how dissatisfied she was with his cowardice. But hadn't enough time passed? He had gotten the message, and now it was time to do something about it. Roland smiled at her as if in approval. He eased off the bed and rose to his feet. Any hint of threat in his tone had vanished. "Aye, that it is," he said gently. Soraya felt the fullness of his stature as she never had before when they'd met in the dark. He was tall and broad, and from the fit of his uniform, he wore its contours perfectly. And he was so handsome enough that the memory of his gaze and the cut of his jaw stole her breath even when he wasn't around. Roland's face softened, and he offered his hands to her. Soraya hesitated only a moment. Reluctantly, she allowed herself into his embrace. He held her, offering soothing words. The longer he spoke, the more secure she felt. She was being stupid. His hands renewed their ability to heal her from the inside out, and she set her momentary worries aside. This was Roland. He'd pledged himself, sworn by the stars to be on her side. She had to rely on that. "I'm sorry this is happening to you," he said. She wrapped her arms tighter around him, comforted. For a moment, Soraya imagined a future with him, perhaps on a secluded farm of their own, away from troubles and worries, just the two of them. Perhaps once this ordeal with the pirates was at an end, Roland could enter a tournament to win her hand. He was a little rough around the edges, but that was his country upbringing. Nothing more.
Thank you. And now you should go. I don't know when we can meet like this again, but I will be in touch. Keep an eye out for my rove.
He placed a kiss on her hair and pulled away, straightening his uniform and doing up the button that had come unclasped. He winked at her in that way he had. "I'll keep an eye out for more than that." That wink. He had broken the rules by singling her out the way he had. She thrilled knowing he was hers, that he was someone she could rely on. She had to. She had no other choice, not if what he said was true. And most of the guards loyal to her and Papa had been replaced. Did Papa really give Captain Kelsey that much hold on their kingdom? She needed answers. Roland nodded his chin at her before stepping out of her room. The moment he left, she hurried to splash some cool water on her face. If there was a meeting between Papa and Captain Kelsey, she intended to be there. Bay was cursed, blocked from the sea. Since he wasn't willing to give Undeen a sacrifice to cross her boundary, the sea witch had taken what he would miss the most. The realization tumbled through Cali's mind the entire drive back to the palace. That was why he was after Soraya's kingdom. Not only would it be a land of his own, but with Soraya by his side, or rather, Soraya's magic by his side, he'd also be able to sail whenever he chose. She couldn't shake the menacing pitch of his voice when he threatened her.
I know what I want, and I don't give up until I get it.
Well, he wasn't the only one. She knew exactly what she wanted, and she wouldn't let him distract her from her mission any longer, especially not if, as Bay had suspected, King Emir had sent them out to sea, knowing they would be attacked. Had Emir staged their venture hoping they would die? Negotiations were going well, according to Captain Kelsey. If that was the case, that meant those same negotiations weren't going so well for King Emir. Was that why he'd taken such drastic action? If it was true that Emir knew Bay was cursed, he would also know neither Bay nor Cali stood a chance on their own in the water against the Finfolk. Which meant only one thing. King Emir had sent them out there to be killed. His promise of a cure could no longer be relied on. If he was willing to kill her, he wouldn't hesitate to toss her in prison now that she had given up the ruse. She had to act before he did. Wincing at the fresh cut on her hand, Cali reached for the pouch within the pocket of her skirt when a beam of horror struck her. The memory replayed in disastrous slowness. She'd reached for the plant-filled bag, watched it fly across the narrow deck, seen it sink into the sea. Not only had she lost the respect and admiration she'd held for Bay Kelsey, but the pouch of glitz-foil she'd managed to procure from Soraya was also gone. There were no walls around Cali, but she felt them closing in all the same. Emir had been using her, plain and simple, and had never intended on fulfilling his part of the bargain they'd made. She couldn't trust him to help her, not after this. She couldn't trust Bay, either. She couldn't trust anyone. Cali had never felt so entombed in all her life. She hung her head, not caring if the driver heard her sobs.
"You all right back there, Princess?"
he asked over his shoulder, as the horse slowed before the palace walls.
"I know it isn't any of my business, but I heard words exchanged between you and Master Kelsey."
Another tear escaped. Cali braced her head in her hands. She'd lost the only plant she'd been able to acquire. The king had betrayed her. The day was half gone, and she had only 2 left. And if she tried finding the gardens on her own, undoubtedly she would find herself arrested, or worse. Darren was going to die. She'd barely thought of him when she'd been in Bay's arms. All she'd been concerned with was that tantalizing pirate, with how alluring he was, and how badly she'd wanted to give him the kiss he'd asked for. She stomped her feet against the floor of the surrey, frustration straining through her. "Thank you for the ride," she told the driver, not answering his question. The moment they came to a full stop, Cali leapt from the surrey and dashed toward the palace's keyhole-arched door. Racing to the staircase, she flew up to the princess's chambers. Soraya wasn't in the antechamber, so Cali pounded hard against her inner door. Though she had Lyric's paper, she didn't know what the plants looked like. How could she hope to find the plants she needed?
"What is the meaning of this?"
Soraya demanded, whipping the door open. Either fear or fury filled her wide eyes, making them gleam. She swept her gaze along Cali's soaked gown.
"Why are you all wet?"
"Do you have the book you promised?" Brow-stitched in confusion, Soraya entered the antechamber and pointed.
"There, by your bed."
Cali rushed over, weaving through the chairs surrounding the star-shaped table on her way. A thin volume bound in maroon leather with leaves etched along its border proclaimed in scroll lettering, "Plants of Lunae Lumine and Their Uses." She hugged it to her chest before opening it to flip through the pages. The plants were listed alphabetically, and she used the index, searching until she found what she wanted. There, on the left-hand side, was a picture of a long-stemmed purple plant with minuscule leaves laddering up to the tip. Glitzfoil. At least now she knew what it looked like while blooming. Soraya stomped over, took the book from her, and firmly snapped it shut. Cali was about to protest, but the other princess's face was pinched and demanded an explanation. Had something happened? What was bothering her so much? "Is everything all right?" Cali asked.
What is going on? You barge in here with a damp dress and messy hair, tracking sand on my floor, commanding me as if I were the servant and you the princess. I thought you were supposed to be out with Bay today.
She had demanded the book. Cali didn't realize how the request would sound coming from who Soraya thought she was. Still, they didn't have time to argue over trivial things like that. She had to find those plants. Cali hurried through her explanation of the day's events. "He knows I'm not you," Cali said. "He took me out to sea thinking I was you, thinking I'd be able to protect him from the curse so he could sail again. We were attacked by Finn folk."
You were what? What curse?
Bewilderment flashed over the other woman's features. "And he kept asking me to use magic. I lost the pouch of glitzfoil you gave me while trying to use it. It wouldn't have helped anyway. I deflected his questions, but the distraction I used won't last long. Any minute he'll return to the palace. When he does, we're going to have a real problem." "Come," Soraya said, setting the book aside and taking Cali's hand. Soraya led Cali into her personal chamber. Cali's first view was of the sea, tossing and impatient beneath a stone balcony. The thin, sheer curtains had come loose from their hooks, almost seeming to taunt Cali as they flowed in the slight breeze. A beautifully colored bird landed on the balcony for a brief moment, before spreading its vibrant wings and launching itself over the ocean. Soraya secured her door with a chair beneath the knob, then made her way toward a wall-sized tapestry of woven fairy tales and forests beside her bed. She urged a sconce away from its place on the wall and moved the tapestry aside. As she did so, a slice of the stone wall slid open. "Ingenious," Cali said, impressed despite her nervousness.
Tell me exactly what happened, Soraya said, gesturing for Cali to step through first.
The narrow hall was lit by snatches of light, creeping in through cracks along the ceiling. Something scurried in the shadows, and Cali suspected this passageway didn't get much attention. She explained everything to Soraya. Bay's romantic gesture on the cliff, and the king's suggestion that Bay take her on a boat ride. The connection they'd shared, as he'd shown her the ropes. Cali hesitated to be so open about it, but she decided now wasn't the time to hold anything back, although she did withhold her suspicion about the king wanting them both killed. Soraya watched her with calculating eyes.
You're falling for him, aren't you?
I've only known him for 2 days. Cali turned away. It's just, well, he can be very charming. And he was far too attractive for his own good. To Cali's surprise, Soraya didn't sound angry.
It doesn't take long for feelings for someone to develop.
Now who are we talking about? Soraya dipped her head as she led the way through the shadowed corridor. When she didn't expound or mention Roland, her guard, Cali went on. Aren't you bothered by it at all?
No, Soraya said. I'm the one who told you to reciprocate whatever feelings he may show you.
I wish I didn't, Cali admitted, especially after the way he practically threatened me.
He threatened you?
After we returned to the shore, he pressed me against the rocks and demanded to know who I really am. Soraya followed the circular curve of the corridor, pausing long enough to turn and focus on her.
Once this negotiation is completed, your identity will be made clear anyway.
That's what I'm afraid of. Soraya stopped.
What do you mean?
Bay said it himself. They aren't gentlemen. They're pirates. What are they going to do to you when they find out they've been lied to? The captain will certainly be angry. The deception alone could be enough to make him attack your kingdom. Soraya's expression curdled.
I don't care what he thinks. Someone needed to stand up and inform him his demands wouldn't be met.
Cali stared at the other princess. Where had this feisty version of Soraya come from? Why hadn't she done as much sooner? I'm not sure lying to him was the best way to handle it, Cali said.
But open defiance could have led to war, something we were trying to avoid. Once our navy returns, the pirates are supposed to leave with their tails between their legs.
It's going to lead to war no matter what now, Cali said, especially if Bay thought the same thing she did, that King Emir had tried to have them both killed. Soraya had the desire to obey her father, but Cali would have never done the same. She would have defied her father, her king, at all costs, if it meant saving her kingdom. The realization rang with truth. Cali loved her kingdom, her people. The urgency that guided her to these foreign lands in the first place poured into her blood with renewed vigor. Soraya ducked below a spider-webbed beam, moving to peek out a small circular window.
I fail to see what a servant would know of such matters.
I'm not a servant. Cali found the continuous reference bothersome. Had she been this exasperating to her staff? And my name isn't Anna. It's Cali. Soraya scoffed.
So you lied about your identity?
If only Soraya knew. Before Cali pieced together a reply, Soraya turned around, acting as though she didn't believe her. Cali wasn't sure she would have either. In all reality, Cali wondered why Soraya continued to put her trust in her, why the girl confided in her at all. Maybe with the guards being rooted out, Soraya felt she had no one else. If only she knew what Cali's real station was. Soon enough she would, if Bay told his father, which he was sure to the instant he returned to the palace. In any case, we need to find your father, Cali said.
That's what we're doing now. I've found a viewpoint to the council chamber my father and the captain have been convening in.
Soraya inclined her head to the right. The roof began to push against them, but Soraya didn't stop. She hunched over, crawling until she placed a searching hand on the wall. She swiveled slightly toward Cali, touching a finger to her lips before her hands found a series of hinges, attached to small pieces of wood, no larger than cards, each lined up one beside the other. Carefully, she lifted one. Cali did the same with another hinge, grateful it didn't give off any sound at being unlatched. The view the opening provided was small, but it was just enough to show a bird's-eye perspective of a large vaulted room where several people had gathered. She settled onto her knees and peered through to the room below, straining her ears to pick up on the string of voices. Captain Kelsey stood at the head of a long table, his fingertips splayed on it like prongs. Seated across from him was Soraya's father. Several guards in lunaluminium blue with gold sashes manned the doors on either end. Something told Cali they were there for the captain's sake, not King Emir's.
"That's not enough," the captain said.
A glow emitted from what appeared to be a long, flat crystal atop the table, and a figure could be seen within. Cali couldn't figure out how, though. No one stood overhead to offer such a reflection. Was this not a mirror?
"That will be seen as weakness." "I already tried, Kelsey. I tried opening the boundary, and now my entire kingdom is suffering the consequences."
Cali's heart throbbed, her pulse soaring into shock. Though she couldn't see who was speaking through the crystal, she knew the voice. "It can't be."
What?
Soraya whispered. "Do you know who they're speaking with?" King Emir sat at the head of the table, resting his chin in his hand and staring down at the crystal.
I'm not sure, Soraya said. Too bad we can't get a more direct view.
Cali didn't need a better view. From the time she was born, that voice had given both reprimand and counsel. The voice was her father's. How was this possible? Papa was back in Zara, not in Lumin. He wasn't in the room at all. He was speaking from the crystal on the table. Perhaps the crystal served as some kind of communication source, though that implied the use of magic, something Papa would never stoop to use. Yet, it was his voice. It was Papa. What was he doing speaking with Captain Kelsey and King Emir? And what did he mean when he said he'd tried opening the boundary? Was Papa responsible for the necrosis? It was the only consequence she could think of affecting her kingdom at the moment. "The disease is still rampant," Papa went on. "And my daughter is nowhere to be found. I fear she has died before she was able to take her rightful place at my side." Her coronation. Cali longed to storm in and ask her father the questions blazing in her mind. How did her kingdom fare? And how was Darren? From the sound of things, nothing was going well. And what were these 3 men up to? "You promised me a cure, Kelsey," Papa said, "when you were finished working things out with my wife's brother." His wife's brother? Her mother had a brother? Why hadn't Cali been told she had an uncle who ruled his own kingdom? She had a lot to confront her parents about when she returned. They'd withheld so much vital information from her. About Undeen, magic, marriage tournaments, and now her own family. "Emir and I aren't done with our negotiations," Captain Kelsey said. "I haven't been granted what he's promised me either." "In order to access that map room, you have to be one of the royal family," King Emir said in exasperation. "Last I heard, your son was working toward that goal, so it's up to Bey now, isn't it? If he can impress Soraya, then you'll get what you want." "The disease has spread to my own family," Papa shouted from within the crystal on the table. "And my daughter is missing. Dead, for all I know." Silence shrouded their meeting room, punctuated by a door opening and a guard's approach. The older man wasn't nearly as clean-cut as other guards Cali had noticed. She suspected he was one of Kelsey's sailors all dressed up.
"Forgive the interruption,"
he said, in a decidedly roguish accent,
"but this missive is from today's events just arrived."
Cali's heart walloped in her chest. Had Kelsey had spies keeping tabs on her and Bey? The man who'd driven her home from the beach had said he'd overheard her and Bey's argument. Was he the one who'd sent the missive? Kelsey opened the parchment and read, his eyes skimming its contents. Leisurely, too casually, he folded the letter once more. He wasn't as composed as he made out to be, however. Cali noticed the veins along his forehead reddening his skin.
She's not dead.
Captain Kelsey's voice held a twisted humor. She's here. What? King Emir's eyes boggled. Soraya raised a brow at Cali, her gaze just as curious. That's not possible, Papa said. The boundary can't be crossed. Nothing is impossible, Captain Kelsey said. You may not have torn it down with your attack, but you did damage it. I didn't know what the boundary contained. I never would have. But how do you know Caliana is there?
She couldn't comprehend it. It sounded as though Papa was part of spreading the necrosis in the first place.
The disease had come from the boundary? When had Papa attacked the boundary? Captain Kelsey rested a boot on the chair's rail and held on to its back. Interestingly enough, my son and the Princess Soraya went sailing today. He slammed the missive on the table, startling more than one person in the room. Cali and Soraya both jumped at the echoing sound. King Emir balled his hand into a fist, his posture going ramrod straight. Cali's throat constricted. Captain Kelsey's suspicions increased the fear she'd felt earlier. What did that missive say? Did it confess the truth? That she wasn't really Soraya, and that Cali and King Emir had been deceiving Captain Kelsey all along? Bay hadn't known. His frightening expression, his demands to know who she really was, had been all too genuine. He had honestly thought she was Soraya. No wonder the realization had rattled him as much as it had. For a moment, the thought panged her. He'd confessed so much on the boat. He'd been falling for her just as much as she'd been for him. No wonder the raw fury in his gaze after they'd returned to the shore had been stark. He'd wanted her. I don't care about any blasted courtship. Tell me where my daughter is, Papa demanded, his voice taking on an imperial tone she knew all too well. My son took who he thought was the Princess Soraya out for a sail today. A sailing venture that, surprisingly enough, was encouraged by you, Emir. The two were attacked, as I'm sure you knew they would be. I never sent them on any such venture, Emir insisted, lifting both of his hands in a poor display of shock. His lie infuriated Cali, but she clenched her teeth, not wanting to miss any part of this. They were attacked, and the girl he thought was Soraya had no magic to defend them. Well played, Emir. Though what you intended by using the princess of another land, I can't say. What do you mean, princess of another land? Are you talking about my Caliana? King Emir stood, ignoring the questions Cali's father asked from the crystal. Sweat beaded down the king's temples, and his wary focus was directed at Captain Kelsey. It doesn't change the terms of our agreement. Captain Kelsey fingered the handle of a dagger at his belt. But it does. The deal was for your daughter and my son to wed, not his daughter and my son. He pointed to the glow on the table, to Cali's father. What deal have you struck, brother? What does my Cali have to do with it? The truth sank deeper than a stab. Whoever had been spying knew the truth now, and they'd told Kelsey. Bay would know now. The idea should be a relief, but instead, disquiet rooted within her. The deal stands. King Emir straightened as if that would add to his statement. Distress glowed behind his eyes, hanging around him like a shroud. Cali could see it now, traces of similarities between him and Mama. The shape of their eyes, the set of their jaws. How could she not have noticed before? No wonder she and Soraya shared so much resemblance. This doesn't change anything, I assure you. We can set things right. I'll have Soraya come down now. We can... So, you admit to deceiving me.
The captain's voice was as blunt as a sharpener's block.
You lied to me, Emir. You tried to murder my son. It changes everything.
In a flash, he drew a dagger from his belt and lunged forward, stabbing it into the king's side. King Emir gaped, releasing an awful groan that scraped Cali's ears. He doubled over, clutching at his ribs as blood flowed between his fingers. Captain Kelsey removed the blade with a vicious yank before stabbing him again. This time, he held King Emir close enough to speak into his ear, though his voice was loud enough he didn't need to.
I will keep our deal, just not with you.
Soraya screamed. Cali quickly tucked a hand over the princess's mouth, pulling her away. But it was too late. Captain Kelsey jerked and stared upward toward the ceiling.
Find out who that was!
His voice bellowed from below. The guards obeyed, and Cali dragged Soraya toward the hall they'd entered through. Chapter 21. Cali reeled. Her father was the traitor. He was the reason the necrosis had struck Zara. Not only that, but Mama was King Emir's sister. So many lies, so much kept from her. But the sight of Captain Kelsey stabbing King Emir rattled her as surely as if she'd been struck by lightning, leaving her quivering and with the uncanny sense that she was losing something of herself. A piece of her innocence, her freedom and safety. They'd been violated by that horrific deed. She could only imagine how it affected Soraya. Soraya panted heavily in Cali's arms, staring at nothing.
My father! He killed my father!
Her breathing was escalating, her eyes bulging wide, shock taking over. She trembled, prying at Cali's hands, until Cali finally gripped her by the shoulders and shook her. They needed to keep it together, at least until they figured out what to do now. You know nothing. Do you hear me? Cali said. We weren't there. We weren't anywhere near that council room. She guided Soraya blindly along the darkened, circular hall. We have to get outside, as quickly as possible. Does this passage lead outside?
Who are they speaking of?
Soraya asked in a daze.
They know you aren't me. They called you. Oh, dear goddess, my father. His guards. They did nothing.
A soft copper light broke the darkness. Soraya's skin was a desert, crackling with golden foil. Light seeped through the cracks and created a kaleidoscope from the shattered fragments of her pain. The effect spread up her arms, to her teeth, to the usual sapphire of her eyes. Soraya shook as gold replaced the whites, metallic foil replacing flesh. Cali retreated, horrified and entranced all at once. Soraya's magic was slowly overtaking her. The stairs began to hum. The stones in the walls shook in their places like bones in a grave. Soraya, Cali said, a tinge of fear trickling down her spine. Not only fear of what Soraya might do, but also fear of getting caught. Soraya's eyes closed, and her whole body spasmed while golden tears seeped from beneath her closed lashes. Soraya! Cali made her voice firmer. The grout peeled away from between the stones in the wall, as if being picked at by invisible fingers, leaving more room for the stones to judder and loosen themselves from their places. Even when Lyric had used magic, her power hadn't overtaken her like this. Though Cali wanted to run in the opposite direction, she gritted her teeth and moved in. Taking Soraya by the shoulders, Cali shook her again, hoping it was enough to snap her out of it. Soraya, You've got to calm down. Calm down, all right? Look at me." Soraya blinked several times, her eyes replaced with golden light. Cali kept her grip tight on the other girl's shoulders. Slowly, Soraya's clarity began to return. The golden foil effect began to diminish. The stones ceased their rattling, and the floor no longer felt like it was about to drop out from beneath their feet at any second.
"Anna?" Soraya said. "I'm sorry,
She slumped against the wall, as though the sudden burst of magic had been grueling. "I'm sorry about your father," Cali said. "I have some things to explain to you, but I need to make sure you're coherent enough to understand them. I know you need time to grieve, but it can't be right now. Not with the Kelseys searching for us, and not with the disease spreading like it is back home." Papa had said the necrosis had spread to their family. Had he meant Cali? Or did Mama now have it? Now your kingdom is in peril too, and from the sound of things, my father was part of causing the disease in the first place. The confusion Cali's mumblings brought on seemed to be enough to get Soraya's attention.
"What are you talking about?" she asked.
"I told you my name was Cali? Well, my full name is Caliana Bromvere." Soraya's brow puzzled. More of the gold faded, returning her skin to its normal pale hue. Her posture had wilted slightly, but she remained upright with a new stroke of curiosity in her voice.
"Bromvere? Of Zara?"
"Yes. You said your mother died of poison," Cali said, hoping to maintain the distraction, to keep Soraya from crumbling the tower in which they stood. "I vaguely remember my mother speaking of someone close to her who died from such a malady." Soraya's eyes tapered.
"You aren't a servant?"
Cali shook her head. "That's the reason I look so much like you. Why our hair, even our eye color, is the same. We're cousins." Soraya's brows furrowed.
"You're Caliana, the daughter that other king, Merrick, spoke of?"
Cali wished she had her ring with the Bromvere seal on it. As it was, she sallied on, determined to make Soraya believe her. "I'm the Princess of Zara. I came here because a terrible disease has spread across my kingdom, and I was told a remedy could be found in the plants here. Magical plants we don't have access to."
"That's why you were so concerned about the glitz foil, about the Book of Plants. How did you hear of such a remedy?"
Cali hesitated. "An outcast in my kingdom."
"A woman? With magic? Only princesses have magic."
Soraya's lips formed an O of surprise.
"Is she your sister?"
Cali was stupefied. "Of course not. She said she was exiled from her own land. In any case, she told me of a cure."
"An outcast?"
"Is that a problem?" Cali said. Soraya's lips twisted into a pout.
"I'm not sure if it is or not. What is she doing in your kingdom?"
Cali wanted to roll her eyes. They didn't have time for this. "She helped me, didn't she? I'm going to die when I return, Soraya. This person, Lyric, told me before I left. My symptoms will come back with me the minute I return. A very dear friend of mine is dying right now, as are many people in my kingdom. I have to find these plants and get home as quickly as possible."
"You can't leave now."
Soraya hugged herself tightly. She leaned against the wall, one foot on the top step of the stairs leading down to her chamber, and the other on the second.
"Not with my father dead and the Kelseys after my kingdom. You can't leave me alone in this."
Cali considered this. She wasn't sure what to do, but Soraya was right. With her father dead, Soraya wasn't yet crowned princess. The ceremony hadn't been performed, which meant The throne was up for the top contender to take. In this case, Captain Kelsey would make sure it was his son. Cali still wasn't sure what the conditions of Bay's curse were, but whatever they were, she couldn't leave Soraya to deal with that alone either. And yet, "I can't abandon my people," Cali said with despair. "I know you need my help, but they're dying." Soraya lowered her head. Tears no longer trailed down her cheeks, but the hint of desperation was enough.
"I understand. I'll help you find the plants you need, but you have to help me before you go."
"What can I possibly do to help you?" Silence ticked between them, like a bomb about to go off.
"Convince Bay to oppose his father?"
Soraya suggested. "You didn't see him on the beach today," Cali said. "He's cursed. He can't sail any longer. He was livid when he realized I wasn't you, and I didn't have the magic to protect him from the Finn folk. Bay threatened me, Soraya, or he may as well have."
"But the two of you felt a connection, didn't you?"
"He isn't about to give up the ocean because we have a connection," Cali argued. "You're his ticket to sailing, not me. And from the sound of things, Captain Kelsey is still trying to find a way to lower the boundary between our lands."
"It can't have all been for show," Soraya said. "At least find out how he feels about you. If it's enough of a spark, you might be able to convince him."
Cali doubted it. She squeezed her eyes shut. "That means I'll have to tell him everything. I don't know if I trust him enough to be in the same room alone with him again, let alone spill everything about myself to him. What if he turns me over to his father?"
"You have to try," Soraya said. "At this point, he's our only hope. For me, to avenge my father, to regain my kingdom."
Cali pushed against one of the loose stones that somehow didn't want to return to its place. The image of Captain Kelsey stabbing King Emir played over in her mind. What if it'd been her father? Her kingdom? She doubted anything she said would make a speck of difference to the pirate prince. He'd said it himself. He'd stop at nothing to get what he wanted. The pleas of a girl he'd spent only a few days with certainly wouldn't sway him. "Why don't you let Bay meet you?" Cali suggested. "Maybe this union of yours could still take place." The minute she spoke the words, she regretted them. Her remorse wasn't only from the shock on Soraya's face. Cali knew she couldn't subject Soraya to the kind of angry outbursts the pirate had directed at her today. "Or what about your guard, Roland?" A new determination struck Soraya. She moved forward in the dark with renewed energy.
"I spoke with him this morning while you were gone," Soraya said, talking over her shoulder as she went.
Cali hurried to keep pace.
"But I'll try to find him. He has to know of guards who are still loyal to me. They need to know what happened. In the meantime, will you at least try talking to Bay? Find out what bargain has been struck between the Kelseys and my father. At least do that much before you leave."
Cali still wasn't sure how to get home. Lyric told her instigating the magic for her return would require a sacrifice. But what could she possibly give up here as she'd done in Zara? The safety of Soraya's kingdom? "I'll do what I can," Cali said. Chapter 22. Bay prolonged his walk back to the palace, the words from his mother's letter rambling in his brain. "Be a better man than the expectations laid before you." Whose expectations is she referring to? He fumed aloud. Talking did nothing to ease his irritation after his confrontation with not Soraya. The woman he'd been with clearly wasn't Soraya. So then, who was she? What was her name? Try as he might, he couldn't erase the fear that had gripped her gaze. His father was revered and obeyed because he incited such fear at the appropriate time. Captain Edward Kelsey had mastered the ability the way another man might handle a blade. On instinct, from years of witnessing Kelsey's manner of handling confrontations, Bay had gripped his mystery girl and taken command of the disastrous result of their sea venture. Though he'd known going out they were going to invite the swarm of finfolk, he hadn't handled the attack as well as he'd planned. Especially not once he'd found out the king had put this woman up to proposing the idea. How had King Emir known about the curse? Kelsey wouldn't have let the knowledge slip. Had Emir placed spies at the inn Bay had been living in? With adrenaline steering his sail, baited by the fury at having been a victim of attempted murder, at having been deceived, Bay had acted without thinking. The terror in the woman's eyes had fueled him further. He'd inhaled the sense of power that taking command always gave him. It'd been so long since he'd given orders, since he'd dictated what course his life took. He'd let the craving for control dominate. Then, something in her eyes had shifted. He'd been entranced by those eyes from the minute he'd met her outside the Lunae Luminian Palace, and the same disgusted glance she'd harbored then had reappeared. And she'd said the last thing he'd expected in that moment. "Your mother would be ashamed of you." Her mention of Isadora had been a rip-crack. If she'd held up a mirror, he couldn't have seen himself more clearly. Or rather, he couldn't have seen himself as she saw him more clearly. Whoever this woman was, she despised him all over again, the way she had during their first meeting. But this time, the realization hadn't amused him. Instead, it was spurring him to deep reflection. What would Isadora have thought of Bay's manner of thrusting the woman against the rock face as he had? His mother's lovely face would have wilted in disappointment. Disappointment in him. Bay had never been all that concerned about his behavior before. He hadn't been ruthless toward women or anything, but he'd also spent hours with them before, and never cared if he saw them again afterward. Isadora had wanted him to be a gentleman, to be a better man. Bay shouldn't care what the mysterious woman thought of him, but the more he tried to deflect the feelings surging inside him, feelings of shame and self-doubt, the less he found himself able to ignore them as he normally would have. He staggered blindly, not realizing where he was until he reached the door of the Coastal Quarters Inn. Bay pushed through the familiar doors. He'd sworn he'd never return here again, and had left without much explanation other than he'd found other accommodations. A few men sitting at the tables paid him little heed, but Janna's interest piqued at his entrance, and she sauntered toward him. At once he realized this was why he'd come. By habit, he'd come to bury his pain in the arms of a woman who would have him, one he had no feelings for. "Your mother would be ashamed of you." The accusation echoed through him. She was right, and worse, he was ashamed of himself. Through her eyes, he could see now that he'd treated Janna poorly, and that he no longer had any desire to. Blast these women. Well, he couldn't do much about the way he'd treated anyone else at this point, but he could make things right with Janna.
"'Lo there, Master Kelsey,"
she said, chewing her bottom lip.
"Anything I can help you with?"
She lowered the tankard of ale in her hand and fixed her gaze on him. He read the hope in her expression and considered. The old Bay would have whisked the perky barmaid to a secluded corner without a second thought. But the longer he met her brown eyes, the more he saw Janna, the way his mother would want him to see her. She was young, maybe 2 or 3 years younger than his 20. She was petite, slim, and strong from days of hard work around the inn. Her smile was vibrant, and she had her whole life ahead of her, a life she deserved to be appreciated for. Who was he kidding? This girl deserved to be craved for more than what she could offer physically. She had her own mind, her own thoughts, her own hopes and dreams, and those mattered. Bay thought of the would-be Soraya's terrified, lovely blue eyes. She hadn't always despised him. That night in the gardens, when he'd asked her for a kiss, when he'd pulled her close, he'd thought she might succumb. Again on the Charisma, there was a moment between them before the Finfolk had attacked, where Bay had been certain if he'd kissed her, she wouldn't have pulled away. But not because he'd simply requested the kiss. She insisted that he appeal to her in other ways, ways that had gotten him to open up to her more than he ever had with anyone else before. Janna's nearness had never instigated as much interest as just standing near her regularly did. He hadn't known a woman could make him feel this way, if he were being honest with himself, and in that moment, Bay realized Janna ought to have someone feel that way about her, too. "You deserve better than me," he told the barmaid. "Than a lot of these men in here, Janna. Don't sell yourself short. I never should have."
"Master Kelsey?"
she asked in confusion, as if hoping he would clarify. He couldn't blame her for being puzzled. The last time he'd been in this inn, Bay had been all too willing to accept anything she wanted to give him. "You heard me," he said gently. "You deserve better. Don't let men treat you less than that."
"Why did you come back then?" she asked,
gesturing to the kitchen swinging door behind her.
"You hungry?"
"I never said goodbye to you, and I should have done that too. You're a lovely girl."
"Goodbye? You leaving?"
"Not right away," he said. He didn't know what the future held, not now that the woman he thought had been Soraya wasn't her after all. "I just wanted to wish you the best."
"Thank you, Bay,"
she said, her voice as pensive as her gaze. He nodded his chin toward the tables and chairs. "Any of these men come at you, you tell them off in no uncertain terms. Hold them off until you find the one that's right for you." Her grin spread.
"All right."
Not knowing where the gesture came from, Bay reached a hand and stroked her cheek. "Goodbye, Janna."
"Bye, Bay."
She waited a moment longer as if hoping he would do more than caress her cheek. He didn't. He dropped his hand and moved away from her. Timidly, she turned toward the few waiting patrons seated at the wooden tables. Though she stole a glance in Bay's direction more than once, after she finished pouring a few men a drink. Bay pushed back through the inn's swinging doors and into the open, blazing hot sunlight. Heat bounded at him, ricocheting from the stones making up the cobbled street. He'd made things right with Janna, and now it was time to move on, to keep sight of what he was really after. A palace with a hidden map room accessible only by a member of the Cressida royal family. But Bay also wanted the defiant woman who walked with mystery and deceit. The woman who wielded each with hidden poise, as if each trait were 2 jewels on the necklace she managed to keep inconspicuous, even as she wore it. Her presence alone begged him to discover her innermost motives and longings, and he was startled to realize he wanted at least part of these longings to still be directed at him. Whoever that woman was, she hadn't been in on the ploy to murder him. Her ignorance and fear had been no act, which meant she was a pawn in whatever game King Emir was playing, just as much as Bey was. If Emir had intended to kill this woman along with Bey, would he make the same attempt again? Was she in danger? He couldn't care. Helping whoever this woman was went against everything he and his father had come to Lumen to do. His mother may want him to be a gentleman, but he'd also been raised by Edward Kelsey. Though fraught with momentary uncertainty, he'd told the woman on the beach something that was entirely certain. He always got what he wanted, just like his father. He was his father's son, too. He couldn't give up everything he'd been seeking, no matter how much her pair of pretty blue eyes affected him. What would Isadora think of that part of him? Chapter 23. Cali's mind was a broken dam. For so long, so many details about the world had been kept from her. Details that were crucial. The state of necrosis in her homeland. The possibility Undeen had a kinder nature. The fact that princesses wielded the very magic her father detested. This was the most jarring revelation yet, however. King Emir, the man who'd stolen her ring holding the Bromvere seal, the man who'd threatened her with prison if she went against his wishes, was her mother's brother. Not only that, but he'd knowingly sent her sailing with a cursed pirate in hopes that they would both be killed. The wall that others, her parents mostly, had built to shelter her from these details had been cracking ever since her arrival here. But now, after witnessing King Emir's murder, that wall deteriorated, and everything swarmed. All the emotion, the frustration and hurt from being kept in the dark about so many vital things, the devastation of realization, the sting of betrayal from her parents not telling her she had family across the boundary, flooded her senses. She should have had magic. She had an uncle and a cousin, too. Injustice at the lies, at the wrongness of everything, was blinding. Still, she managed to scurry along and return to Soraya's chamber in rushed silence. Soraya hurriedly closed the secret passageway behind them and charged to the cage in the corner on the same wall as the door. The bird that had flown away earlier now stood on a perch within. It perked up at Soraya's proximity, cocking its head and blinking with curiosity. It had a yellow face and scarlet wings. Plumage puffed atop its head, its beak hooked at the end like a hawk's. "Will you be all right?" Cali asked her cousin. After seeing the horrified expression on Soraya's face, she pushed her own worries aside for the moment. How terrible to watch her father be murdered. Cali wasn't sure what would happen now. Where could they go? What could they do?
"I have to be,"
Soraya said.
"I know you think we should dash out of here, but from the sound of things, Bey already told his father what happened between you two at the beach. Even if we pretended not to overhear their conversation, or to have witnessed my father's
Her voice cracked. She cleared her throat.
murder,"
she said with resolve, as though she wanted to grieve, but knew she couldn't yet. Cali's heart panged for her newfound cousin.
"Our best option is to call for help,"
Soraya finished. "And how do you propose we do that?"
"I need to spread word about my father,"
Soraya said. With shaking fingers, she lifted a hand to where it sat on its perch beside a vacant white cage.
"Philo,
she said to the bird in greeting. Philo flew to her hand, a practiced gesture, something the bird had obviously done many times. Soraya stroked its beak, and the bird nuzzled in, releasing a contented squawk. Soraya's fingers flickered with gold sparks as though each were embedded with light. The motion left a trail of golden stardust down Philo's tail feathers that faded almost instantly. It was as though Soraya dusted the spell of her command as she spoke it.
Find Roland. Tell him to alert the rest of the guards who are still loyal to me. King Emir is dead.
Soraya's voice broke again at those words, and she repeated them, more vehemently this time.
King Emir is dead. Come find me. Help me.
With the added urgency of her voice, a heavier streak of gold seeped from her fingers. Philo released a high-pitched squawk and leapt from her hand, spreading its wings as it soared out through her open balcony. Cali goggled in amazement, wishing she had a similar power. The same anger that had inundated her earlier fleshed out anew. She should have had magic. She was a princess. And now your bird will know where to find him?
Philo is a rove. I've had him since birth. Animals are a traditional gift given to princesses at their birth, or at least they are here, on this side of the boundary.
Soraya trapped her lip in her teeth, the unspoken question in her eyes. My parents married without a tournament, Cali said. It's the only explanation that makes sense right now. They defied Undeen, and the sea witch punished them for it. Punished her. Undeen's evil, dark nature was one thing her parents hadn't concealed from her. Just because Soraya spoke of Undeen's softer nature didn't mean Cali could cast aside the one fact she'd been certain of her entire life. At that thought, the same hatred that had been ingrained in Cali throughout her entire life sprouted deeper roots, a watered weed clawing its hold within her.
Undeen is not a sea witch,
Soraya argued. She cursed Bay.
Because he didn't follow her rules. You said he tried entering her home without permission.
The same spell Lyric used to get me across, it must have been some kind of bargain as well. Otherwise it wouldn't have worked.
What do you mean by bargains?
Sacrifices, Cali said. That's the only way I was able to cross, and it's how I'll get back. Undeen won't give anything without taking something first. Bay wasn't willing to give anything. He just tried to cross. So she took what he loved the most.
Undeen de Rey doesn't take, Soraya argued. She's the goddess of life. She gives.
Maybe so. But what is given in exchange? Cali argued. Haven't you ever wondered about it?
She bestows life out of her great goodness.
No one is that generous, Cali said. Especially not someone with that much power. Maybe she's a goddess to you because you don't see the other side of things. In Zara, she's the spirit of death, of ruination. Your father's soul is probably being carted to her right this moment.
I certainly hope so,
Soraya said, hands balled into fists at her sides.
I wouldn't have his soul rest anywhere else.
Cali thought of all the other souls that had been carried prematurely to the Sea Witch. Sudden worry for Darren struck like a cutlass. Did Undeen have his soul yet? And what of Mama? She and Papa had been exposed to Cali before she snuck away. Though from the conversation Cali had overheard, Papa was faring well enough. Along with the fears, all the questions she wanted to ask Papa emerged. What had he done to the boundary in the first place to cause the sickness? Had that been Undeen's doing as well, like Bay's curse? Had Undeen exacted her vengeance, her demanded sacrifice, for the king's action from Cali's people's lives? I have to go, Soraya. I'm sorry, but I have to get home. She needed those plants. Now, especially since she'd lost the only bit of glitz she had. I'll do what I can to talk to Bay first, but then I have to go. Without waiting for permission from the other princess, Cali swept out the door, pausing in the antechamber only long enough to snatch the book on plants, before heading into the hall lined with fish tanks. Word would spread around the palace about King Amir's death soon, and then, who knew what mayhem Captain Kelsey would cause? The ships making up his armada were still along the coast. Soraya's rove would tell her guard the truth of what happened. He would rally the princess's loyal forces. And then, it wouldn't be long before Captain Kelsey signaled his fleet to attack. She had to act quickly. Soraya paced in the corridor, hands shaking, heart quivering. Her bones were alive beneath her skin, juddering as surely as if being shaken. The scene of Captain Kelsey stabbing Papa flashed over and over, like a nightmare she couldn't wake from. Her hands wrung one another. Her soft-soled slippers offered little support beneath her tired feet. And though she stared at a single spot on the navy-blue carpet, her brain registered nothing. Not its fine fibers or the contrast between dark blue and the gold trimming a delicate pattern at the rug's edges. All she saw was inside of her. She imagined her magic to be a lion in a cage. It prowled from one side of her to the next, sensing increasing weakness and the perfect opportunity to spring. Mama had died 2 years ago, and Soraya still hadn't fully healed from the loss. Now, Papa was gone. How would she ever recover? She was fraying at the seams, and the lion in her sensed it. Keeping her power inside was becoming less and less of a priority, but she had to keep herself together until she spoke with Roland and figured out what to do next. She couldn't lose control and end up burning her palace to the ground.
Where is he?
She demanded to the empty corridor. Had he gotten her message? Was he rallying the guards still loyal to her and the king even now? Or had something happened to prevent him from coming? Sorry to keep you waiting. Soraya pressed her eyes closed. The same weaving his proximity and touch usually provided settled in. With all the effort it took to keep the lion inside of her contained, she had little energy to spare for control of her emotions. Soraya forgot trying to contain her tears. They seeped out hot and fast, and she ran to Roland, desperate for his embrace. His arms welcomed her. His hands were comfort itself. And yet, closing her eyes brought a resurging, unending image of Papa's death over and over. He wasn't gone. He couldn't be gone. And yet... Are you all right? Roland stroked her back with his strong hands. Soraya shook her head and allowed the tears to tumble out. She couldn't make sense of anything other than how lost she felt, and how desperately she regretted every decision she'd made since the pirates had come to Lumin. Papa, the last words she'd said to him, the wounded expression he'd given her as he'd told her she wouldn't be the one to meet Baylor Kelsey. She'd put Papa down. She'd stomped and shouted. She'd ignored him. He'd come to her room several times while Caliana had been cavorting with the pirate prince, but Soraya had ignored his attempts at reparation. She'd ignored his apologies. She'd refused to even see him. We hadn't made peace,
she said with a sob.
He died thinking I hated him.
Did you hate him?
Though his question was piercing, his presence was a comfort. He'd probably had to slip away carefully before anyone noticed he was gone, so as not to draw attention to himself. What was it costing Roland to be here with her now? She hugged him tighter.
No,
she replied, pulling away so she could wipe her eyes. Soraya shuddered under the press of emotion. This time, her sorrow was cast aside and replaced with something far acriter. Something that pulled the lion's jowls free to bare its teeth and release a growl.
But there is someone else I hate. Someone who stole him from me and is the reason for this entire debacle we're all in right now.
The lion inside of her quickened its pace and licked its jaws. Soraya hadn't seen the pirate son around at all, but the father, the gentleman pirate king, had been no gentleman at all, and she was ready to open the cage.
He marched in, stole my kingdom.
You let him do it.
Roland's tone was gentle, so gentle. She took several moments before the words themselves settled into the realm of comprehension.
What?
Captain Kelsey, Roland said, curling his lip. The expression displayed his chipped tooth, a sight she'd once revered.
He's a man of honor, Princess. Keeps his word.
Soraya took a step back.
You?
She couldn't register it. The ground was falling from beneath her feet, but she had a single foothold left. Was Roland saying what she thought he was? Her tears ceased to fall. Her shoulders straightened. Her chin lifted. She allowed her glance to sweep over him, as it had done countless times. Here stood the same man she'd gotten far too close to in the past several days. A man she'd thought she could rely on. A man who had sworn to protect her and the crown at all costs.
You stand before me, wearing the colors of my kingdom, duty sworn to protect it, my father, me, and yet you speak for Captain Kelsey?
It sank in then, the defeat, the heavy crash of hope and life and her foolish, blind faith. Oh, wretched desire, wicked torment. How she'd latched every last fleeting need and hope to this man.
Name's Brigg,
he said, pulling at the bottom of his coat.
I'm one of Captain Baylor Kelsey's crew.
He continued his mirthless grin, displaying that cracked tooth. How she wished she'd seen him for what he was sooner. Brigg, not Roland.
What about the farm? You told me you grew up.
That was all true. I left home to become a sailor.
Cali had asked Soraya if she could trust him. She thought she could. She'd shared so much with him in such a short time. Soraya slammed her eyes closed again. She'd been such a fool, mistaking confidence for trust. She opened her eyes.
How charming you were,
she said. The words were deflated, resigned.
Complimenting me, gaining my attention. Tell me, did you keep any of your promises? Or did every one of my secrets get reported to your captain?
How else had Captain Kelsey found out about Caliana, if not for Roland's, no, Brigg's, deception? She'd confessed everything to him. She'd been such a fool.
I kept your secrets, just as I said I would. I was falling for you. I didn't want to betray you.
Why do I not believe you?
His face soured, showcasing something like bitterness eating him from the inside. But then, I saw what a fool I'd been when I was being played all along. You were feeding me half-truth and half-lies. I know what you and your father did, trying to have Bay killed.
What? I wasn't a part of that. I didn't know about his curse.
Bay's my best friend, along with my captain, Briggs said, either not hearing her or not caring. I didn't say nothing at first, out of respect for you, but I had to tell the truth after that, no matter the cost to you. In fact, that bird of yours is telling him plenty of secrets as well, even as we speak. I told the captain I'd answer your call and bring you along with me. He's mighty interested in meeting the real you. I'm only sorry I did. Soraya broke a little more inside. Philo, her rove, Roland. He'd assured her that he was on her side. He'd been helping her heal. He'd been threading her back together, patching up her broken parts. His admission broke every bit of healing she'd found in his company, and the re-break was more excruciating and potent than the original injuries ever were. Foolish hope, stupid heart. The threads he'd woven to keep her together snapped all at once. The lion slammed against the bars of its cage. Strength evaporated from her. His cage doors sprang open. Soraya's hands lifted of their own accord. Her head shot back, her skin split, and her magic left its confines in such a gush she'd never felt such heat in her power before. Every fiber of golden magic within her speared in Briggs' direction. His blood-curdling scream ended mid-cry as his entire body singed darker than demons and toppled to the rug. Tendrils of steam rose in circular coils from what remained, and he resembled nothing of the man he'd been moments before. She stood there, gasping at the macabre scene, torn between revulsion and satisfaction. Soraya didn't know she was capable of such an awful scene. But before she could comprehend much, voices called behind her. "There! He was standing right there! Did you see that?" "Burned him to a crisp, she did!" Soraya tried lifting her hands again, but the sheer effort of standing, of turning in the men's direction, took everything she had left. Magic had always called a heavy toll on her extremities, and spiraling power as strong as she just exerted cost everything she had left. She toppled to the floor at the approaching men's feet. Chapter 24. Much as she didn't want to, Cali thought of Bay. She meandered through Soraya's palace, heavy thoughts making her steps slower than they should have been. He'd been so at home on the sea, up until they'd been attacked by the Finfolk, and then it was as though his own monster emerged. She couldn't unsee the betrayal and devastation in his expression. He'd genuinely thought she was Princess Soraya, even with all of her faux pas, her admiration of the birds and the gardens. He'd come to care about her. That much had been obvious, but never as much as it'd been on the ship. He'd gone sailing with her at her request. Even knowing he was cursed, he'd taken the risk, because she'd asked him to. He could have mentioned his curse to her, to make sure she still wanted to go, but he'd proceeded as if assuming she'd already known about the curse. For a few illicit moments, she recalled their first night sneaking out to the gardens, how seductive he'd looked standing outside her doorway. He'd found the garden when he didn't have to. Every moment with him since had ingrained itself within her,
the way he'd opened himself to her during their hunt, his stories under the stars. In a moment of stillness, she remembered the feel of him there on the boat, the words they'd shared. Her momentary desire for him had been more than the heat of his body or how glorious he'd looked at the helm of his own vessel, how in control he'd been, and just how appealing it was to see a man so in his element. It was more than that. They'd had a connection in those few moments. The barriers, the lies, the unknown, they had all been stripped away. She'd seen him as he truly was. He'd made himself vulnerable to her, and she'd kept up her own deception when he'd needed her the most. Cali pushed that thought aside. He should never have taken her at such a risk to their lives in the first place. Even if he thought she was Soraya, he still should have been straightforward with her about his curse from the start. Yes, he should have admitted he was targeted by a sea witch to the girl he was trying to impress. It didn't excuse his behavior, but she found she understood him better now. Guards were moving through the halls on alert. Hushed words spread beneath their breaths, words of the king's death. Cali felt uneasy, uncertain of what to do, and she hurriedly donned her veil. She wished she could speak with her father. He wouldn't be foolish enough to agree to anything Captain Kelsey proposed to him. Would he? What bargain had been struck between the Pirate King and King Emir? Bay was the one who wanted Lumin and its magical princess and enchanted rooms. What was Captain Kelsey after? Cali rounded the corner, colliding with a firm torso and the smell of watery spice, like the sea mixed with musk. She glimpsed the bouquet of pink flowers in his hand for only a second before they crumpled against her chest, and she squealed and dropped the book in her hands. "In a hurry," Bay said. "What are you doing?" She couldn't confess her knowledge about the king's death. Despite the increase in guards along the halls, no announcement had been made yet. "For you, hibiscus." He offered the mangled bouquet. A few flowers still held their showy plate-like shape. Mistrust pricked at her heart. He couldn't mean the gesture with sincerity, not when he was clearly in on this bargain with his father, and certainly not after the forceful way he demanded the truth from her on the beach. Kelsey had killed Emir for deceiving him. What would Bay do to her? "I don't believe you," she said, wary. "You don't believe what? The flowers. I promised they're hibiscus. I asked." All she could do was shake her head as she bent to retrieve her book. "You're unbelievable." She pushed past him and out the door. He followed and caught her arm just as she stepped outside. "We didn't leave on the best of terms after our venture. It was my fault. I should have never taken you on the sea without telling you what awaited us." "And on the beach?" she said, the wound of his actions, of the way he'd shouted at her still fresh. A flicker of shame crossed his expression as the same thought passed between them. The mention of his mother. Who was she? She had to mean a lot to him for the sentence Cali had spoken to be enough to get him to yield. "My actions were unforgivable," he said with sincerity. "Yet, I'm asking for your forgiveness." She reached out to stroke the hibiscus petals. The same lure she always felt around him tugged at her now. She tried pushing it aside. "This is the perfect opportunity to try to fulfill my promise to Soraya," she told herself. Not because she felt anything more for him than she should, but for Soraya. "Thank you," she said, taking the bouquet from him. The gesture touched her heart more than she cared to admit. Bay slouched and shrugged, as though he wasn't used to giving apologies.
He probably wasn't.
This still won't win you your prize, she said, not sure how to broach the subject she needed to. The corners of his lips pricked.
No, I thought ladies were impressed by flowers.
These are all ruined.
That was your fault, not mine. Still, a bouquet grants some points in my favor, doesn't it?
Bay didn't come any closer, and she couldn't move either. He didn't touch her, yet he heated the air around them, adding his own dizzying drug into her senses. His eyes said it all. A soft curiosity within their blue depths. A suggestion. A question. A snare.
Are you going to tell me?
He asked. Tell you what? He lowered the flowers.
Who you are? Why, you resemble Princess Soraya. You aren't her. She should have known how to handle the Finfolk this afternoon. She wouldn't have hesitated to use magic. Magic you don't have. Who are you?
Cali glanced at the palace, remembering the way it looked from a different vantage point, standing stalwart and proud, high above the ocean on its cliff with the ships anchored along the eastern shore below. With King Emir dead, what good was pretending any longer? Perhaps this way she could get Bay to open up to her as well. She needed to know more about this bargain, to keep her promise to Soraya, so she could go home. My name is Kaliana Bromvere.
Bromvere? As in the royal house of Bromvere? In Zara?
How was it this pirate knew of her heritage and homeland when the guard she'd approached upon her first arrival here hadn't? Bay had probably traveled farther than any of the guards ever had. He'd probably heard Zara was no fairy tale. The same, she said. A dreadful sickness has overtaken my kingdom, and I came here to retrieve elements needed to brew a cure. She indicated the direction of the gardens, and the book in her other hand. I have only a matter of days left before someone I care about very much will die.
I see.
He cupped a hand to his chin.
Then what are you doing pretending to be Soraya?
The pretense was the only way I could gain access to the plants here. She inhaled the smell of fresh earth in the salty air. When I first arrived, they mistook me for a servant, and I chose not to correct the assumption. Then, when your father made the proposal for you to wed Soraya, I was chosen from the staff to stand in her place. We've only just discovered Soraya and I are cousins, which is why we look so much alike. That left out King Emir's deception, but there wasn't time for that sordid story.
You sought out the gardens for the cure.
A cure her father said his father had. Yes. Now what about you? Will you tell me about this bargain of yours? Why are you really here in Luné-Lumin? Why take the palace? Bay ran a hand across his hair. The few strands that had strayed from the knot flurried across his forehead. For the briefest moment, she wondered if things between them had changed. He'd been up front with her before, answering every question she'd asked, and even offering things like his mother's letter. Did he regret that now? Would their relationship change now that she wasn't who he thought she was?
My father has sailed as much of the impious sea east as he could. He doesn't like that there is an ocean beyond the boundary. He's become obsessed. He doesn't like that that part of the sea is cut off from him.
He thinks he deserves the world?
Don't we all?
I don't think so. Cali lifted her chin in defiance. All she wanted was for her people to be well and safe. She wanted to keep peace, to do her best to rule as she'd been trained to do her entire life. One small section of the world was enough for her. Too much of the world should never be entrusted to anyone.
I disagree. I want the sea princess.
Then why are you here? This made no sense whatsoever.
In his search for the way to breach Undeen's boundary, my father discovered that a collection of magical maps existed. Maps that could pinpoint anything on this globe, whether it was hidden or not. King Emir led my father to believe access to these maps could be purchased.
Kelsey paid Emir substantial amounts of money, but was still denied access to the maps.
Why? Cali asked. Why didn't Emir keep his part of the agreement?
Bay raised a finger. That is the question, isn't it? In the meantime, Emir also allowed Kelsey to use a curious means of communication to contact kingdoms across the sea.
To contact my father?
Yes, if King Marek is your father.
He is.
Kelsey discovered the brothers were plotting against him. They were planning to open the boundary without my father's assistance and keep him from using the maps Emir promised.
And your father didn't like that?
No, he didn't.
Though she was loath to agree with the Pirate King, she could see why he would be so angry. If Emir promised him access to these magical maps and then denied that access, that would be enough to send anyone over the edge. What was the means of opening the boundary? Cali wasn't sure she wanted to know. Whatever the method was, it had caused the necrosis inflicting her people. Her father had been the reason for the plague killing her kingdom. No wonder he'd kept the disease a secret and tried to downplay it.
I don't know, Bay said.
And the maps? You've been here all this time and haven't yet been allowed to see them?
Bay's smile was derisive. The maps are magical. They're in a room shielded by power, a room accessible only by a member of the Cressida royal family.
Then why were you paying for their access?
All pertinent questions. Emir left off that little detail. It seems with the collapse of Lunay Lumin's diamond mines. He was using the funds my father and I provided for other things.
The news of Emir's deception didn't surprise her in the slightest. This sounded like just the thing a king of such low character would do.
When my father discovered the truth, he sent word to all of his ships across the sea to congregate around Lunay Lumin, to threaten King Emir and remind the king of the money Kelsey has provided.
And you? You want the maps as well? Or you're going along with all of this because of your curse? Bay turned away, facing the direction of the ocean as though it had a call only he could hear.
I tried entering the boundary for my father, to see if it could be taken down from the inside somehow. We didn't know until it was too late that Undeen herself lives there. I was cursed. I barely escaped the Undaunted with my life. Many of my men weren't so fortunate. I waited here for Kelsey while we researched magic and tried to find some way to counter the curse. That was when I learned Princess Soraya's magic was feared by the very creatures attuned to my presence on the sea. It's much showier than the magic of any other princess, it seems, and the Finn folk shy away from it.
With the golden bursts of light leaking from within cracks in Soraya's skin, her magic was formidable, much like the way some might fear drawing too near the sun or a bolt of lightning.
It just happened to be coincidence that the kingdom of Lunay Lumin also owed us a substantial debt.
Because of the money you loaned to King Emir, Cali surmised. That's what you meant by your claim that you weren't stealing it.
Bay nodded. And this kingdom was chosen. I'll still be able to sail if Soraya is at my side.
How can you be okay with that? With taking someone else's home? Especially when yours was taken from you.
It's logical to me, Bay said simply. We've invested so much money in this kingdom. Money I helped my father to obtain. It should rightfully belong to us. At first, I disagreed with my father as you do, but he suggested an alliance with the princess so she wouldn't lose her place altogether.
Cali fisted her hands, rage boiling through her. So you think you're being merciful now?
He straightened. I do, but I can tell you don't see it that way.
Cali pressed her lips together. She'd asked for the truth, and he was giving it to her. I don't think it's right to take someone's home just because of a few disagreements. Just take your money back. There must be some other way to settle the debt.
Lunay Lumin was failing. The diamond and copper mines collapsed, killing many. King Emir granted my men and me amnesty in exchange for our assistance. Greedily, he used every coin we gave him, investing the money into his palace and his wars. Many kings in the past weren't born into royalty. They obtained it through perseverance. We're just doing the same.
Through violent domination, you mean? We are presenting a way that doesn't have to be violent. Not violent. Captain Kelsey had just stabbed King Emir in cold blood. It took all the effort she had not to snap this at him. Bay couldn't know she and Soraya had been the ones spying on their meeting. He was still his father's son. And what of Soraya, now that you know I'm not her? Bay shrugged, dusting dirt from his hands. Aye, now. That was her choice not to meet me. She should have agreed to a meeting. Why didn't she? The faintest trace of vulnerability flashed in his eyes. Cali didn't want to speak with him any longer. She was drawn to him in every way, and she hated it. How could she feel this for him, considering all he was trying to do? His motives and actions were so vile, so wrong, and yet, logical was the word he'd used, and she couldn't help admitting he was right. King Emir had contracted a debt with the pirates, something he should never have done. What had made the king withdraw from their agreement? What had made him lie to the pirates about being able to access the maps? What had her father done to the boundary to cause the necrosis? Maybe you should ask her, Cali said, making her voice as cold as she could muster. Bay reared back just enough. You're angry with me? What else should I be? You deceived me, princess. I've been nothing but open about her plans. Deceiving him wasn't her choice. She was only doing what she had to. But how could she defend herself without sounding pathetic? Or worse, letting him know she cared. Because whether she liked it or not, she did care. And the full range of her sentiment would come out if she spoke. She was an outsider, seeing both sides of the situation. Her heart ached for Soraya, for how she had to suffer the consequences of her father's poor choice in an investor. She didn't know what Lunay-Lumin was like before Captain Kelsey's intervention. But the land's wealth had to have been substantial, to appear as lustrous as it did now. What now? Now that you know who I am? The corner of his mouth drew up in the most captivating way. A seductive quirk, a smirk saved for riddles. Her breath caught, waiting for his answer. Had he said all those things on the ship because of who he thought she was? Had every moment they'd spent together been fabricated, part of his claim to get what he wanted? She hoped not. She wanted what passed between them to be real. Cali didn't have the power he needed to help him sail again. She didn't have the power he needed to get him into this enchanted map room. Would he still want her for who she was? Clanging clamored, a heavy knell, breaking the silence between them and echoing through the air. Its percussive bell jarred her from the directness of Bay's gaze. She shook herself. She had 2 days left. Now wasn't the time to let anything distract her, not even a wicked, apologetic, vulnerable pirate. He was such a paradox of what she thought he should have been. She gripped his sleeve, urging him along with her as she continued her way to the gardens. According to the conversation she'd overheard, Captain Kelsey had a cure for the necrosis in his possession. The likelihood of getting her hands on it was slim. She had to stick to her original plan of retrieving the flowers Lyric had sent her after. "Shouldn't we answer the summons?" he said, elevating his voice to be heard over the clanging bells. "That is a summons, isn't it?" "You're welcome to." She discarded the bouquet he'd given her on an accommodating bench and cracked open Soraya's book. Firethorn, firethorn. She found the plant on the page. Wide-leafed, with small blue blossoms along its edges. She remembered seeing something similar the night she'd strolled here with Bay, near a set of fountains. The problem now would be to retrace her steps. The bell continued gonging.
It could be important. Bay tugged her arm. She broke free of his grasp. So is this, she told him. She'd explained what she needed. There wasn't any more time to waste. Princess. Cali rounded on him, fixing him with as fierce of a stare as she could muster. She should have known better than to ask him for help. He had seemed less and less interested in her request the longer the bell clanged. He was loyal to his father, and helping Cali would only interfere with Kelsey's plans. She couldn't allow herself to trust him again. Go then, if you're so worried. I'm not leaving until I find what I need. Bay glanced over his shoulder, to the fallen bouquet, to the palace, the source of the clanging bells. Did he know why they chimed? What do you need? Cali wavered. Still, she could use his help. It looks like this. She flared open the book, displaying the picture. I need as much of it as you can find. Bay's brow pinched, but he didn't question her. As you wish, my lady. He led the way before the line of floral arches. Cali couldn't stop to admire the beauty. She branched off at the end of the arches toward a collection of shrubs dotted with white blossoms. She ducked between the flowers, tiptoeing into the bed around clusters of shiny pink blossoms, with leaves so transparent they could be quartz stones. But the firethorn was nowhere in sight. Here! Bay called to her from the direction of the bridge connecting one end of the garden to the concrete jungle dripping with vines. Cali lifted her skirts and ran toward him across a series of stones planted directly into the grass until she reached the bridge's side. Bay was bent low behind a line of trimmed hedges. Cali forced herself not to stare at his build, at the shape of him, but failed miserably. He was finely formed, that was sure. Her cheeks heated at the thoughts creeping in. There we go. Bay stood upright, his fists full of a plant with blue blossoms and orange thorns, roots and all. Adjusting his shirt, he stepped out of the flower bed. Firethorn. And there, beside it, was the long-stemmed purple flower. She bent, testing its leaves between her fingers. A soft glow emitted from the crumpled leaf, seeming to ignite in her hand. Glitzfoil and firethorn, two of the plants she needed. Bending, she plucked a handful of glitzfoil, a dash of glowing dust sprinkling to the ground. She hugged it to her chest, holding out her other hand for the firethorn Bay held. Rather than offering the plants, he took her hand instead, towing her closer to him. Dirt streaked down the front of his shirt. But he didn't seem to care. The bells had stopped clanging, but they still chimed in her head, being so close to him. "Why are you doing this?" she asked. "And don't tell me it's for the kiss you asked for." "And what if it is?" His gaze flicked to her mouth. The wound of his actions on the beach, of the way he'd shouted at her, was still fresh. How could she give him another chance, knowing who he was and what his father had done? A flicker of shame crossed his expression as the same thought passed between them. Cali thought of the bouquet he'd given her. The gesture touched her heart more than she cared to admit. What if he wasn't like his father? Would Bay ever stab someone in cold blood the way Kelsey had done? Cali didn't know. She hated that she didn't know. "I still need one more plant," she said. "Which one?" She opened the book to the page displaying deathwort, with its squat, thick stems and stubby, bristle-like leaves. Before she could say more, a guard stormed past, stopping at the mouth of the gardens and gripping the sword at his belt. "There you are, sir. Your father is requesting your presence." "Sir," So this wasn't one of Soraya's guards. Had the Rove found Roland? Were the guards who were still loyal to the Cressidas gathering even now? And yours, Princess, the man added. Mine? Cali gripped the plants in her hands. She couldn't mask her surprise. Did the Pirate King know she had been eavesdropping after all? He insists you hurry, Your Highness. He's postponing his announcement until the two of you are present. Cali cursed under her breath, dropping her eyes to the glitsfoil and firethorn. She was so close. She only needed to find one more. Why did the king have to summon her now? Very well, she said. I'll come just as soon as we've found... Bay caught her arm, warning in his gaze. A chill swept down her spine at that look. What did he mean by it? We can't ignore it any longer, he said pointedly. Shall we? Cali glowered at him. She didn't take his arm, but treaded forward before he could say another word. Chapter 25. Cali wasn't sure where Bay had gone to. 1 minute she was stalking toward the palace, and the next she turned to speak with him, only to find herself accompanied by no one but the guard who'd been sent to retrieve her. Apparently, he hadn't followed them. She caught the guard's eye, hurriedly placed her veil, and then continued on into the palace. This way, Your Highness, the guard said, indicating a hall she hadn't yet explored. At the end of the hall was an extravagant door, leading to a room she recognized immediately. The throne room whirred with nervous tension. One long stretch of blue carpet led from the gaping, keyhole-arched door down the room's span to the single throne with its back pointing up in a similar shape to the door. A domed ceiling plated with honeycomb designs rose above them. Motifs with pointed arches adorned the walls along the way, depicting geometric interconnecting patterns gilded with sparkling gold. A multiple pendant chandelier dangled from the dome's center, and the room, like everywhere else in the palace, brought a sense of harmony and delicacy to the kingdom. Delicacy that was about to be shattered by the man standing beside King Emir's empty throne. Captain Kelsey wore a navy blue coat with wide lapels that reached his knees, a revolver tucked into a sash at his side. A tricorn hat nestled on his head, topped with an angled white feather. White, the color of surrender, of purity. Cali wanted to tear it to shreds. A parade of patrons stood along the left wall, from the highest-born nobles in their embroidered finery, the women with their faces veiled, to the staff Cali had met her first day here, to mere sailors, stern-faced, sunburned, and bemused at the unease on display around them. Cali recognized Ayat's round build, as well as Lenora, the girl who'd helped her find a dress to serve at the banquet inn. Guards were crammed in, barring the doors, and Cali was escorted to stand on the dais near the throne. When she caught sight of Bay, he made his way toward her. Earlier, he'd been vulnerable and honest with her, but his face held a different kind of solemnity this time. He seemed almost disappointed to see her. "Where did you go?" she asked. He didn't answer but remained at her side. A door behind a drapery of stunning teal opened, and Princess Soraya was manhandled roughly into the room by another guard. Cali's eyes widened, not only at Soraya's appearance, her cheeks tear-stained above the top of her veil, but also the guard herding her in carried a dead rove in his hands. A cannonball sank in Cali's stomach. She breathed so hard the fabric of her veil blew from her face. She glanced at Bay, but he only shook his head. Philo. So the rove hadn't helped them after all. If anything, the bird had betrayed them. Or the guard holding it had. Did Bay know about this? Was that why he'd given her flowers? Cali had never seen Soraya's Roland, but from the smirk on the handsome guard's face and the tears in Soraya's eyes, the other princess had been deceived by him too. That guard could be her Roland. She'd put her trust in the wrong person. "Let me guess," Bay said, bending to whisper in Cali's ear. "That's the real Soraya." A bitter seed planted in Cali's chest at the hard-skinned words. She tried to catch her cousin's eyes, which were bloodshot. Cali should never have left her alone. What had happened in the time they'd been apart? Captain Kelsey raised his arms, signaling for the bystanders to quiet down. "Thank you for your patience while we found my son and the princess. Young lovers aren't easily torn from their solitude, it seems." Several of the guards chuckled. With the cumbersome plants still in her grasp, Cali glared at the guards, especially at the man still holding Soraya's dead bird. He didn't notice, busy as he was returning Soraya's betrayed, pain-filled glower with one of bemusement. She had the sudden desire to step away from Bay's side. Captain Kelsey slunk over and rested a hand on the side of the empty throne. "I have an important announcement to make. Your revered King Emir was found dead in one of his council chambers about an hour ago." A communal gasp swept through the room. Cali locked eyes with Soraya, then flicked a quick peek at Bay. If he knew his father had been the culprit, he showed no sign of it. Captain Kelsey went on. "I'm sorry for the loss of your leader, but as the position is now open, I invite Princess Soraya to step forward." He gestured to Cali with a heavily ringed hand. Cali's entire body went numb. Something was off about this. He knew who she really was. "Princess," Kelsey said, lowering his hand. "Not coming?" Any hint of surprise in his tone was lacking. "I wonder why. Also, I'm curious why you don't seem distraught at the loss of your father. This girl, on the other hand." He gestured to the real Soraya, and the guard, still gripping her elbow, ushered her forward. Soraya winced at his touch, shrinking from the sight of Philo in his other hand. She's grief-stricken enough. It's almost as though she saw the event happen. Won't you tell the court who you are?
"We know who she is,"
a noblewoman from the sideline shouted from behind her veil.
"That is Princess Soraya."
Captain Kelsey feigned surprise. "Is she? Then who is this sham?" Someone gripped Cali's elbow as well, ripping her away from Bay's side and shoving her forward to stand on the dais beside her cousin. Cali nearly lost her hold on the plants in her arms, and a few of the thorns pricked into her skin. She wished she could hug Soraya, could tear her away from this awful scene, but they were both stuck. Kelsey swaggered forward, a hand on the revolver at his belt. He then lifted both hands and tore the veils from the princesses' faces. Soraya recoiled and let out a whimper. "Are you Soraya?" Cali lifted her chin, relishing the freedom of speaking without a covering. "No." "And yet King Emir introduced you as such to me. Why would he do such a thing?" Cali's eyes slid to Captain Kelsey's. They were the same heartbreaking shade of blue as his son's, but they held a teaspoon of dreadful delight. "It seems," the captain said, "King Emir was a liar." No one protested. No one dared move. Cali melted under the heat of his despicable attention. She wished he would look somewhere, anywhere else but at her.
Finally, he turned to the bystanders and raised his voice. "And not only a liar, but your king was also a thief. I have proof here of money borrowed and never repaid. Money enough to render your kingdom bankrupt." "I don't believe you," said one man in a red suit. Captain Kelsey smiled at the challenge in the man's voice. "Your diamond mines collapsed. Your economy was suffering as it never had before. I've been supplanting the income those mines provided for some time now. The king's intentions were to borrow money from me, only until the mines could be reopened, but the collapse has never been repaired. The documentation is all here." He gestured for another guard to bring an overstuffed file, which leaked slips of paper out the sides like a sandwich with too much lettuce. "King Emir made a bargain with me during the last days I've been in your kingdom. In exchange for forgiveness of such a vast debt, my son would be permitted to court his daughter with the intention of eventually wedding her. Unfortunately, like his dishonest financial actions with me, he was also dishonest about this." "Take care of how you speak of the dead," cautioned another guard, a shorter, older man with graying sideburns. Cali breathed in short-lived relief, doing what she could to memorize his features, the lines around his eyes, his wide forehead. At least not all of them were loyal to Kelsey. Soraya looked toward him with gratitude as well. "You can imagine my surprise to discover the young lady my son was becoming acquainted with was not, in fact, Princess Soraya Kailani Cressida of Lumin, but a charlatan. Indeed, your king was shrouded in lies, and now your king is dead." "Treason!" someone shouted. "You're the liar!" "I have his signature here, signing over his kingdom to me on the chance he couldn't pay his debts. That debt was never met." Unease began to stir among the crowd. They looked to one another as if waiting for someone courageous enough to take action. "It's now my obligation to inform you that my son, Baylor Kelsey, is your new heir to the throne." Kelsey spoke with pride. It was the pronouncement of a man who'd just gotten everything he wanted. "Impossible!" someone cried. Captain Kelsey flicked a hand. One of the onlooking sailors raised a revolver. Without an ounce of hesitation, he shot the protester straight in the chest. Screams tore the air. Men and women in formal dress ducked to the floor, covering their heads with their hands, while the man who'd shouted against Kelsey toppled in his own blood on the white marble floor. Several of the sailors laughed, nudging one another as though witnessing a good joke. "You can't do this!" Cali shouted. Blood pounded in her ears. She tried catching Bay's eyes. He couldn't think this behavior was acceptable. He couldn't. But his attention was on the slowly unraveling nobles. One woman fanned herself with her hand, while the man beside her caught her by the elbows before she passed out. "But I can," Kelsey said. "If you'd care to peruse the documents, you'll see it's completely legal, which presents me with another problem." Cali glanced at Soraya, willing her to speak up in defense of her kingdom. But what good would it do? If King Emir signed those documents as Kelsey claimed, the deal was done. Soraya stood as still as a statue, frozen from the shock of it all. She hadn't heard Bay's explanations in the garden earlier, so she hadn't been prepared for something like this. Not the way Cali was. "Many of you know I have been negotiating with King Emir for a marriage between his daughter and my son. What you may not know is that the will granting Bay a successor has also granted me guardianship of the princess, should any unfortunate circumstance befall His Highness." "No!" Soraya called out. Several audible gasps swept through the crowd. Kelsey ignored her outburst and went on. "As her guardian, it is in my best interest to do what is best for Princess Soraya. A young, beautiful maiden would profit from an alliance with the House of Kelsey. Losing her throne now with Bay soon to ascend would be a crime. Therefore, I'd like to announce the wedding of Paler Liam Kelsey and Princess Soraya Kalani Cressida tomorrow at sundown."
"You're lying!"
Soraya called out, her voice trembling like shaken earth.
"You killed my father, and I will never marry a pirate like your son."
The plants nearly slipped from Callie's arms. She felt as though she was on fire. Soraya and Bay's wedding? To what purpose? For access to enchanted maps? His expression impartial and unreadable, Bay crossed to the dais. He situated himself between the two princesses, hands clasped behind his back. Callie scorned the warm flush his proximity washed over her, her thoughts spinning. He couldn't really be this cold, yet he stood with his spine straight, head poised as if he approved of everything that had been announced. Shame spilled through her, stirring with shades of fury. She'd been such a fool to think he was just as consumed by her as she'd been with him. Every moment she'd spent with him had been intense and left her with traces of him in her thoughts and on her fingertips. But it had all been a lie. Of course it had. She'd known the entire setup between them was false. Why, then, did that realization now hurt so much? Meanwhile, something was happening to Soraya's skin. It began to flick away like fish scales, leaving glistening gaps in its place. "King Emir's death was an unfortunate accident," Kelsey countered. "As your guardian, I insist this is the best course." Soraya began to tremble, as though the magic inside her was trying to take over, and she was fighting to stop it. A whir filled the air, tacking down Callie's spine with warning and threatening pressure. The strange impulse to bolt from the room overtook her, but she clamped her teeth to stem it. "Say something," Callie muttered to Bay. "What am I supposed to say?" "Stop him! Don't do this!"
"It's already done."
"You'd really marry her?" Callie said. After?
He raised a single brow, as if he didn't know what she referred to. How could he not know? Their midnight stroll, the magical gardens, the night they'd shared under the stars. She couldn't say it. She couldn't forget who he was. How could he stand there while his father ordered guards to kill innocent people just for disagreeing? His ship had been in port, but now it was sailing at full mast and he was showing his colors. A rumbling sound shook the ground. More women screamed as the floor beneath their feet began to quake. Chills raked down Callie's arms. Soraya's head was bobbling, her eyes raising to the chandelier above, piercing it with golden lights from within her. "What's she doing?" Bay murmured. The light beneath Soraya's skin traveled from her eyes, snaking down her shoulders, her arms, and collecting in a single orb in her hands like she'd shrunken the sun and wielded its power. Her guard backed away in horror, dropping the dead rove to the floor. Other sailors and guards retreated, their faces mashed in fear. But Captain Kelsey remained where he was, utter glee on his face. With a shriek that would put scraped metal to shame, Soraya thrust her hands in the captain's direction, launching the glowing orb of angry magic directly at him. Bay dropped to the floor, ducking from the blast. Captain Kelsey dove to the side, his tricorn hat tipping from his head. The spear of glowing flame struck the throne behind him instead, instantly creating a crackling bonfire of vengeance throughout the room.
Noblemen and women shrieked and scrambled for the exits. Sailors swore, calling out oaths and shoving those in finery aside so they could be the first to leave. Even the guards did nothing to bar their way but remained along the walls gripping their belts. Smoke crawled along the ceiling, clustering above the inferno. In minutes, the room was emptied, save for those still standing near the dais with its burning throne. Soraya panted. Her hands hung limply at her sides. Sweat dampened her hair. Her skin pieced together again, and she slumped to the floor beneath the gray haze. Bay helped his father to his feet. Cali buried her face into her shoulder, searching for some way out. She couldn't leave Soraya in here. Any minute Captain Kelsey would attack Soraya as he'd done to her father. What need would he have for the princess when he now had her throne? Cali couldn't stand by and watch him murder her cousin, too. She didn't know what fate loomed before her, but knowing Kelsey, it most likely meant her death. She was to die whether she returned home or remained here. She might as well do it protecting her cousin. She moved toward Soraya, pushing the other princess behind her, bracing her with an arm. But Captain Kelsey's anger didn't resurface. He didn't reach for the revolver. Instead, he bent for his hat, straightened its feather, and replaced it on his head with a grin that appeared far too eager. Soraya's guard remained wary, standing beside the captain as though the need to protect him remained. "Enough of this," Kelsey said, waving away the smoke. He marched toward the princesses. Plants still in her arms, Cali stepped between the captain and Soraya, attempting to act as a barrier, but the Pirate King thrust her aside. The plants she held dropped to the floor. Cali struggled to keep her feet. She made to turn back, but someone got a hold of her first, roping her arms tightly behind her. Feet away, Kelsey gripped Soraya's trembling shoulders. She was like a rag doll in his grip, and something told Cali his hold was all that kept her upright at the moment. "Leave her alone!" Cali snapped, fighting against her captor. The sailor was much stronger than she was, and though she managed to free her arms, he wound his around her this time, pinning her arms to her sides. "We've yet to find the map room your father promised me access to. You will take us there." Kelsey shook Soraya so hard her head lolled. She managed to meet Kelsey's imposing stance with a withering glare.
"I can take you," Soraya said with effort, "but you won't be able to enter. The door is guarded by magic. You're not of Cressida blood, so even if you did enter, you would wither and die within the room's walls. And I'll die before I marry your son."
Though her body was weak, the words had bite. An enraged snarl tore from Kelsey's throat. "Now who is telling lies?" he snapped. Soraya winced away, and for a moment Cali thought he might strike her. Instead, he tossed her aside. Bay caught her before she hit the floor, and she went limp in his grip. The smell of smoke tinged the air with hints of destruction. The Pirate King hesitated, fists pumping, the torrent in his mind visible on his creased forehead. Cali wormed against her captor's grip, but the man's hold was unrelenting. She glanced with desperation at Bay, but though he offered support to keep Soraya upright, his face was like stone as he watched his father. Kelsey ruminated a few more moments, pacing and then stopping in front of Soraya again. She didn't manage to lift her head this time. She was growing weaker by the minute, and Callie's chest seized with desperation.
"There won't be any alliance between you and my son," Kelsey said, as quiet as death.
"Then let her go," Callie said, still unable to figure out the captain's angle. She fought against the man behind her, but he held her like a vice. "Let her go. Let us both go." Captain Kelsey laughed.
"That won't be possible either."
Bay passed Soraya to another guard before stepping the few paces toward his father. He met Callie's eyes with unapologetic confirmation. She pleaded with him, waiting for him to intervene on their behalf, hope reaching, all but begging him for his assistance. He did nothing. "Why not?" Callie asked, tearing her glance from him.
"Because I had no idea the strength of her ability."
Kelsey gestured to the guard grappling Soraya beneath the elbows. She fell against him as if needing the support. Kelsey strutted forward, meeting Soraya's teary gaze. The orange pillar of her throne burned behind him, blazing the loss of her father and her kingdom all at once.
"If what she says is true, I've changed my mind. Forget the cursed maps. She's going to destroy the boundary for me once and for all."
Chapter 26. Callie was blindfolded, thrust into a carriage, and herded off, her bound hands making it difficult to sit in the rocking, enclosed transport. It was so different from the one Bay had taken her out in earlier. That had been open, airy, and welcoming. This carriage was a cage, dark, enclosed, and secluded. The suffocation she'd experienced on the return drive from the beach was nothing compared to losing the plants. She'd had them within her grasp, but they'd been swept aside, discarded, with no thought for how important they were. Callie had nothing now, no resources with which to return home, and her time here was nearly spent. And Bay, the despicable, dreadful, beautiful man who'd been transforming her with every glance he cast in her direction, who'd woven himself around her veins until every pulsing heartbeat sounded his name, had just stood by and watched it happen. He hadn't helped her. He hadn't interfered. Callie cursed the ache in her chest from the hole he'd left there. She hadn't realized just how much space she'd given him inside of her until he'd vacated it. If only the feelings he caused in her would do the same. She wanted to scrape them out of her, to rid herself of every tantalizing trace he'd left behind. She'd told him how much those plants meant to her. How could he have sided with his father? How could he not have at least said something, given her some kind of warning? Hannah's death replayed through Callie's mind, along with the countless others suffering in her palace infirmary. The shocking, bloodshot eyes, the speckled blemishes all over their skin, the terrible foam emitting from their mouths before their bodies began to spasm and their spirits were given over to the sea witch. If only Callie could speak to her father, or even to Lyric. An itching sense of urgency clawed through her core. She couldn't remain in this carriage, not when every turn of its wheels was carting her away from the place she desperately needed to be. King Emir was dead. No one else knew of his threat to imprison her for finding the gardens. She needed to go back. "Release me," she demanded of whoever sat across from her. A snigger was her only reply. Desperation made her lungs work double time and somehow get less air. She couldn't go home without the cure. Those plants were at the palace, She couldn't leave without them. "I insist you take me back." This time, a man responded sarcastically.
"And I insist you stop talking."
This wouldn't do. She racked her brains trying to think. She couldn't very well reach for the carriage door with her hands behind her back. If only she could have the blindfold removed to give her an idea of what she was dealing with. "Soraya?" Cali asked. There was a pause. "I'm here," the other princess said, sounding so weary it hurt. Cali didn't blame her. Her cousin had just watched everything in her world be taken from her. Her father, her kingdom, her bird, her home. At least now she didn't have to marry Bay. Cali wasn't sure where he'd gone, but either he was silent or not with the guard sitting across from them.
"No more talking,"
the gruff voice said. "Roland?" Cali asked. "Are you Roland?"
"I said shut it!"
Cali refused to listen. "Where are you taking us? I am Caliana, Princess of Zara, and I demand to know what's going on." She felt the man slide forward, spreading a hint of sweat and something pungent like the residue of garlic on his breath. A sticky hand gripped her jaw, angling her face upward. Cali attempted to wrench free, but he tightened his grip.
"I don't care who you are. You'll keep your yaps shut if you know what's good for you."
He shoved her against the seat. Soraya let out a whimper. "Roland's real name was Brigg. I killed him." Brigg. That name sounded so familiar, though Cali couldn't place why. "You what?" When did that happen? What had Cali missed?
"You two,"
he said, but in a much different, almost gentle tone. Cali waited for the sound of a struggle, but he made no move against Soraya. At least there was that. If only they hadn't blindfolded her. If only she could see where they were going. Carriage wheels ricketed over cobblestones. The way was bumpy, and she rocked into Soraya more than once. The restraints around Cali's wrists began to pull at her shoulders and bite into her skin. She attempted to wrench her arms apart, trying to wriggle free from the ropes, but the movement only burned, chafing at her skin. Cali had known something like this would happen, yet she still couldn't believe it. How could Bay and his father do this? Captain Kelsey said he intended to use Soraya to tear down the boundary. But if Undeen cursed Bay for trying to enter, if a horrible disease had come from Cali's own father's attempts to destroy it, whatever those had been, why did the captain think Soraya's magic would be any different? The carriage slowed to a stop, and the squeak of hinges announced the opening of the door. The chirp of gulls replaced the racket of the carriage wheels, and the smell of salted sea air swept into Cali's nose. Other noises bustled around her, but she could only focus on one undeniable fact. They were near the ocean. Despair coursed through her, pushing her to move in every direction but the one she was being guided to. She couldn't go wherever these men were taking her. What would become of her people, of Darren, her parents, the other members of the staff who had probably each been exposed to the necrosis? If she ever made it home, would she return to a dead kingdom? Cali longed to elbow the guard gripping her waist, to break free and run for it. But where would she go? Her hands were tied, her eyes covered. She'd never felt so helpless. She kept her steps slow, trying to tread carefully on the unfamiliar land, but was shoved forward more than once. She plodded reluctantly up a narrow incline that seemed as if it were made of wood, from the sounds her feet made when they struck it. It wobbled slightly. A gangway, maybe, probably onto the pirate captain's ship. "I can't do this," Cali said, wriggling against the grip at her elbows. "Shut it!" Her guard shoved her forward again. Noise crackled all around them. Sounds of men working, lifting heavy things, calling out orders, laughing. Gulls continued squawking above their heads, and something rolled and rumbled on the wood, but it couldn't have been wheels. Barrels, perhaps. "Whoa there, what's this now?" Callie's heart betrayed logic and thumped in her chest. She willed it to stop, willed the sheer anticipation at hearing his voice to cease. Before she knew what was happening, the blindfold was slid from her face. The cloudy sky, the sea, the deck of a ship, and men bustling along with various duties all came into view. And Bay, glorious villain that he was, swaggering toward them, his confidence belying the curse keeping him from setting out to sea. A satchel with a thick strap, its contents bulging, sloped across his chest. Did he intend to sail with them? Or was he simply overseeing their deliverance to the ship? Wind played in the dark strands of hair that had come loose from being tied back. His brow bent into a scowl at the man gripping Callie's arm. "You have some nerve," Callie muttered. Bay had stood by while Soraya's kingdom was taken. He'd been all sugar and sweet cream until the truth revealed the blackness inside of him. His eyes captured hers. The scamp had the nerve to smirk at her, to burn the air with his glance and reach a set of fingers to his brow in salutation. He was boarding now, when he knew of the curse surrounding him? The Finfolk had been relentless. They'd stopped at nothing to get to him. Not until Cali had managed to distract them. "Easy now, Dutch," Bay said, ignoring her remark. "Those are princesses you're dealing with." He said it mockingly before taking a bite from an apple he held. With another devilish grin, he strutted past, not bothering to speak a word to either Cali or Soraya directly. "Princesses now, are ya?" Dutch said. He must have been a different guard from the one who'd escorted them in the carriage. Cali didn't like the sudden interest in the sailor's garbled tone. The sun hung lower in the sky, casting a pink glow across the water's surface. Water pushed against the ship's sides, rocking it just enough. Her heart sank in her chest. What more could she do? Darren was as good as dead, and if Lyric's magic pulled her back without those plants, so was she. "Bay!" she called after him, throwing caution off the side of the ship with all of her other intentions. "Bay, please, help us. I can't stay here, you know I can't. The plants. I need the plants, please." Bay paused long enough to peer over his shoulder at her. Her lungs seized. She waited, hoping, expecting him to dart forward, to chastise these men, cut the girls free, and sneak them away. Seconds, moments, a lifetime passed, and then he continued on as if she hadn't spoken. Tears pricked Callie's eyes. She didn't want to believe it, but this was proof. He didn't care. He never had. She glanced to Soraya as if hoping for something from her, but Soraya's head hung, her limbs loose and unyielding. "Are you okay?" Cali asked, searching her cousin for signs of injury. Though her blindfold was gone, Soraya's lids fluttered, as though the very act of standing itself was exhausting.
"Enough of this,"
Dutch said. He and another sailor with a spike in his ear towed them toward the stairs where the supplies were being loaded. No, she couldn't go below. Up here, at least, there was the possibility of escape, of air and clear paths. Cali let her heels drag into the boards of the deck, mind reeling. Dutch grunted at her resistance, but his body was twice the size of hers. She could never hope to compete with muscle. Then again, she went dead in his grasp, allowing her entire body to go limp. Dutch's boot scraped her leg and he tripped, dropping Cali hard to the deck. She shrieked at the pain raging up her side, but before she could get to her feet, Dutch grunted and swore, calling her a disgusting name, and reached for her once more.
"Come on now,"
he said, managing to lift and drag her the rest of the way. Cali wormed against his grip. She didn't like the idea of that opening. It led to darkness, to hidden horrors, and to a captivity she wasn't sure they could escape from. Not only that, but didn't the sailors know what would befall them with Bay on board? "Don't do this," she told Dutch. He chuckled, reeking of fish and sweat. His teeth looked as though they hadn't been cleaned in well, ever. She swung her gaze to the sides of the ship, to the gangplank, and then in the direction Bay went toward his father's quarters, pleading for inspiration. What could they do? "We're in trouble," Cali mumbled to Soraya in a final attempt. "Can you do anything?" She hated to ask with how weak her cousin appeared. Cali fought against her restraints once again, but her hands were still tightly bound.
"Magic,"
Soraya said.
"wears me out when I use too much of it. I can't destroy the boundary, Caliana. I'm not strong enough."
"Shut it!" The brawny sailor gripping Cali's arm snapped, yanking on her so hard her shoulders felt as if they were pulled out of their sockets. Soraya reached the stairway first. The sailor with the spike in his ear ushered her forward, pushing her head down as she descended through the hole. "Your turn," Dutch said. "Bay Kelsey is cursed," Cali said, wrenching away from him. "You don't want to be on this ship with him. Don't do this." "Move, now," Dutch ordered, ignoring her as he manhandled her none too gently to the black hole. Cali nearly lost her balance down the wooden stairs, catching herself on the rickety banister before she tumbled the rest of the way down. Gritting her teeth, she managed to make it to the bottom without further incident. The noise below was almost deafening. Men were everywhere, shouting orders, stacking crates, laughing at their own jokes. Hammocks were strung between wooden posts. Pigs were corralled in a corner, giving off a terrible stench, and releasing high-pitched squeals at the taunts coming from another pair of sailors. Sailors lugged crates on their backs across the mess deck to Cali's left. Several stopped to stare at the girls. The men looked more than rough around the edges. Their clothing was dingy and weather-worn, and several sneered with yellow teeth while they fingered the weapons at their belts, as if two captive princesses were some kind of threat. Or treat. Some crates, labeled with words such as perishables, were heavy enough to require 2 sailors to bring them aboard. Others carried rope, bundles of tarp, and still more crates.
"Where are you taking us?"
Soraya asked.
"Where the captain can keep an eye on you," said Spike.
Cali fought against Dutch's grip. A dark sense of foreboding pooled within her chest.
"You can't do this. We're princesses, and I will not allow you to cart us around like prisoners."
Dutch and Spike laughed. Dutch increased his grip around her arm, squeezing tight enough to leave bruises. At their laughter, several of the other sailors took notice and began whistling and catcalling.
"Who you got there, Dutch?" said one, delighted.
"Oh, good, we need some entertainment during this voyage," his fellow sailor added.
"Glad the captain thought to bring us such fodder."
They tipped bottles to their lips between their guffaws, alcohol-red faces flushed and cruel. Rage boiled through Cali. First, the rough treatment. Now blatant insinuations, too? Who did they think she and Soraya were? Or worse, did they even care who they were? Soraya turned to Cali, cheeks tear-stained, and Cali wanted to shake her. Don't cry in front of these varmints. Do not show weakness. Cali straightened her shoulders, staring them down with what she hoped was her fiercest scowl. Dutch and Spike stopped near a set of bars welded below the low ceiling. It resembled more of a cage than anything else.
"In with ya,"
Dutch said, propelling Cali forward into the dismal cell. Soraya followed after. Dutch removed a blade from his belt and spun Cali around. A cry ripped up her throat, but he didn't slide his blade across to stem it. His grimy hands gripped her arms, and the blade sliced through the rope's rough fibers instead. Spike did the same for Soraya, and then the princesses were thrust toward the porthole. Cali knocked into the ship's knobby wooden side before turning back, but the door clanged shut behind her. Dutch was already working a key into the lock. Cali shook her wrists, amazed at the rawness from being bound for such a short amount of time. Red marks laced around her skin, stinging and fresh. She gripped the gritty bars, shaking them so hard they rattled. "You can't do this! I command you to set us free! I demand to speak with the captain!" Several men roared with raucous laughter, Dutch and Spike joining in. A few of them mimicked her words. "If not the captain, then Bay. I demand you to allow me to speak with Bay Kelsey." He'd ignored her before, but she had to try. A man with mouse-brown hair tied down his neck, who lugged a barrel over one shoulder, stopped long enough to smirk at her.
"Captain Bay has more pressing matters than to answer any request from the likes of you."
The likes of her? Something told Cali that was exactly how Bay saw her as well. Just a poor, defenseless girl, a pawn to be used in his ultimate game. How she bristled at the thought. How she wished she could escape, or send him to meet his doom with the Finfolk as he deserved. Cali flicked her eyes at Soraya, but the other princess was huddled in the corner, her arms hugged tightly around herself. Frustration seeped in. They couldn't sit by on a ship, being treated as prisoners no less, waiting to arrive at the boundary between Zara and Lumin, all while enduring heartless comments and mockery from these sailors.
"I'm sorry."
The thin voice crept up Cali's nape, and she turned to her cousin. Cali crossed the distance between them, bits of grime and straw sticking to her shoes. She knelt beside Soraya, resting a soothing hand on the knee of her cousin's soiled skirt. Soraya focused forward, lost in a daze. "You have nothing to be sorry for," Cali reassured her.
"If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be down here. If I'd only been brave enough to meet Bay head-on, this wouldn't have happened. Captain Kelsey killed my father because I was a coward. I was selfish."
"No, you weren't," Cali said.
"I tried to stop him, but I missed. I should have scorched him."
Her tone chewed at the word scorched, and she fisted her skirt in one hand. Like I did to Roland. Cali surreptitiously peered around, careful to lower her voice so the spectating sailors wouldn't hear. She hadn't known that was what Soraya had done, but she wasn't going to push the point. Can you do that now? Are you up to it? Soraya stared at her hands. Her bottom lip quivered, and another tear leaked out before she met Cali's eyes.
Not yet. It's still too soon after using magic 3 times today. I can only access a small allotment at a time. Before I attacked Captain Kelsey, I lost control and...
She squeezed her eyes shut as if the memory was too painful to relive.
His name wasn't even Roland. He lied to me too.
Fighting the despair erupting up her throat, Cali patted Soraya's hand again. It's okay. We'll find a way out of this. Soraya had already dealt with enough. She didn't need Cali pressuring her now, too. But she couldn't allow herself to give up either. I'll think of something. Soraya perked up at this.
Like what?
Cali did her best to keep her voice calm. She sensed Soraya needed reassurance. After a day of shrieking, of terrors and death, Soraya needed calm. We haven't sailed yet, and the fact that Bay is on board now tells me we may not yet for a while at least. Perhaps we can find something within this cage that can help us pick the lock. Then we wait for the prime opportunity to slip above deck.
Then what?
Then we jump off the side. Do you swim? Soraya sniffed. Her shoulders lowered, and she blinked a few times before answering.
I can if I need to.
Cali gave her the most heartwarming smile she could muster at the moment. At least Soraya hadn't seen through the dozen flaws in her feeble plan. Or if she did, at least she hadn't voiced as much. Cali was doing the best she could to keep her own despair at bay. Heavy footfalls struck the steps to their right, and though they couldn't see who was descending, Cali inched toward the cell door, hoping for a glimpse. Soraya scrambled to sit up, seeming to have to force the strength into her arms. Captain Kelsey swaggered in, all smugness and satisfaction. Several of his crew peeked over his shoulder, attempting a glimpse at the princesses. You can't keep us in here, Cali said. Unfortunate turn of events, he said. King Emir's daughter staying hidden and forcing another to take her place. Her father's untimely death. At your hand, Cali spat. Kelsey didn't deny it, or even seem surprised she knew. Things haven't gone as I planned. Therefore, I've had to make adjustments. Cali fumed. Your adjustments have nothing to do with us. I demand you release me. Release us both this instant. Soraya focused on her. Cali wished she would say something. Anything. She wished her cousin could access her magic again and blast this blackguard into ashes. This boundary is a nuisance, which I intend to rid the world of. Attacking the boundary will do you no good, Cali said. Its destruction would open trade between Lumin and Zara, for one thing. We've survived this long without any open trade, Cali said. There's no need for it. Kelsey quirked an amused brow. Zara has managed surprisingly well without it, true. But my son told me of the wonder you held at seeing such exotic birds and flowers while here. Blood-red parrots, macaws with splashes of blue and green on their feathers, the finest silks and chiffons for your dresses, passion fruits and mangoes, the most succulent pineapple imaginable. These and many finer things would be available to your kingdom through expanded trade. Think of what you could offer to your people, princess. Many of them have never seen such gorgeous delicacies, or heard of magical plants that offer cures. You could be the most revered princess to rule yet. Callie's mouth watered at his descriptions. Lumin had many fine things to offer. That was true. Opening the border would give her people access to Lumin's plant life. But could she tempt Undeen's anger for that access? There is no valid reason to keep the boundary closed, he concluded, plowing right over her arguments. Something about his explanation felt off. He wouldn't go these lengths just to keep his son able to sail and himself unrestricted from other lands. There was something else, something he wasn't telling her. "My people are dying," Cali said. "If you take down the boundary, you'll spread the disease everywhere else too." "I'm not worried about any disease." A soft voice crawled from behind Cali. Though it sounded a bit stronger than the last time Soraya had spoken.
"You're wasting your time with us."
"Am I, Soraya?" Kelsey turned his attention away from Cali to crouch at the bar separating him from them, directly across from her. "Am I wasting my time? You've been pleasantly silent. No glowing orb to fire at me this time." Soraya's shoulders rose and fell. Her lower lip trembled, turning white with suppressed rage. Her posture sank. She was spent. Magic and its required sacrifice. Such a toll. So much power must be exhausting, Kelsey said, feigning pity. "I'm sure you'd like to rest. Wouldn't you, Soraya?" "We don't have time," Cali shouted. "My people are dying, Captain. My infirmary is filled with good, loyal people who I've known my whole life, each perishing on their sick beds. Before you killed my uncle, I heard you in that room. Soraya and I saw you do it. I know you have a cure. Where is it?" Laughing, Kelsey rose to full height. "Even if I had a cure, I wouldn't share it with you." Oh, he had one. He'd admitted as much. "Perhaps, Captain, the one you should be bargaining with is me," Cali declared, displaying more confidence than she felt. She saw no other way out of this, but if she could convince the captain to release them, all the better. It was a pathetic shot, but she had to take it. "You? What could you possibly have to offer me?" His eyes trailed down her dress and up again. Cali cringed, revolted. "Before I came here, I was to be crowned princess. My father was going to step aside, willingly move into his retirement, and continue to mentor me while I took over the duties of ruling the kingdom. Let me speak with him. We have jewels and more treasure than you could possibly imagine." She only hoped what she offered was true. "Give me the cure. Allow me to return home right now, and I'll do everything I can to make sure you get paid." Captain Kelsey folded his arms. "Certainly. Give you what you seek. Allow you to return to a land which I cannot enter, and just hope you'll keep your part of the deal. Not likely." "My people are dying." He examined the tattoo of a mermaid inked onto his hand. "That matters little to me." Callie's blood pounded in her ears. How could she make him understand? She slid her eyes to Soraya, but the other princess remained deadly silent, fear written all over her as she slumped against the ship wall. Cali would get no help there. Along with whatever shock Soraya was dealing with, she appeared too weak to stand. "I will keep my word," Cali said. "I don't want your jewels. I have enough treasure to last me a lifetime." "Then what is it you want?" He yawned as though this was the most wearisome conversation he'd ever had. "We sail at sunset, so the two of you had better find a comfortable space to rest until then. He tipped his head and stalked away. Her thoughts scrambled, but she couldn't think of any other argument, of any other way to get him to let them go. How could Captain Kelsey be so determined he'd destroy the boundary without caring about the effects it would have? The destruction of that boundary would expose the rest of the world to the necrosis. She understood why he wanted Soraya, but why had he brought Cali along? What did Kelsey want her for? Chapter 27. Brig is dead. Bay's throat tightened at the news. The pronouncement repeated in his mind over and over. Kelsey hadn't exactly been delicate in delivering the news that Princess Soraya had charred one of his closest friends to death. Bay's hands fisted as he paced Kelsey's cabin on the Bane. Brig had been meeting the real Soraya in secret? Why had he never said anything? Kelsey watched his son with shrewd eyes from his seated position at his desk. Bay hated that look. It was the expression he'd used when he'd known he was asking something Bay would severely dislike doing. Kelsey disapproved of growing attached to members of his crew, but Bay hadn't been able to help the friendship he'd developed with Brig. Something like kinship occurred between two men when they fought together as closely as he and Brig had so many times.
"Come now,"
Kelsey reprimanded Bay's lengthy silence, tugging the flowery cuffs of his sleeves sticking out from beneath his coat, and smoothing his fingers along the lines of his salt and pepper hair, which was pulled back in a similar fashion to Bay's.
"We have other problems at hand.
Brig was my first mate.
And you'll find another one."
Bay clenched his teeth. This entire plan was unraveling faster than they could keep up with. Who would it be next, especially once the princess's magic replenished? She wasn't someone to mess with.
"I'd advise against sailing with her."
He'd seen the blackened throne back in the palace. Surely the fact that Soraya had attempted to burn Kelsey the way she had done to Brig had to rattle his father at least a little.
"You killed her father. She won't take that lightly once her strength returns."
"I'm not worried about that."
"Since when was killing the king part of your plan?"
Bay didn't bother hiding his displeasure.
"It wasn't, but he tried to kill you."
"Aye, he did." Bay's teeth gritted. He'd been considering how to return the favor himself, actually, but the king's death still put a damper on their ability to access the maps, which, Bay's curse aside, was the whole reason they were here.
"Well, the murder attempt would have been enough. Emir also outright lied to my face about the princess's true identity, and was proven guilty during our conversation with his brother."
Princess Soraya sending in a double was an unexpected twist. One Bay couldn't say he minded as much as he had before, because he was fairly sure he'd never have been satisfied with a woman who did as she was told. But this Caliana was a different sort altogether.
"What of the map room?"
Much as Bay mourned the loss of his friend and confidant, Kelsey was moving in a direction neither of them had planned on. A direction Bay doubted was the right course.
"The map room is what we're after. Sailing now is nonsense." "That map room has become a thorn in my boot."
Kelsey kicked the mentioned article onto the top of his desk.
"I tire of this game, Bay, and I'll not risk death to access something I can find well enough on my own with the boundary down."
True enough, the treasure Kelsey sought could be found in other ways than using the Cressida's enchanted maps. Kelsey had wanted to leave early on, when Emir's lies had been exposed. He'd wanted to blast a hole in the side of the palace in retribution and sail off into the horizon. But Bay wouldn't have been able to sail with him. So He'd convinced his father to detour, to go after the Luminian kingdom and all it promised. It had been his idea from the start, a fact for which he was kicking himself now. Bay needed those maps. He couldn't find Isidore without them. You already killed the king. Why not delay a little longer?
You try my patience.
Kelsey lowered his boot to the ground once more and sat straighter in his chair. He tapped his heavily ringed fingers on the table, showcasing the fishhook tattooed on his forefinger.
We're sailing for the boundary at sunset.
Then I sail with you. Kelsey barked a laugh.
Don't be daft.
Bay said nothing. Kelsey scowled at him so long and hard. Bay's ears heated.
You think I want the risk of your curse sinking my ship at a time like this? I have one shot at this, Baylor. You'll stay in Lumin.
Soraya's magic will keep the Finfolk at bay. She expended a huge blast of golden light that scorched your first mate and burned him to a crisp instantly. She then passed out of consciousness, I'm assuming from the exertion. She is significantly weakened from directing her magic at me and hitting her throne instead. I need her at her best strength once we reach the boundary. If she's using her valuable ability throughout the entire voyage there, she'll be of no use to me once we arrive. You will remain on shore.
Bay hated this version of his father. Kelsey spoke not as a father, but as the Pirate King. He'd never disobeyed a direct order from either before. But,
funny, since you were the reason I was landed with this curse in the first place.
Landed, Kelsey said. Good choice of words. Your mother would be proud. Bay seethed at the veiled insult. He had indeed been landed in Lumin, and since the land was surrounded by water, he hadn't been able to venture away for weeks. He'd been at his father's mercy, and he refused to be so any longer. I'm coming with you. Once the boundary's destroyed, my curse will end. I will be free. I want to be there when it happens. Kelsey examined him. What are the Finfolk until we arrive?
The men and I can ward them off. We don't know how long Soraya needs to recover, but her magic will replenish. She won't want to die at sea any more than the rest of us. She will keep the ship afloat. Once we arrive at the boundary, she can rest again. Then we ward off the Finfolk until she recovers once more. Her magic will keep them away, and then once the boundary is destroyed, the curse will no longer be a problem.
Kelsey's fingertips tapped against one another. He kept his gaze fixated on Bay so long, Bay had to focus all his energy to keep his posture.
Very well, Kelsey finally said.
Chapter 28. Cali thought back to the last time she'd been on a ship 4 years before. Her father's stories replayed in her mind, about pirates who paid no homage to the sea witch, the way she and Papa did. She heard her nurse's song in her head, the one warning of casual dalliances with the sea without considering the consequences of tempting the sea witch's attention. They were certainly going to tempt Undeen's attention now if Kelsey was out to destroy the boundary. If what Bay said was true, the boundary was Undeen's home. She wouldn't take kindly to it being destroyed. Beads of sweat trailed along Cali's upper lip. What if they encountered Undeen because of these filthy pirates? She should have known better. Curse it. She should have followed her gut instincts about them, slipped away, and found the plants on her own without entangling herself with any of this. Cali inspected the dismal cell, trying to think of something, anything, they might have told her that could help, but her mind was void. She knew nothing of sailing vessels or ships, and even less now being captive on one. Footsteps and activity bombarded the boards above her head. Men continued passing with their arms full of supplies. Fortunately, their interest in the two princesses had waned, at least for the time being. Cali grew tired of standing, but there wasn't so much as a bench inside with them. And even though Soraya had given in, Cali refused to sit. She remained on her feet, striding from one end of her cage to the other. More boots descended the stairs to her right, and Captain Kelsey came into view. He wore a shirt and breeches with that same revolver tucked into the sash at his waist. "Ah, settled in, are you?" His attention was on Soraya. Cali didn't like the scheming behind his flaring eyes. "Have you thought more about my offer?" Cali interjected. Kelsey's brow quirked. He didn't answer her, but instead said, "I require your assistance, Soraya." Soraya pushed to her feet, dusting her skirts free of the filth clinging to them. Her actions didn't do much besides smear the yuck further. "You're not taking her anywhere," Cali said. "Not without me." "It seems my son will be joining us," Kelsey spoke on, ignoring Cali. "He wants to see me bring down the boundary that has caused him so much grief lately." "You mean his curse?" Cali cut in.
I'm not helping you.
Soraya's voice was too timid, too soft, yet it still held an edge of promise in it, and she stepped closer to stand beside Cali.
As soon as my magic rejuvenates, you'll regret ever taking me on board.
"Good girl," Cali wanted to say. To her surprise, Kelsey seemed pleased by the threat as well. "Just what I like to hear, a girl with some spirit. Your magic makes you strong, Soraya, and I'm pleased to see you haven't lost your need for vengeance. You're going to need it."
What does that mean?
Soraya asked. "It means I need you to direct your power at some rather foul creatures. We're going to embark in a few moments. Thanks to the sea devil Undeen, it doesn't take long for the Finfolk to seek my son out, and they'll take down the Bane if we don't do something first." "Sounds to me like you shouldn't set sail," Cali said. His eyes slid her way. He scowled at her long enough that Cali felt a shiver of fear trickle down her spine. "I don't let anything get in my way, not even curses."
What do you want from me, then?
Soraya asked. Kelsey inspected the hinge at his eye level. "You will accompany my son during this voyage. You'll brandish your magic at the first sight of the Finfolk, keeping us safe until we reach the boundary. And then you'll use your magic to take the very boundary down."
My power isn't limitless, Soraya said. It has to be recharged even after the smallest use, and that can take hours.
"Then I trust you'll use it wisely."
And if I refuse?
Soraya met the captain's eye. Kelsey's malignant expression dimmed. "I'm not opposed to persuasion."
It doesn't matter what you do to me.
Soraya's exhausted tone reflected her defeated behavior since the throne room.
I won't give you what you want. You've already taken my father and my kingdom. I have nothing else to lose.
Kelsey's lips folded at the corners. His glance swept conspiratorially from one princess to the other. The look sank into Cali's stomach. "You claim you have nothing else to lose, Soraya? Nothing but a new-found cousin, at least. It's no secret that King Amir and Queen Elena were brother and sister. Perhaps persuasion isn't the best course for you, but for Caliana—"
You will not touch her.
Soraya's voice ignited with threats and rage as dark as ocean depths. Captain Kelsey grinned. Before Cali could think or react, his hand shot through the bars, gripping her by the throat. Cali's air supply cut off. She gasped for breath, her vision fading, her eyes rolling into her head. She clawed at his hands, but he only squeezed tighter, crushing her windpipe.
"Don't!"
Soraya cried.
"Give me what I want."
He squeezed tighter still. Soraya pried at his hand, digging in with her nails. Another sailor joined the captain, reaching through and taking Soraya by the hair. She reared back with a squeal that rivaled the pigs in the corner.
"Your word, princess," Kelsey said, "or I crush her throat."
"Okay."
Soraya's tears made the words a screech.
"I'll do it. Let her go."
Kelsey opened his hand. Cali's feet gave out from beneath her. She fell to the filthy planks, gasping heavily. Air clawed at her throat with knives for fingers, scraping all the way down. Her windpipe felt as though it had been shattered, and she lowered her forehead to the boards, coughing.
"That's what I like to hear," Kelsey said.
Colors danced in Cali's brain as she heard the cell door open. And then, Soraya was gone. Chapter 29. The planks smelled of fish and decaying wood, of salt and sweat and doom. Cali's throat felt as though the captain had forced a blade down it. She nursed her hand against it, swallowing and taking small gulps of air. Had he damaged her throat for good? Would she be able to speak after this? A cranking noise erupted from somewhere to her left. The anchor was being lifted and reeled into its place. The ship began to move, treading out to sea. Where had the captain taken Soraya? She was probably on deck beside the Kelseys, waiting to defend against any finfolk who might dare to attack. Cali hoped her cousin was strong enough to do so. Voices resounded above. Cheers and chorals of laughter and excitement. All Cali could do was lie in the closing darkness.
"It's too late,"
she muttered, the words tender on their way out. At least she could speak, though it hurt like spikes in her flesh. But she'd uttered the truth. Their voyage had begun, and she was trapped in here. Her thoughts went to Darren, to how rapidly her feelings for him had shifted. It wasn't that she no longer cared about him. He was her oldest friend, her private confidant, her first love. She would always cherish their bond. But she couldn't shake the sense that the feeling she'd had for him had diminished during the time she'd spent with Bay. Bay had awakened a part of her she hadn't felt before, a passion she hadn't known existed. She'd been thrilled when Darren had given her her first and only kiss after her 14th birthday, but she'd never soared and sparked to life the way she had ignited around Bay. Cali found she could understand better what he'd been saying for some time now. Darren didn't want the life of a noble as she'd thought he might. He only wanted friendship and to pursue a life as a surgeon. She should have accepted his wishes, and now it was too late. Now he'd caught a sickness she hadn't been able to get the cure for, and was probably dead. Hunger set in, eating at her stomach with constant nagging. A tinny squeaking sound was heard as a rat scurried along the edge of the boards. Cali shook, hugging her legs close to her body. She was hungry, cold, and tired, not to mention alone. So alone. trapped with rats and the stinking smell of rotted wood and despair. The ship moved swiftly. Darkness settled over her like a night without stars. Cali waited for the sound of a struggle, for the Finfolk to attack the ship as they'd done Bay's charisma, but she'd heard nothing aside from the men laboring above. Clinking bottles, melodies strummed on a guitar, singing and clapping. The sounds only made her more frightened. Rising to her knees, she removed a pin from her hair and attempted to work open the lock, but the angle hurt her wrist, and she had no clue what she was doing. She was fairly certain wriggling a small piece of metal around in the keyhole would do no good. Matters were made worse when the pin slipped from her fingers and landed out of her reach. Drained, she gave up, sinking to the floor and plunging her head into her hands. The glow of a lantern roused her from her anguish. It was accompanied by a man with a beard and a long trench coat. He rattled an empty glass bottle against the bars of her cage.
"Look at this lovely,"
he slurred in a drunken stupor. He raised the lantern, giving her full view of the haggard eyes and missing teeth. He shook the door as though that alone would open it.
"You're set pretty securely in there, ain't ya?"
Cali rose to her feet, refusing to allow him to loom over her. "I will kill you if you touch me," she said, with as much malice as she could manage. In truth, he frightened her to the core. She threatened him, but she had no way to follow through with her threat, and he knew it. The man shook the bars again, stringing together more despicable words Cali wished she could erase from her mind.
"A princess for a prisoner,"
he added with a slur. The man was struck from behind. He froze with a groan, then toppled over. Bay stepped into the dim lantern light, all dark lines and unsmiling mystery. A strap carrying the same pack he'd worn on deck earlier was banded across his chest. "Are you all right, Cariana?" he asked. Relief struck her at the sight of him, but she couldn't savor it. She hated him. She hated his piercing eyes and the curve of his lips, the effect his voice still had on her as it wrapped itself around her name, her real name. His very presence had been a ruse to get her to fall for him. She hated that even now attraction and relief flared, making her desire the enemy. She wanted no part of it, no part of him. "You have some nerve," she said. "Where is Soraya?" "She's above deck," he said. "Have they hurt you?" Cali swallowed, remembering his father's hand on her throat. Her skin was still tender to the touch. "Only my pride." Bay's hand closed over hers on the bars.
"The less you fight this, the better off you'll be."
Cali jerked free from his touch. "How can you say that? You, of all people, pretending to be so charming, working to earn my affections and my trust, all while waiting to sink your teeth in. Do you know what that is? That's the definition of a snake. You don't deserve my affection or my trust. You don't deserve Soraya's help or protection or her kingdom." Something flashed in Bay's eyes. It looked almost like pain. But that wasn't possible. She couldn't have hurt his feelings. Bay scrutinized her beneath his lashes, keeping his voice low. "Quiet, princess, or you might say something you'll regret." "And what of your regrets?" She made her tone match his. "Don't you have any at all?" Like allowing his father to capture and keep her as though she were no more than a common criminal. His brow creased. "I have many. but you aren't one of them. Am I supposed to be relieved? Would you like to know of my regrets? At the moment, he stared at the cell door before returning his penetrating gaze to hers. No. I'll never make the mistake of trusting you again, Cali promised. Caliana. He'd done it again. It wasn't just any name. It wasn't Princess or Soraya. It was Cali's name, said in such a way it swam in her skin and tightened in her stomach. You won't succeed, she said, needing to lessen his effect over her. Even if your father manages to get the boundary down, I'll make sure my father's navy harries you anywhere you go in our waters. And I will do all I can to help Soraya get her kingdom back. You and your father have no decency, no concern for others. I've been nothing but concerned for you since my father had you led away. Cali's mouth gaped open. Then why haven't you done anything about it? Why do you think I'm on this ship, risking my life? You can't mean that. What reason do you have to doubt me? He delved for something within his pocket, removed a key and jangled it into the lock. Cali's brow furrowed. What are you doing? I dislike so much metal between us. The door to her cage creaked open. Fortunately, enough noise was racketing above their heads. No one seemed to take notice. Cali couldn't believe it. He didn't really care about her. Did he? How could he? I wanted to help you in the throne room, but we were treading precarious ground with my father and certain members of his crew. I don't know how to help you understand, but he is my father. I couldn't come right out in defiance against him. Not when I didn't know what he planned. I needed to convince him he could bring me to where you were. She wanted to laugh. She wanted to cry. Bay's pretended indifference. His lack of help before. Had that been the true ruse? Was he here now because he intended to help her after all? Perhaps this was another ploy to win her over and get whatever he and his father wanted from her. Bay stepped aside, indicating she join him outside her prison. She remained where she was, still uncertain. I don't know if I can believe you. Then believe this. I have a proposition for you, he said, propping a hand on the open door. What is that? Come away with me. Be my pirate princess. Once Soraya destroys the boundary, my curse will end. We will be free and we can go wherever we want. Do whatever we want. He reached for her cheek. Though she knew she should pull away, she let his gentle fingers stroke her skin. We'll escape my father, Undeen, everything. She clung to his words, aching for this moment to be real. With unexpected, desperate longing, she yearned to have everything he described. Bay tormented her at the best of times, with nothing more than his proximity. The idea of being secluded with only him was fantastically tempting. A secret, a stash, a hideaway that would be only theirs no matter where they went. They could sail. She could witness his adoration of the sea, his capability. They could hide away and live only for each other and spend their nights sleeping under the stars. Cali stared at the edge of his collar, at the line of constellations peeking along his sun-bronzed skin, from the opening in his shirt, before allowing her eyes to meet his. Truth resonated within that glance. She couldn't mistake his sincerity for anything else. She didn't want to. He did care. She couldn't fathom how that could be. He knew she'd deceived him. He knew exactly who she was and why she was here. That she had no power to grant him what he wanted most. And yet, he was here, offering himself to her. More than anything, Cali ached to say yes. To abandon every care and live in his dream. but her heart sank as she drifted down to the place where her feet stood. Down to reality and what had to be, rather than what they both wanted. You have come to mean more to me than I ever thought. You're everything I want, Bae. But I'm out of time. I can't abandon my people. I'm the princess of Zara. My life isn't my own. I can't give up on them. I have to find a way to get my people the cure they need. He stroked her cheek a final time before letting his hand fall. I thought you'd say that. Bae stepped back. The places his touch had landed echoed, calling him back. In a swift motion, he removed the pack slung over his chest and handed it to her. Cali regarded the bag with uncertainty coursing like chargers inside of her, but he didn't withdraw the satchel. He held it before her. I knew you'd never give up on your quest. That's part of what I love about you. Here. Moving slowly forward, Cali tentatively took it. Though the bag wasn't heavy, it was cumbersome. The contents within were fragile and strangely shaped. When she lifted the flap, she gasped. Brambles of pooled weeds, long-stemmed plants with blue blossoms, and a smaller bunched flower she didn't recognize, jutted out haphazardly. Glitzfoil, she breathed, and firethorn, and detwort. And take this. He retrieved something from within his vest. It was a thin phial swimming inside with clear liquid. It was all I could get without my father knowing what I'd done. Take some for yourself and get some to your friend. The cure. She eyed the phial, a riot of emotion raging through her. Bae, I don't know what to say. You intrigued me from the minute we met. I found myself thinking of you for you, not as an obligation the way I thought it would be. We had only days together, but it felt like more. I agreed to take you on the sea that day because I wanted to share part of myself with you. The feelings Cali had been fighting for him since the moment they met resurfaced. They frolicked and frothed and danced inside of her. He stroked her arm. She shivered under the touch. I have to go, she said. He cradled her cheek in his hand. Aye, you have to save your people. She couldn't help the way her hand moved, the way it found his. And you have to break your curse, she said. Soraya could help you. You could help her. There has to be some other solution rather than stealing her home. A noise shuffled behind him. Bae urged her into the shadows, away from the cage and the lantern light until they were left with only darkness and heartbeats. Cali felt more than saw him move closer to her, shielding her body with his, as a pair of sailors passed. She smelled the salt in his skin, took in the open patch of his chest through his shirt, felt his hot breath on her neck. Bae's hand found her waist. She longed for his lips to speak her name. The heat of him muddled her senses. I'd been picturing a life with you, he said, not anyone else. Her heart thundered against her ribs. In that moment, desire overrode reason. Forget rushing away. She could stay. She was healed here. She would have Bae here, see magic here. Footsteps trod above, stopping at the opening of the stairs. Urgency toiled in her veins. Bae seemed to sense the same urgency. He closed his eyes for only a moment, as if bracing himself for something difficult, and said, The sooner you get out of here, the better. I'll get you to the dinghy and distract my father while you row back to shore. What about Soraya? I hate to leave you, Bae, but I also don't want to leave her. I'll do what I can to help her. Take the cure, he said. gesturing to the pack in her grasp. "Take the plants. Do what you have to do." Cali gripped the phial, amazed at its glow in the darkness. "If I take this home, I'll never see you again." Sadness cloaked his expression. It was a dejected helplessness, and the look expressed all he was giving. "But you'll be where you belong, and what's more, your people will live." Her heart ached. It squeezed and spun and ricocheted against her ribs. This was no pirate standing before her. This was a man risking everything he had to help her. But that wasn't true either. This was a pirate, like no pirate she'd ever heard of before. She'd been wrong about him, dangerously, heart-shatteringly wrong. And now, it was too late to do anything about it. The sun had set. Darren had 1 day left. There was no more time. Bay pressed his lips into a smile filled with unspoken words and withheld desires. Then turned away from her as if expecting her to follow. Callie's heart pounded. This couldn't be it. She would do as he suggested. Take his offer of a boat to row back to shore, and figure out a sacrifice to make to get back across the boundary. But she couldn't let him walk away from her yet. "Wait!" Bay paused, twisting to raise a brow at her. She crept to his side. Every movement of her body felt prodded, urged on by essential, overwhelming need. She placed a hand on his elbow. I owe you a prize." Only this wasn't a prize. This wasn't a fleeting, meaningless trinket. It was a token of something else, something she wasn't quite sure she understood. She tucked the phial into the satchel and roped the strap on her shoulder, slinging it across her chest when another notion struck her. A sacrifice was required for her return. The residue of Lyric's potion tangled in her veins, blinking sleep out of its eyes, sensing it was time. She'd gotten all she'd come for. Almost all. Leaving her home had been the hardest thing she'd ever done. Journeying to this place without knowing where it was, or how she would accomplish what she needed to. She had known if her attempt didn't work, she would lose her kingdom. Darren and the others would lose their lives, too. But this, whatever this was between herself and Bay, was almost worse. This was possibility, and it felt so much more personal to know feelings were brewing. Things she didn't know she could feel, and she could never see where they led. It was as Lyric had said. She would want to stay, and she did. She wanted Luné Lumin and its pirate. Cali could make that choice, she supposed. Abandon her people. Run away with him. The option was before her. But she wouldn't take it. Undeen's wrath, she couldn't abandon what she'd set out to do. And so, this was her sacrifice. She was leaving Bay so she could save her people. He would marry another. This was all she could have of him. Bay faced her, susceptibility and disbelief in his eyes, as she'd said the word prize. It lasted only seconds before he gave her a brutal smile and raked a lock of hair from his forehead. "Are you sure? You told me I had to earn your affections." She gripped the strap on her chest, the finality of the situation bearing down hard on her. Lyric's spell tangled harder, pulling at her skin, threatening to tear her away. She pushed against its pull, sliding her hand to Bay's rough cheek and weaving her fingers behind his neck into his hair. "I've never been more certain of anything in my life," she said, and she guided his mouth to hers. His lips lit a fire inside of her, blossoming with glowing warmth. The kiss was more than birds in flight or prisms of color. It was passion and promise, and filled with everything they could never share. It was a goodbye and a greeting. It was the garden and the sea. It was everything she knew she wanted, everything she realized she was losing. His hands knotted in the fabric of her dress at her back, pulling her closer. The heat of his body swarmed through her, making her crave him more than she ever had anything else. His mouth swept across hers, whispering like shadows she wished she could keep. Images played across her mind, staying with him, becoming his queen, sailing the seas and sharing a life where every day they discovered a new adventure, a new fear, a new joy that could only be theirs. The stroke of stubble on his chin prickled and sent tangles away from where it scraped. He claimed her mouth, coaxing it, coercing her ready response. And then the warmth in her veins shifted, hinting at a different kind of magic, the kind that called its dues, the kind that had transported her here in the first place. It laced through, slicing into each and every one of her thoughts. She clung tighter to Bay, deepening the kiss, taking as much of his mouth as she could, needing him to know how badly she didn't want anything or anyone else. He responded, pulling her closer, wrapping his arms more firmly around her. But his hold wasn't enough. In fact, it seemed his increased attention was just what the magic had been waiting for. With her so securely against him, with her wanting him with everything she was, she felt herself torn free of his grasp. There was no further need to find a boat to get her where she needed to go. She barely caught sight of his confused glance before the magic whisked her away from him, ensuring they could never be. Chapter 30. Dirt struck Cali's palms. The ground was no longer moving beneath her, but solid once more. The stench of fish and wood was replaced by the open, clean scent of grass and sand. Moonlight winked down on her, as though it had witnessed what she'd just done. She could still feel Bay's lips on hers, his hands tight around her, his intoxicating breath mingling with her own, and his heartbeat, his words, the admission of how he felt about her. It all clawed at her like a wild bird brimming with taunts and torments. A portion of her heart felt ripped away, as though she hadn't returned home completely whole. She clutched the strap of the pack over her chest and knelt on the hard ground. After a few moments, she lifted her head, taking in the sight of the dirt road meandering past a wheat field. The stench of mold swarmed, and she found herself torn between retching and working to control her breath. Bay had helped her. He'd given her the plants she'd lost. He'd gone against his father's wishes to free her, and he'd kissed her as though his soul depended on it, as though he'd wanted her more than life itself. The thought stung the corners of her eyes. She blinked away the tears, coughing through the tightness in her throat. Her skin itched. Her head grew hot, as though the air itself was contaminated. Cali glanced down at the freckles collecting on her hands, then frantically ripped her sleeve higher up her arm. They weren't freckles. The spots were returning, and much more rapidly than when she'd left, just as Lyric had said they would. Moonlight highlighted the blackened tassels of wheat. The crops had molded, probably because the farmers had either died or been too sick to harvest them. And with how rapidly the necrosis she'd left behind resumed its hold on her, she wouldn't be far behind. Cali fell to the ground, coughing. Her body spasmed and trembled. Something cut off her airway as surely as Captain Kelsey's hand on her throat. She gasped for breath, scratching at the dirt. Lyric had told her the disease would return once Cali did, but she hadn't thought the reappearance would happen quite this swiftly. Cali rolled, heat pouring over her joints aching with agony that descended far too quickly. She managed to wrench the pack from her back, but struggled to open the latch. The plants pricked her fingers. Wiping sweat from her forehead, she forced herself to remain upright, though the trembling was overtaking her. She couldn't die, not now that she was back in Zara with a cure. Ramming her hand deeper into the satchel, her fingers finally found the file Bay had given her. Shaking harder than leaves in a stiff breeze, she managed to uncork the container, spilling a few drops of the precious liquid to the ground. Please let this work. Cali tipped it to her lips, took a desperate gulp, and swallowed. The liquid parched her raw throat, but she managed to cork the phial once more before collapsing to the ground. She lay there, staring at the sky as it traded twinkling stars and the moon for shades of soft blue and cotton pink as the sun began to emerge from the east. Bay's cure spread through her body. Soon, the aching in her joints dulled, her trembling ceasing. Her airways opened and she inhaled a deep breath of fresh, early morning air. "Thank you, Bay," she said, pushing to her knees and clutching the satchel. Though her body still quivered, she managed to stand, the spots on her arms already receding. She couldn't stop to wonder how the captain had managed to get a hold of the cure. After she took in her surroundings, muscling down the reeking aroma from the neglected wheat field, and taking in the roof of the farmer's home visible in the distance, she caught sight of a different hut. One with a string of cockleshells along its crumbling fence. "Lyric!" she breathed. Was the young woman still there? Cali ambled toward it as quickly as she could, with the pack bouncing against her legs at every step. The stench in the air was unbearable. It wasn't only the mold from the neglected wheat fields churning her stomach and making it want to empty itself. It seemed these outskirts had become the drop-off location for the dead. Bodies lay in a nearby heap, a mountain of vacant stares and lifeless eyes. Flies swarmed in revolting masses, the sound of their buzzing heady and unrelenting. Cali covered her mouth with her hand, swallowing the contents of her stomach when they threatened to come up. Urgency forced her feet until she dodged past the familiar wagon she'd passed just days before and pounded on the door of the hut. "Lyric!" she called out. "Lyric!" The door swung open, too tired to do its job of keeping her out. Cali entered. Her eyes adjusted to the dimly lit room and flicked for a sign of Lyric. Her gaze skimmed to the kitchen corner, past the center table on its dirtied rug, and took in the heaping pile of clothing along the wall. "Please tell me you're here," she said, searching the barren space. "I have the plants you sent me to retrieve. Lyric?" Coughing emerged from a bed in the darkened corner. Cali hurried to open the shutters to allow in a stream of sunlight, and gasped when she found the young woman quaking on the mattress, tucking her hands beneath her chin like a child. Sweat matted Lyric's black hair to her forehead, and all too familiar spots speckled up her throat and toward her cheeks and ears. Her lip bobbled, her eyes rolling until she managed to land them on Cali. "Not you too," Cali said. "I wasn't sure you'd return," Lyric said. "You got them?" Cali lifted the satchel. "I got them. Hurry! You must brew your cure. So many are dying out there." Too many. How many had succumbed during the time Cali had been gone? She didn't want to think of the number. Lyric's hand grasped hers. Her fingers were ice. "I can't do it." Despair choked Cali. She'd come too far and gone through too much for Lyric to give up now. "But you must! You're the only one who can!" Tears stung her eyes. She'd returned with the plants as quickly as she could. She'd given up everything, everything, to get them here. Her heart clamped tight at the memory of her last moments of Bay. Traces of him were still on her lips. Traces of him would always be on her lips. She'd willingly turned away from him, from all she'd wanted with him, for this. It couldn't be too late. "I know I'm pushing time, but I returned as soon as I was able. I can't stand." Lyric's breaths came in short spurts. "You must do it. Crush the plants. There is a pestle on the counter." She lifted a trembling, shriveled finger specked with spots. A pestle. She knew what one was and what its function entailed. But using it herself? Cali had never so much as brewed tea on her own before. What if she did something wrong and ruined the concoction after all this? She didn't have time to figure this out. The plan had been to drop off the plants and get the cure to Darren, not attempt to create this potion on her own. Besides, she still had to make it through the Wheaton sector and back to Wild Rose where the castle was located. Returning on foot would take hours. Lyric needed to be the one to do this. Cali stared at the file still in her hand. Only half its contents were left. She'd meant to deliver the remnants to Darren, but perhaps there was enough for Lyric as well. She removed the cork, placed the glass to Lyric's lips, and was careful to tip only a few drops into her mouth before corking the file and returning it to her pocket. "I hope it's enough," Cali said, "and I hope it works quickly." She wasn't sure how long it had taken for the cure to make its way through her system. Cali stood at the side of Lyric's bed, arms at her sides, unsure of what to do next. "Thank you," Lyric said, body settling onto the bed. She smacked her lips a few times, staring up at the ceiling. Her attention shifted, as if only just realizing Cali was still standing there. "Now, my lady, there is no time." Shaking herself, Cali rushed to the counter and swiped an arm over it, knocking its contents to the floor to clear the space. A bowl with a pestle sat on a shelf near several jars filled with contents Cali didn't recognize. "Remove the leaves and crush them." Cali rent the plants from the satchel, dropping several leaves to the ground where they glowed with golden dust as her feet crushed them. Tearing leaves from the stems, she dropped them into the bowl. She ground them with the pestle, releasing the sickly sweet smell of vanilla and rotted apricots, which filled the air around her with glinting gold. "Crush all the plants?" she asked. "Yes." She dumped the contents of crushed firethorn into another bowl, before ripping the leaves from the blue plant, tipping them in as well. These gave off no magical response, but she set them aside. "Not those," Lyric said, through coughs from her position on the bed. "That must be boiled." Cali stared in horror at the barren fireplace. "You wish me to light a fire? You must." She'd never lit a fire in her life. "Use the flint there. Strike it with steel. The sparks will take to the kindling and ignite." Lyric's voice was coming easier now. Soon, she would be able to help Cali with this task. Cali crouched, uncertainty and urgency spearing through her at once. She struck once, twice, 3 times, but no such sparks ignited. "It isn't working." "You must do it harder, faster. You can do this." Cali inhaled. She fumbled with the pieces, nearly losing her grip on the clump of steel before catching it again. Rubbing the back of her wrist against her forehead, she struck the steel hard several more times. Hard and harder still, until sparks leapt to the kindling. "Good. Nurse it," Lyric instructed. "Blow on the flames." Cali blew, and the flames took. Amazed at her luck, she hurried to retrieve a pot hanging from above the window, filled it with water from the bucket beside Lyric's pile of dishes needing to be washed, and hung it over the fire. Or what would hopefully become a fire. Only a few orange flickers were visible in the tumble of logs on the hearth. After an eternity, flames latched onto the logs, blazing bright and hot. Cali shifted her attention to the dormant water in the pot. Its surface was too still. "Water takes a dreadfully long time to boil," she said, tapping her foot. "Did it always take this long?" Lyric fidgeted on the bed, pushing herself to sit up. Her head brushed against several low-hanging tufts of dried herbs hanging from the ceiling. She tilted away and then winced. "What was it you gave me?" she asked, nursing her head. She stared down at her arms, which were returning slowly to their normal bronze hue. The majority of the speckles that had been on her skin when Cali had arrived had vanished. Cali glanced at her own arms, amazed to find they looked as they had in Luné Lumin, as they had before the plague had struck. "The cure," Cali said, unable to help the gratification in her chest. Bay. He was the reason she'd gotten that cure, the reason she'd been able to do any of this. Would she truly never see him again? If only there was some way to contact him, a way to tell him she'd made it and that his cure had worked. "Can you finish from here?" Lyric cradled her hands in amazement as more spots dissipated right before her eyes. "Where did you get a cure?" That was a story for another time, one she wasn't sure she was ready to tell just yet. If Lyric was well enough, she could take over from here, couldn't she? Thoughts of Bay led to thoughts of another man, one who desperately needed her to get this cure to him. "There isn't time to explain. Can you finish what you need to from here so you can help others?" "Yes," Lyric said, sounding dazed. She swung her legs over the side of the bed, as if to test the statement. The water began boiling in the pot. Cali left it to bubble and made for the bed, offering Lyric a hand. Lyric took it, rising waveringly to her feet. Her hand gripped Cali's, but once both of her feet were on the ground, she lifted her gaze to Cali and gave her an affirmative nod before sliding her hand free. "I must go," Cali said, leaving the bag and its contents behind. She had no other belongings to carry with her, nothing but the file in her pocket and the prodding in her bloodstream. She hurried for the door, which still hung wide open, letting the cool night air sift into the steaming hut. "Once that's ready, please bring as much as you can to the castle. We can see about distributing it from there. How long do you think it will take?" "A few hours," Lyric said. "I will do what I can." "Thank you," Cali said, turning to leave. "Princess?" Lyric called, pulling Cali to a stop. She paused in the doorway, resting a hand on the wood and peering back. Lyric stood with the wooden spoon in hand, and resting the other against the countertop Cali cleared of its content. "You've done well." "Because I had help," Cali thought, but didn't say. She nodded to Lyric and escaped into the growing morning, thoughts of Bay pounding in every one of her steps. Those thoughts were accompanied by a harried fear that refused to shake. A fear that pushed her to a quick pace. If Lyric was this bad after only days, Darren was probably already dead. Chapter 31. The horse was wandering on the roadside, stopping to dine on the sprays of tall grass. Cali wasn't sure who the creature belonged to. There was a good chance its owner had been a victim of the necrosis, and the poor animal was drifting without someone to care for it. Feet tired and soul weary, she approached the horse with caution. Its ears pricked. It gazed at her from its periphery but made no move to evade her. "Is this your home?" she asked the horse, gesturing to the quiet farm up the road. No movement came from the quaint wooden structure with its pair of windows on either side of the door. The gate leading into one of the pastures was open and swayed in a gentle, dry breeze. Dry. Not the pungent humidity of an exotic land. Another stark reminder of what she'd left behind. Lyric had promised Cali she wouldn't want to leave Lumin, and she'd been right. Already she missed the exotic sway of long, slender trees, the white, glittering palace, the breathtaking view of the vibrant sea, and the pirate who'd been kept from sailing it. Cali couldn't focus on that. Not now. Dwelling on what she could never have would do no good. The fact was, she was home again, in Zara, and she needed to get to her castle as quickly as possible. More than half of the file was gone, but what remained would be enough to give to Darren. A decision hung in the balance. She could continue on foot, a feat that might take days rather than the mere hours she had left. Or perhaps... Cali stroked the horse again. "Would you mind helping me out? I'll make it right with your owner." Though another glance at the house made her doubt that would be necessary. The horse dithered and pawed the ground, releasing a chuff. It stalked a few feet down and explored another patch of green, and Cali fisted down the urgency tramping through her. She couldn't rush, not as she wished to, not if she didn't want to spook the creature. Ignoring the urgency wrapping through her, She stroked its soft neck. The coarse hair from its dark mane had several brambles caught, again making Cali suspect its owner had gone the way of the earth. The saddle was still on its back. She wondered how long it'd been since the horse had had respite from wearing the tack. After allowing the horse a few more minutes to get its fill from the grass along the roadside, she put a little bit of weight against its saddle and paused. The horse didn't retract.
"I'll take that as a good sign," Cali said. "Up we go."
Missing the pants she'd had while riding with Bay, she lifted the skirts of her dress enough and situated herself onto the saddle before urging the horse on. The horse's rapid progression was a boon to her weary feet and worried heart. Cali ducked low, allowing the horse to keep its quick pace as she cantered her way through the Wheaton sector's dismal streets. Several times, Cali's stomach churned at the sight of the despair, of death, that had only seemed to compound since the day she'd passed this way before. Wild Rose's sector was marked by a cast-iron gate, bedecked with iron roses filamented along its edges. The streets turned from dirt to cobblestone, and Cali urged the horse to slow, worried for the horse's nimble hooves on such unsteady ground. It rocked beneath her, pausing for a drink from a trough laden with rainwater before one of the inns on the sector's outskirts. "We're close," she said, stroking the horse's neck. "Hold on, Darren. I'm almost there. Hold on." A stench hung in the air, a stagnant reek of gloom and morbidity. The streets were eerily vacant, made even stranger by the fact that every door and every window Cali passed seemed to be firmly closed. Finally, the castle came into view in the distance, its gray turrets and towers spearing toward the sky, a signal to light her way. She kicked in her heels, urging the horse to a faster pace, when a face appeared in the window of the stone shop she passed. The woman's tear-stained eyes widened. Sounds of a struggle, of heavy items being pushed aside, clattered, and then a desperate voice pleaded in Cali's wake. "Help us, princess," the woman pleaded. "Please come back. I need you." Groaning inwardly, Cali glanced toward the castle for only a moment before turning the horse back. She didn't dare dismount. "What is it?" she asked, recognizing the cobbler's wife, Enid. Cares had worn down the shape of her face, allowing her cheekbones to push against her skin. The proper thing was to alight, to take time to hear Enid's concern and help if she could. But the sun was in the sky's belly, swallowing much of what was left of the light of this day, the last day Darren had. "Please, princess, he's hurting. I can't run this shop without my Waverland. I can't lose him. I can't. I've done all I can to help him, but the spots won't stop. He won't stop trembling. Fighting the pressure pushing her, Cali slid to the ground and rested a hand on Enid's shoulder. "Enid," she said, with as much calmness as she could muster. She needed to push on. But this woman needed some comfort, too. Cali fingered the file in her pocket. She had the means to help this woman, to help her husband. Wasn't this why she'd gone to Lumin? But Cali had already drunk some liquid for herself. She'd given a portion to Lyric. What little was left in the file was for Darren. Darren. How could she favor him over this woman who loved her dying husband as much or more than Cali cared for her childhood love? A single moment passed, a moment filled with conflict and question. with the struggle of having to choose one life over another. If only she could have returned sooner. If only Bay could have given her more of the cure.
"Please,"
Enid said. That one word encompassed every ounce of both sorrow and faith she had left.
"Please do something."
Muscling down the urgency tapping her to continue on to the castle, Cali clenched her teeth.
"Where is he?"
The tension in Enid's face relinquished some of its hold.
"Just in here."
She led Cali into the once orderly shop and past the hanging forms of shoe soles, serving as patterns for cutting leather, past tools arrayed within open drawers and a stack of fallen crates to the bedchamber in the back. Cali's heart sank. She no longer recognized Waverland. He'd stopped writhing on the bed. His blackened nose and fingers reminded Cali so much of how Hannah had looked before she died. And from the way he stared lifelessly toward the wall, she knew he'd succumbed to the same fate Hannah had. She swallowed down the contents in her stomach. Body trembling, she found Enid at the bedchamber door with her hands clasped over her face. Cali released the firm grip she'd held on the file in her pocket, and instead lifted her hands to Enid's shoulders. She hated the words she had to voice.
"I'm sorry," she said, as gently as she could. "I'm afraid there's nothing I can do right now. He's gone."
A distraught cry garbled up Enid's throat, and she sank to her knees, as though the little strength she had left abandoned her, too. The woman's sobs racked the bones of the shop, pulling at Cali's heartstrings and bringing the prick of tears to her eyes, too. She knelt with the woman for only moments. Would she find Darren in the same position Waverland had been? Cali couldn't wait a moment longer, not when she was so close.
"I'm so sorry," she said, pushing to her feet. "I must go. It may already be too late, but I have to go."
Enid didn't respond. Head in her hands, she continued her despondent crying. There was nothing more Cali could do. How many more in the kingdom were at this point as well? How many were begging, pleading for a solution to help those they loved?
"Hurry, Lyric,"
Cali said on a breath, stepping outside. Had she gotten Lyric enough plants? Would they be able to distribute the cure in time to keep others from perishing? The horse had wandered from where she'd left it in the street, so Cali picked up her skirts and ran the rest of the way to the castle gates. Several times she had to pause for breath. She wasn't used to so much physical movement. Still, she pushed through the pain in her lungs and the weakness in her legs, past the fear threatening to choke her, hurrying to the men standing guard. They stared at her in shock. She recognized them immediately, especially the man on the right with his dark hair and skin and kind eyes. They were still alive. They were well. That meant not everyone in the kingdom had died.
"Altice!"
she cried.
"Your Highness?"
Cali nearly collided with him.
"I've returned. I'm here,"
she said, panting hard.
"Please, alert the king and queen. I need to speak with them. Immediately."
"As you wish," Altice said, with a swift bow. He nodded to his fellow guard before dashing off inside. Cali raced across the gray pavestones, making for not the front entrance, but the servants in the back of the castle. The same door she'd taken days before when she'd left to find Lyric. The door gave without any protest. The scent of death hung in the air, hinting of rotted food and of lost and expired hopes. The familiar kitchen, the table that had hosted busy servants stopping for a bite to eat, the thick stone columns supporting the floors above. It was just as she'd left it. Cali made her way down the familiar hall, a hall that was far too dark, with only a few of the lanterns along the way having been lit. Tapestries hung on the walls, and her footsteps clopped softly, echoing in the silence. Too many of the staff had passed. There weren't enough people still left. "Please," she pleaded to the stones, to the stars, to anything that would listen. "Please let Darren be well." She rushed past the infirmary door, not stopping to look inside. Nothing sounded from the large room. It was too quiet. Only a few more doors to Darren's chamber. Heart pounding, she pushed his door open. His bed was empty. "No," Cali said, her chest pumping with agitation. She dashed forward. His bedclothes were disheveled, as though he'd only just risen. She gaped at the rumpled sheets, at the bloodstains on the pillow. He couldn't be gone. She'd done all she could. Shuffling feet caught her attention. Cali turned just as a petite, dark-haired nurse in the hallway passed the open door. He couldn't be gone. Not after all of this. Not after everything she'd done. She retreated and scurried to follow the nurse into the infirmary. Beds and pallets cluttered the space, but too many of them were vacant. The room was much emptier than it had been when she'd watched Dr. Bauer cover Hannah's lifeless body. Days. It had only been days. How many people had been taken by this pestilence? "Please," Cali called, weaving between the empty beds. The nurse startled, jumping in her skin before clapping a hand to her chest. It was little wonder. She must have thought she was essentially alone down here. The nurse regarded Cali over the handkerchief tied around her mouth. "Where is Dr. Bauer?" Cali asked. He'd know where Darren was. The nurse blinked a few times and wiped her hands on a separate cloth, leaving blood behind. "Delivering a baby, Your Highness. Vera, one of the maids. She's having a baby any minute. Been in awful pain, she has." Vera, the woman who'd been tending Mama's hair the day Cali had left. Vera had been one of Cali's friends as well. Cali had been the only royal to attend her wedding to one of the lower gardeners the year before. The prospect of having a baby had excited her when Cali had discovered the news. But now, she was shrouded with worry for the maid and her newborn. "We're working on a cure," she told herself. "Vera and the baby will be fine." "Tell me, did Darren Markov make it? Where is he?" Tiredness bagged beneath the nurse's eyes, looking like bruises. Cali wondered when the last time the girl slept was. She wiped a tired hand across her forehead, removed the handkerchief, and pointed. "He's there, Your Highness." In the bed near the corner, Darren was as still as a nail. Cali wanted to shove the beds aside to make a clear path to him. As it was, she had to weave her way through. Every step she took wedged her heart higher into her throat. She couldn't forget Waverland's frozen state, the shriveled appearance of his blackened hands. Would she find Darren as still, as lifeless? A soiled sheet draped from the side of one bed. Other sheets were piled along the way as well. The disarray, the lack of cleanliness, the utter stench in here was disarming. "Darren," Cali whispered, hoping he'd hear. Hoping the sound of her voice would give him hope. She pulled the file from her skirt pocket and increased her pace. Winding through beds, avoiding piles of linens, she moved as quickly as she could, readying the phial's cork with agitated fingers. She would give him the last few drops the moment she arrived at his side. She would see him healed. Inches away from him, her attention fixated on Darren's flushed skin and on the spots invading his neck toward his jaw. Her foot caught the frame of a bed. The floor rose toward her. Cali knocked into the bed's edge, slipping, splaying out her hands to keep her nose from hitting the stone floor. The phial slipped from her grip as she crashed down hard enough to shock her knees and sent a sting of pain behind her eyes. The small glass container went rolling, flying from her the same way her pouch of glitz-foil had, before it had slipped into the sea. She clenched, wincing as the glass hit the stone floor and shattered. "No!" Cali dove in its direction. The precious liquid pooled on the stones, seeping into the cracks between them. "No!" she breathed again. Not now. Not after all she'd gone through to return. "It can't have all been for nothing. Not after this." The tumult of throwing herself to King Emir's whims, of fighting for her life on Captain Kelsey's ship, the agony of kissing Bay and knowing she'd be torn from his side. She'd done it all for Darren, to return to him, to save him. It couldn't end like this. Snatching a scrap of fabric from a nearby bed, she wiped as much of the liquid as she could manage, returning to Darren's side. It was worse than she'd feared. The spots had nearly overtaken him. They were all the way into his eyes. Foam dripped from his lips, and his hands were shriveled as though they'd turned to black bone. A sickening image of Hannah, looking so much the same, flashed before Cali's vision. He had minutes, maybe not even that. "Hang on, Darren. Hang on." Cali wrung the cloth over his mouth, hoping a few drops might escape, praying it would be enough. After several excruciating seconds, a few small translucent drops left the fabric, landing in his gaping mouth. "Please work," she prayed, kneeling at his bedside. "Please." A hand on her shoulder startled her. Cali glanced up at the nurse before passing the cloth back to her. "You should take some for yourself. It isn't much. Taste it from the fabric if you must, but it won't be long before the spots overtake you as well." "You're sure about this?" the young nurse asked, taking the proffered fabric with uncertainty. "Positive. At least try." Licking her dry lips, the nurse squeezed the rag over an empty cup, managing to milk a few final splatters free. She hurriedly swallowed its contents. Cali sat on the bed across from Darren's, watching him, waiting. The final day she'd given herself to return had passed, giving way to the dawn. Sleep attempted to steal Cali's attention, but she cast its nagging grasp aside the best she could. Sunlight crept higher in the windows, adding more of a goldenrod cast across the empty beds. Cali thought of Soraya, of Bay, wondering if the captain had discovered she was missing yet. She wondered if they'd made it far. Her venture across the sea to the boundary on this side of the world had taken several days. Were they close to it yet? Her stomach twisted at the thought that she'd left Soraya behind. But Cali had to, and she hoped Soraya would come to forgive her, if they made it out of this predicament. Minutes passed, maybe an hour, maybe more. Darren's body began to relax from its rigidity. The nurse wiped foam from his lips every few minutes or so, until it stopped dripping out altogether.
"There!" the nurse exclaimed. "Do you see that?"
Darren's breathing began to slow into a settled rhythm, and the nurse drew down the sheet and opened the top buttons of his drenched shirt. The spots had faded from his throat, his chest, his arms. She placed a few fingers at his throat.
His heartbeat is steady, my lady. It is steady. Whatever you gave him is working.
She hugged Cali, and Cali hugged her back just as fiercely. Darren's head lolled to the side. He looked at her for the first time in days. His eyes were clear, brown, and completely exhausted, but they were restored to their normal shade. "Cali?" he breathed, exhaling her name. She knelt by the bed, taking his hand in hers, pressing it to her cheek.
"You're alive,"
she said.
"I told you I would find a way to save you."
If only she could tell Bay. If only she could thank him. One last time. She wasn't sure what would happen to him now. Perhaps the captain would discover that it was his son who'd released her from his ship. Or perhaps Captain Kelsey would never know. That was why Bay had waited until after dark, until the cacophony of celebration would drown out his actions. Bay had said he would help Soraya as well, but Cali couldn't shake the fear in Soraya's eyes, or the way she hadn't been able to stop crying while being carted to the ship. Her cousin was completely alone. Her father was gone. She'd been betrayed by a guard she thought she could trust, hijacked to a ship, and would soon be forced to use her power to attack a boundary that Cali was sure the Sea Witch wouldn't be pleased to lose. Undeen had cursed Bay just for trying to cross it. What would the witch do to Soraya for trying to destroy it?
"Darren."
Cali smoothed his damp hair away from his face. He closed his eyes, leaning into the gesture.
"I'm glad you're okay, but I have to go. There's something I have to take care of."
His hand tightened on hers. He opened his eyes. All right. Cali had thought she'd loved Darren, had thought his leaving would break her. She thought it was just her impending crown keeping her from him. But after being with Bay, after seeing another world completely, she knew it was more. She loved Darren. She always would. He was her oldest friend, her first kiss, her unending comfort. But she could distinguish between her childhood love for Darren and the vehement, soul-surrendering feeling that had frayed pieces of her heart and left them behind in Lumen.
"Thank you,"
she said. He stroked her cheek with a weak hand. For what? He had hopes and dreams of his own, and she no longer wanted to keep him from them. "For everything you've been to me. You were a friend and a brother. I hope you'll love being a ship surgeon, Darren." She should never have fought him on it. The corner of his mouth pulled up. The gesture was fatigued, but reminiscent of the Darren she knew. The one who was well, who was full of life, and who had settled for staying with her when they both knew he could never really have her. He'd figured that out before she did. She hadn't been ready to accept the fact that he intended to chart his own course in life, one that didn't include her, but she could do that for him now. He readjusted himself in bed. Rolling to the side, he propped himself up on his elbow. The show of strength in such a short amount of time since receiving the cure heartened her. "It was my honor." She squeezed his hand. "Goodbye, Darren. I have to go." She'd done what she promised him she would. She'd saved his life. And right now, another friend needed her. Not just a friend, a cousin. Chapter 32. Soraya blinked against the sun's intrusive brightness and stepped from one level of Captain Kelsey's ship to the next. The boat was steady beneath her feet, and yet she felt tossed about, rigid, filled with thorns and briars and tumult. Today was her birthday, but no one here knew. No one cared enough to know that the girl whose kingdom they stole should be having her coronation tonight, instead of being kept prisoner on a ship in the middle of the ocean. She'd hoped for a glimpse of Cali and the sail they'd shared below decks, but the sailor escorting Soraya and keeping tabs on her jerked her away before she managed a glimpse. Was Cali okay? Was Captain Kelsey keeping his word not to hurt her? Soraya's bout of permitted rest hadn't been long enough. Tiredness rimmed her eyes, but more than that, a soul-deep exhaustion attempted to drag her to the ship's planks. The sails had been tied to the main masts, and though the ship swayed with the ocean's movements, the anchor kept them in place, directly across from Undeen Duray's boundary. The boundary reached skyward, piercing clouds and cutting some directly in half. Its surface was so reflective it threw the clouds' images back at them. Sunlight bounced off of its mirror-like edges, and in spite of the gnarled branches of twisted trees and the mountainous growth visible within, Soraya saw everything twice from its glittering, opalescent exterior. The ship's main and mizzen masts, sailors flanking the ship's sides, armed with harpoons, revolvers, cutlasses, and scowls, as if expecting an enemy approach. She knew it wasn't people they were defending the ship from. Fearsome creatures were somehow drawn to Bay Kelsey's presence on the sea, and configured to attack him for it. "It's a curse," Captain Kelsey had explained during Soraya's first attempt at shattering the boundary. Her magic had provoked fear into the Finfolk. They'd leapt from the ship's sides in frightened torment at the sight of her golden light. Several sailors still nursed wounds from the creature's attack.
"Is that the reason you wanted our union?" she'd asked.
"One of them," Kelsey had admitted. That would have been nice to know. The thought only increased her frustration and inability to channel her magic as she would have liked. Nothing like starting a marriage on the grounds of lies and one-sided need. Captain Kelsey stood with his back to her, but turned at her approach. Her slippers made little noise on the wood. She wasn't sure how he knew she was behind him. His dark hair was graying at the temples and lines feathered near his eyes. But he looked extremely similar to his son, except for a few distinct features. Soraya couldn't quite pinpoint how, though. She'd have to see them side by side to be sure. Not that it mattered. Bitter dislike simmered inside her for him, no matter how he looked. This man had nothing good to offer anyone. Only pain. Only hate. Why, then, could she not summon her magic in his direction instead of the boundaries? "Princess Soraya," Captain Kelsey simpered. "I trust you got the rest you need." She elevated her chin. "Some." There were no friendly faces here, no comforting arms to turn to. Though she knew better, she ached for Roland, for who she thought he'd been, for the healing and safety she'd felt with him. A different kind of change coursed through her, much more rapidly than the threatening healing Roland had invoked within her. Her broken parts were starker than ever before, but she couldn't muster the energy to care enough to do anything about it. Not anymore. Meanwhile, inside, the jagged edges, the pain of losing Mama, Papa, and now her freedom, transferred into something like defeat. How easily she'd unleashed her raging light at Roland. It'd been so encompassing, so overwhelming, so unstoppable. They should have waited to reveal the truth about his identity until this moment, she supposed. She'd never felt such a fury of power within herself as she did at the culmination of her father's murder and Roland, Briggs, betrayal. She'd managed the same spurt of furious power in Captain Kelsey's direction in her throne room as well, but now that rage was nowhere in sight. She wished her fury would return. This man had killed her father. He'd invaded her home and then taken her from it. She had every reason to loathe him, to lash out and unleash the full extent of her power on him. But who knew what would happen to Cali if she did? Cali was still below decks, still a prisoner, and Soraya refused to be the reason Captain Kelsey made good on his promise to hurt her, if Soraya didn't comply with his wishes. Soraya's magic had been building with Roland like a geyser, so forceful she hadn't been able to contain the intensity. Why did it not do so now? Now the violence she craved to greet Captain Kelsey with refused to appear. She felt nothing but loss. The forest within the boundary's shimmering edges caught her attention for a moment. She wondered if Undeen lingered within, watching her feeble attempts at destruction. The goddess wouldn't be pleased if Soraya destroyed her home. Yet Soraya couldn't manage to conjure enough power to strike a lone man down, let alone an imposing edifice like Undine de Ray's infamous boundary. Why did Captain Kelsey want the magical border removed? Why go to such lengths to still her and force her hand? The Finfolk had been circling the ship when she'd gone in the captain's cabin to rest. How had the crew managed while she'd been out of sight? "Ready your weapons!" a man's voice called. Soraya suspected it was Bay Kelsey's. He hadn't been anywhere in sight that she'd noticed, but movement on the tiller deck caught her eye, and she saw him then, peering through a spyglass. He lowered it. "They're approaching." "Now, princess," Captain Kelsey ordered. Weak with weariness, her ability to care quite as broken as the rest of her seemed to be, she flared her hands toward the boundary. Her magic was usually a willing participant, but only a fraction of her typical glow manifested itself through the openings in her skin. She directed a shaft toward the boundary. Simultaneously, cracks like those in her skin began to ripple through the boundary's shimmering, gossamer exterior. "It's working," someone called out behind her. She wasn't sure if they were referring to the boundary's change, or the swarming creatures surrounding their ship. "More," Kelsey demanded. "Give it more. We're finally seeing progress." Soraya kept her hands outstretched, streams of saffron still rippling through her skin, but her arms shook, and she swayed on her feet. The magic siphoned energy from her more rapidly than a parasite. She couldn't keep this up for much longer, and she hadn't even been at it for that long this time around. But she didn't want Cali to become a plaything for the crew either. Baring her teeth, Soraya continued, pushing her power harder than she had before. "Destroy the boundary!" Kelsey called over the waves crashing against the side of the ship, and the wind tossing her hair and ringing in her ears.
"For Cali," she told herself.
Cali was a prisoner below decks because Soraya had been exactly what Captain Kelsey had accused her of, a coward. She'd been too frail to face the pirates the first time around. She wouldn't be a coward this time. No, she would give these pirates what they wanted, because that was the best way to keep them from carrying out their threats. She had to trust they would keep their word and release her and her cousin once it was finished. Yet Soraya couldn't help the nagging suspicion that even if she succeeded, her achievement wouldn't be enough to appease them. Chapter 33. Cali dashed up the carpeted main stairway, apprehension nearly tripping her with every step. She missed the vibrant colors of the Lunae Luminium Palace, the koi fish in their pond, and the glowing fish in their tanks along the halls. She missed the smells in the air, which were so much more magical than the suffocating stark reek of bereavement everywhere Cali turned. She was tired, emotionally and physically drained. With the confrontation in the throne room, being thrust to Kelsey's ship and threatened, then being magically whisked back to Zara to find herself sick once more, with her urgent ride back to her castle, Cali wanted nothing more than to curl into her bed and sleep. But she couldn't. What if Mama and Papa had the disease as well? Cali had no more of Bay's cure. She only prayed Lyric could manage to finish enough of her concoction to distribute it soon. For now, she had another matter to deal with. Bypassing her chambers, fighting the tiredness tugging on her limbs, she jogged to those down the hall belonging to her father. She wasn't sure if the guards managed to get word to her parents yet, but this couldn't wait. Cali pounded a fist on Papa's door, unease coiling with agitation. The last time she'd been here, they'd been terrified of being in the same room with her. His muttered voice could be heard before he wrenched the door open. He sat by the fire, head in his hands. Relief struck her at the sight of him. No spots infested his skin. He was the same as always, with his graying hair cut close to his scalp, his dignified manner, and warm brown eyes. "Papa," she said. "Caliana!" He rose from his chair and drew her into an earnest embrace. She hugged him back, a powerful sense of comfort and safety washing over her. She wanted to sag into him and rest, but the desire wasn't enough to quell the urgency still pressing into her veins. "You're here," he said. "I thought something had happened to you. I thought you were—" He broke off. "In Lunae Lumen?" His brow drew into a puzzled line. "I've been searching for you. Were you there?" She wasn't sure what to say. Had Papa seen Captain Kelsey murder King Emir from his viewpoint through the crystal? "It's a long story, Papa. Where is Mama?" The slightest hesitation passed over him. He took in her frazzled state. "Are you all right? You look like you need to rest." Her lids closed heavily. She did need to sleep, perhaps just for a few hours, but she needed to be sure her mother was well first. "I will. Is Mama okay?" Papa's mouth thinned. He glanced to the bed behind him where her mother lay. The last time Cali had seen her mother, she'd been disgusted by the thought that Cali had been in the infirmary. And now, here she was, a victim to it herself. Had Cali been the one to expose her that night? "Mama!" Cali rushed to her bedside. The indicative signs of the necrosis resided in her cheekbones, the spots peppering her chest, arms, and throat, the heat rolling off her in sheets. Her eyes were glazed over, unseeing. Gone was the hard woman who insisted Cali behave every inch the princess, the woman who'd prohibited her from running through the corridors with Darren. She was nothing more than a meager shell, clinging on to its last shreds of life. "How long has she been like this?" "Almost since you left," he said. pacing. You have to send for Lyric Reeves, Papa. She lives in the Wheaton sector and she has a cure. I had some, but...
How do you know where Lyric Reeves is?
His tone was decidedly perturbed. Cali could understand. Lyric had been arrested for her use of magic in the Wild Rose sector, and then had mysteriously disappeared the night before her execution. Papa had unsuccessfully searched the kingdom for a trace of her. Never mind. She's been residing in Wheaton. It was Lyric who helped me across the boundary. She told me how to get the plants needed for a cure. And she's brewing it now, Papa. Surely he would be pleased by this. Surely he wouldn't condemn her once more.
She what? You were in Lumin after all?
I was. I heard you talking with Captain Kelsey, but you won't have to rely on him for a cure anymore. Papa stormed to the door. Throwing it open, he barked an order to the guard standing outside.
Send for Lyric Reeves at once. You'll find her in the Wheaton sector. Find her and bring her to the palace.
He then turned back to Cali.
And you're nearly dead on your feet. Lay here and rest. You can fill me in later.
Body weary, she knew she couldn't resist his offer. She did need sleep. Though she wanted to insist Papa help her with Soraya that instant, she couldn't keep her eyes open any longer. Cali slumped against the chase, allowing her head to droop. Rest now, Papa said, crossing to her and placing a blanket over her. She didn't have it in her to protest. Her head slumped against the pillow, her ragged limbs shouting in relief. As she drifted off to sleep, Cali hoped she hadn't just made a dreadful mistake by telling him of Lyric's location. Lyric had been living on the outskirts of Zara because of the king. He didn't take well to those who held such ability, not when the gift of magic was one only bestowed by Undeen herself. How had Lyric come by such abilities? Had she bargained with Undeen somehow for them? Or was she a princess as Soraya had assumed? Cali wasn't sure how much time had passed, but her eyes flitted open. Though she was still tired, she felt decidedly better than she had. The angle of the sun had shifted from the window outside. From its dim, golden hue, she suspected it would be nightfall soon. Papa was seated in the chair beside Mamma's bed, his chin bent to his chest. He hadn't left his wife's side. Sympathy struck her. She'd never heard either of them mention their feelings before, but she wondered how her parents felt about one another. Cali shifted, and the chase creaked beneath her. Papa stirred at the sound, lifting his head with a swift inhale.
"You're awake,"
he said groggily. She stretched, the movement straining her stiff limbs. "Yes, you look as though you need to rest now."
"I will,"
Papa said, casting a glance to Mamma, who was also sleeping. He rose from his chair and began pacing as though he didn't know what else to do.
"Are you feeling better?"
"I am," she said.
"Very well. I'd like to know what's going on. Can you tell me where you've been?"
So she did, as quickly as she could manage. Arriving in the Luminian Palace, Captain Kelsey's demands, King Emir's bargain, and being forced to pretend to be Soraya.
"Undeen's wrath,"
Papa grumbled under his breath. "Soraya and I were hiding in a room above King Emir's council chamber the day you were speaking with him, the day he killed King Emir. Why didn't you tell me I had an uncle in Lumin?" He rubbed his forehead.
"I would have told you, Cali, once you were crowned a princess."
"Would you also have told me about the marriage tournaments? How you and Mama never had one. You're the reason I wasn't born with magic like the other princesses are. Would you have told me I have a cousin?"
"Caliana,"
His tone wasn't sharp as she expected.
"your mother wasn't royal."
"But I thought she was Emir's sister."
"Emir wasn't royal either. He won the tournament for Elena's hand. Even if your mother were royal, she wouldn't have wanted a tournament marriage. Not when we already loved each other. We saw Undeen's marriage tournaments for what they were. She toys with people. She manipulates them with promises of power. No one should give in to such games."
He cast a glance to Callie's mother. In that moment, pain stripped away the age lining Papa's eyes and mouth. Gray hair sank to deep mahogany, and she saw the younger version of her father, a version where he would have defied tradition and risked the fury of the sea witch to marry without the witch's blessing. Callie wasn't sure why she'd never noticed this about him before. Perhaps she'd been too absorbed in her own life. Perhaps she'd never seen her parents like this, with their walls down, worry pirouetting on her father's shoulders. She knew it now, though. She saw that worry in Papa's eyes, in the constriction of his throat, in the way the small muscle at the base of his jaw twitched. He loved her mother. How had Mama crossed the boundary to be with Papa? Had they married before the boundary was designed? A cold plunge dipped down the center of Callie's chest. Her father had kept so much from her. That was true. But that wasn't her main concern right now. "We can't stay here, Papa. I know you don't want to leave my mother's side, but Captain Kelsey has Princess Soraya." He hung his head.
"I don't see how we could help her. There's no way to reach her through the boundary. I tried to destroy it, Caliana."
Callie steadied herself, ready for the truth of what she'd heard him say in the crystal. "How?"
"Captain Kelsey was manipulating your uncle, and Emir reached out to me for help. I thought if we could take the boundary down, it would settle everything. I thought the captain would leave him alone."
"Do you know why Kelsey wants it down so badly?" He shook his head.
"I wish I did."
"So what did you do?"
"During the last solstice, right after your 17th birthday, I sent the Ruthless out to sea. Instead of offering our usual fodder for homage, we attacked it. I ordered our strongest artillery, cannons, dynamite explosives, even swords be thrown at its surface. I thought maybe it would be enough to shatter the boundary and rip it down. But all I did was tear a rift in it. And little by little, contaminated dark magic has been seeping out from it, poisoning us all."
Contaminated dark magic? All Callie could do was stare. Her father was at fault for the necrosis after all. He was the reason for all of this, the reason for the suffering in the streets, the bodies piled along the outskirts of her homeland. But the worst realization was that Undeen's wrath was real. It wasn't some phrase muttered under her breath whenever something went wrong. And that meant, if wronging her was possible, Undeen DeRay herself was real too. "We're trapped on this side of the impious sea," he concluded. "I don't see how we can send our navy across. There is nothing we can do for her." The king held the imperial stance Callie was so used to, the one he used on his staff before directing orders. "What is it?" Callie asked. "What is the boundary?" Maybe there was an angle he wasn't seeing. She needed to know more. "Undeen fell in love," Papa began, "but the man she loved eventually left her for his own interest. He followed another woman across the sea, to an exotic otherworld where moonlight was magic, where it was all color and silk and lined with gold. Luné Lumin, Cali whispered, remembering all too well the intoxicating land. Who had the man been? Was he real? He wasn't mentioned anywhere at all in the book Soraya had lent her. Undeen crashed so completely without him, and his betrayal shattered her heart into 1,000 vengeful pieces. She wanted to make sure nothing like love could ever ensnare her again, so she separated herself from where he was. Magic combined with emotion carries more of the heart with it. The right emotion crystallizes magic with such force it can't be stopped. The 1,000 pieces of her heart hardened over the ocean, ensuring that not only her lover, but also anyone else, would not be able to cross it again.
So when you tried to take the boundary down, Papa's shoulders sagged, and he drooped to the bed beside his wife.
Magic takes on a life of its own. Undeen's boundary was made from such all-encompassing heartbreak. It carried on her sense of vengeance. It turned pungent and green. It festered like an unhealed wound. Instead of dissolving into the sea or becoming part of the landscape like a scar would, this gash on the horizon never healed. It's diseased. The boundary itself is diseased every inch as much as the plague tormenting our people. Her father rubbed his forehead, as though faced with a problem he didn't know how to handle. The magic contained inside is dark, Cali, Papa said. So dark it should never be disturbed. I should never have disturbed it.
Dark enough to curse someone, Cali murmured. She thought of Bay, wondering if his attempts to take down the boundary would, in fact, remove his curse, or would make it worse instead.
Segregation from Luné Lumin and the rest of the world is the price we must pay, Papa said. But it's worth it. We're better off being away from magic, away from it all.
Cali had often romanticized the boundary. She'd seen its dark beauty, its mystique of nightshade and shadow that mirrored whatever ship approached it. Cali still didn't understand why Undeen was so revered in Luné Lumin, where she'd segregated her deepest love and worst enemy. How could this woman mean wickedness here and goodness there? Wouldn't it be the opposite? Cali tried to remember what she'd read of Undeen, what Lyric had told her about getting her across the boundary the first time. A line from Soraya's book strode through her mind. Magic of magnitude feeds off the needs of another. Sacrifice is required and Undeen can be summoned when there is great need in the heart of the summoner. I think we can get back across the boundary, Papa, Cali said, thinking aloud, unable to remain still. We have to have a dire need. Wasn't saving her cousin enough of a need? Stopping the Kelseys from having it destroyed? Wouldn't Undeen want that? We can't approach the boundary, Papa countered. The magic is seeping out. There is a rift. It's the reason for the necrosis in the first place. Cali thought about her conversation with Bay, when he'd told her he was cursed by the sea witch. He'd said the boundary was her home. Cali stared at the rug. She wouldn't want her home destroyed. What? He demanded. Cali glanced at Papa. If what you said is true, she wouldn't want the boundary to be destroyed. Is there a way we can contact her directly? You can't be serious. Soraya is going to die. Or worse, be pawned off to Captain Kelsey's crew if we don't do something. She said she didn't have enough power to take the boundary down, but he's expecting her to. For all we know, they're there now, waiting for her to act. If the boundary is destroyed, the plague will be unleashed on the world.
You can't contact the sea witch.
Papa rose again to his feet. Mamma moaned on the bed, and he peered down at her, stroking her arm.
She cares nothing about the plight of mortals.
That's not what the Lunae Luminians believe. Even Lyric called her a goddess.
Papa stepped toward her. They're wrong about her, Caliana. She's not a goddess. She is pure evil. You can't trust their blind faith.
Cali folded her arms. If anyone can help Soraya, it's got to be the one who created the boundary in the first place. I need to contact Undeen.
She'll expect something in return, Papa warned.
Then I'll give it. I'll do whatever it takes. We can't let this happen. The pirates want something here in Zara. I don't know what it is, but Captain Kelsey is so determined to get it, he doesn't care who he takes down in the process. If he gets the boundary down, we'll have bigger problems than a necrosis plague to deal with.
Angry red splotches climbed Papa's cheeks. Caliana, I absolutely forbid you to do this.
What if it were me, Papa? I have no magic, but what if I did? What if it was being used against me? You'd do anything to save me.
I would.
And this is your niece. She's no different.
Papa closed his eyes and shook his head. Cali could see the argument seeping from his ears before he opened his mouth.
She looks like me, Cali said softly.
He squeezed his eyes tighter, turning away from her. She waited, while the very air pulsed in suspense for his answer. She would go anyway. She wasn't one to take risks for the sake of it. But when it came to helping her friends, she'd do what she had to. I don't condone this, he said, as if reading her mind. How do you expect to find her?
Cali mustered up the details she'd read in the Cressida royal histories, as well as what Soraya had told her. The sea goddess, according to their lore, used her power to fuel life of all kinds. Trees, fish, birds, newborns. If she were truly goodness, wouldn't she do the same here? Newborns. New life. Cali had to find new life. I need to get down to the servants' quarters.
Chapter 34. Cali rushed down the familiar bare rear stairwells of her castle home. She wasn't sure if this would work, but the Lunae Luminian people were so certain of Undeen's blessings on new life, on flowers, on birds, she couldn't completely discredit the sea witch's goodness for the sake of decades of superstition. The same scent of decay and unwashed bodies wafted through the air, but something was different down here, even since she'd left. Movement, soft voices, laughter. What was going on? Feeling bolstered by the relief that she'd at least been able to save some, Cali pushed into the infirmary. But this time, she wasn't looking for Darren. The nurse who'd helped her before was still in here. She sat at the bedside of an older woman, holding a bowl and spooning what must be soup into the woman's mouth. "Nurse!" Cali called, wishing she'd thought to catch the girl's name. The girl lowered the bowl and signaled Cali with a smile. She spoke a few quiet words to her patient, patting the woman on the shoulder before meeting Cali near the door.
"You're a miracle worker, Your Highness. Your cure helped him, Princess, and so many others," she said, approaching. "And Lady Reeves brought more. It's being distributed throughout the sectors."
Lyric had arrived? Had she made it to Mama? Relief spilled through Cali. She wished she had time to ask for more details.
"That's wonderful, Miss. It's Alice, Your Highness." "Alice." Cali squeezed her hand. I'm glad to hear it, more than I can say. But I'm sorry, I need to find Dr. Bauer. You said he was delivering Vera's baby? If Alice was confused, she didn't show it. Certainly, Your Highness. He's this way. She trotted out through another door and down a corridor Cali hadn't been through before. It was short and bathed in shadows. Alice stopped outside a door where a woman's muffled moans could be heard. She's in here, Your Highness. Thank you, Alice. Alice bobbed a grateful curtsy and did as she was told. Cali took a deep breath. She wasn't sure about going in just yet. The prospect seemed too imposing. Would being this close be enough? She was playing with peril, sticking a hand into a dark hole, without knowing what lay inside. But she didn't know what else to do. Voices could be heard through the door. Very good, Vera, said a voice Cali recognized. She placed a hand to her chest. Darren? Not Dr. Bauer? Of course. It would be so like him to rise to help someone else when he was still recovering himself. More shuffling sounds ensued, more conversation between two men, and then the door opened. Darren's face was still gaunt, but he was once again in his russet brown medical wear. He toweled off his hands, as though he'd just cleaned them. The moment stilled and created itself into its own entity, into something Cali could hold and examine in her hands. She'd loved this man. She'd crossed the fringes of her world for him, only to find herself falling for another man completely. She wanted to fling her arms around Darren, to tell him how she'd missed him, how relieved she was that he was well and healthy and whole. But words fled, replaced with other memories, with thoughts of palm trees and a pirate and a parting kiss. Cali grimaced, feeling the gravity of her altered feelings. Change had only been imminent before. Now it had dominated and overridden so much in its wake. How could she and Darren ever return to the relationship they'd had? He seemed to sense as much, too. The same distant friendliness he treated her with for a few weeks before she'd left joined them in the corridor now, as though they'd never been anything more than friends, and he wanted it that way. "What are you doing here?" he asked, and his tone had returned to its usual kind warmth. He closed the door behind him. Cali was glad of it. She had never seen a woman in labor before, but she'd heard how agonizing the pain of childbirth was. The moments between them stretched and pounded. There was so much to be said, and not much time to say it in. I can't tell you how good it is to see you're okay. Thanks, he said, handing her a smile. Cali chewed her lip. She had to tell him the truth of things before another word was spoken, before it was too late. I've loved you since we were children, she began. You've been my closest friend for so long. His steady eyes examined her, his brow slightly pinched. Where is this coming from? She thought about Soraya being held captive, about the boundaries leaking magic, and the serious illness such magic had inflicted on her people. Even if they could distribute this cure to those still suffering in Zara's sectors, what about the new life? Dark magic was still escaping. Others would catch the disease, and Cali hadn't brought enough of those plants with her for a lifetime supply. If Captain Kelsey succeeded in forcing Soraya to use her powers, what would the dark magic do? not only to Zara, but to the world. It wasn't a risk anyone could take. She had to return. She had to leave him for good this time. I have wanted something between us. Something I think we both know we could never have. His head bent slightly before he swallowed and lifted it again. I know. I've been thinking the same thing. You have? I haven't been sure how to tell you as much, he said, resting a hand on his hip. It sounds really heartless to say after all you did to save me. Not at all, she said. I would have done it for you regardless. She remembered how distant his letters had gotten, how he'd sought her out less and less, just before the necrosis had struck. Was this why you started acting so distantly? He nodded. I know you talked about granting me a dukedom, so I'd be eligible for your hand. But I'd make a terrible duke. I'm a surgeon, Cali. We each have our places. This isn't about places, she said. Not for me. He held out a hand to stop her. That came out wrong. I'm saying I have dreams of my own. Before the plague, I was presented with an opportunity to join your father's navy. And once this is over, I think I'll take it. Darren, joining Papa's navy. That was the last thing she expected to hear him say. How come you never said anything? He stared at a spot on the floor, shaking his head. I didn't know how, but... His gaze returned to hers, piercing her. Something changed for you while you were gone too, didn't it? Yes, she said. The single word encompassing so much. She wouldn't go into detail. He didn't need to know how quickly her heart had tumbled. And that's why I'm here. I'll explain everything I can, but... A wail pried its way through the door. Darren peered in its direction too, need wearing on his handsome face. Cali rested a hand on the cold stone wall. Sounds like they need you in there. But I must be close when the babe arrives. Is that all right? Darren's brow bent in confusion. Why? From within, Vera's moans leaked out once more, and Dr. Bauer called for Darren. Forgive me, he said, inclining his head toward Cali. He dashed down the corridor and then returned with a small file in hand. He paused long enough to say, Vera is your friend, so I'm sure she won't mind that you're here when the baby comes. It's almost time. Then he pushed back into the delivery room, leaving Cali in the corridor. It was as though the confessions they'd just shared expanded her soul. She reminisced about sailing to the Boundary to pay Undeen homage 4 years before. Darren had mentioned how much he enjoyed sailing, but Cali would never have thought he'd want to join the Navy. Still, he thought as she did, that it was time to remain nothing more than friends. The room remained silent for so long, she wondered how Vera was faring, and if her husband was in with her or not. Had the necrosis taken him? A cry pried its way from Vera. Cali pictured Darren hurrying to her side, pictured her swollen stomach making a mountain beneath its blanket. Time trickled by. Darren had seemed to accept that things would be different from now on. Would he understand when she told him what she was hoping to do? Cali couldn't very well go in, especially not with the expectant mother in so much distress. She wished she could somehow see the ocean from here, to know what was happening. Was Soraya okay? Was Bay helping her the way he'd helped Cali? She squirmed and fidgeted, working harder than she had at any staff meeting or council with her father, and his advisors to keep collected. Vera released another wail. Cali wondered how high the death toll was at this point. She had to stop Captain Kelsey. Soraya's book had said magic from the heart was the strongest. Cali had no magic, but surely Undeen would make an appearance and read what was in her heart. Vera's screams interrupted Cali's thoughts. Her heart pumped as Darren spoke soothing words, and then the sound of a newborn's cries erupted through the door. The corridor spun. Cali's ears pounded. Time passed, and then the door opened once more and Darren stepped out, once again wiping his hands, while simultaneously rubbing the back of his wrist against his damp forehead. "Did she deliver?" Cali asked. Darren offered her a small grin. "She did. A beautiful baby boy." Cali gripped Darren's upper arm. "Wonderful! You all did a wonderful job." He exhaled and smiled all in one motion. Tired relief. "Would you like to see the baby?" he asked. The baby. New life. This was it. "Vera is my friend," Cali muttered. Hopefully she would have time to celebrate the lad's birth later. For now, he had arrived, and he was safe. She turned, lifting her face to the air, shouting over the baby's cries. "But there's something I need to do. Undeen!" "Cali!" Darren chastised, shrinking at the look she gave him. "Undeen DeRay!" Cali called again. "What are you doing?" Darren asked, simultaneously trying to quiet her and casting his gaze around. "Don't summon such evil here." "I'm sorry," Cali said, "but it's necessary. I wish I had time to explain, but please, trust me. This will be okay." She could understand Darren's unease. She would have been just as afraid if she hadn't heard there was a completely different side of the Sea Witch. And though the Sea Witch had cursed Bay, it was only because he'd tried to enter her home without permission. Soraya insisted the Sea Witch was all goodness. Soraya had been mistaken about many things, but Cali had to believe she wasn't about this. "I don't believe Undeen is as evil as everyone says," Cali argued, hoping to make him understand. "Well, that's a relief." The voice was fallen leaves, ocean waves, and metallic melody. It carried across the corridor to Cali on a surge of chills and ice. Cali's eyes widened. She turned, markedly slow. Instead of a hunched-over, haggard woman as the Luminian text she'd read displayed, perhaps someone's imagination of what Undeen looked like, this woman was youthful and delicate, her face pointed like a fox's, and just as sly. Flecks of bluish-green shimmered in the skin near her eyes. Her hair was silver, the same shade it would have been if she'd looked her age. Soraya's book had mentioned her hair was the only part of her that changed. Soon, it would turn white. It might even fall out one day, but no matter what the hair on her body looked like, her face was as youthful as Cali's at her 18 years. "We would have had a problem if you'd summoned me thinking I was evil," Undeen said, examining her fingernails. "You came," Cali said anxiously. "I wasn't sure you would." "This is why you were down here?" Darren demanded. His eyes were wide with disbelief and disappointment that fisted in Cali's stomach. Certainly Cali had been concerned over Vera's delivery and her well-being, but she had to act, something she didn't have time to explain to him. Cali ignored him, and so did the sea witch. Undeen brushed her hair away from her face, but she didn't approach the room where Vera was calming her baby's cries. "When someone calls me as ardently as you did, I tend to succumb," Undeen said with a shrug. The corridor's paltry light played off the sparkling flecks of blue near her eyes, as though shaded by magic. They glimmered like fish scales in the woman's skin. "Out of nothing more than curiosity sometimes. Yet, if I'm not mistaken, your need is rather unique." Cali wondered if Undeen's broken heart really had caused the boundary's existence, but she wasn't sure it was quite appropriate to ask something so personal on a first acquaintance. She also wondered how closely the sea witch watched them, and why, if she was so good as Soraya claimed, she hadn't stepped in to help when the people had been so sick. Then again, Papa had attacked the boundary, causing the disease in the first place. "An enemy is approaching the boundary, with the intent to destroy it," Cali said. Undeen cocked her head to the side. "Whose enemy? Yours or mine?" The question threw Cali off. "Then you can't see all things?" "I'm not omniscient, if that's what you're asking. Though, I am aware of who's approaching my home." "Then you know of its leaking power?" "Having lost quite a bit of it myself, yes, I'm aware of that as well." Cali couldn't stop to wonder what that meant either. "If Captain Kelsey succeeds in destroying the boundary, your home will be gone. The magic contained there will spread and it will kill everyone. Please, can you help me stop him? And help my cousin Soraya?" Undeen inspected her with the shrewdness of a hawk, but she didn't immediately decline, which gave Cali hope. "How do you propose we do that?" Cali pushed back her shoulders. "I need you to get me across it again." Undeen frowned. Darren opened his mouth to protest and stepped forward, but Undeen gestured for him to keep his distance. "Your arrival on the Bane will not have much influence over the captain. That's not a helpful solution." Cali offered her hands in desperation. "It's the best I have. Once I'm there, I can stop Soraya. She's using her magic because he threatened me. I can transport her here, or, if you'll help me, I can attempt to stop the pirates altogether. And I need to stop the disease spreading from the boundary's rift." Undeen's sly face twisted in amusement. "I can offer you a way to seal the damage in the boundary, retrieve your cousin, and sail away on your own. If that is what you wish, you must choose your request carefully," Undeen warned, "as you will only get one." Only one. Cali wished she could ask for more. She wished she could ask for Soraya's kingdom to be saved, for Undeen to prevent Captain Kelsey's interference from here on out, or for Bay to be rid of his father's expectations, or for a way to be with him. "If you cross the boundary again, there will be no return." Undeen spoke with such finality that Darren inhaled. "You will lose your kingdom." "No, Cali," Darren said, fear in his voice. Cali met his pleading glance, his handsome face, a face she'd known and loved almost her whole life. She examined the possibilities as much as she could within a minute's time. Stay in Zara with Darren. Become crowned princess and watch others die when their cure ran out, helpless to do anything more to help them, and rule in a pool of worries and sorrow, wondering about Soraya, knowing all she'd lost. Or she could return into the whirlwind of danger, where 1,000 pitfalls awaited her, where Bay's taunting gaze captured her in a single glance, where pirates kissed like devils, or killed without a second thought, where princesses wielded more power than she could comprehend, and fruits tasted like the sun. Lyric had warned her of this. She'd warned Cali wouldn't want to return to Zara. Cali would always want Zara. She would hold it in her heart, like a glass filled with confetti and water, where she could turn it and watch the tendrils of sparkle and paper flutter around. She would always love Darren in that way a person held a special memory in her heart. But she knew she couldn't stay. Not if staying meant more death. Mama was dying. Her staff, her best friend, herself. If she didn't close the rift, who would be next when the cure ran out?
So be it, Cali said. If that's what it takes to keep the disease contained, then that's what I have to do.
Very well. Undeen didn't seem either pleased or upset, just accepting. I must warn you, I don't do anything for free. Nothing in life comes without a cost. Not even life, as you yourself witnessed. She gestured to the door, keeping Cali from Vera and her newborn son. Though she hadn't seen the boy's birth, she knew life took a toll on the woman who gave it.
Cali,
Darren ground out her name as if through pain.
don't do this.
She knew how this must seem to him. There wasn't time, but she wanted to explain. He deserved that much at least.
Can you give me just 1 minute? Cali asked.
Undeen inclined her head, stepping aside. Cali went to him, smiling through her tears, and pulled him into a hug.
I left. I went to Lumin for you, she said.
He embraced her tightly, his heart rapping against hers.
You didn't have to.
She pulled away, wiping a tear from his eye as well.
Yes, I did. Because while I went there to save you, it wasn't just for you. I found family there, a woman my age. Her name is Soraya, and she's my cousin, Darren. I didn't even know she existed until I went there. And she needs my help too.
His mouth worked against all the words she could see he wanted to say. He glanced at Undeen, and then at Cali again as understanding registered over the confusion that had troubled him when she'd first summoned the sea witch. In the slowly shifting moment, pride glittered in his gaze.
I see, he said. Now you've gone and done it.
Done what?
Become exactly the princess your people need.
Her throat closed. Somehow this was just as painful as leaving Bay behind had been. It was different, in the way people were different. No two eyes were the same, no two faces, not even hers and Soraya's. And more importantly, no two hearts were the same. She loved Darren's heart for who he was, the man who dedicated his life to saving the lives of others, and who'd nearly died because of it.
Thank you,
she said. A week ago, she hadn't been able to stand the thought of Darren leaving her, and was determined to do everything she could to keep him by her side. Now, they had to part, and he was proud of her. His pride and acceptance of who she'd become meant more than words. Cali had become the princess her people needed. She was relinquishing her throne and giving up that status, for good this time, because it was the right thing to do. From within the delivery room, Dr. Bauer's voice rose, calling for Darren. Cali nodded him on. Darren paused only long enough to give her a final, thin smile before re-entering and leaving her with the sea witch. She fought the urge to wipe her palms against her skirt and faced Undeen again. "What do you wish of me?" Undeen's arms were folded. She may not have been omniscient, but only a fool would have missed what had just passed between Cali and Darren. Still, she said nothing about it. "Your kingdom will have a vacancy," the sea witch said. Cali's thoughts instantly reverted to her parents. "Surely you won't deny the king and queen their rightful places when I leave." "Of course not. Nonetheless, your kingdom will have a vacancy. There will be no heiress." "I'm sure—" "I will be the one who selects the next heir to the Zarin throne," Undeen said, in a matter-of-fact tone, cutting her off. "I will be given the right to train this person in the way a kingdom is ruled, a way I see fit. This person will be just and fair." What did this mean? Was this some form of revenge? To get back at Cali's mother for refusing to hold a tournament marriage? The rumor was that Undeen took satisfaction out of watching mortals fight for love, or the semblance of it. "This person will not be denied the magic as you have been," Undeen continued, confirming Cali's suspicions. She should have thought this through more carefully before agreeing. She hadn't considered the full ramifications of summoning someone like the Sea Witch. But it was too late to rescind now. The more Undeen spoke, the more Cali felt the words stirring the air around her, staining every strand of oxygen with its own taint. "This person will use that power for the best interests of the kingdom of Zara. And when the time comes, this person will prove to be Zara's greatest downfall." The string of spelled words lined the corridor like a spider web, lacing itself across every surface, every wall, every beam and stone. "Will there be any way to prevent what you say?" Cali asked. She couldn't hand over her kingdom to someone as unnerving as Undeen was predicting. Not unless she knew hope was in sight. Undeen had said this person would be just and fair. Did she mean whoever it was would try their best to rule and fail? Undeen strutted, just enough to whirl the fabric of her silver skirt behind her. "There will be a way to save Zara, but only by a servant of magic, by one who studies its uses and learns its full advantages. This servant of magic will confront all aspects of the power, and this person will only be victorious if he or she learns to control those aspects to their utmost." Soraya. Cali couldn't help feeling the confirmation. She'd seen her cousin's power. Soraya would be Cali's kingdom's savior. She wasn't sure how, but she just knew. This was reassuring, as sure as a wax seal stamped with her family's crest in the center. Cali had to do this, to make sure Soraya lived, for the good of Zara, for all of her people. Another thought struck her, one she'd previously cast aside. She dared tempt the sea witch with one final request.
What about base curse? Can I add its removal to this bargain?
In the moments that ticked past, Cali worried she'd risked whatever favorable hand she'd had thus far. Undeen had been amenable, however, and she'd had to try. "Baylor Kelsey," Undeen said, speaking his name as though it were the tune of a song. Cali expected a taunt, or even a mischievous smirk, but undiluted sympathy twisted Undeen's expression instead. "I'm sorry. I can only grant one request. I can give you the power to keep them from destroying the boundary, or I can give you the power to destroy his curse. Not both. One or the other." Cali's eyes clamped closed. She would give anything to help Bay sail once more, after all he'd done for her. For the joy she'd bring to him when he found out she was the reason his curse was gone. But she had to pick the fate of the world over his. Undeen's terms clamored through her brain and seeped their way along her bones. She would lose her family, her friends, her land and status. She would lose everything.
Very well, I agree. If you transport me to Captain Kelsey's ship and give me the means to stop Soraya from destroying your boundary, your home, as well as a way to close the rift my father created, I agree you may choose a person to rule in my place once my parents are gone. I agree to all of your terms. Cali's words spiraled across the open corridor, stroking the hair on her arms and teasing them like the brush of a feather, adding to the spell, solidifying it. A flame from a nearby sconce flickered in response. A gleeful light flickered in Undeen's eyes. "I will do more than transport you to his ship. I will give you one of your own." She took something from within her pocket. It was a tiny pearl. "When the opportunity arrives, toss this as close to the boundary as you can. It will heal the rifts that have been created in it. It will seal the magic within once more." Something so simple?
"Why have me do this?" Cali asked. "Why couldn't you have sealed the rift? It would have saved so many lives." "All magic comes with a cost, a sacrifice. It would have been too easy for me, and the moon wouldn't grant it. Sealing the rift must be done from someone other than myself, or the magic will not respond." Cali swallowed. The moon wouldn't grant it? Had Undeen already tried healing the rift on her own? It seemed like Soraya's power. Even the sea witch's magic had limitations. Undeen removed a strand of hair from her head and took Cali's wrist. Cali's mouth dropped at the sea witch's frigid touch, which was like being held by an ice sculpture. Slowly, Undeen wove the hair around Cali's wrist. Each time it sank into her skin, disappearing. When the sea witch was finished, a marking remained tattooed in Cali's skin, from her wrist to her thumb. 2 crescent moons overlapping opposite each other, dripping with lines and droplets, and capped with an arrow pointing to her heart. "Now you." Undeen gestured. Swallowing, Cali plucked a raven-black strand from her head. Led on by encouraging nods, Cali gingerly took the sea witch's wrist and wove her hair around it as well. To her surprise, the hair reacted the same, sinking in and disappearing. Its mark didn't appear on the witch's arm, however.
There were already rows of designs, leftovers from previous bargains. Callie's appeared on the witch's bicep, near her bare shoulder, a single crescent moon. How many of these bargains had the sea witch made? How many had she kept? "Who will you choose?" Callie asked, when it was all over. A dark glint slid into Undeen's violet eyes. "Oh, I will find the right person. Never you fear." Callie's entire frame went suddenly cold, but she'd already agreed. The walls began to sway, adding to the quivering sickness in her stomach. The air wavered, blurring the sight of the lit sconces and the stone walls, which began to peel away. In place of stone grew fragile sunlight, water-colored blue skies, and restless water. The walls transformed into wood, shrinking in some places and growing in others. And soon the wind plucked Callie away, out onto the open sea. Chapter 35. Fear battled determination within her. Callie couldn't let the fear win, no matter that she was stranded on a vessel of her own without any idea how to sail, besides the brief lesson Bay had given her. She'd been less concerned about sailing at the time, as she'd been about the location of his hands around her. That did her no good now. Her craft was slightly larger than the one Bay had taken her out on. It was sleeker, more innovative, with a long, narrow hull, low topsides varnished with teak and mahogany. A small pair of doors led into what Callie could only assume was some kind of sleeping quarters, and its sail was crisp, triangular, and the color of deep magenta, reminding Callie of a sunset. The shimmering darkness of the boundary wavered before her, reaching to the sky with solid hands. It was a painting on the horizon, scripted with thorny branched trees as black as metal, and scurrying with animals dashing among the underbrush beneath the dark trees' shade within. The surface of the flat scenery across the boundary glistened like metallic liquid, reflecting the sea's movements and bouncing shards of colored light back onto it like 1,000 tainted rainbows. It had been so long since she'd seen the boundary with her own eyes, and she couldn't help feeling fascinated by it. She wondered briefly what conditions were like within. Was it shadowed and stifling? Or did it brim with magical light? Along with a mirror image of her newly claimed vessel, the larger imprint of Captain Kelsey's ship was reflected. Determination skidded through her veins. Callie headed for the tiller and sat on its side, taking it in her right hand. Bay had mentioned something about letting the sails catch the wind, about using the rudder to give the boat direction. The tiller fought against her grip, but she angled it carefully a few times until finally she was certain the spade rudder would guide her to the right. The wind caught her single sail, and the vessel immediately responded. She speared forward across the water, all kinds of nerves racing through her. How would she stop once she got close enough? A starburst of glowing golden light dazzled from the bane, blinding Callie momentarily so she had to secure the rudder and shield her eyes. The light was alive with fury, with glitter and exploding sparks of hatred. Callie could almost sense the dark cast within herself, the way the magic made her feel its anger. She tightened her fist on the tiller. Captain Kelsey had to have hurt Soraya. He'd done something to force her to use her power to take down the boundary. What other explanation was there? He'd threatened despicable things before towing Soraya away. The memory enraged Callie.
She had to get to her cousin. Deep breaths, Cali told herself. She concentrated, trying to remember what Bay had said, and guided her vessel toward the golden light. Soraya stood at the hull, her feet braced on the railing, her hands outstretched toward the vast mirror-like boundary. Wind whipped her hair back. Her face was in deep concentration. Tears streamed down her cheeks and her skin was flayed open, with golden lines as light burst from within her. Magic trickled in streams toward her hands where she projected her power toward the boundary. Similar cracks were slithering across the boundary's surface. Emerald green poison, dark magic embodied, emitted like smoke from those cracks. Cali wondered if the smoke contained the darkness, the source of the disease. Would disease spread now and kill them all? Maybe Captain Kelsey had anticipated this. He'd had all those files of the cure in his quarters. Maybe he'd distributed the cure to his men to ensure they wouldn't fall prey to it once the boundary crumbled. That meant Bay was okay, and as long as Soraya displayed her power, the Finfolk wouldn't venture anywhere near. Though more than once Cali glimpsed sight of an unfriendly fin spoking up through the sea foam. She stood and worked the ropes with surprising ease, amazed at the surety of her hands. It was as though they already knew what to do to slow the vessel, a gift from Undeen, she suspected. If she could somehow get to Soraya without Kelsey noticing. But already sailors were leaning over the sides, pointing her out. Cali didn't waste any more time. "Soraya!" she called, cupping her hands around her mouth. "Soraya!" Movement began to stir on the Bane's deck. Men rustled, hurrying to get their captain's attention. Cali was glad he'd left his fleet of ships at Lumin's coastline instead of bringing them along. Her small vessel was unequipped for battle. "Soraya!" she called again. Bay appeared, hoisting himself onto the railing a little ways down from Soraya and holding on to the rigging. With his dark hair escaping from its tie, he looked windswept and daring, his steady hands and ready scowl adding to the look. Cali's stomach cinched as their gaze collided. She wasn't sure how, but she felt like she could sense what he was feeling. His confusion, his anticipation, and the warning creeping from his shadowed eyes even from this distance. "Bay," she breathed. Could she call to him as well? Would he come? "Soraya!" Cali shouted again, waving her hands. She hoped Bay would respond too, would dive and join her as well. "Bay!" Soraya's concentration broke. The tornado of light swirling around her dimmed, weakening, and she lowered her hands. Her face was a mask of shock as her eyes connected with Cali's. Her mouth moved, but Cali couldn't hear the words. Bay peered in Cali's direction as well. She wished she could tell what he was thinking. "Come on, Soraya!" Cali yelled, raising her voice as loud as she could. "Jump! Come with me! Bay, you too!" He gave no response. Perhaps she was too far for him to hear her call. She still didn't know much about sailing, but she was fairly certain her vessel would travel much faster than a larger ship like theirs. Shouts rang out among the crew. Bullets erupted from pistols and revolvers directed at Cali. She leapt down, hearing them hit her sail and the top sides of her ship. "Help me!" Cali cried, praying Undeen could somehow hear. Her thoughts raced. She wasn't sure what to do. This had all happened so quickly. She hadn't planned on getting her own vessel. She hadn't planned anything, really. But she couldn't have survived, have come back, only to die now. Men's screams joined the chorus of gunshots. The bullets stopped pelting her sails. Cali rose to her knees on the deck of her boat and gasped. Soraya had turned on the crew. Hands flailing out in a stopping motion, she blasted golden explosions of magic toward the sailors. Her power streaked through the air, taking down those with guns, sending some of them to the depths of the frothing sea.
"Not Bay! Don't hit Bay!"
Cali gasped, desperate for a sign that he was okay. Captain Kelsey advanced toward Soraya, but she directed her magic at him. Kelsey ducked to miss a snaking golden streak, leaving it to strike the central mast with its imperious sails directly. Fire licked its way up those crimson sails. Bay darted farther toward the hull, his attention diverted by the danger. Cali was glad of his quick actions, that Soraya's magic hadn't gotten to him.
"Bay!"
she cried, waving her arm to get his attention. Would he come? Leave his father's ship and sail with her as he'd said? They would have Soraya with them, but hope gusted through Cali, lifting its own sail in his direction. He wasn't lost to her as she'd thought. She could still be with him. A crack coursed through the air to her left with the sound of boulders breaking. The howling ripple plucked Cali's attention from where Bay stood. The boundary gaped wider. The trees within it lit like flames. A taint shimmered in the air, pouring from the opening. The dark, poisonous magic was leaking out. She couldn't wait for Bay to see her, to join her. She had to act. "It's now or never," Cali said. Going for Bay would take her away from the boundary. Now she was as close to the divider as she'd ever get. Cali dug the pearl from the folds of her skirt, gave it one last glance, and then cast it to the fumes emitting from the cracked opening. The pearl struck like thunder. Its impact knocked Cali onto the deck of her ship. The effect crackled across the glass surface, but instead of shattering the boundary, its surface began to rumble, cracks sealing once more, cutting off the sickly green haze. It was healing itself. The sailors on the Bane hit the deck from the repercussive impact, then gawked in wonder on hands and knees. Cali couldn't miss Captain Kelsey's wide-eyed, red-cheeked rage. He shouted something Cali couldn't hear. Desperately, she searched for a sign of Bay, but he was nowhere in sight. Where was he? Soraya gripped the ropes leading up to one of the masts and propped her foot on the ship's edge. Her attention was right on Cali, but she hesitated. Why was she hesitating?
"Jump, Soraya! Now!"
Taking their distraction as the opening she needed, Soraya swan-dived into the sea. Her body angled in a graceful streamline, plunging into the water. Cali searched beneath the seats of her boat, finding a round of rope. She hurried to untangle it, then launched one end in the direction Soraya leapt. Cali held tightly to her end of the rope, scanning the waters. Finfolk fin swarmed closer now that Soraya's light had gone out. They gouged through the waves with feral determination. Scaly claws penetrated the Bane's sides, and the Finfolk climbed faster than Cali had seen, tearing at the wood, not stopping until they reached the deck.
Not Bay, not now. Where was he?
Was he still on board? She scanned the deck for his whereabouts. There was still time. He could abandon ship and join them as well. Soraya could hold off the Finfolk a little longer, couldn't she? The sailors' attention shifted in an instant. Soon, their cutlasses, harpoons, and bullets were directed at the finfolk targeting their ship. Targeting Bay. Soraya's head emerged from the water. She gasped for breath and swam toward Cali's boat. In her absence, a terrible battle ensued within moments. Sailors fought for their lives. The creatures were losing, being flung from the Bane's sides, only to have more climb onto its decks in their places. Cali searched desperately for a sign of Bay, but amid all the tumult, she couldn't find him. Where was he? Had he gone into hiding to avoid the finfolk? Guilt racked her chest, but there was nothing she could do. As Soraya neared her small boat, Cali held out a hand, hefting her on board.
"Thank you,"
Soraya said, throwing her quivering arms around Cali. The two of them shared a wet embrace, saturated with relief and urgency. Once sure Soraya was safe, Cali returned her gaze to Kelsey's ship. Bay, where was he? Screams wailed from the Bane. Orange flames lapped at the tall masts, creating an enormous rush of heat in the air. Sailors tossed water on the flaming sails. Others battled attacking finfolk, and Cali secured the ropes, hurrying to get a grip on the tiller. She didn't want to leave without Bay, but they couldn't remain here much longer. The finfolk continuously scraped the underside of her vessel, and the waves they created made her fear her ship would capsize. A smaller craft with a single occupant rowed away from the doomed ship. Cali's heart leapt, brimming with hope. But while the man rowing looked like Bay, he was much older, and he was alone. A ruthless survivor, Captain Kelsey was abandoning his crew. If Captain Kelsey sailed off, that meant... "No!" Cali breathed. She adjusted the tiller, ready to make way for the Bane, to make sure her suspicions weren't true. Gunpowder from within the ship's lower decks exploded with a percussive bang. Boards flew. Smoke climbed. Sailors were thrust from their feet. Fire spread, eating the Bane's upper deck with hungry orange tongues. Black smoke wove like funeral lace, shrouding over clouds and inking the blue sky. The finfolk no longer infested the burning ship, but that was only because it was on fire, wasn't it? It couldn't be because... No. Bay had to be alive. He had to be. "Where is he?" Cali said on a breath. Soraya coughed and sputtered, keeping her head down as she dripped with seawater. "Get us out of here," Soraya said, pulling Cali's thoughts back to her own smaller sloop. The deck beneath her rocked. The finfolk no longer infiltrated the burning ship. All that remained were panicked sailors and curling, twining mists of smoke, rising into the air. "No," thought Cali. "No, no, no." Everything in her wanted to turn back, but even that would do no good. Either Kelsey was more selfish than Cali ever thought, or Bay was beyond saving. Bay was dead. Bullet holes had penetrated her smaller sails, but her mainsail was still intact. Cali moved as though she was filled with lead. Snatching a gust of wind, she guided the tiller, turning her boat around. Away from the flames. Away from the finfolk and the cries and shouts of panicked men. Away from Bay. Chapter 36. Aching all over, Bay dragged himself onto the Lanai Luminian shore for the second time in his life. The bane had long since turned to shards, and he had managed to swim to shore, though that didn't mean he made it without any hardship. Blood dripped from his cheek and oozed down his leg. The Finfolk had been rather wounded themselves from the fight the crew kicked up. But overall, the ship and most of the crew hadn't survived the creature's attack. Weak and defeated, he wasn't sure how long he lay with his face pressed to the sand. His mind swam, with swarming shock that he'd managed to scrape his way to shore, yes, but more so, with bitter confusion. Caliana had appeared in the middle of the sea on a ship of her own. He hadn't known how, but she'd been there. Across the distance of the swells, their eyes had connected. She'd waited for Soraya to leap, and she'd sailed away as the ship had burned. His fist pounded the sand. He'd risked everything to save her, to get her the plants she'd needed. He'd tried helping Soraya, though his efforts had backfired. Why would Caliano return only to turn her back on him and leave him for dead? Bay didn't have the energy to unscramble the details. In fact, the more they spun, the harder his eyes were to keep open. Minutes, maybe hours later, he awoke and found himself lying on a cot in a darkened room. His muscles ached, a rip screamed from his side, and someone had bandaged the cut he sustained on his lower left calf. Kelsey sat on a stool across from him. A small cut stemmed from his forehead, but he appeared otherwise unharmed.
"What happened?" Bay asked. "Where are we?"
"Daybreak Cafe in the Luné-Lumine harbor village of Gold Bay," Kelsey said, crossing his arms over his chest and leaning back as though he'd been concerned over Bay's well-being, and could now settle himself again. "I found you shortly after I arrived on the shore," Kelsey went on, "and the owner here has been kind enough to tend to our wounds and offers shelter. She deals in fortunes and fate, it seems. The fact that her business prohibits others from seeing into her shop or those from seeing out is to our advantage." Bay noted the dark coverings over the window. For a fleeting moment he wondered what fortunes this shopkeeper dealt in, but he couldn't say he much cared. He was alive. That was what mattered. The Bane had been destroyed. More crew members had been lost because... He squeezed his eyes closed, not wanting the memory. It came all the same. Soraya's arms lifted toward the boundary, cracks veining across the surface, the mirror-like structure threatening to crumble. Caliana appearing on the sea on a small vessel, encouraging Soraya to turn on them. The ship wouldn't have been burned otherwise. By now, the boundary might be down. Bay and Kelsey would be on the sea, with Soraya warding off any Finfolk attacks. He wouldn't be suffering from the sting of his cut leg and the burns on his cheek, or the savage resentment in his heart. She'd betrayed him, after all he'd done for her. Bay was in no mood for whatever reprimand Kelsey was sure to deliver. But to his surprise, it didn't come. Kelsey continued staring toward the window he couldn't see out of and spoke. "We need the boundary down," he said. Bay opened his mouth and closed it. He still wasn't entirely sure what his father was after on the other side of the world. Kelsey only ever referred to it as the treasure, and to the rest of his crew, that had been enough for them to agree to Kelsey's demands. That, and the fact that if they didn't, they'd find themselves severely punished. Kelsey had often been impassioned like this, in search of other treasures he'd sought. But something told Bay this time was different. They'd faced obstacles before, but nothing like the boundary. After what they'd just experienced, Bay wasn't sure tearing down the magical frontier was worth the struggle. Soraya has been unhelpful, Kelsey went on. Bay's brows lifted. That's a kind way to say she tried to murder all of us. Soraya and Caliana both. Every thought of her scalded deeper than the last. He and Caliana had spoken of risks, so he'd hoped she would understand just what he'd risked boarding the Bane. He'd known how badly she needed those plants. After Kelsey had carted the girls off to the ship, Bay had lingered behind. He'd plucked every one of the 3 plants Caliana had mentioned, stuffed them into the largest satchel he could find, and dashed for the ship before it departed. He'd refused to let her sail with Kelsey without him, when for all he'd known, Soraya would have destroyed the boundary, and Kelsey would have delivered Caliana back to her homeland to meet her death. Idiot that he was, Bay had laid everything on the line. His life, his heart. He'd confessed every foolish hope he'd been holding on to since he'd met her. She'd changed then. She'd given in to the feelings she'd been fighting. He'd kissed many girls, but the kiss he and Caliana shared had undone him. He'd never had a woman make him feel like that. Their kiss only made the truth's edge that much sharper. He should never have let himself be so taken. Falling in love meant lowering his guard. It meant expectations. Giving her his heart as he'd done had meant he'd also given her the ability to break it. Kelsey cut into Bay's thoughts. Yes, well, I would expect no less of her. Bay frowned, attempting to recapture his father's train of thought. Kelsey would expect no less than murder from Soraya. What does that mean? Just that I'm rather impressed with her pluck and spirit. Kelsey? Bay trailed off. He wasn't sure what his father was getting at. Soraya had turned her magic on them all. He couldn't forget the flames and the smell of charred flesh as those blazes had hit the crew. Another fact Caliana had influenced upon her arrival. Bay gritted his teeth at the reminder. Kelsey cleared his throat. In any case, we have her kingdom fair and square. Once you're crowned king, your blood will now be the royal line. You'll be able to access the maps you seek. As for the boundary, it will only be too easy to get another princess with power to assist. That wasn't what Bay expected him to say. From the way Kelsey's comments had strayed, Bay had almost suspected Kelsey had romantic designs on the young woman. Another princess? We haven't exactly had the greatest luck with princesses. That was the worst part of the agony churning inside of him. Soraya wasn't the only one who'd behaved unexpectedly. Caliana had too. He thought. He couldn't shake the image of her appearing in the middle of the ocean on a sloop small enough to be steered by someone with little experience of it. She'd called his name a few times, only to then order Soraya to abandon ship, knowing full well what that would do to the rest of them on board without her magic to deflect the Finfolk. What that would do to him. He'd thought she cared about him. Stupid, romantic notions. Bay cursed himself. Bloody fool. Never again would he fall for anything like that. Who did you have in mind? Bay asked. Like it or not, Kelsey was right. They did need the boundary down so Kelsey could go after his treasure, and Bay did need some way to sail again, to find his mother. Why not bring both princesses in? He went on. Hold them both to blame for destroying your ship.
Lock up Caliana and sail again with Soraya. This time I will stay behind." As he'd been asked the first time, Bay fisted away the rancorous remorse that threatened to drown him. He'd gone against his father to help the women, and look where that had gotten him. "I have a better idea in mind." Kelsey drew his attention to Bay's for the first time since this conversation started. "Oh?" Kelsey cricked his neck from one side to the other. Several satisfying popping noises accompanied the motion. "I think I know the perfect way to show Soraya how very distant the loss of her kingdom is." A smile crooked the corners of Bay's lips. "I'm listening." "If we have you hold a tournament for your hand in marriage, it will send a clear message. You want a woman with power, and Soraya's kingdom truly is lost to her if she doesn't succeed." Revenge. That was a notion Bay could get around. He'd allowed himself to get soft with the princess, even after she'd killed his first mate. And he'd been far too lenient with both women's deceptions. "And Princess Caliana?" he asked. He still couldn't figure out how she'd vanished after kissing him below decks, disappearing like a ruddy vanishing act. Not to mention how she'd reappeared from thin air in a ship of her own. She'd claimed not to hold any magical ability. How had she done it? "Leave her out of it," Kelsey growled. "She will feel the loss in her own way, since she has no magic with which to compete." "They must have magic to be part of the tournament." "Of course," Kelsey said. "We need a princess with power." Caliana was certainly excluded from that, but that wasn't the only reason he felt walls climbing around his heart. The resentment inside of Bay worsened with cruel intent and white-hot fury. She'd betrayed him. He'd risked his life to help her, risked his father's anger to break her free of her prison. She'd kissed him with abandon, and he'd shared promises and buried longings with her, bearing his heart open in a way he never had to a woman before. Then, when she'd returned, hope had flared anew at the sight of her. And then she left him for dead. Bay winced at the burns on his cheek and legs. These would surely leave new scars, but they weren't the only part of this experience he would bear the brunt of for the rest of his days. The first woman he thought he could be falling for had now earned the badge of his hatred instead. And Bay would make sure she felt it. Chapter 37. They didn't return to the palace. Cali moored the ship at a place Soraya called Gull Bay, down the shoreline from the coral cliffs where Soraya's tiered palace heralded the sea, among the cluster of smaller fishing vessels, praying they'd blend in. She half suspected the boat Undeen had given her would vanish, and she and Soraya would find themselves sleeping in the sea. But when she awoke the next morning, the whitewashed palace impaling the sky was still visible. They were still anchored along Lumin's shores. She kept herself on the upper deck, drinking in as much fresh, briny air as possible. But the openness still wasn't enough. Every breath she took was a crawl. The weight of memory and loss pressed against her with cataclysmic force, crashing against her over and over like a sequence of torrential waves. Every time she closed her eyes, flames filled her mind's eye. Flames and charred wood, and wretched, fleeting, dashed hopes. Bay was dead. She had nothing now. She gave everything she had to save the world from a plague, and had lost everything in the process. Cali braced her hands on either side of her on the wooden bench beside the tiller. She'd tossed her sails. They were too damaged for use a second time.
Now the sloop's single mast was her only company, as Soraya slept in the cabin below. "Get it together," Cali said, reprimanding her heartache. It didn't listen. The words alone threatened to bring tears to her eyes, as every exquisite moment she'd spent in Bay's company in the last week flashed like pieces of a once lovely vase that had been knocked from its perch, and now lay in shattered pieces on the ground. Pieces that no matter how she tried, she could never reassemble. Bay was gone. Nothing she could do would change that. If only she'd accepted his offer. If only she could have run away with him, sequestered herself to be only his. Every time Cali closed her eyes, she saw the last look Bay had given her. She saw the Finfolk climbing their way onto his ship. And she saw how she must have looked, sailing off and abandoning him to them. She hadn't saved him the way he'd saved her. Tears trailed down her cheeks. She allowed her sobs to sound, to scab up her throat and vocalize the way only children usually cried. Cali hung her head and allowed every heart-wrenching sorrow she felt for Bay to make itself known. She couldn't bear the thought that she would never see him again, never hear his lilting nutmeg voice speak her name. She would never again feel the press of his lips or have his heartbeat resonate against hers. Cali wasn't sure how long she cried, only that the emotion had a taxing toll on her already weary body. She turned onto her side and blinked, feeling a rush of cool wind stroke her cheek. Her body was sore in places she didn't know it could be. Her shoulders ached. Her legs shrieked with the slightest movement. But the pain was nothing compared to the hollowness in her chest. She stared at the rising sun and the light it flecked onto the ocean's cobalt blue surface, remembering a different venture on a boat like this one. A venture with a brutally winsome pirate, who was 10 shades of charming and 12 types of scandalous, and with those odds, he'd managed to weave his way around her heart. Who knew she would have feelings for him, that she'd have her own vessel and become something of a pirate herself? She'd decided to name her vessel the Sunset, the first memory the ship had reminded her of. If only she could tell Bay everything that had happened. If only she could have helped him understand before it was too late. She'd tried bargaining with Undeen for him. She'd wanted to save him, too. She wished she could tell him as much now. Perhaps, wherever his soul had gone, he might come to understand. Cali scrubbed at her jaded eyes. She wanted to continue sobbing, to allow sorrow to manifest its every agonizing side. But no more tears came. She'd emptied herself of everything, it seemed. "It's no use," she told herself, watching the sun peek over the horizon and cast a buttercream glow over the still water. The truth was, Bay was gone. Nothing she did now could bring him back. She could only cherish the incomparable memories they'd shared and soldier on, for Soraya's sake. Her stomach grumbled. She rubbed it away, wondering what to do. Several ideas crossed her mind, but whatever happened, they needed a plan. Cali descended into the Sunset's cramped cabin. Her cousin lay in the single bed, hands clustered to her chin, gazing straight in front of herself, seeing nothing. Had Soraya been able to sleep? She hadn't been allowed adequate time to mourn her father's passing. After all she'd gone through on Captain Kelsey's boat, The despair in her face was more than understandable. Her hair was tangled on her head, and her dress was torn and filthy. Cali suspected she was dealing with so much more than her father's death, however. From what she'd been able to glean, Soraya was struggling with the way she'd reacted and attacked the guard who betrayed her.
I don't know if I cared so much about him, or if I just loved the way he made me feel,
Soraya had confessed the day before.
the way he made me forget my sorrow. And now I can't forget what I did to him. I was angry, but I never meant to.
She shook her head and had refused to speak further. Cali didn't know what to do. She mourned Bay. She missed her kingdom, her family, Darren, but it was nothing compared to the sorrow Soraya confronted. Soraya had fully lost her kingdom to ruthless pirates, who'd kidnapped her and forced her to expend precious energy to accomplish an unaccomplishable task, like destroying Undeen's boundary. Neither of them had seen Captain Kelsey return to Lumin's harbor, but that didn't mean he wouldn't. They couldn't remain here much longer. Captain Kelsey will be back, you know. Cali sat on the built-in bench. A board lowered out from the wall served as a makeshift dining area, but the table was tucked away for now. The Bane had yet to be seen, which gave them a few more days. If anyone could survive the Finfolk, it would be Captain Kelsey.
I know.
And he will take your kingdom.
I know that too.
Then we can't let him. Cali had insisted they head for the palace the day before, but Soraya had declined. Captain Kelsey was sure to head there first. And with the kingdom signed over to him, with the staff now more loyal to him than they were to her, Soraya was sure they didn't stand a chance, other than to become prisoners again. She was probably right. Still, Cali wasn't satisfied with that, and she couldn't let Soraya be either. Soraya sat up. Her cheeks were tear-streaked, and her eyes were red and swollen.
What do you propose we do? I have nothing at my disposal. He has an armada. My guards have all been replaced right beneath my father's nose. I don't know where those who were loyal to Lumin have disappeared to, and even those I thought were loyal betrayed me. Our navy hasn't yet returned from Isha. I didn't even know Roland.
Her voice broke.
I didn't even know his allegiance was to Captain Kelsey until he came to seize me from my room.
Cali hadn't heard the full story, but she remembered Soraya's giddy delight at having recently kissed Roland. How heartbreaking his betrayal must have been, but to add it to everything else that had been taken from her. Soraya's heart must be in 1,000 pieces right now, and susceptible enough to create all kinds of boundaries of her own.
And you've already sacrificed so much, Soraya went on, wiping her eyes. You gave up your kingdom to come here and help me.
It wasn't just for you. I did it to save everyone. The disease would have spread here as well as Zara. That was what she kept telling herself. But the stark hint of her treachery, she'd left Bay to die, still wedged beneath her sternum. What else could she have done?
We could have found a cure. You said you found one.
And how long would it have lasted? The dark magic seeping from the boundary is changeable. It would be the necrosis one day, a new plague the next. We stopped the disease from leaking out, Soraya. Cali had relayed the details of what happened when she returned home. How she'd summoned Undeen and found herself across the boundary once more.
Only to return to a doomed kingdom. Now both yours and mine are lost. What hope do we have?
Soraya plummeted her head in her hands. This utter, tear-filled gloom wasn't helping the situation at all. Bolstering Soraya helped Cali ignore her anguish. It's not completely doomed. We can stand up to Captain Kelsey. And as for Zara, in Undeen's bargain, she prophesied a servant of magic would be able to save my kingdom. I believe it's you. Soraya's eyes flickered with translucent blue astonishment. Me? You're formidable, Soraya. I was astounded by the power you displayed in the throne room, but I had no idea of the amount you possessed. Not until I saw you on Kelsey's ship. If you'd kept going, you could have destroyed the boundary. She was already shaking her head.
I was growing weaker. My power was waning, and I was barely making cracks in its glass surface. I'm not the only princess with magic, Cali. The princesses of Rune, of Baldric Island. Either of them could be the servant of magic Undeen referred to.
The two of them sat in silence while the admission grew thicker between them. Soraya tapped her fingers together.
I still can't believe you've spoken to the sea goddess face to face.
Cali moved closer to her, ducking to sit beside Soraya on the bed that was moored and reinforced to the wall. She said Zara's hope was someone who understood magic, who'd studied it. There is still a chance it's you, Soraya, and that would give you the advantage. We can stop Captain Kelsey and save Zara.
How?
We can start by finding those who are still loyal to Luné Lumin. Soraya sighed, pushing against the bed frame below her.
You sound so certain.
Cali was anything but certain, but she also wasn't one to give up easily. All we can do is try. Footsteps clunked above their heads. Soraya instantly began to tremble so hard it vibrated the wood beneath them.
Someone is here,
she whispered. Cali pressed her hand. Don't move. As quietly as she could, she slinked down from the bed, wincing as the wood creaked beneath her. It rocked her, and she did her best to remain quiet as she lifted the bench's seat to retrieve the pistol she'd found stashed within. Carefully, with the gun in her teeth, she climbed the ladder into the sunlight and nearly slipped. Bay stood on the deck of her boat, one hand on his hip. He carried himself with a distinct, disreputable air. A few days' worth of growth clung to his jaw, alongside his usual goatee, and several large scrapes lined his muscled forearm, meeting the bottom of a tattoo sneaking out from beneath his rolled-up sleeve. His dark hair was tied back, but tendrils still escaped. A storm swirled through Cali. He was here. Bay survived. How? At this point, she didn't care. All she cared about was that he was here.
You're alive,
she breathed. There was so much she wanted to say. To apologize for leaving him behind with the Finfolk and his one chance at surviving them. To break for his arms. To repeat the kiss they'd shared in the belly of the Bane, and possibly discuss his offer of becoming his pirate princess, which she desperately wanted more than anything. No thanks to you. His words matched the storm in his eyes and caught her in her tracks. Cali slowed feet from him, blinking, thoughts treading water and attempting to keep above the surface.
Bay, I can't believe you're here. I thought you died. I thought...
There wasn't any hint of the affection his gaze held a few days before, when he'd handed her the cure, when he'd told her he wished they had more time, and had asked her to run away with him. Cali couldn't bear the stab of his tempestuous glare. I have a message. Her heart thrummed at the sound of his voice. She couldn't invent that sound. He was here. Bay was alive. From whom?
My father. He knows you're here, and he appreciates that you've apparently convinced Soraya to relinquish her kingdom freely. But he extends an invitation. Kelsey appreciated that Soraya has relinquished her kingdom. That was it? After all that had happened outside the boundary? Soraya had nearly killed Captain Kelsey as well. She'd set his ship on fire. Suspicion rose in Cali's throat. What kind of invitation? Just 3 steps. That was all it took for Bay's boots to cross the deck. So close, and yet so untouchable all at the same time. Cali longed to apologize, to help him understand. Her intentions had been for the good of everyone, not only Bay. As much as she regretted everything that had happened, as much as she wished she could, when it came down to it, she hadn't been able to choose him over everyone else. Before she could manage the words, he reached into his vest, removed an envelope. This is for Soraya. He'd come here to deliver a message to her cousin.
Nothing for me?
She teased, praying their old easiness would return. He would smile that tantalizing smile, lean in, or pull her close, whisper enigmas in her ear. He'd rescued her, and she'd repaid his kindness for helping her obtain the plants and the cure she needed by ordering Soraya to attack his father's ship. And then the 2 of them had made a break for it while leaving him to the mercy of the Finn folk. She'd nearly killed him. No wonder he wanted nothing to do with her. "You're not invited," he said, cruelly. The words were sharper than freshly cut metal. Without saying anything else, he swung from the boat's side and on to the dock, leaving her behind without a backward glance. Cali watched him saunter away until he disappeared from view. The sobbing tears that had gushed before pricked her eyes, threatening to reappear. She held them in the best she could, but Cali had to force her steps down into the cabin again. Bay was alive. He'd survived. And he was injured and bitter and could hardly stand the sight of her. Lip quivering, not wanting to let emotion win, she thrust the envelope into Soraya's hands. "What does it say?" Cali pleaded. She wasn't invited. Invited to what? Soraya perused the letter, her mouth hanging open. After a few frozen moments, she passed the stiff paper to Cali. "Princess Soraya, we are pleased to announce a change in the rulership of Lumin. After King Amir's sudden death and the acquiescence of his daughter Soraya Kelani Cressida, Baylor Liam Kelsey has obtained ownership of the kingdom and is ready to become its king. A kingdom should be governed by both a king and his queen. Therefore, you are cordially invited to participate in a tournament held in Prince Bay's honor. Should you accept, you will be swept into a series of contests for Prince Bay's hand in marriage. In honor of the goddess Undeen, the winner of this tournament will be granted a seat at his side, to be his wife and rule Lumin. Your presence at the beginning of the tournament will signify your acceptance. Please arrive at the Luminian Palace on the morning of July the 7th. Arrangements will be made for your participation from there. The best wishes of your acceptance and future happiness. Captain Edward Kelsey." July the 7th? 1 week away.
Why would they invite me after what happened? I ignored his wishes. I nearly killed him and his men. Why would the Kelseys want anything more to do with me?
Cali admitted the same worry crossed her mind. She remembered the menacing threats the captain had uttered while trying to garner Soraya's cooperation. Whatever he was up to, it couldn't be good. She stared at the name on the letter. Soraya.
Why would Bay deliver the invitation by hand if he didn't want Cali to participate? The truth seared harsher than a sunburn. He had delivered a message for her. It wasn't one he could physically hand over, but it was implied all the same. And how well he'd done it. He'd come to tell her she wasn't invited. He'd come to tell her he didn't want her. She didn't think she could break any more, but sadness was as painful as any injury. And this time, the emotion didn't just shout. It sang. This letter was proof. Though Bay had defied his father's wishes before, he wouldn't now. He was aligning himself with his father's plans. He was more lost to her than he ever would be. A sob threatened to choke its way up her throat. Cali turned away from Soraya, bunching her fists over her face to keep her emotions where they belonged. She couldn't give in to despair. Not now.
They've already bargained away my position,
Soraya said behind her.
You were wrong, Caliana. There is no hope anymore. The other princesses will arrive. One of them will win my place, and I'll be cast off forever.
Was this what this was? Some sort of attempt to humiliate Soraya for all the harm she'd caused? Cali couldn't believe they really intended Soraya to be a contender for Bay's hand. Then again, wasn't this their opportunity? If Soraya was going to continue learning magic, she needed to be in her kingdom where she had access to books, and the help she might need. If she was going to rule Lumin again, and help Cali when Zara's need arose, this was their only chance. Cali let the tears stream longer than she intended, but once the emotion ran its course, once she scrubbed its traces from her cheeks, she knelt before Soraya and took her hands, pushing aside her own pain. It didn't matter that she'd lost everything. Darren, her kingdom, Bay's heart. She had to be strong for Soraya. There is still hope. You're going to do this tournament, Soraya, and if I have anything to do with it, you're going to win. Soraya's brow creased in confusion, but Cali reassured her statement with a nod, and then walked, needing to steady herself. She needed air. She needed composure. She climbed the ladder to peer out across the harbor once more. Though Bay's form had faded from view, she knew this wasn't over yet. She couldn't leave things with him thinking she'd betrayed him. Cali would see that Soraya won his tournament so she could have her kingdom back. And she would make sure Bay knew the truth of what really happened. She couldn't live knowing he hated her.
This has been Princess of Death, Curse of the Pirate, Book 1. Written by Cortney Pearson. Narrated by Ophelia DeArmas. Copyright 2019 by Cortney Pearson. Production copyright by Cortney Pearson.